Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Jealous. Mother, Black Zetsu in her lowly form approached, holding Kagaya's hand, and asked, "Why didn't you kill her just now?" Perhaps because she had returned to her original body, Black Zetsu's personality had changed. She was no longer as expressionless and gloomy as before. Instead, she sometimes seemed a bit naive and adorable. Kagaya speculated that Black Zetsu had developed a split personality from assuming a different identity for such a long time, becoming two distinct consciousnesses. The previous Black Zetsu was merely a disguise, not her true form. The childlike demeanor she displayed now might be her genuine self. Why would I kill her? Kagaya blinked, curious. Because she offended you, mother, Black Zetsu replied with lowered eyes, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Anyone who offends you deserves to die. Black Zetsu's lowly brow furrowed slightly, her serious demeanor resembling that of a little adult, prompting Kagaya to pinch her cheek playfully. It's nothing, Kagaya chuckled. It's not a big deal, so let's not always think about killing. Perhaps because she had never received much care from Kagaya growing up, Black Zetsu showed an intense attachment to her, even manifesting some pathological tendencies, as evidenced by her millennia-long scheming to free Kagaya. Speaking of which, Black Zetsu was rather pitiful. Kagaya cared deeply for her two sons, showing them much love, and even though they sealed her away, she still longed for them. Black Zetsu, however, never received such affection, as shown in both the manga and anime, where Kagaya did not show any signs of care towards her. "Oh," Black Zetsu murmured, seeming a bit disheartened, her mind lost in thought. An idea suddenly struck Kagaya, and she smiled, teasing, "Are you jealous?" Jealous? Black Zetsu's delicate face was full of confusion. What is jealous? Jealous means, Kagaya scratched her head, when I'm nice to someone else, and it makes you unhappy, that's being jealous. Kagaya quickly realized she might have misinterpreted jealousy, which usually refers to romantic relationships, but since she had already said it, she didn't bother correcting herself. That's not true. As long as it aligns with mother's wishes, it's okay, Black Zetsu replied earnestly. No matter what you do, it's the right thing. Such a good child, Kagaya was almost moved to tears. Nowadays, who doesn't deal with rebellious kids, needing coaxing for meals and sleep, constantly worrying about them getting into trouble? There was no child as worry-free as Black Zetsu. Gently stroking Black Zetsu's hair, Kagaya smiled and said, "Don't worry, out of everyone, I like you the most." "I like you too," Black Zetsu beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she held Kagaya's hand. She's still just a child, Kagaya thought. Although the other persona of Black Zetsu was cunning and shrewd, her true nature was quite endearing. "Are you all right?" asked a handsome, blonde man walking out of the white mist. It was indeed Minato Namikaze, not the fake from earlier. Kagaya's Tenseigan easily saw through the transformation technique and could even detect shadow clones. "No problem. How about you?" Kagaya replied. "All sorted, except for one who got away," Minato said with a sheepish smile. "A young female ninja who has already mastered her bloodline limit." Bloodline limit. Kagaya immediately realized who it was and was relieved to know that Mei Terumi had escaped. "Let's continue on our way then," Kagaya suggested. "All right," Minato agreed. Despite being in a relatively peaceful era, the journey was anything but peaceful. They encountered several groups of enemies along the way, from different nations and villages. There were ninjas from the major nations like the Hidden Cloud and Stone villages, as well as those from smaller countries like Grass and Waterfall villages. However, these enemies were not particularly strong, mostly Chunin and Genin, with a few Jonin who couldn't match Minato's prowess. Kagaya rarely had to engage in battle, as Minato handled them efficiently, allowing her to enjoy a more relaxed journey. Minato's prowess was impressive, already at Kage level despite his young age, a testament to his exceptional talent rather than just hard work. The constant battles delayed their journey significantly. What should have taken just over a month ended up taking 2 months, and they were only halfway to their destination. It was evident that the land was rife with conflict. Along the way, they saw ruins everywhere, with villages half destroyed and only a fraction of the population surviving. Those who remained looked at them with suspicion, holding makeshift weapons, as if Kagaya's group were their mortal enemies. As they traversed the desolate landscape, Kagaya felt a sense of melancholy. Noticing her mood, Black Zetsu appeared somewhat uneasy, knowing she was responsible for instigating the conflict. Although she didn't think she was wrong, seeing Kagaya's discomfort made her uneasy. "It's not your fault," Kagaya suddenly said, taking Black Zetsu's hand with a gentle smile. "Even without you, the world would still fall into chaos. It's human nature, not your doing. Indeed, while Black Zetsu orchestrated the chaos, war would have happened regardless. Conflict is inherent to human nature and cannot be easily altered by any one individual. Chapter 102, Young Danzo. Hearing Kagaya's comforting words, Black Zetsu's mood instantly improved, and a bright smile appeared on her face. To her, the lives of these people were irrelevant. Even if everyone in this world died, she wouldn't bat an eye. What she cared about was Kagaya's opinion. "Aren't you hungry?" Just then, some rice balls were offered in front of her. Kagaya looked up to see Minato Namikaze. "Thank you." Kagaya smiled slightly, accepting the rice balls. After absorbing the dragon veins, her strength had increased significantly, so her need for food wasn't as great. However, since he had brought food, she didn't want to refuse his gesture. After finishing their meal, the three resumed their journey. Perhaps due to reaching the borders of the Land of Fire, the attacks from foreign ninjas gradually decreased. As they neared Konoha, the presence of other countries' ninjas was almost non-existent. In this era, Konoha village was one of the most powerful among all ninja villages, even ranked among the top in the 5 great nations, so generally, there weren't many reckless troublemakers. "We're approaching Konoha," Minato turned around, smiling at Kagaya. "Does it look different from what you remember?" "More or less," Kagaya replied absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed in the distance. Konoha now was far less developed compared to the Konoha of the future. It appeared smaller, with mostly low-rise buildings and no high-rises yet. However, traces of the future Konoha could still be seen. "Halt!" At this moment, 4 shadows jumped out from the bushes on both sides, blocking their path. They wore green vests, with red spiral emblems on their backs and shoulders, and leaf symbols on their headbands, standard attire for Konoha ninjas. "I'm Minato Namikaze, returning from a mission," Minato stepped forward and said seriously. Although he usually appeared approachable and friendly, his serious demeanor carried authority. "Ah, Lord Minato, my apologies." The 4 Konoha ninjas didn't lower their guard, holding their kunai while watching Kagaya and Black Zetsu closely. But who are these 2? When they saw the pair of beautiful girls, they froze. They had never seen such stunning girls before, and the sight of them left them momentarily dazed. "They're outsiders," Minato explained, "but not ninjas from other villages." "This." The Konoha ninja looked troubled. "If they're outsiders, they must apply to enter the village." "Understood," Minato nodded with a smile. "I'll handle this. But before entering the village, please register." The Konoha ninja sighed in relief at Minato's response and continued, "and also undergo a search to ensure they carry no items that could harm the village." "A search?" Kagaya frowned, showing displeasure. Black Zetsu stepped forward, her large, watery eyes fixed on the Konoha ninjas in front of her with a predatory gaze. The Konoha ninjas standing in front of her, upon seeing this beautiful young girl approach, felt as if they had been doused in cold water. Their bodies felt frozen, unable to move, as an inexplicable fear washed over them, as though they were being stared down by a ferocious beast. Just then, Minato Namikaze stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Black Zetsu. He smiled slightly and said, "There's no need for a body search. I vouch for them with my reputation, they won't have anything illegal on them." As Minato intercepted the intense gaze of the pretty girl, the 4 Konoha ninjas felt a sense of relief wash over them, and they were able to move again, drenched in a cold sweat. Who exactly is this pretty girl? How does she have such an overwhelming presence or killing intent without any dojutsu like the Sharingan? "Well, okay," the Konoha ninja said, still shaken by the lingering fear. "Since Lord Minato is vouching for them, there shouldn't be any issue." "Then let's go," Kagaya said, taking Black Zetsu's small hand and ignoring the 4 Konoha ninjas as they walked toward the village of Konoha. Holding Black Zetsu's soft little hand, Kagaya secretly found it amusing that the seemingly gentle Black Zetsu could exhibit such a contrasting expression and aura, a surprising but charming contrast. "Mother, did I do something wrong?" Black Zetsu asked weakly. "They intended to offend you, and I just couldn't help wanting to teach them a lesson." "No, you didn't do anything wrong," Kagaya said affectionately, patting the little girl's head. "You did very well." Black Zetsu beamed with a happy smile at the praise. As for Minato, who had been ignored, he finally couldn't help but walk over and said with a cough, "Ahead is the village of Konoha. While I trust you won't cause any trouble, I still hope you can be cautious." "Understood," Kagaya replied. After walking a little further, they could see the iconic gate of Konoha from a distance. The gate was about 30 meters high, 20 meters wide, and half a meter thick. It wasn't much different from what Kagaya remembered, except that it was newer, without battle scars. Just as they entered the gate, they encountered an unexpected person. His spiky hair blew in the wind, and he wore the Konoha headband. His sharp eyebrows and eyes, along with a prominent nose, were only marred by 2 intersecting scars on his chin, disrupting the harmony of his face. Danzo. Though Kagaya hadn't seen Danzo in his youth, she could faintly see traces of him from 20 years later, which allowed her to recognize him immediately. At this time, Danzo didn't yet have the aged appearance of 2 decades later, his face was relatively smooth, and he was quite handsome. No wonder Tsunade and Shizune had those expressions when looking at photos of a young Danzo. Indeed, in his younger days, he was rather good-looking. Time had not been kind, turning his appearance into what it became in later years. Seeing someone familiar, Kagaya couldn't help but glance a few more times. Unexpectedly, Danzo's vigilance was quite high, and he quickly noticed Kagaya staring. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he approached. Chapter 103, The Sadness of the Little Lowly. Seeing Danzo approaching, Minato Namikaze quickly stepped forward to intercept him, standing in front of Kagaya and greeting him, Lord Danzo. At this time, the third Hokage was Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo was a Hokage advisor, the second in command after the Hokage. Minato, not yet a Hokage or even a candidate, naturally had to show respect to Danzo, who was also his senior. Who are these people? Danzo asked, his eyes fixed intently on Kagaya. They are refugees from outside who have nowhere to go and hope to join the village of Konoha, Minato replied, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. However, Minato was not skilled at lying, his words were full of inconsistencies and easily seen through. Not to mention how such a beautiful girl happened to meet him by chance, her pristine, luxurious attire was not something an ordinary person could afford, nor could she be a refugee. Is that so? Danzo gave Kagaya a deep look but said nothing more and turned away. This allowed Minato to breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that he was also somewhat wary of Danzo. After all, Danzo was the hidden fangs in the darkness, and all dark deeds were executed by Danzo leading the foundation. While others might not know this, Minato certainly did, at least some of the inside story. Was that Danzo? Kagaya slowly walked forward, her watery eyes blinking as she feigned ignorance. Yes, if possible, I hope you don't get close to him. He's not someone to be trifled with, Minato said seriously, a rare tone from the usually easygoing Minato, indicating that the young Danzo was also quite formidable. Kagaya said nothing, just smiled faintly. As newcomers, Kagaya and Black Zetsu couldn't find suitable housing and had to stay at an inn. Originally, Minato wanted to invite them to his home, but Kagaya rejected the offer outright. She had been a third wheel for long enough and didn't want to intrude further. The inn seemed small and ordinary, not much different from a typical home. Perhaps due to the chaos of war, few people were traveling, and with the village's strict security, visitors were rare. Many inns had turned to other businesses, and this inn was the only one left in Konoha. However, Kagaya was quite satisfied. Although it seemed simple, it was well equipped with furniture and amenities. The inn was clean, had no strange odors, and the bedding was freshly changed by the innkeeper. The innkeeper was a kind woman in her 50s. She not only offered them the best room with the newest bedding but also prepared dinner for them, which made Kagaya a bit embarrassed. Even more embarrassing was that Kagaya had no money, or rather, the money she had was from 20 years in the future and not usable in this time. Kagaya couldn't help but feel a little annoyed with Minato for not giving her any money, leaving her in such an awkward position. Fortunately, the innkeeper was a good person and didn't show any displeasure. Instead, she reassured them that it was fine to owe the money for now and pay back when they could. This made Kagaya even more embarrassed, and she decided to earn some money first. Being without money was challenging, a truth that transcended time and place. After tidying up the room, Kagaya lay back on the bed. Recent events had left her feeling rare fatigue, both physically and mentally. Just then, she heard light footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she saw the cute twin-tailed, blonde little girl. A small, cautious Black Zetsu girl came over, held Kagaya's hand, and said with a sweet smile, "Mother, the water is ready, you can take a bath now." "Good girl," Kagaya gently stroked Black Zetsu's head with a smile. She thought to herself that it was nice to have someone serve her, especially when that person was a cute blonde twin-tailed girl. When Kagaya changed her clothes and was about to enter the bathroom, she glanced over and found the little girl staring at her expectantly. Kagaya was puzzled and asked, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" I, the blonde twin-tailed girl stammered, "I want to take a bath with mother." "What?" Kagaya's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it not allowed?" The girl's expression turned somewhat dejected. "I know my previous image wasn't very good." "No, it's nothing like that," Kagaya reassured her with a smile. Actually, the girl was right, although the true form of Black Zetsu was this cute blonde twin-tailed girl, Kagaya still had some residual anxiety, often thinking of the dark, sinister figure that Black Zetsu had once been. However, seeing the disappointed look on the cute twin-tailed girl in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Finally, Kagaya gritted her teeth, then smiled and said, "All right, let's bathe together." "Really?" The girl's face lit up with surprise and joy. "Yes," Kagaya replied with a gentle smile. She couldn't help but inwardly wonder how deprived of love this little girl must be, thinking that even someone as important as Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had shown such favoritism towards boys. Once they were in the bathroom, however, Kagaya encountered another serious issue. She was now faced with a completely naked girl, a girl who was beautiful and enticing, exuding a rich sweetness, and completely defenseless. Kagaya tried to maintain her composure, but given that they were bathing together, physical contact was inevitable. Helping each other wash became a necessary task, and during this time, it was unavoidable to touch some places that shouldn't be touched, including some more private areas. For a long time after leaving the bathroom, Kagaya couldn't recover her composure. It seemed like her palms still retained the smooth, silky feel of the girl's skin. This was an immense mental challenge for her, and Kagaya felt overwhelmed. How long would this situation last? Chapter 104, Attack. After the bath, Kagaya felt much more relaxed and refreshed. The fatigue was completely gone, and her spirits were lifted. Of course, this had nothing to do with bathing with the little girl. Well, probably not. Kagaya walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, lazily stretching her back. Black Zetsu was still soaking in the tub. Since resuming her identity as a girl, Black Zetsu had become increasingly lazy and had taken a liking to baths, possibly influenced by Kagaya. Kagaya walked over to the table. After bathing, one inevitably feels thirsty, so she picked up a glass of water on the table for a drink but suddenly noticed a shadow flicker past the window. Who's there? Kagaya's eyes narrowed, and with a flash, a cup in her hand flew like lightning, shattering the window and shooting toward the shadow. There was a dull thud as if it had hit something. Ignoring the fact that she might be exposing herself, Kagaya propped herself up on the windowsill, leaping through the window in pursuit, only to find the person had disappeared without a trace. All that remained was a glass cup with traces of blood, which surprised Kagaya as it had not shattered. Its quality was truly impressive. Kagaya's crystal-clear eyes scanned the surroundings, but her Tenseigan detected nothing suspicious, not even a silhouette. There were only the lush grass and the rustling sound of the wind, as if the figure had evaporated into thin air. Kagaya frowned slightly. Could that person have some special ninjutsu that concealed them from her senses? Mother, what's wrong? Black Zetsu, still in her little girl form, walked out of the room, her small hand holding the door as she looked at Kagaya with curiosity. It's nothing, just a big rat, Kagaya replied with a smile as she walked over. A rat. Black Zetsu glanced curiously at the surrounding bushes. Where is it? Seeing that Black Zetsu was really about to look for it, Kagaya quickly grabbed her little hand, smiling as she said, it's already gone. Let's go back to sleep. Oh. Black Zetsu nodded gently, obediently following behind Kagaya. In the morning, the sky was blue with drifting white clouds, the lake surface was clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze rippled through, ruffling both the water and sky. Bright sunlight streamed down, the leaves rustled, and wildflowers swayed in the wind, surrounded by an undulating forest, adding to the tranquility. Such beautiful weather was, of course, perfect for sleeping in. Kagaya was lazily lying in bed, with the blonde, twin-tailed little girl serving as a large pillow in her arms, occasionally snuggling closer. The softness felt wonderful. Unfortunately, it didn't last long before the persistent ringing of the doorbell disturbed her sleep. Initially, she didn't want to get up, covering herself with the blanket, but the incessant ringing became annoying. Still half asleep, Kagaya, with her face drowsy, squinted her eyes and swayed as she walked to the door, opening it with impatience. Who is it? It's so early, can't a person sleep in peace? Ahem, it's me. In front of her was a man with blonde hair, a slender build, and a handsome appearance, none other than Minato Namikaze, whom she had parted with just yesterday. Kagaya struggled to open her eyes, taking a glance and replying irritably, what are you here for? Well, I'd like you to register. Minato turned his head aside, his face slightly flushed, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Registration. Kagaya suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. To prevent the infiltration of spies, anyone entering the village must register, and if their identity is unclear, they may even be secretly monitored. Indeed, Minato had mentioned yesterday afternoon that they needed to register today. But with you blushing like that and saying something so ambiguous, what's the deal? Minato said, blushing and hesitating before finally speaking, you're exposed. What? Still drowsy, it took Kagaya a moment to understand what he meant. Looking down, she realized she had come out in her pajamas, which were made of semi-transparent silk because she found them comfortable. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Kagaya's sleepy eyes immediately widened. She glanced down, then walked up to Minato expressionlessly and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Minato was sent tumbling by the forceful kick, his chest aching intensely. He grimaced and rubbed his chest to alleviate the pain slightly. When the door opened again, Kagaya was dressed neatly and walked out with a disgruntled expression, holding the hand of a sleepy twin-tailed blonde girl. Earlier, Minato said awkwardly, scratching his head, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's nothing, Kagaya replied, it's my fault, not yours. Actually, even though the pajamas were semi-transparent, fortunately, Kagaya hadn't slept naked as she usually did. She was wearing underwear, and the pajamas were dark in color, so nothing was visible. Minato was blushing because she was in pajamas, a rather private attire, and not because he had seen her body. And it seemed he hadn't done it intentionally. Otherwise, Kagaya would have given Minato a severe beating. Because of the awkward incident earlier, Minato tried to lighten the mood on the way, but unfortunately, he wasn't good at humor, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. For comedy, it would be better to rely on his teacher or his son Naruto. After walking for about 10 minutes, they followed a small path to an unassuming building, about 2 stories high, circular, and made of red brick and green tile, not much different from the surrounding buildings. The exterior didn't seem impressive, but inside, it was a different story. There were numerous rooms of varying sizes, simply furnished with essential tables and chairs, and the overall theme was simple and unadorned. Lord Minato. 2 masked ninjas appeared from inside, respectfully saluting Minato. All right, Minato nodded. You can go. Yes. With that, the 2 ninjas disappeared in a flash. This place is. Kagaya glanced around. She hadn't seen this building 20 years later, perhaps destroyed during the Ninetales attack on Konoha, but the style felt familiar to her. Sensing Kagaya's confusion, Minato turned and smiled, saying, "This is the ANBU." Chapter 105, The Dumpling from 20 Years Ago. So, this was the ANBU, Kagaya realized, no wonder it felt so familiar. She had spent some time in the ANBU herself and was naturally well acquainted with their style. Afterward, Minato took the 2 of them to a room to fill out some forms, mostly containing personal information. Kagaya just scribbled something down to finish. When she turned her head, Kagaya was amused by Black Zetsu's expression as the little girl rested her chin on her pen, frowning at the words on the form. It was probably because of Kagaya's earlier remark, "Write properly," that she was taking it seriously. Kagaya reached out and patted Black Zetsu's head, took the paper and pen, and quickly filled it out for her. After all, it wasn't real information, so she just wrote whatever. This matter was thus completed without much fuss, it was merely a formality. As they were heading back, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the ever-grim Danzo. Danzo, accompanied by 2 ANBU ninjas, passed by them, seemingly glancing at Kagaya unintentionally. Kagaya's eyebrows twitched slightly, a person's eyes often reveal their true thoughts. Danzo appeared indifferent toward them, yet Kagaya sensed a chill in his gaze, like that of a predator eyeing its prey. It was identical to Danzo's expression when he ambushed Kagaya back then. It was possible that the person watching them last night was sent by Danzo. Kagaya snorted coldly. Back then, she had been young and unsuspecting, which allowed Danzo to succeed. If he dared provoke her now, she would beat him until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Minato had to leave early to attend to other matters, leaving only Kagaya and Black Zetsu. By this time, it was already around 10 o'clock, and going back to sleep was out of the question. So they decided to stay out and walk around. Kagaya held Black Zetsu's hand as they aimlessly strolled down the street. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had seen something. She smiled and said to Black Zetsu, "Let me take you to get something delicious." Indeed, the only thing that could make Kagaya this happy was her favorite treat, dango. To her surprise, there was a dango shop even 20 years ago. However, the owner wasn't the middle-aged man she remembered but rather a young boy. "Isn't it tasty?" Kagaya gently patted Black Zetsu's head and smiled. Black Zetsu nodded, her mouth full of dango, making her words indistinct. She squinted her eyes with a blissful expression. Kagaya watched contentedly as the little girl happily bit into the dango. Finding someone who shares your interests often brings more joy, and Kagaya was no exception. While they were eating, a group of kids unknowingly gathered around. They looked about 10 years old and seemed rather young, but judging by their headbands, they had already graduated from the ninja academy. Their conversation made Kagaya's lips twitch. "Did you see over there?" "What?" "Over there, that big sister is so pretty." "Wow, she really is." "Hey, keep it down. I'm going to marry a pretty big sister when I grow up." "Yeah, right, as if you could. Are kids these days really so mature?" Kagaya thought to herself, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Just then, a tall figure walked in. With spiky hair and a headband marked with the kanji for oil, wearing green under a red vest, it was none other than Jiraiya. However, this Jiraiya looked much younger, with no wrinkles on his face, appearing to be in his 30s. Kagaya had always wanted to comment that Jiraiya and Naruto weren't bad-looking, in fact, they were quite handsome on closer inspection. But the clothes they wore were truly unappealing, practically outdated. It's no wonder they didn't attract much attention. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and even an average-looking person can gain a lot by dressing well. Conversely, no matter how handsome you are, dressing sloppily means no one will think highly of you. "Boss, 3 more skewers of dango," and a serving of corn sweet soup, please. All right, coming right up. Jiraiya found a spot and sat down, conveniently across from Kagaya. When Jiraiya looked up, his eyes met Kagaya's. Kagaya blinked her bright eyes, then turned away to continue focusing on her dango. She didn't expect to encounter Jiraiya here. In her memory, Jiraiya was rarely in the village during this time. He was supposed to be traveling the world, following the great Toad Sage's prophecy, searching for the prophesied child, while writing his adult novels on the side. Of course, Kagaya had no intention of engaging with him, as she had no connection to Jiraiya. However, just because Kagaya didn't want to interact with others didn't mean others didn't want to interact with her. Jiraiya stood up from his seat, walked over to Kagaya, and stood before her. Miss, you look unfamiliar. Are you not from around here? Jiraiya asked, smiling with his eyes nearly closed. Yes, you could say that, Kagaya replied dismissively, without any real sincerity. She thought to herself, you're the miss, your whole family are misses. I was just wondering how long you've been here, Jiraiya continued with a smile, don't misunderstand, I just wanted to see if there's anything you need help with. No, thank you, Kagaya responded with a polite smile, I don't need any help. No need to be shy, Jiraiya laughed, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. Kagaya said, growing impatient, her eyebrows raised, all right, you must want something from me. Just say it straight, no need to beat around the bush. Sorry about that, you caught me, Jiraiya admitted. I'm a travelogue writer, traveling extensively and introducing local customs and culture in magazines. As he spoke, Jiraiya pulled out a book from his pocket, about to hand it over, when he seemed to realize something and quickly put it away, fumbling to hide it. He then pulled out another book from his pocket, which was a continental travel journal, and handed it over. With Kagaya's astonishing eyesight, she had already seen the title of the first book before Jiraiya put it away, Make Out Paradise, the very same one Kakashi often read, with an identical cover. Kagaya's lips twitched. Was this guy thinking of making her a subject in his writing? The thought of being the heroine in an adult novel made her shiver. Would you allow me to feature you, a beautiful lady, in? No, thanks. Kagaya rejected the offer outright. She already knew what Jiraiya was going to say next, and there was absolutely no way she would agree to it. The thought of being the object of countless men's fantasies made her skin crawl. Chapter 106, The Cat's Mission. Are you finished? Kagaya gently patted the head of the little girl Black Zetsu and took out a white handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her red lips. Yes, I'm done, the little girl smiled, squinting her eyes and nodding, looking very happy. Then let's go. Kagaya took the little girl's hand and started heading outside. She had already paid earlier with money she'd borrowed from Minato, as she was currently broke. Hey, Jiraiya called out from behind, quickly asking, aren't you going to reconsider? Once you're featured in the publication, you'll become famous, a big star, and countless people will come to see you. No need, thank you. Please, just go back. Kagaya said nonchalantly. Famous? Kagaya had been famous a long time ago, when her name spread across the entire continent, and not only that, she even had a bounty of 100 million Ryo placed on her, earning her the nickname, Billion Ryo Girl. Kagaya found it all rather bothersome. Because of her fame, she had been the target of numerous plots, and if it weren't for her formidable strength, she might have been captured long ago, possibly ending up as someone's concubine. Watching Kagaya's figure fade into the distance, Jiraiya's face shed its frivolous expression and he fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, a hero can't do without money, which was exactly Kagaya's predicament. Though powerful, she wasn't about to stoop to robbery or petty theft, as that would be beneath her. Not wanting to resort to such actions meant she had to earn money herself, but the problem was she wasn't officially registered as a ninja of Konoha, so she couldn't take on missions, leaving her in a rather awkward situation. After some thought, Kagaya decided to ask Minato for help, hoping to at least get registered as a genin to avoid being undocumented. If she couldn't even take on missions, how would she avoid starvation? However, it seemed Minato had already thought of a solution for Kagaya. Before she could seek him out, someone came by and handed over 2 headbands and 2 genin certifications, which made Kagaya develop a bit of goodwill towards the approachable future 4th Hokage. Being granted the lowest rank of genin in Konoha might sound a bit lowly, but it was better than nothing. With the genin status, she could now undertake missions. But these missions? Helping Lord Ryoji take care of children, going to the neighboring village to shop, helping in the fields to harvest sweet potatoes. Kagaya threw the mission list on the ground and stomped on it angrily, exclaiming, what on earth are these tasks? I'm not looking for menial jobs like these. Mother, Black Zetsu tugged gently at Kagaya's sleeve, asking, then what should we do? Kagaya sighed. It was truly a matter of necessity, after all, she didn't have any money, and the only money she had was borrowed from Minato. She couldn't keep borrowing from him indefinitely. Picking up the mission list from the ground, Kagaya dusted it off and began to look through the numerous missions for something that was at least somewhat worthwhile. Got it, Kagaya's eyes sparkled with excitement, a mission to catch a big cat with a reward of 50,000 ryo. That's not bad. The little blonde twin-tailed girl looked up at Kagaya, not understanding why her mother was so pleased about a 50,000 ryo reward. Ordinarily, missions required a jonin to lead the team, but Minato knew the capabilities of Kagaya and Black Zetsu, and ordinary missions were nothing to them. Therefore, he did not impose additional requirements, instead giving them the mission list to choose from. The mission client lived in a remote area filled with tall buildings. It seemed like it was an unfinished construction site, more abandoned than incomplete, and appeared very old, likely built many years ago. The place was desolate, bearing the marks of battles fought there, evident in the frequent traces of conflict. Kagaya walked into a building filled with mottled marks and littered with pieces of paper. She followed a winding path inside until she reached an old iron door, where she lightly knocked with her finger. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came an elderly voice from inside. We are ninjas from Konoha, here for a mission. Come in, then. Kagaya pushed the door gently, and it opened easily, it wasn't locked. Inside, she found an ordinary room, almost to the point of being simple, with just two large sofas and a curtain hanging in the middle of the room. There were many cats lounging on the red sofa in the middle of the room, and sitting among them was an elderly lady with graying hair. Her hairstyle was quite peculiar, brushed back, with a headband on her head. She was reclining on the sofa, smoking a pipe, and gently exhaled a puff of smoke that curled upwards. You are the ninjas from Konoha. The elderly lady looked up and down at the two young girls in front of her, surprised, and asked, just you two? Yes, just the two of us, Kagaya replied with a smile. Don't joke around, the elderly lady said, her eyes widening as she waved her pipe. How can you two little girls take on such a mission? This is nonsense. Don't worry, Kagaya replied with a soft smile, we are capable of completing the mission. Do you even know what mission you took on? The elderly lady asked sternly. Isn't it just a cat-catching mission? Kagaya shrugged. You don't know the heights of the sky, the elderly lady said gravely, this is not an ordinary cat. You are no match for it. I advise you to leave and not waste your time here. This is not a place for children's games. As soon as the elderly lady finished speaking, she felt a chill run up her spine and down to her feet. She turned her head and saw the beautiful little girl with pigtails glaring at her with watery eyes. For some reason, being glared at by this little girl was like being stared down by a fierce beast, making every hair on her body stand up. Even the cats on the sofa fell off and huddled on the ground, shivering. Don't cause trouble, Kagaya said, patting the little blonde girl with pigtails, we need to be polite in someone else's place. But her tone is annoying, the little blonde girl with pigtails furrowed her delicate eyebrows, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes, should I kill her? Chapter 107, The Lingering Ghost. When she said the word, kill, the old lady's body froze, and a cold sweat instantly broke out. In all her years, she had never been so close to death. She could feel that the little girl in front of her was serious, she really intended to kill her. We're here to complete a mission, not to kill anyone, Kagaya said, patting Black Zetsu on the head with a gentle smile. Oh. Black Zetsu withdrew her gaze, holding onto Kagaya's clothes without saying another word. Sorry about that, Kagaya said, a faint smile on her lips. We were a bit rude just now, but please entrust us with this mission. We will definitely complete it for you. After Kagaya spoke, the old lady felt the tension in the air ease, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt that she might have misjudged them. Although they hadn't shown their strength, the old lady's years of experience told her that these two girls were definitely not ordinary individuals. What concerned her more was that Kagaya possessed a terrifying power within her, a power the old lady had encountered not long ago. Could there be a connection between the two? Watching the two girls leave, the old lady fell into deep thought. Do we really have to wear these? Black Zetsu asked curiously, fiddling with the cat ear headband in her hands. Yes, let's wear them, Kagaya replied. Initially, she didn't want to wear them, thinking it would be easier just to rush in. But on second thought, she didn't want to miss the sight of Black Zetsu wearing the cat ears. Oh. Black Zetsu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gently replied, placing the cat ear headband on her head. Kagaya's eyes lit up instantly, it was simply too cute. Golden twin tails hung down on both sides, adorned with small pink and light green flowers. Her skin was fair and smooth, her big eyes were bright and clear, and her nose was delicate and petite. Her lips were rosy and glossy, giving her a very adorable look. The cat ear headband on her head made the little blonde twin-tailed girl even more endearing. Is this okay now? Black Zetsu asked, adjusting the cat ears on her head. Yes. Kagaya felt like she was about to drool. Indeed, twin-tailed cat ear lolas are the best. According to the information, there was a castle deep in the mountains inhabited by countless cats, essentially a town made up of cats. Their target was inside this castle. The castle wasn't very far from their location, especially considering how quickly they could fly. Since Black Zetsu couldn't fly, Kagaya held her in her arms. The little girl's body was very light and soft, like a large stuffed animal. "We're here." Kagaya's eyes brightened as she spotted the tall cat-shaped castle standing in the forest, giving the illusion of being in a fantasy world. Lightly touching down, Kagaya gracefully landed on the ground, releasing the little girl from her arms and gazing into the distance. "Let's go." Kagaya took the little girl's hand and prepared to head toward the distant castle. Just then, a sudden sound rang out. Numerous kunai and shurikens flew out from the bushes, raining down on the two girls like a storm. The clattering sounds echoed like popping beans as the overwhelming barrage of kunai and shurikens hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and instantly filling the air with smoke. The two girls were immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust. After the sound of swish swish swish, 3 ninjas appeared. They wore various masks and tight-fitting outfits and carried short swords on their backs, typical attire for the ANBU. "The mission is complete, prepare to retrieve the bodies," one of the ANBU ninjas said gravely. "Yes," the other 2 ninjas replied, moving toward where the dust was gradually settling. "What?" As they got halfway there, they froze, stunned by the scene before them. Standing in the same spot were 2 stunningly beautiful girls, one taller and one shorter, surrounded by kunai and shuriken stuck in the ground. They were unharmed and showed no sign of panic, only a hint of disdain. The 3 ANBU ninjas exchanged glances. Even a fool could see that these 2 girls were not to be underestimated. They quickly turned to retreat. But it was too late. Black Zetsu frowned, and a glint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes as she raised her flawless white arm, aiming at the fleeing ANBU. The 3 ninjas trembled, their pupils constricted. For some reason, looking at this pretty little girl filled them with a tremendous sense of danger. From the palm of her white hand emerged 3 slender leaves, shooting toward the ANBU in the air like lightning. With style, leaf jutsu. Pop pop pop. Blood sprayed. The 3 masked ANBU fell like kites with cut strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Each had a green leaf pierced through their hearts, blood spurting from the wounds, clearly not going to survive. If you looked closely, you would notice that these 3 leaves resembled those that Black Zetsu used to envelop herself in the past. Kagaya had initially planned to leave one alive for questioning but found Black Zetsu had killed them all in an instant. Despite Black Zetsu's usual cute and gentle demeanor, she showed no mercy to anyone but Kagaya. Kagaya was about to complain, but when she saw the little girl's adorable, proud smile, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Oh well, they were just small fry anyway, dead is dead. Besides, there's still a big fish. Kagaya's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the bushes nearby, saying with a faint smile, "Come out, no need to hide, Lord Danzo." After a moment of rustling, a middle-aged man emerged from the bushes. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a forehead protector. His sharp eyebrows and starry eyes gave him a somewhat handsome appearance, with the 2 intersecting scars on his chin particularly noticeable. Indeed, it was Danzo. Chapter 108, Teasing. "What exactly are your intentions for coming to Konoha?" Danzo stared intently at Kagaya and said coldly, "Don't think you can fool that kid and get away with it. You think I want to be here?" Kagaya sneered, "Don't project your assumptions onto others." Still trying to deny it, Danzo snapped harshly. "Deny?" Kagaya's eyes flashed with a cold glint as she let out a chuckle. "Do I even need to deny anything? I advise you to confess honestly." Danzo's narrow eyes gleamed with a sinister light, "Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." "Oh, I'm so scared," Kagaya feigned fear, placing her hands on her chest, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Do you think you can just threaten me?" "You'll find out soon enough," Danzo said with a sullen face. "You'd better confess honestly, and maybe I'll spare your life." "Spare my life?" Kagaya snorted softly, giving him a sideways glance. "Yes, you're right. I'm a spy here to wreak havoc in Konoha." "Is that what you wanted to hear?" "So you admit you're a spy?" Danzo snorted coldly. "Framing me?" Kagaya's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes emitting a chilling glare. "Isn't that what you wanted to say?" At this moment, Black Zetsu, in her lowly form, was already standing in front of Kagaya, her adorable eyes glaring fiercely at Danzo. Kagaya smiled gently and patted Black Zetsu's head. "Step back and watch me handle him." Black Zetsu nodded softly and retreated. "You're just 2 little girls," Danzo scoffed dismissively. "You should both attack me together to make it fair." "Oh, really?" Kagaya's lips curved into a faint smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Kagaya suddenly vanished, shocking Danzo. In the blink of an eye, he didn't see how Kagaya disappeared or where she went, filling him with unease. Suddenly, Danzo spun around, just in time to attempt a defense but was struck hard in the face by a pale fist. With a loud boom, Danzo was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily and rolling several times before coming to a stop. "How's that?" Kagaya asked, playfully flexing her hand as she looked at Danzo with a mischievous glint in her clear eyes. Danzo clumsily climbed back to his feet, his face swollen and his nose bleeding profusely. "Damn it." Danzo gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Kagaya. He had always regarded himself highly but hadn't expected to be bested by this young girl. However, Kagaya's abilities made him abandon his previous underestimation and take the situation seriously. With a serious expression, Danzo locked his eyes on Kagaya. Suddenly, he stomped the ground hard, using the recoil to charge at Kagaya like a black lightning bolt, attacking with ghostly speed. In an instant, he was beside Kagaya, his arm outstretched, delivering a fierce punch wrapped in a whirlwind toward her. Seeing Kagaya standing still as if unresponsive, a smile appeared on Danzo's lips. He increased the strength in his punch, but just as his fist was about to strike Kagaya, she suddenly turned to him with a slight smile. "Is this all you've got?" "What?" Danzo was taken aback and hesitated, preparing to retreat, but Kagaya's snow-white, flawless arm had already risen, aimed at him. Danzo suddenly felt a foreboding chill. Boom. An overwhelming force struck him, making resistance seem futile. Danzo's chest caved in from the impact, and a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, scattering into the air as his body was thrown backward, hitting the ground heavily. It must be said that Danzo was quite fast when he was younger, more agile than during Kagaya's previous encounter with him. However, Kagaya had also grown much stronger, and such speed was now inadequate in her eyes. Perhaps only Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God technique could catch her attention. Ugh. Danzo coughed, covering his mouth as blood seeped through his fingers, dripping to the ground and staining the soil a dark red. "You can't defeat me, Danzo." Kagaya's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. In the past, Danzo had Sharingan and could use his Anaji, yet he was still beaten miserably by her. Now, without the Sharingan, he stood no chance. Danzo's face showed signs of anger. The young girl in front of him had infuriated him. He couldn't believe that someone as young as Kagaya could possess such power. It must have been a fluke. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Danzo began to run, his fingers swiftly forming seals, and his cheeks puffed up. Wind-style, vacuum bullets. Numerous visible air bullets shot from Danzo's mouth, mingling with a fierce gust of wind, rapidly heading toward Kagaya. Though difficult to see, these air bullets were as powerful as modern firearm bullets, as evident from the numerous holes in the rocks. However, for Kagaya, they posed no threat. These jutsu, while dangerous to others, were insufficient against her. Kagaya gently waved her flawless white arm, and the air bullets disintegrated, dissipating into the air. Air bullets, after all, were merely high-speed air, and a single repulsion from Kagaya shattered them instantly. With another casual wave, Kagaya sent Danzo flying once more, his body crashing into a distant rock, shattering it into pieces, debris scattering, and dust rising. With a poof, Danzo's body lying by the rock turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished into the air. It was merely his shadow clone. "You fell for it." Suddenly, a low and familiar voice came from behind Kagaya. It was Danzo. He appeared not far behind her, a cold light gleaming in his eyes, as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, taking a deep breath, causing his cheeks to puff out. Wind-style, vacuum wave. A sharp wind blade shot from his mouth like a white lightning bolt, swiftly heading toward Kagaya's back. Chapter 109, Abuse. Just as Kagaya was about to be hit, Danzo felt a sense of unreality. He had an intuition that things would not be that simple, a persistent unease that something unexpected might happen. Sure enough, Danzo's fears were realized. In front of him, Kagaya vanished without a trace as if she had never been there. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. He quickly scanned his surroundings for any sign of Kagaya but found nothing. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. It was clear that this Kagaya was not someone easy to deal with. A sense of regret crept into his heart. Why had he sought trouble with these two girls? Suddenly, Kagaya's presence reappeared, directly behind him. Danzo's eyes sharpened with alarm, but before he could turn around, it was too late. Kagaya's palm was already aimed at his back, a slight smile playing on her lips. An intense repulsive force burst forth from her hand. An unstoppable force struck Danzo from behind, causing intense pain that nearly knocked the wind out of him. He could hear the crisp sounds of his bones breaking within his body. Boom. Danzo was hurled into a distant hillock. The rock behind him shattered completely into rubble. Along the way, numerous trees were broken, wood chips flew through the air, and dust swirled in the sunlight. The same repulsive force, but Kagaya had changed. Her chakra was now on a different level entirely. Previously, a few jutsus would have exhausted her chakra reserves, but now she was hardly constrained by chakra limits. Moreover, with the increase in Kagaya's chakra, the power of her techniques had also strengthened significantly. While her repulsive force used to merely send people flying without causing much harm, it had now increased several times over. When infused with a large amount of chakra, it reached the level of Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Ugh. Danzo spat a mouthful of blood, soaking his chest in crimson, staining the ground around him with splotches of red. Who exactly is she? Danzo's face twisted with fear and uncertainty as he stared at the beautiful girl in the distance. His earlier confidence was gone, replaced by a fear he had not felt in many years. He was certain he had never encountered this girl before. Not only had he not met her, but he also knew little about her background, only that she came from Rorin, a place associated with the Dragon Veins chakra. This girl named Kagaya seemed to have appeared out of nowhere overnight, descending upon Konoha like a comet. For reasons he couldn't fathom, from the moment he first laid eyes on her, a deep-seated hostility toward this beautiful girl had stirred within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. This feeling had driven him to make a move against Kagaya, trying to uncover the reason, but now it seemed his instincts were correct. Unexpectedly, this girl possessed such tremendous power. Had Danzo known of Kagaya's true strength, he would never have recklessly confronted her. Unfortunately, there was no remedy for regret in this world. Panting heavily, Danzo realized he couldn't continue this way. He wasn't her match, and prolonging the confrontation would put him in grave danger. Suddenly, Danzo's mind shifted, and he turned his attention to the little girl, Black Zetsu, who was still a distance away from Kagaya. His eyes narrowed with a calculating glint. If he could capture this little girl. With this thought, Danzo hesitated no longer. He channeled chakra throughout his body and launched himself like an arrow from a bow, charging toward the twin-tailed, golden-haired little girl. Danzo moved with incredible speed, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. He was only a few meters away and could even see the girl's eyelashes trembling slightly. Yet, instead of feeling any joy of success, a sense of impending danger overwhelmed him, originating from the cute girl in front of him. She slightly furrowed her brows, her flawless face flushed as if in anger, and a dangerous glint shone in her eyes. A shadow shot out from her delicate palm. Knowing something was wrong, Danzo's instinct screamed at him to retreat. However, just as he turned, he saw a well-shod foot already in front of him. With a sharp bang, Danzo was kicked squarely in the face. The force sent him flying, flipping several times in the air before crashing to the ground and skidding a few meters before coming to a stop. Mother, the twin-tailed, golden-haired little girl blinked her eyes, looking puzzled at Kagaya, as if not understanding why she was stopped. Kagaya walked over with a faint smile on her lips and said, "Don't dirty your hands, otherwise, be careful you can't wash it off." "Is that so?" The little girl looked relieved, patting her chest with relief that she hadn't touched that old man. This was the special ability of Black Zetsu, the ability to attach her spiritual form to others and thus control their bodies. Even Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, and Madara had fallen for this trick. However, Kagaya had a cleanliness obsession and would never allow Black Zetsu to come into contact with Danzo. It was simply too disgusting. Kagaya's previous heavy blow had already severely injured Danzo, causing multiple fractures throughout his body, with his nose even being kicked directly. Seeing Danzo struggling to get up, Kagaya approached and stepped on his face. With a muffled thud, she stomped his face into the dirt, deforming his cheeks as blood and saliva mixed, flowing from his mouth and forming a dark red puddle. "You really are incorrigible, going so far as to target a child." "Truly despicable," Kagaya said disdainfully. "No matter how many times I look at you, you're always so repulsive." Saying this, Kagaya applied a bit more force with her foot, grinding his detestable face into the mud. Chapter 110, Misunderstanding. "Who's there? Come out." A flash of cold light appeared in Kagaya's crystal-clear eyes as her arm shot out like lightning, pointing toward the nearby bushes. With a deafening boom, the ground exploded, sending dirt and foliage flying as a powerful shockwave filled the air with dust. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the smoke, landing not far from Kagaya. "Wait," the person said quickly upon seeing Kagaya ready to strike again. "It's me." The person standing before her had golden hair, a Leaf Village forehead protector, sharp eyes, and a face as fair as jade. He was quite handsome and none other than Minato Namikaze, whom she had recently met. "Why is it you?" A hint of surprise flashed in Kagaya's beautiful eyes as she asked. "I heard someone was planning to harm you," Minato said, scratching his head and looking a bit embarrassed, "so I came to warn you." "Really?" Kagaya frowned slightly, looking at him with suspicion. "You've got it wrong, Before Minato could finish, the string of his forehead protector suddenly snapped and fell to the ground, revealing his smooth forehead. Although Minato had narrowly dodged Kagaya's attack, the strap of his forehead protector was nicked, and just now it finally gave way, causing the protector to fall. Minato quickly picked up his forehead protector from the ground and was about to speak, but saw Kagaya's icy expression, looking at him with displeasure. "So it was you," Kagaya said with a look of disdain. "I didn't expect someone who seems so honest would resort to peeping." Earlier, when Minato's forehead protector fell, a scabbed-over scar was revealed on his forehead, which just so happened to match the shape of a cup. No, it's not like that. Minato waved his hands anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let me explain. Minato had overheard in the ANBU that someone intended to harm Kagaya and her companion. Although he was vaguely aware of Kagaya's strength, he decided to check for their safety. However, instead of finding anyone suspicious, he was discovered by Kagaya's keen senses. Completely unprepared, Minato was hit squarely by a thrown cup. As luck would have it, he wasn't wearing his forehead protector that day, which is how he ended up with the scar on his forehead. You know your explanation sounds flimsy, right? Kagaya blinked, eyeing him with suspicion. I really am telling the truth, Minato said, scratching his head like an ant on a hot pan, unsure of how to clarify further. It's true, said another voice from a distance. A figure emerged from the trees, with spiky hair and an oil symbol on his forehead protector, wearing red and green clothes. It was Jiraiya. I can vouch for him. As one of the Sannin and a disciple of the Toad Sage, his character is trustworthy. Just because he's your disciple makes him even more suspicious, doesn't it? Kagaya frowned, eyes filled with distrust. Besides, why are you even here? I'm here to study local customs and plan to include them in my book. You're in cahoots with him. Kagaya interrupted Jiraiya, looking at them skeptically. Jiraiya's explanation seemed completely unconvincing to her, suitable only for fooling children. That's impossible, Minato and Jiraiya both exclaimed, waving their hands in sync, which was surprisingly synchronized. Come on, just tell me your purpose. I don't want to waste time, Kagaya said impatiently. Are you here to plead for this guy, she added, stamping hard on Danzo's face a few more times. Shortly after subduing Danzo, Kagaya used her Rinnegan power to control him, which is why he remained silent. Yes, exactly, Jiraiya replied, his smile fading into seriousness. I hope you'll hand him over to me. He attacked me, and you want me to just let him go. Kagaya raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. He's already been taught a lesson and punished, Jiraiya sighed. Though I know it's unfair to you, I hope you can hand him over to me. After all, he's part of Konoha. I assure you he will face appropriate punishment when he returns. Kagaya's eyebrows knitted together slightly, and Jiraiya and Minato watched her with bated breath. Finally, Kagaya snorted and said disdainfully, take him away. I don't want to see him again. Thank you, Jiraiya said with relief. He didn't particularly like the shady Danzo either, but Danzo was a part of Konoha. Watching the three of them leave, the twin-tailed blonde lowly walked up to Kagaya, looking displeased. Why did you let them go? Danzo will definitely be a problem if left unchecked. Though Black Zetsu had taken on a childlike appearance, her intelligence had not decreased, and she could see that Danzo was insidious, vengeful, and a potential future threat. Of course, I know that, Kagaya smiled, ruffling Black Zetsu's hair with a meaningful smile. But he won't be in the future. Kagaya wouldn't allow a threat to linger around her, even if it posed little immediate danger. Having a constant annoyance buzzing around like a mosquito was irritating. So earlier, Kagaya had used her Rinnegan to temporarily control Danzo's mind, ensuring he wouldn't bother her for a while. Of course, if possible, she would prefer to eliminate Danzo, as his deceitful and unscrupulous nature was annoying. What's more, he often plotted sinister schemes from the shadows, catching people off guard. As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals that you fear, but the thief who keeps you in their thoughts. Being attacked at your most vulnerable is truly unsettling. Chapter 111, Little Lowly with Cat Ears. Not far away, you could see a tall, cat-shaped fortress standing in a forest, contrasting sharply with the lush greenery. The dreamy feeling made it seem like a fairy tale world. Since the battle took place near Cat Castle, the noisy sounds of fighting had already spread there. This alerted the cats of Cat Castle, as evidenced by the cat guards pouring out continuously from the castle. After the disturbance, Kagaya lost interest in sneaking in and now only wanted to complete the mission quickly. Who are you? Go away. We don't welcome humans. If you don't leave, we won't be polite. As Kagaya approached Cat Castle, a group of cat guards in armor and armed with spears surrounded her, pointing their weapons at the two girls. Although they looked fierce and held weapons, they still seemed like cute cats. Is there a cat named Xiaohuan here? Kagaya took out a piece of paper from her pocket and unfolded it to show them. It depicted a beautiful cat with a wedge-shaped head, large, watery eyes, smooth and shiny fur, looking very pretty, much like a ragdoll cat from Kagaya's original world. When she took out the picture, the cats instantly went into an uproar, chattering noisily and glaring at Kagaya. These hateful humans want to take our princess. Unforgivable. Kill them. Seeing the cats getting worked up, Kagaya was curious. A princess among cats. But this cat did look very beautiful, making people want to pet it. It seemed perfect as a pet. While Kagaya was still pondering, the cat guards with spears launched an attack. A swarm of cats, seemingly quite imposing, charged at them. Many cat archers with bows were also on the castle walls. The arrows rained down like petals scattering in the wind, whistling toward Kagaya. But this was of no use to Kagaya, like a baby swinging its fists, causing no harm. Kagaya waved her flawless, white arm, and a repulsive force burst from her palm. The cat guards were knocked back, flying away like dumplings dropping into the water, and cries of pain filled the air. At this point, the arrows had already reached Kagaya. The cat archers smiled, thinking it was too late for the hateful humans to dodge. What? They hadn't expected that Kagaya didn't even dodge. The arrows stopped as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Kagaya turned her head, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The arrows in the air suddenly reversed direction, shooting back along their original path. Thud, thud, thud. Blood splattered. The cat archers were wiped out, but because Kagaya held back, they weren't killed, though a little suffering was warranted. The arrows, as if they had eyes, were controlled by chakra threads. With her mental strength, Kagaya could easily control hundreds or thousands of arrows. The cat guards' high morale seemed suddenly choked off, their momentum drained. Their faces showed fear. They hadn't expected the human before them to be so powerful. Humans had indeed broken in before, but none could compare to this girl. The atmosphere became tense. Should we kill them all? Black Zetsu asked seriously. The cats immediately became more nervous. Although they still held their spears, they couldn't find any sense of security, and some cats even had shaky legs. It's them, one of the cats in the crowd suddenly said. They were the ones in the cat forest earlier. Ah. The cats all took a step back, looking at the two girls in front of them with fear. They had already seen the battle in the distance earlier, and its intensity was terrifying. At the time, they were relieved that they were not the enemy, but now it seemed too early to conclude. After dawdling for so long, Kagaya gradually lost her patience and frowned, saying, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your cat princess, or don't blame me for being rude. Give up. Even if we die, we won't hand over the princess," shouted a cat at the front. Of course, it would be more convincing if his voice wasn't trembling. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Kagaya said with a frown, her expression unfriendly. Wait, a soft, sweet voice suddenly sounded. A beautiful little girl appeared behind the cat guard team, with crystal-clear eyes, fine eyelashes, a delicate nose, pink lips, fair skin, and long black hair in two strands that reached down to her thighs. She was also a twin-tailed girl. Moreover, her ears were not like human ears but more like a cat's. Her hair was smooth and shiny, with a pink bow on her head. She wore a black gothic dress, with the exquisite pleats fluttering in the wind. Although she looked young, around 10 years old, her figure was unexpectedly good, with an elegant and curvaceous shape. Her chest, in particular, was surprisingly large and full for her age. "Princess, please go back. It's too dangerous here. We will protect the princess to the death. Protect the princess to the death. Protect the princess to the death." The timid cat guards seemed invigorated after seeing this little girl, their morale suddenly soaring, and their previous fear vanished without a trace. "I'll go with you, but please don't hurt them." The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she clasped her hands at her chest, looking pitiful. The scene made Kagaya's eyelids twitch. What was this feeling of coercing someone into a difficult position? It seemed like she was committing some heinous crime. But was this twin-tailed cat-eared girl the cat mentioned in the commission sheet? It didn't seem like it. Could this girl be a cat demon? "No, princess. Even if we die together with them, we cannot let you be harmed." The cat guard's eyes turned red as if they were about to fight Kagaya and her companions to the death. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. She could sense a strong mental force affecting these cats, causing them to behave abnormally. Otherwise, they would have fled long ago. Moreover, she sensed a familiar aura on this little girl but was not quite sure. The cats were agitated, seemingly having forgotten their previous fear, their eyes filled with anger as they stared at Kagaya. Kagaya's eyelids twitched. Why did she feel like she was the villain and the little girl was a hero sacrificing herself to save her people? Kagaya snorted softly, the nebulae in her eyes slowly rotating, exuding a strong chill, and an overwhelming aura spread out. The cats shivered under Kagaya's gaze, as if doused with cold water, calming down instantly, and they became silent. "Since you've decided, let's go." Kagaya smiled and reached out her hand to the cat-eared girl. The cat-eared girl hesitated, but finally, she reached out her fair, tender little hand and held Kagaya's outstretched hand. The cats watched helplessly as Kagaya took away their beloved princess. Chapter 112, Shura Field. Oops. Hearing a delicate cry behind her, Kagaya quickly turned around, almost spurting a nosebleed. She saw the little black Zetsu lowly frowning, stretching out her small hand, and fondling and pinching the chest of the cat-eared lowly. The cat-eared lowly looked helpless, trying feebly to dodge, her eyes fluttering as if she was about to cry. Unfortunately, her hands were already bound, so she was no match for Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was fondling her with a serious expression, frowning slightly as if pondering something. Suddenly, she turned her head, blinked her clear eyes, and said earnestly, "Mother, may I kill her?" "Why do you say that?" Kagaya looked at the little black Zetsu loli in surprise. It seemed the cat-eared loli hadn't offended her. "She's too indecent here," Black Zetsu said, pinching the cat-eared loli's chest. "She intends to use it to seduce you, mother." "Ah!" The cat-eared loli let out a scream like a kitten. "What?" "But to speak of it, the cat-eared loli's chest is indeed well developed, it's almost the size of an adult's. This might not be much on an adult, but on a tender little loli, it appears quite striking. As the saying goes, childlike face, big what?" The little black Zetsu loli had a perfect figure, with a delicate curve and a chest just the right size, like an inverted jade bowl, a very ideal proportion. However, in terms of size, it was overshadowed by the cat-eared loli. The little black Zetsu loli, familiar with Kagaya's preferences, naturally saw the cat-eared loli as a threat. In her eyes, any contender for affection had to be eliminated. Kagaya was well aware of the little black Zetsu loli's jealousy. She walked over, stroked her head, and said, "Let her go for now." Although reluctant, the little black Zetsu loli released the cat-eared loli as Kagaya instructed. The cat-eared loli was almost frightened to tears by Black Zetsu's words. Being a cat demon, she had sharp senses and could clearly tell that Black Zetsu was serious about wanting to kill her. Once released, she quickly clung to Kagaya's arm, seeing her as a protector. However, this action of hers was a big taboo for the little black Zetsu loli, whose eyes shot out a chilling gaze, causing the cat-eared loli to avert her eyes and hide behind Kagaya. Seeing the actions of the two young girls, Kagaya found it amusing. It was understandable that the cat demon was like a little girl, but even at such an age, she acted like a child. Of course, she didn't know that the current personality of Black Zetsu had only existed for a few years since birth. For the rest of the time, it was Black Zetsu's other personality in control. Since Black Zetsu fell into the abyss of the dragon veins, that personality had completely disappeared, leaving only the current childlike personality. It's like watching someone else's life in memory, but after watching, you certainly won't suddenly become that person, and the influence on you would be minimal. After all, they are two different people, and Black Zetsu's situation is that she has two relatively independent personalities with little influence on each other. Kagaya extended her arm to pat Black Zetsu's head in what seemed like reassurance, saying, "Rest assured." After listening, the little black Zetsu loli's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Although Kagaya hadn't said much, she had already understood. On the way back, Black Zetsu didn't cause any more trouble for the cat-eared loli, although she still seemed to have little fondness for her. The cat-eared loli, on the other hand, was no longer as frightened as before, and even secretly made a face at Black Zetsu when she wasn't looking. When they returned to the cat granny's place, the cat-eared loli immediately threw herself into the cat granny's arms, happily shouting, "Grandma! Grandma!" Kagaya and Black Zetsu exchanged confused glances. The cat granny patted the cat-eared loli's head and smiled, saying, "Thank you for bringing her back. To tell you the truth, she is my granddaughter, Tamaki." "Granddaughter?" Kagaya asked, full of surprise. "Exactly," the cat granny nodded. "Actually, we are not humans but cat demons that have taken human form." Kagaya suddenly remembered that there was indeed a girl named Tamaki in the original series, who was the granddaughter of the cat granny. She even had a romantic relationship with Kiba Inuzuka and should be of the same age as the Konoha 12. Kagaya wondered why she was appearing now but then realized that, given her identity as a cat demon, she would have a much longer lifespan than humans. As for Kiba Inuzuka and Tamaki dating for so long without getting married even into their 30s, Kagaya speculated it might be due to the difference in species. After all, one is human and the other is a demon, and humans and demons cannot marry, Of course, this is all Kagaya's conjecture. "I have something to ask," Kagaya said, her expression turning serious as she had been harboring a question in her mind on their way back. "Yes, but before that, let me show you something," the cat granny said, as if already knowing what Kagaya wanted to ask. She took something out of a nearby box, saying, "Perhaps this is the answer to your question." Kagaya took the item, which was a package tightly wrapped in bandages. After unraveling the layers, what appeared inside made Kagaya's eyes narrow. It was a kunai, a special one with seals engraved on it, and it was none other than Minato Namake's kunai. The kunai still carried a familiar power, cold and soul-stirring. Kagaya immediately recognized it as the one from when she entered the dragon veins, as it not only had the energy of space-time ninjutsu but also the energy of the dragon veins. Such energy wasn't something easily obtained. It was a miracle that this kunai wasn't destroyed in the explosion and was preserved. "Additionally, I have something I'd like to ask your help with," the cat granny said, putting down her pipe with a sigh. "What do you need help with?" Kagaya asked as she put the kunai in her bosom for safekeeping, knowing it was crucial for returning. "It's about my granddaughter," the cat granny sighed. Chapter 113, Treatment. This matter is also related to the kunai. One day, her granddaughter Tamaki discovered this kunai in the forest. Since they are in the business of ninja tools, including kunai, they were very interested in this kunai they had never seen before, so she picked it up. However, the problem occurred at the moment the cat-eared loli picked it up. A large amount of purple energy emerged from the kunai and entered her body through her hand. At first, nothing seemed unusual, and after being checked by the cat granny, nothing was found wrong with Tamaki, so she didn't pay any more attention to it. However, soon after, many strange things began to happen. Her granddaughter Tamaki suddenly gained an unusual ability, the ability to influence the minds of others. This was the situation Kagaya had noticed at the cat fortress, where most of the cats were controlled by Tamaki's special ability. If possible, I would like to have the energy expelled from her body, the cat granny sighed. This ability is indeed useful sometimes, but it can also bring disaster. The cat granny was right, although this ability was useful, no one wants their thoughts to be controlled. And since the cat-eared loli could not yet control her ability, if it were discovered, she could be attacked. Kagaya furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Her Tenseigan did have the ability to extract chakra from others, but she wasn't sure if she could extract the dragon vein's chakra and wasn't fully confident in succeeding. It's possible, Kagaya said, blinking as she twirled a strand of hair with her fair fingers, but I can't guarantee it will work. Then please try, the cat granny said softly, patting the cat-eared loli's head. As for the reward, you will not be disappointed. We'll discuss that later, Kagaya said, waving her fair arm dismissively. She addressed the cat-eared loli, come over here first. The cat-eared loli looked at her grandmother, who gave her an encouraging nod, prompting her to walk over slowly. Kagaya's eyes became deep and her crystalline pupils turned into swirling nebulae, emitting a gentle glow as she used her Tenseigan to examine the cat-eared loli. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She observed a mass of purple energy swirling around the cat-eared loli's heart, pulsing with each heartbeat and gradually spreading along her meridians throughout her body. Moreover, her skin showed purple markings similar to those Kagaya had once had, almost identical. However, the cat-eared loli lacked Kagaya's ability to purify the energy. The dragon vein's chakra's energy was like a virus, and would eventually spread throughout her body, at which point it would be too late. How does it look? The cat granny asked worriedly, seeing the serious expression on Kagaya's face. The situation is not good, Kagaya replied truthfully. If she isn't treated soon, this energy will spread all over her body. Then I'm counting on you, the cat granny said, her face showing concern. Kagaya nodded and said nothing. She extended her arm, placing her palm on the cat-eared loli's left chest, immediately feeling the soft sensation transmitted to her palm. Even through the clothing, the silky smoothness was noticeable. She suddenly recalled Black Zetsu loli's serious expression. She was right, it really is quite large. These distracting thoughts flashed through her mind, but she quickly calmed herself, focusing on extracting the dragon vein's chakra entrenched in the cat-eared loli's heart. One of Kagaya's strengths was her ability to concentrate fully on a task, shutting out all distractions. As Kagaya increased the gravitational pull in her palm, the dragon vein's chakra gradually peeled away from the beating heart, transforming into wisps of purple mist that slowly flowed into her palm. The cat-eared loli, however, wasn't feeling well. Intense pain assaulted her nerves in waves, like a tide crashing over her. This was because, while the gravity could extract the dragon vein's chakra, it also affected the heart and the blood flow within, causing symptoms akin to angina. The cat-eared loli bit her lip, enduring the pain, her face pale as sweat continuously streamed down her cheeks and hair. She finally couldn't hold back and moaned softly, her voice delicate and sweet, like a kitten in heat. Standing nearby, Black Zetsu loli frowned slightly, seeming to think of something, and showed an unhappy expression. She walked over, extended her small hand, and covered the cat-eared loli's mouth, abruptly stopping her moans. The cat granny wore a worried expression, constantly monitoring her granddaughter's condition. Seeing Black Zetsu loli cover her granddaughter's mouth, she didn't dare to say anything or intervene, fearing it might be some necessary ritual and interrupting it could pose a danger. In fact, the cat granny was overthinking it. Black Zetsu loli was simply displeased. After about half an hour, Kagaya exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Extracting chakra was typically a simple task, but when it involved removing it from within someone's body, especially near vital organs, it became much more challenging. She had to be cautious to prevent any mishaps, especially given that the cat-eared loli was so young and her body still fragile. Her meridians were delicate, and if she violently extracted the chakra, it could cause irreparable damage. To minimize harm, Kagaya used her strong mental power to carefully control each strand of chakra, avoiding important organs, meridians, and acupuncture points. It was tedious work. Thankfully, it was finally done, and she managed not to cause any harm to the cat-eared loli. The cat-eared loli, however, had suffered greatly, enduring pain for such a long time. She now looked pale, with vacant eyes and a weak body, as if she had been exhausted. Had Kagaya not been holding her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Her body was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead as if she had been fished out of the water. Holding the cat-eared loli felt like cradling a large plush doll, with a soft texture that was hard to let go of. Just as Kagaya was about to hand the cat-eared loli back to the cat granny, something unexpected happened. Chapter 114, Return to the Original World. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from Kagaya's chest, emanating from the kunai in her possession, which her clothes couldn't conceal. Startled, Kagaya quickly retrieved the kunai from her chest. It shimmered with iridescent colors, and strands of white energy swirled around it. Simultaneously, the dragon veins chakra within Kagaya seemed to be drawn out, merging with the white chakra. The light from the kunai grew increasingly intense until it finally exploded into a blinding flash, turning everything around white, forcing Kagaya to close her eyes. When Kagaya opened her eyes again, she found herself in a strange place. The ground was barren and desolate, riddled with craters and deep gashes, with the smell of smoke and even a hint of blood lingering in the air. Floating in the air, Kagaya surveyed her surroundings and saw many people around her. They were dressed in different outfits, but one thing was consistent: they all wore forehead protectors with the kanji 4, shinobi. Kagaya was taken aback. If she remembered correctly, these forehead protectors were only worn during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Could it be that this was the Fourth Great Ninja War? Could it be that she had returned to her original world? Kagaya was momentarily bewildered. Just as she was about to ask someone nearby what was happening, she noticed their expressions were blank and terrified, staring up at the sky as if watching something. At this moment, Kagaya felt someone tugging at her sleeve. She turned to see Black Zetsu loli, holding the cat-eared loli, who was the cat demon Tamaki. Kagaya was about to ask why Tamaki was there when Black Zetsu loli extended her fair finger and pointed toward the sky. Kagaya followed her finger, and a curse burst from her mouth. Holy crap! A massive meteor, several kilometers wide and as large as multiple football fields, had appeared in the sky and was rapidly descending, threatening to crush everything below. The friction with the atmosphere had turned it a fiery red. Isn't this the Tengai Shinsei? Kagaya's clear eyes narrowed as she focused on the gigantic rock descending from the sky. The appearance of such an object indicated that either Uchiha Madara or Uzumaki Nagato had been resurrected with the impure world reincarnation, and they might be on this battlefield. But Kagaya had no time to think further as the meteor was almost upon her. Feeling irritated at being attacked immediately upon her arrival, she raised her flawless, white arm toward the massive rock in the sky. Her eyes focused as 9 black truth-seeking balls emerged from her palm. The black orbs began to spin slowly, then faster and faster, leaving afterimages in the air as they closed the distance between each other. Ultimately, they fused into a larger truth-seeking ball. Not only that, but the ball's volume suddenly expanded, like a balloon being inflated, growing larger and larger. When it finally stopped, the truth-seeking ball had swollen to more than 100 times its original size. Meanwhile, Kagaya's appearance in the sky caught the attention of the people on the ground. Who is that person? It looks like a girl. Is she out of her mind, going to a place like that? If she wants to get herself killed, there's nothing we can do. Below, Terumi Mei's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she gazed at the graceful figure in the sky. If she wasn't mistaken. With a swift motion, Terumi Mei propelled herself forward like an arrow, racing towards the Tengai Shinsei's position. She needed to verify it for herself. Hey, where are you going, Mizukage? The nearby Reikage shouted, trying to grab her. Unfortunately, Terumi Mei moved incredibly fast and was gone in the blink of an eye, leaving Reikage empty-handed despite his speed. Meanwhile, the truth-seeking ball in Kagaya's hand had expanded into a massive sphere, 100 meters in diameter, exuding a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the black truth-seeking ball in Kagaya's hand shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, meeting the descending meteorite head-on. The two spheres, one large and one small, collided. This was Kagaya's truth-seeking ball attack. Boom. At the moment of collision, time seemed to stand still. Then a dazzling light burst forth, its brightness rivaling the sun, as if a second sun had appeared. This was followed by a thunderous explosion, deafening in its intensity, as if the heavens and earth were shattering. The resulting shockwave from the collision formed visible ripples, spreading out in concentric circles, obliterating everything in their path. Forests, grasslands, and even mountains were leveled, leaving nothing but barren ground. Even the clouds high in the sky were swept away, revealing a clear blue sky as if it had been freshly washed. The massive meteorite in the sky crumbled and shattered under the force of the truth-seeking ball, breaking into huge fragments that scattered like blossoms falling to the ground. Smoke billowed, fires blazed, and a huge mushroom cloud formed, filling the sky with dust and debris. The people below were stunned by the scene before them. They had been engulfed in despair, believing their deaths were imminent, as such a force seemed insurmountable. Only now did they realize there was not one meteorite but two, both over 100 meters in diameter. Who would have thought that, against all odds, the two enormous meteorites would be shattered? It was simply unbelievable. Even more astonishing was that their savior was a girl. Who is this girl? Gazing at the sky's magnificent fireworks-like explosion, Kagaya brushed off imaginary dust from her hands, nodding in satisfaction. Since absorbing the dragon veins, her powers had grown by leaps and bounds, allowing her to use the truth-seeking balls freely without entering Tenseigan chakra mode. Suddenly, Kagaya sensed something and turned to look behind her, only to find her face covered by two soft objects as soon as she turned. Chapter 115, Kagaya vs Uchiha Madara. Kagaya kept pushing and shoving until she finally escaped someone's embrace, freeing herself from the danger of being suffocated by a pair of huge breasts. Meitorumi. Kagaya looked up and was surprised to see that the charming woman in front of her was none other than Meitorumi, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Mind your manners, you should call me sister. Meitorumi looked very pleased as she reached out and pinched Kagaya's cheek, huffing, you promised to come find me, but I waited so long and you never showed up. I was busy, you know. Kagaya rubbed her head awkwardly, knowing that her excuse was not very convincing. Is that so? Meitorumi glanced at her. What are you doing here? That's a long story, Kagaya sighed. I nearly died, barely made it back. Let me explain. Before you explain, Meitorumi's alluring eyes looked at Kagaya with a teasing smile, could you move your hand away first? Only then did Kagaya realize her hand was still on Meitorumi's chest, and she quickly withdrew it, but not before giving it a secret squeeze. Meitorumi's chest had developed even more, not only bigger but softer too. An alluring mature woman is certainly something special. Such a subtle action did not escape Meitorumi's attention. She raised an eyebrow and reached out with both white hands, intending to pinch Kagaya's cheeks. Suddenly, her body froze, and she swiftly turned to look into the distance. Who are you? A deep voice sounded abruptly. Kagaya frowned slightly and turned her head to look. A figure emerged from the dust. With long, wild hair and a handsome face, eyes with ripple-patterned Rinnegan, and a tall stature clad in thick armor, it could only be Uchiha Madara if she was not mistaken. My name is Kagaya, and you must be Uchiha Madara. Kagaya turned to face him, pinching her chin thoughtfully as she observed the man, her lips curling into a slight smile. Kagaya, are you the little girl Obito mentioned? Uchiha Madara glanced at Kagaya, speaking in a deep voice. To have such skill at your age is quite impressive. Thanks for the compliment. Kagaya chuckled softly, twirling a lock of hair with her delicate fingers. However, I advise you to turn back. You won't win. Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, then his face twisted into an amused smile as he said, little girl, to earn my praise is a privilege, but it doesn't mean you can be arrogant. Arrogant. Kagaya smirked, to boast without strength is arrogance, but those with strength are confident, aren't they? As she spoke, her face bloomed into a charming smile. The beautiful smile from the girl in front of him made Uchiha Madara pause, a dazed look appearing in his eyes, his body gradually relaxing. However, this state did not last long. Uchiha Madara shuddered, a flash of light crossing his eyes, dispelling the confusion and snapping him back to reality. To think I fell into a genjutsu. I underestimated you. Uchiha Madara's face was no longer as relaxed as before, and his brow furrowed slightly, speaking in a deep voice. Previously, Kagaya used the spiritual control ability of her Tenseigan. Initially, she didn't expect to defeat Uchiha Madara with it, she was just testing him. As expected, Uchiha Madara wasn't so easily controlled. After all, he possesses the Rinnegan, which is equivalent to the Tenseigan, and he is not just any random opponent. Thank you for the compliment, Kagaya said with a light smile, though how sincere she was is unknown. Since you possess such power, why not join me in creating a world without suffering? Uchiha Madara said solemnly. Moreover, I can fulfill any conditions you may have. Sorry, Kagaya replied, twirling a lock of her hair with her flawless fingers, smiling slightly, falsehoods remain false. I'm not interested in a fake world. If you want to talk conditions, how about you become my follower? Room and board included. Since you are so stubborn, Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold, a red glow flickering in his eyes, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's figure exploded forward, rushing toward Kagaya like a specter. Kagaya snorted and dashed forward with equal speed, a white flash arriving in an instant. Uchiha Madara extended his arm, his fist striking at Kagaya with lightning speed. Kagaya quickly dodged to the side, countering with a palm strike, but was kicked aside by Uchiha Madara. She used the recoil to leap backward and suddenly disappeared midair. Body flicker technique. When Kagaya reappeared, she was already behind Uchiha Madara, her elegant leg lashing toward his back. But Uchiha Madara seemed to have anticipated this, crossing his arms to block. The two figures clashed like phantoms, battling fiercely with neither side gaining the upper hand. Uchiha Madara had decades of combat experience, wielding formidable strength and agile techniques, with the insight of his Rinnegan providing incredible perception. Kagaya was not at a disadvantage. Although her combat experience was not as rich as Uchiha Madara's, and she wasn't as seasoned, her agility was exceptional, her body extremely flexible, capable of performing incredible maneuvers, and her Tenseigan's perception was on par with the Rinnegan. Furthermore, she hadn't yet activated her Rinne Sharingan, leaving the outcome uncertain. The two were intensely engaged, using only taijutsu without any ninjutsu, yet the force of their strikes whipped up fierce winds, leaving the surroundings in disarray, with rubble flying and dust swirling. Nearby, Mei Terumi's face was filled with worry. Biting her lip, she was about to step in and help but had barely taken a few steps when her sleeve was tugged. Turning, she saw a twin-tailed, blonde-haired little girl holding her sleeve. She was startled because she hadn't noticed when the girl came to her side. "Don't worry, he won't be a match for Mother," Black Zetsu said nonchalantly, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Mother?" Mei Terumi looked at Black Zetsu in surprise. "Are you Kagaya's daughter? Is there a problem?" Black Zetsu replied impatiently, furrowing her pretty brows. No, Mei Terumi was thrown into confusion, not expecting that Kagaya was married and even had a daughter. She is so young. Wait, Mei Terumi suddenly realized. The little girl in front of her couldn't possibly be Kagaya's daughter. Kagaya herself is so young, how could she have such an older daughter? Chapter 116, The Battle Begins. After Black Zetsu's brief interruption, Mei Terumi's mood relaxed considerably. Observing that Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were evenly matched, she realized that if she joined the fight recklessly, she might become a liability. Mei Terumi had always believed Kagaya to be impressive, but after years apart, Kagaya had become even more formidable, holding her own against the legendary Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, Madara leapt back, exiting the fight, and quickly formed hand seals while taking a deep breath, releasing a jet of flames from his mouth. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. As soon as the flame left Uchiha Madara, it expanded with the wind, reaching Kagaya as a wall of fire dozens of meters high and 100 meters wide, surging toward her like a tidal wave. The sky was ablaze, and heat waves rolled over, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air, turning the ground into scorched earth. The searing wall of fire engulfed Kagaya, obscuring her in a sea of roaring flames and turbulent air currents. Seeing this, Mei Terumi was shocked and felt a surge of regret. She shouldn't have listened to that little girl and should have joined Kagaya against their opponent, which might have prevented this situation. Just as she was about to rush over to rescue Kagaya, the overwhelming wall of fire suddenly bulged and then exploded, the searing flames disintegrating into sparks and vanishing into the air. This was due to Kagaya's ability to manipulate gravitational forces, creating an invisible protective barrier around her body, preventing any flames from approaching. Kagaya emerged unscathed from the flames, turning to Mei Terumi with a squinted, slight smile. Mei Terumi finally felt relieved and snorted softly to herself, thinking that once they got back, she would teach Kagaya a lesson for playing such a trick on her. This is. Uchiha Madara frowned, already sensing the gravitational manipulation power, which was very similar to the power of his Rinnegan. His eyes narrowed, having noticed the peculiar, starry pattern in Kagaya's eyes. Those eyes. But Kagaya didn't give Uchiha Madara much time to think, she began her counterattack. Kagaya's long hair suddenly extended, unfurling and fluttering in the wind, flowing like a waterfall, shimmering with a dreamy hue like the cold moonlight. Suddenly, the silver strands of her hair shot out with a whoosh, aimed straight at Uchiha Madara. The silver strands, like countless needles, spread out in a pattern like scattered flower petals. Rabbit hair needle. Thud, thud, thud. The hair strands, like silver needles, pierced the ground, raising clouds of dust that obscured visibility, making it difficult to see any figures clearly. These strands were infused with powerful chakra, making them harder than steel and sharper than swords. As the dust gradually settled, what appeared before everyone was a towering purple giant, engulfed in purple flames, wielding a sharp sword, and exuding an aura of power and intimidation. Uchiha Madara stood within this purple giant, arms crossed, coldly watching Kagaya from afar. Susanoo, Kagaya smiled charmingly, twirling a lock of her hair around her finger, giving it a gentle tug. Do you think you can block my rabbit hair needle with that? What is this? Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed as he reached towards his chest. Somehow, a strand of hair had pierced his chest, extending from behind him and connecting to Kagaya's hair. This strand was so resilient that Madara found it impossible to sever it quickly. Suddenly, Madara sensed chakra flowing along this hair strand towards him. Acting decisively, he punched his own body, shattering half of it into pieces, then leaped backward, freeing himself from the hair. The strand, having lost its anchor, drifted away and vanished without a trace. What a pity, Kagaya lamented, a hint of disappointment in her watery eyes. Just now, Kagaya had used the hair strand to transfer chakra. If it had reached Madara, it could have severely injured him or at least slowed him down. If Madara were truly alive, sweat might be forming on his brow now. It was only now that he truly took Kagaya seriously, realizing that this beautiful girl before him was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. By this time, the 5 Kage had arrived, watching in astonishment the battle between the two in the distance, or perhaps more focused on the girl involved. That little girl, Anoki said, widening his eyes as if recognizing her, isn't she the girl from the Akatsuki organization? She certainly is, said the muscular Raikage, stepping forward. I never expected that after so many years, she'd become so powerful. But why are they fighting? Anoki asked in confusion. Weren't they supposed to be allies? No, they weren't, Tsunade replied solemnly. She left the Akatsuki a long time ago, though she's been missing recently. Should we assist? Gaara approached, his face expressionless. Uchiha Madara is no ordinary ninja. No, if we go, we'll just be a burden, Mei Terumi, who had been observing the battle, turned around and laughed softly. Besides, that little girl isn't an ordinary ninja either. If we were to intervene, she might not appreciate it. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. Since Uchiha Madara was reanimated with Edo Tensei, he could repair his body, and it wasn't long before he was completely restored. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. With Madara's roar, the earth began to shake violently, and rocks and sand tumbled to the ground. Trees erupted from the earth, growing with the wind. In no time, they had become towering trees, forming an endless forest that encircled Kagaya. Countless branches and vines extended from the trees, swiftly attacking Kagaya. Chapter 117, Battle in Progress. In the air, Kagaya moved swiftly, like a startled swan and a swimming dragon, weaving effortlessly through the numerous vines. Her demeanor was calm and composed, and she even wore a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Isn't it a bit too careless to use such a technique? Kagaya smiled faintly. Do you really think such a technique can stop me? Is that so? Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a faint cold smile. You'll see soon enough. Suddenly, buds began to grow on the trees within the forest, and then they bloomed, releasing puffs of pink pollen that spread into the air. This pollen was powerful enough to render someone completely powerless or even cause them to faint. Surrounded by the sea of flowers, Kagaya had no place to escape, and the pollen had already reached her location. Kagaya's expression changed, and her crystalline eyes gradually became hazy, while her body grew weak and limp, staggering until she finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Little girl, you have much to learn, Madara said with a mocking smile on his face. Since we have the kindling, let's add a little spark. Madara's fingers flew rapidly as he formed hand seals, like a series of illusions. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A scorching red flame shot from Madara's mouth like a torrent, rushing towards the forest below like a lightning bolt. With a boom, the flames ignited the trees, and the fire spread rapidly, transforming into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The area was engulfed in scorching heat and the smell of burning. No, we have to help her, unexpectedly suggested the Raikage. She can't possibly defeat Uchiha Madara. Yes, Tsunade nodded in agreement. We can't let this girl act recklessly, we need to defeat Madara quickly. Then let's go, Anoki stepped forward, snorting, even though I don't like this little girl, we can't just stand by. As they turned to head toward the battle, intending to help, a figure stood in their way, blocking their path. You can't go, said the twin-tailed, blonde-haired little girl, Black Zetsu, standing seriously in front of them. Why? Gaara, arms crossed, asked in a deep voice. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be very close to Kagaya. Why wouldn't you save her if she's in danger? You're mistaken, Black Zetsu said earnestly, blinking her watery eyes. Madara is not a match for Mother. Please don't disturb Mother. Disturb? The five Kage looked at each other in astonishment. They could hardly believe that this little girl would say such a thing. The current situation was clear, Kagaya was in extreme danger, clearly not a match for Madara. Defeat was only a matter of time. We can't let you mess around any further, Raikage said with a stern face. This is war, not a child's game. If you insist on disturbing Mother, the twin-tailed, blonde-haired little girl said, her eyes flashing with a cold light, then don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. However, in her current vulnerable state, she appeared more cute than intimidating. As they continued to argue, the battle situation shifted once more. With a deafening boom, the ground shook, mountains trembled, and the sky seemed to collapse, shrouded in a cloud of dust and billowing smoke. What? Uchiha Madara lowered his arm from his face, which had been shielding him from the dust, and the scene before him left him stunned. The forest he had created with the wood-style, flowering tree world technique had vanished completely, as if erased from the earth. What remained was a circular crater over a kilometer in diameter and several dozen meters deep, barren as though struck by a meteorite. This effect was a result of Kagaya's use of repulsive force, similar to the Shinra Tensei. Originally, Kagaya didn't intend to create such a large impact, but since it was her first time using this technique, she applied too much force. Aren't you already? Madara was utterly bewildered. Are you talking about the pollen? Kagaya blinked her clear eyes and smiled lightly. Sorry, I'm not allergic to pollen. Even if Madara were foolish, he would realize that Kagaya was mocking him, causing his anger to surge, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. The ground trembled again as a massive tree grew up from beneath it. From the trunk, numerous figures emerged, separating into dozens of individuals, each resembling Madara. This was the wood-style, multiple-wood-release clone. "Little girl, you've angered me," Madara said sternly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I'll teach you a lesson." "Teach me." Kagaya raised an eyebrow and laughed derisively. "Sorry, you're not my father, so you're not qualified." "Is that so?" Madara mocked. "You'll find out soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Madara's wood clones dashed towards Kagaya like shadows, their bodies suddenly igniting with purple flames that grew larger until they formed colossal purple giants. These purple giants were all Susanoo. A group of purple giants charged at Kagaya like mountains, shaking the ground beneath them with each step, creating an imposing scene. For ordinary people, such a sight would be terrifying enough to make them wet their pants. Although the purple giants were enormous, their size did not hinder their movements. On the contrary, they were surprisingly agile and reached Kagaya in the blink of an eye. "If you beg for mercy now, I might spare your life," Madara said, looking down at Kagaya. "Beautiful women are usually foolish, I hope you're not one of them." "Though being praised by you like this," Kagaya smiled faintly, "doesn't make me happy at all. Come forth, lava beast." Chapter 118, Perfect Susanoo vs Tenseigan Statue. The ground suddenly began to shake, as if an earthquake had struck, and the earth swelled up as gigantic stone statues emerged from it. These statues had ferocious faces, towering statures, and knotted muscles, exuding immense strength. They roared as they charged toward Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. These were not the stone golems from League of Legends but rather creations humorously named by Kagaya, as no one knew what to call them. "They're just mere stone golems," Madara sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, these were merely special earth-release creations capable of moving, lacking true power. He figured they would shatter in a few blows, as the young girl before him, no matter how strong, could not possibly match his own infinite chakra due to his Edo Tensei state. What he didn't know was that these were not ordinary earth-release techniques or regular stone golems, they were stone statues created by the Tenseigan, possessing the power to suppress the Nine Tails. "Is that so?" Kagaya's lips curled into a knowing smile, her clear eyes glinting with mischief. Boom. Susanoo and the stone statues collided, shaking the earth and causing a deafening roar, instantly filling the air with dust. Their battle had begun. Susanoo swung its long sword fiercely at the statues, sending stone chips flying, but the statues were not to be outdone, delivering powerful punches that staggered the blue giant. The two sides exchanged blows, their battle fierce and earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the true opponents chose to observe the battle. Madara stood with arms crossed, appearing relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about the fight, though his eyes occasionally flickered toward Kagaya. Kagaya, however, took out a scroll and, with a poof of white smoke, produced a luxurious bed made of fine sandalwood, with intricately carved flowers and birds on its sides, and covered with soft down bedding. This was Kagaya's essential travel item, as she was tired of waking up with aches from sleeping on hard ground. She flopped onto the bed, hugging a pillow and nuzzling it. She considered calling Black Zetsu to join her but decided against it, thinking it best to leave some face for her opponent. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had already greatly disrespected Madara, and seeing Kagaya's casual demeanor nearly made him explode with rage. It was nothing short of an insult. Madara increased the intensity of his wooden clone's assault, causing the stone statues to fall into a disadvantage, retreating under the relentless attacks of Susanoo. However, after a while, Madara realized something was wrong. The stone statues never seemed to sustain damage, or if they did, they instantly repaired themselves, even faster than Edo Tensei could regenerate. Though he could continue indefinitely with his infinite chakra, thanks to Edo Tensei, the same wasn't true for other battlefields that lacked his presence. Without his intervention, they would eventually fall. Could this young girl have anticipated this? Madara thought, noting that the seemingly innocent girl had such foresight. Madara's eyes narrowed as he let out a cold snort, performing a hand seal, causing the wooden clones to vanish. He intended to end this quickly. Why stop? Ready to admit defeat. Kagaya called out with a light smile from her bed. "Humph," Madara scoffed, "arrogant little girl, let me show you the true power of Susanoo's complete form." As he spoke, Madara's Susanoo suddenly ignited with blazing blue flames that spread across its body. Under the dazzling purple light, the blue flames transformed into the giant's muscles, skin, and armor. When all was done, the previously blue giant had transformed into an armored samurai wielding a long sword, standing imposingly before Kagaya, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Susanoo drew its long sword, swinging its arm fiercely, creating a gale and a powerful shockwave that even the 5 Kage in the distance could not withstand, forcing them to close their eyes against the wind. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, and the 5 Kage forced their eyes open, stunned by the sight before them. What? The mountain has been split. Mei Terumi was shocked as she looked at the 2 mountain peaks in the distance. The The tall mountaintops had been sliced off, leaving only a barren stump, with a smooth and clean cut that attested to the sharpness of Susanoo's complete form's blade. This is Uchiha Madara. Tsuchikage was so shocked that his words faltered, and cold sweat dripped from his brow. What kind of monster is this? Reikage gritted his teeth, staring intently at Uchiha Madara. Kagaya has grown to such an extent. Gaara's eyes were fixed on Kagaya. The first time he met her was during the Chunin exams, where she was already very strong, but not insurmountably so. Now, this beautiful girl had reached a level he could no longer catch up to. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, there is still time, Uchiha Madara said, having gradually lost his patience. He originally only intended to toy with this little girl, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be so difficult to deal with. You go on. I can handle this guy alone. Kagaya lazily waved her hand, her tone relaxed. There are other battlefields that need your help more than here. Go. The 5 Kage exchanged awkward glances. It seemed that from the start until now, they hadn't had a chance to intervene. They remained only out of concern that Kagaya might not be able to defeat Uchiha Madara. But it appeared she didn't need any help. If they joined the fight, they might even become a hindrance. Just then, Kagaya's clear and pleasant voice rang out again. There are other battlefields that need your assistance. Please, head elsewhere, I can handle things here. Kagaya smiled faintly and waved at them. Watch out. The 5 Kage exclaimed in shock. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo had approached Kagaya from behind, raising its long sword. Little girl, has no one told you not to be distracted during battle? Madara said coldly, his eyes gleaming with menace. The Susanoo's sword swung down instantly. In the nick of time, a massive stone statue emerged from the ground in front of Kagaya, blocking Madara's attack. Its enormous hand reached out and caught the Susanoo's sword, halting its advance. What? Madara's eyes narrowed. He could naturally sense that this stone statue was fundamentally different from the earlier ones. Its strength and defense had increased dramatically, comparable to the difference between his incomplete and complete Susanoo. I told you to leave. You're only a distraction if you stay here, Kagaya said, seeing that the 5 Kage were still standing there, her brow furrowed slightly in displeasure. Then we'll take our leave. Mei Terumi smiled with narrowed eyes and waved at Kagaya, saying, I'll treat you to Dango when you return. Although worried about Kagaya, she understood that staying was pointless and would only distract her. Chapter 119, Unforgivable. Now it's just the two of us, Kagaya said with a faint smile at Uchiha Madara. Let's have some fun. Mother, I'm still here, came the voice of the black Zetsu loli from not far behind. Kagaya turned to see that the black Zetsu loli had somehow appeared behind her. Where's Kurohime? Kagaya asked, noticing that the cat-eared loli was nowhere to be seen. Over there. Following the direction of black Zetsu's pale finger, Kagaya's mouth twitched. She saw Kurohime lying on the bed where she had been earlier, tied up with ropes. However, that wasn't the key point. The key point was that the rope was tied in a way that looked like something out of shibari. Who taught you this? Kagaya asked, her eyes filled with disbelief. From here, Black Zetsu took out a small book from her bosom, which bore the title, Ika Ika Paradise. Kagaya felt a headache coming on, her mouth twitching as she asked, Where did you get this? I found it on the ground. But from the way Black Zetsu's clear eyes were blinking, it was obvious she wasn't telling the truth. Let me see it. Kagaya walked over and reached out to the Black Zetsu loli. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment before handing the booklet to Kagaya, looking at her with a hopeful gaze. Confiscated, Kagaya tucked the booklet into her bosom with a serious expression. This kind of booklet isn't suitable for children. I'll give it back to you when you're older. In truth, Kagaya wanted to see what was inside since it had once fascinated Kakashi so much, it must be interesting. Ah, Black Zetsu's little face fell with a look of disappointment. If it weren't for Kagaya being her mother, she would have snatched it back. After all, it was said to be a guide to gaining someone's love. With that understanding, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Haven't you had enough of this? Madara, who had endured for a long time, couldn't help but roar. The little girl before him was chatting away as if he wasn't even there. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Kagaya composed herself and said seriously, can you wait a moment? Madara felt like he was about to explode with anger, letting out a loud roar as Susanoo charged towards Kagaya like a cannonball, shaking the earth with its massive body. He wanted nothing more than to tear this little girl to pieces, but unfortunately, a massive stone statue blocked his path halfway. The stone statue let out a deafening roar, clenched its fist, and charged at Susanoo, striking its sword with a powerful punch that sent Susanoo stumbling back a step or two before it regained its footing. Not to be outdone, Susanoo wielded its sword and swung it down hard. With a thunderous crash, debris flew everywhere, and dust rolled in clouds. Madara's eyes narrowed as he realized that the stone statue hadn't taken much damage, not even losing any stone from its body. The sword left only a shallow cut, which healed almost immediately. It wasn't that his complete Susanoo was weak, but that the stone statue before him had also grown in strength, with increased power, remarkable defense, and astonishing regenerative abilities. Letting this drag on would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Susanoo suddenly slashed at the chest of the stone statue with both swords. With a deafening crash, a large gash appeared on the chest of the statue. But this wasn't much of a problem for the statue. Even if it was shattered into powder, it could still recover. But that wasn't Madara's aim. Using the force of this impact, Susanoo leaped back to the rear, landing with a tremendous crash that shook the ground. In its hand appeared 3 red Magatama, spinning rapidly in Susanoo's palm. Suddenly, Susanoo hurled the Magatama with all its might, and they spun rapidly towards the giant statue. Yasaka Magatama. Yasaka Magatama is a technique of the complete Susanoo. Not only can Uchiha Itachi use it, but Uchiha Madara can also use it. Its power is immense, so great that it nearly penetrated through Gaara's sand shield and Inoki's rock golem defense simultaneously. But Kagaya wasn't too worried. Although the Yasaka Magatama was powerful, she had great confidence in the statue. It was capable of suppressing the 9 tails, so even if it couldn't completely defend against the attack, it wouldn't suffer much damage due to its super strong regenerative abilities. However, after a while, Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed. She realized that the Yasaka Magatama was not targeting the statue or her, but was aimed at the black Zetsu loli and the cat-eared loli in the distance. "You are too despicable." Kagaya roared with fury, her eyes blazing with anger as she swiftly rushed towards the black Zetsu loli. Despicable. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his face displaying disdain. "As long as I achieve my goal, does it matter if it's despicable?" The Yasaka Magatama moved at lightning speed, reaching the 2 lolis in an instant, seemingly about to hit them. At the critical moment, a spatial rift appeared in front of the black Zetsu loli, and a pale, flawless hand extended out, releasing an invisible force that suddenly erupted, slowing down the Yasaka Magatama as if it were trapped in mud. The figure then emerged from the space. It was none other than Kagaya using her Yamatsu Hirasaka. "This is..." Uchiha Madara's face displayed shock as he stared blankly at the young girl before him. "This little girl." The Yasaka Magatama, halted by Kagaya's gravitational force, hovered in midair. Just as Kagaya was about to make a mocking remark, the Yasaka Magatama suddenly spun again, seizing the moment when Kagaya let her guard down to break free from her control. The chakra strings connecting the 3 Magatama snapped instantly, and the Magatama whirled around Kagaya, heading straight towards the unguarded black Zetsu loli. Blood splattered. Crimson blood flowed from Kagaya's palm. Just moments ago, to block the Yasaka Magatama, Kagaya had, in a moment of urgency, grabbed the rapidly spinning Magatama with her bare hand. The Magatama ultimately did not strike the black Zetsu loli, but Kagaya's hand was injured by the Yasaka Magatama. Blood dripped from Kagaya's pale, flawless fingers onto the ground. "You dare to hurt mother?" Black Zetsu suddenly looked up, her clear eyes blazing with a terrifying light as she spoke, word by word, unforgivable. Chapter 120, Half-Hearted Battle. An immense and unparalleled mental power erupted from the black Zetsu loli, like a volcanic explosion. This invisible force swept across like a shockwave, destroying everything on the ground, rocks, trees, and even hills, leaving behind a ravaged landscape. Uchiha Madara was hit first, struck hard by this force. It wasn't a tangible force, yet it possessed a greater destructive power than physical force. Under this mental power, Madara felt a severe headache and couldn't help but clutch his head, barely managing to lift his gaze and stare at the little girl in front of him whom he had never taken seriously. He hadn't expected her to possess such power. Had he known, he would have eliminated her first. This is precisely Black Zetsu's power. As the consciousness of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, she naturally possessed extremely strong mental power, which was also the reason she was able to successfully sneak attack 6 Paths Madara later. After being baptized by the chakra of the dragon veins, Black Zetsu's mental power had further increased, but she had never had the opportunity to demonstrate this power. Now, seeing her beloved mother injured to save her, the rage in her heart could no longer be contained, and she used mental attacks. This type of attack was formless, a power of the mind, and naturally, there was no way to defend against it except by using one's own mental strength to contend. Kagaya looked at the twin-tailed, golden-haired loli in front of her with surprise, never realizing that the loli possessed such a powerful ability. Although they had been together for a long time, Black Zetsu had never shown her abilities, and the original series did not detail her specific powers. Uchiha Madara already had thoughts of retreat. If it were only Black Zetsu, he could endure the headache and still try to eliminate her, but now, with Kagaya watching closely, he knew there was no way he could succeed. Controlling Susanoo, he jumped backward, putting some distance between himself and the source of the mental force, which lessened its impact. Madara raised his arm, and Susanoo mirrored the action, its palm aimed at Kagaya and Black Zetsu. A sense of crisis flashed through Kagaya's mind. Frowning, she dashed toward Black Zetsu at lightning speed, scooping up the twin-tailed golden-haired loli in her arms. At that moment, a massive repulsive force erupted, surging toward Kagaya head-on. Susanoo, Shinra Tensei. The enormous repulsive force swept through like a giant tornado, tearing apart everything in its path. The ground was instantly shattered, plowed into a massive trench, with debris flying and smoke billowing. Madara did not press the attack but instead retreated. He realized that staying here had lost its meaning, or rather, the combat plan had failed here, and only a temporary retreat could possibly reverse the situation. Just then, a white flash struck from behind Madara. He paid it no mind. The defense of the full-body Susanoo was formidable, not easily pierced by just anything, so he didn't take the incoming object seriously. But then, he was shocked to find that this white bone-like object pierced through Susanoo's defense with ease, as if slicing through butter. By the time Madara reacted to defend himself, it was too late. The white bone spear had already pierced through his left arm. This little attack is supposed to injure me. Ridiculous, Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. Being in an Edo Tensei body, his regenerative abilities were extremely powerful, and normal attacks had little effect on him. However, he had miscalculated this time. What? Suddenly, Madara realized that his left arm was gradually disintegrating, crumbling away like dirt. A strange energy was slowly consuming his body, and in no time, it spread to his shoulder. Without hesitation, Madara gritted his teeth and punched his left shoulder, severing his left arm, which turned to ashes before hitting the ground. Madara glanced at the distant girl with lingering fear, then quickly turned and left. He realized he had truly underestimated her. He had initially considered the battle as mere child's play and did not take it seriously. It was only now that he realized the girl across from him had never taken him seriously either. Madara fled swiftly and soon disappeared from sight. Kagaya frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and wanted to chase after him. But a small hand gently tugged at her sleeve. When she turned, she saw the tear-filled face of the twin-tailed, golden-haired loli. "Mother," Black Zetsu loli said, looking downcast. For some reason, Kagaya suddenly found it amusing. She gently patted the loli's head and softly said, "It's nothing, don't worry about it, and I'm not really hurt." As she spoke, Kagaya extended her arm, showing the smooth, unblemished skin without a trace of injury. Since absorbing the dragon vein's chakra, Kagaya's bloodline had awakened further, greatly enhancing her regenerative abilities. Though not quite on par with the 100 healings technique, it was nonetheless impressive. Seeing that Kagaya indeed seemed unharmed, Black Zetsu loli was relieved, though still holding her hand shyly. At that moment, a strange moaning sound abruptly broke the silence, intermittently resembling an animal's whimpering. Turning her head, Kagaya noticed that at some point, the cat-eared loli bound on the bed had awoken and was writhing incessantly, emitting muffled cries for help. However, the ropes binding her were artistically intricate, tying her up like a dumpling. Black Zetsu loli frowned, walked over expressionlessly, and showed her pale fist to the cat-eared loli. The cat-eared loli immediately stopped whimpering, tears welling in her moist eyes. Kagaya watched with a cold sweat, wondering just how much Black Zetsu loli disliked the cat-eared loli. Chapter 121, Edo Tensei Daidara. When Kagaya finally freed the cat-eared loli, she immediately hid behind Kagaya, clutching at her clothes. Although she seemed quite afraid of Black Zetsu loli, she peeked curiously from behind Kagaya, only to quickly withdraw when noticed. "Don't bully her too much in the future. Since she won't be able to return for a while, we're like a family now," Kagaya said helplessly. "You should get along." Given the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for the cat-eared loli to return. The dragon veins was gone, and the special kunai was lost as well. Even if she had them, she wouldn't know where she'd end up in another time travel attempt. As the realization that she might never return sank in, tears welled up in the cat-eared loli's eyes, though she dared not cry out of fear that Black Zetsu loli might scold her. Black Zetsu loli furrowed her brow and reluctantly muttered her assent. Kagaya smiled wryly, resolving the two little ones' issues before she headed toward the main battlefield, based on her memory. Lacking precise coordinates, she couldn't use spatial ninjutsu and had to rely on her knowledge from the anime and manga to navigate. On her way, she encountered an unexpected person. "Daidara!" Kagaya exclaimed, startled, as she saw a figure on a giant bird in the sky. With blonde hair and long bangs, tied into a high ponytail, Daidara still bore a somewhat youthful appearance despite his age, dressed in a large robe. Indeed, it was Daidara, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. However, his body now bore signs of soil, and his eyes had an unnatural gray-black hue, devoid of a living person's aura. Presumably, he was an Edo Tensei form. "Kagaya." Daidara's eyes widened, recognizing her as the bird circled in the sky and then descended slowly. "How did you die?" Kagaya approached, scrutinizing him with a playful smirk. "Did you blow yourself up?" "Don't joke like that. I am a true artist, Yes, Kagaya shrugged, "your art is blowing yourself to smithereens." Hey, just because I like you doesn't mean you can insult my art, Daidara said, clenching his fists indignantly. Don't say such disgusting things, Kagaya shuddered at the notion. Since when did you develop such a sense of humor? I'm serious, Deidara exclaimed, face flushed. I wanted to tell you, but I died. Now that I have the chance, I must say it. I think you'd be better off dead, Kagaya said, seriously nodding as she pressed her chin with her pale fingers. Hey, are you that heartless? Deidara was exasperated, and regardless of what you say, I like you, HM. Mother, is this person an idiot? Black Zetsu slowly tugged at Kagaya's sleeve. Yes, he's an idiot. Remember to stay away from such people, Kagaya replied earnestly. Idiocy is contagious. Oh. Black Zetsu slowly nodded cooperatively, looking at Deidara with an expression that seemed to convey concern for someone with diminished mental capacity. Hey. Deidara felt like he was about to explode with anger, despite already being dead. I heard everything you just said. Suddenly, Deidara's words were cut off, a white light flashed across his body, and his expression turned sullen and dark. Kagaya frowned slightly, sensing something familiar. I didn't expect to meet you here, Deidara's lips curled into a smile that didn't suit him. Kagaya. Kabuto, is it really appropriate for you to hide like this? Kagaya laughed softly, her eyes fixed on the figure before her. Indeed, the one possessing Deidara was Kabuto Yakushi, only he could speak with such guile. You've recognized me, Kabuto's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. You are indeed impressive. After all these years, you've gained enough strength to defeat Uchiha Madara. I underestimated you. Enough with the flattery, Kagaya wrinkled her nose in disdain. State your purpose. Both of us come from Konoha. Why would you return to such a decaying place? Haven't you realized that Konoha itself is the root of all conflicts? Kabuto sneered. It's these ninja villages that foster war. Ninjas thrive on war, and without it, they cease to exist. What are you getting at? Kagaya asked impatiently. Ninjas are parasites in this world, destroying it, causing countless deaths, displacing people, and leaving children orphaned at a young age, Kabuto continued, disregarding Kagaya's question, a smile appearing on his face. Don't you find this world twisted? And so? Kagaya raised an eyebrow. So I hope you will join us. With your strength, we can cleanse this corrupt world completely, Kabuto's eyes glimmered with excitement. Together, we can create a perfect new world. Sorry, I've heard that line too many times before, Kagaya yawned with boredom. Can you offer something new? Won't you consider it? Kabuto said, laughing. Sorry, I have no grand ambitions, nor do I wish to change the world. That's not my concern. I just want to sleep well, eat dango until I'm full, and perhaps flirt with girls when I'm bored. Your words hold no meaning for me. Kagaya's clear eyes flashed with mischief as she smiled. And besides, since you're trying to stall me, it seems things aren't going well on the front lines. You figured it out, Kabuto chuckled. As expected from someone I fancy. Someone I fancy. Get lost, you creep, Kagaya shivered, feeling a wave of nausea, as if she might vomit her dinner. A creep? Then let me show you something even more twisted, Kabuto laughed wickedly. I wonder what it feels like to be pursued by your admirer. As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara extended his palm, and countless white birds flew out, rushing toward Kagaya. Chapter 122, 10 Tails. Clay birds. Get out of the way. Deidara shouted anxiously, indicating that Kabuto Yakushi had already released control over his mind. Honestly, even after death, you still cause trouble for others, Kagaya sighed helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the birds had surrounded Kagaya, enveloping her. The birds emitted a brilliant white light. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the air as thick smoke billowed and fire shot skyward, throwing up clouds of dust and filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Idiot, can't you dodge? Deidara shouted angrily. Because I didn't think it was necessary, a beautiful girl emerged from the swirling smoke, revealing herself to be Kagaya. I'm sorry, but your art doesn't appeal to me. Of course, if you were setting off fireworks, it might be a bit better. Damn it, my art is not just fireworks, it's an explosion, a blast, Deidara retorted loudly. All right, Kagaya shrugged. Let's call it an explosion then. You must leave now. My body is being controlled, and the next explosion is one you won't be able to withstand, Deidara shouted anxiously, his voice almost breaking. Kagaya's delicate face froze for a moment, then she smiled. She could see that Deidara was genuinely worried about her, which warmed her heart. Of course, she did not like Deidara but didn't dislike him either. To her, Deidara was more like a capricious younger brother, a little bit foolish, but cute. Deidara wanted to say more, but the clay in his hand covered his mouth, and his body suddenly began to expand. The white bird had already delivered him to Kagaya's side. Ha! Boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth and sky as dust and smoke filled the air, and fire shot up to the heavens. The explosion around Daidara created a massive crater, several dozen meters wide and over 10 meters deep, as if a meteorite had struck. What is happening? Daidara looked at his gradually reconstituting arm and said, "Why am I not dead?" "Idiot, you're in an Edo Tensei body. Edo Tensei bodies are immortal, which means you're now a living, giant explosive clay." Emerging from the rolling smoke was a beautiful silver-haired girl, Kagaya, without a scratch on her, her clothes pristine as if untouched by smoke or fire. "That's so lame." Daidara's face showed no sign of happiness, instead, he looked disappointed. "What? You can self-destruct as much as you like now, isn't that good?" Kagaya asked, blinking. "Art is the splendor of an instant, it's a fleeting flower." Daidara clenched his fist, frustrated. "But this body can't die. You're a hopeless case," Kagaya sighed, her mouth twisting in disdain. "You need help." At that moment, Daidara suddenly yelled anxiously, "Quick, seal me. My body is being controlled again." "I have a way to kill you," Kagaya suddenly said. Daidara was stunned, then laughed. "Even better, go ahead and kill me. You should know that if you do this, you will truly die." Kagaya smiled faintly. "Are you not afraid?" "Afraid?" Daidara's face showed a hint of a smile. "Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to say what I want to say." In a flash, a figure appeared before him, pressing a palm to his chest, and a bone spike pierced through his body. All killing ash bones. "I'm sorry, even though I don't want to tell you, I still have to say it," Kagaya sighed. "I'm only interested in women, you were mistaken from the start." Daidara was slightly stunned, then a small smile appeared on his lips as he chuckled. "I never expected you to like me. Liking you is my business, it has nothing to do with you." Kagaya also gave a light laugh but said nothing more. Daidara's body gradually disintegrated, finally dissolving into tiny specks of dust that scattered into the air with a gentle breeze. Being controlled is a very sad thing. Perhaps this kind of death is a relief for him. Black Zetsu Lolita, holding Kagaya's sleeve, said softly. "So, mother, please don't be sad." "I'm not sad," Kagaya said with a smile, patting Black Zetsu's head. "Let's go, we still have a lot to do." Kagaya took Black Zetsu Lolita by one hand and Cat Ear Lolita by the other, heading towards the new battlefield. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, the battle had reached its climax. A gigantic humanoid creature stood on the battlefield, towering several dozen meters or even over 100 meters high, its form slender and resembling a withered branch, making its height somewhat disproportionate, akin to the appearance of the demonic statue of the Outer Path but equally massive. Beneath it, the allied shinobi forces seemed as insignificant as ants. Atop the giant's head stood two individuals, one with a head full of tousled hair clad in armor, and the other with short hair and a coat, identified as Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. "Controlling the tentails is becoming increasingly difficult, we need Hashirama cells to strengthen its bindings," Uchiha Madara stated, as a white tube extended from his body, inserting into the tentails below. "Don't you want to see how powerful the tentails is in this form? Then let me show them what despair truly is," Uchiha Obito said resolutely. As soon as he spoke, a small ball of chakra began forming in the tentail's mouth, gradually compressing into a red, spherical chakra orb that radiated a sinister glow. Even from a distance, the terrifying energy within could be felt. This was the tailed beast ball, one of the most powerful techniques of a tailed beast. Seeing that the tailed beast ball was about to be launched, Kakashi on the ground not far away watched the tentail's mouth intently, his expression grave. "No, there's no time to use Kamui," he said, lowering his hands, which had been poised to form seals. Kakashi then turned to Akatsuchi and said, "Use Earth Style, Raising Ground." "Right." Akatsuchi shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground to activate the earth release. The ground beneath the tentails suddenly rose, causing the tentails to lose its balance and sway, launching the tailed beast ball in an unintended direction. Boom. A blinding white light flashed, illuminating the sky, and from an extremely distant location, a deafening sound could be heard. Gale force wind swept over them, akin to a Category 12 hurricane, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 123, Tailed Beast Ball. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud rose, with smoke billowing and flames reaching the sky. The explosion was clearly visible even from dozens of kilometers away, and the heat could be faintly felt. If the tailed beast ball had landed on the battlefield below rather than in the distance, the forces below would have been completely wiped out. "It's vastly different from the previous tailed beasts," Kakashi said gravely, sweat already forming on his brow. "What incredible power." "It's still unstable, indicating incomplete control," Uchiha Madara said, pressing his hand against the tentail's head. "Keep going," Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. "This isn't enough." Another tailed beast ball shot from the tentail's mouth, causing its body to topple over from the massive recoil. Yet, it continued to attack, firing tailed beast balls incessantly, launching them in all directions. Boom. 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 The intense explosions were relentless, echoing ceaselessly. The ground trembled continuously, as though a massive earthquake was occurring. The Allied forces found themselves surrounded by a sea of fire, smoke billowing everywhere. Massive peaks were sheared off, vast lakes evaporated, and forests were incinerated in an instant, with flames raging everywhere. "Oh my god, the distant towns were destroyed in an instant," remarked Hyuga Hayashi, part of the Allied force, his face reflecting shock, with cold sweat pouring down. Ah. At that moment, the gigantic Tentails rose from the ground, lifting its head, and a tailed beast ball instantly shot from its mouth, hurtling into the distance. Something's wrong. All of its targets are in the distance. AO, at the command headquarters, noticed something amiss and shouted loudly. "This means all cities and people are within its range," Shikaku Nara said gravely. "Does that mean the already evacuated daimyos, those guarding the villages, and the country's civilians are also in danger?" asked a sensor ninja wearing a communication headset, his voice trembling. "The ninjas are fighting on the battlefield precisely to protect them." Shikaku Nara turned his head, his eyes steely. "The enemy intends to obliterate everything." While those at headquarters were discussing the Tentails' intentions, the Tentails on the battlefield launched another tailed beast ball towards the distance. "This direction is." Hyuga Niji was the first to notice something was wrong with his Byakugan. This is. AO at headquarters also realized the danger, noting that the tailed beast ball was heading directly toward them. "What's wrong, AO?" Shikaku Nara, noticing AO's expression change, asked in a deep voice. "Its target is." AO didn't finish, but the implication was clear. "Here." Shikaku Nara lifted his head, gazing through the skylight at the sky outside, and sighed lightly. "Shikaku, what should we do?" the sensor ninja beside him asked calmly. "Do what must be done," Shikaku Nara said flatly, his expression neutral. "This is the final task. Connect me to everyone on the battlefield. I've devised a plan to stop the Tentails." The battlefield suddenly fell silent as many people looked towards the direction where the tailed beast ball was headed. Many among them knew that this was where the headquarters was located. Being battle-hardened ninjas, they were naturally aware of the gravity of the situation. The power of the tailed beast ball was so immense that even the headquarters, reinforced with concrete, would not withstand such an attack. On the battlefield, Shikamaru was stunned, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. With his intelligence, he had already realized the severity of the situation. He clenched his teeth and fists tightly. As for Ino, her face was covered in tears, as her father was also at the command headquarters. Boom. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In that instant, a blinding flash of light appeared in the distance, turning everything in sight white and enveloping the world in a bright glow. Then came the deafening roar of a massive explosion, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, akin to a violent earthquake, making it hard for people to stand firm. A massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance, blotting out the sun and reaching into the sky, with thick smoke and flames surging upwards. The command headquarters was engulfed in a sea of fire. Finally hit it, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips as he stood on top of the Tentails. The leadership of the Allied forces is finished. This is just the beginning. Continue. I want to show them meticulously, Uchiha Obito said sternly, what despair truly is. With that, Uchiha Obito stretched out his hand, and under his control, the Tentails extended its 10 arms, aiming at the ninja Allied forces below. Wood style, cutting sprigs jutsu. Dark spots suddenly appeared on the palms of the Tentails, from which countless wooden spikes shot out, densely packed like a scattering of flowers from the sky, descending upon the people below. The wooden spikes were not only extremely dense but also incredibly fast. Many people didn't even have time to react before becoming like pincushions. The terror of the cutting sprigs jutsu lies in the fact that the wooden spikes continue to grow after penetrating the human body, piercing the person from the inside. Therefore, anyone hit by this technique would find it difficult to survive. Fortunately, the 5 Kage had returned to the battlefield, and with their help, the number of casualties decreased significantly. However, they were only 5 individuals, and no matter how strong, they couldn't protect everyone on the battlefield. There are too many of them, and there isn't enough time for rotation, Niji said anxiously, as he was hit by a spike on his headband strap, causing it to fall to the ground. At that moment, more wooden spikes descended with a sharp whistling, like a violent storm. After a round of attacks, the ninja Allied forces began to react and defend themselves. Naruto entered Sage mode and used Rasen Shuriken to block the path of the wooden spikes. However, the spikes were too numerous, seemingly endless, and Naruto's chakra was depleting. After launching 4 Rasen Shuriken, he finally collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Niji continued to use rotation to defend against the spikes. At that moment, he glanced over and saw Hinata had collapsed, exhausted. Wooden spikes were about to reach her. Hayashi wanted to help but was too far away, unable to reach her in time. Gritting his teeth, Niji stepped forward and shielded her with his arms. Hinata-sama, let me protect you. Niji slowly closed his eyes, as a small atonement for the mistakes I've made. Niji now knew the truth about his father's death. His father was not forced to die by the main family but had volunteered. Misunderstanding this, Niji had harbored resentment towards Hinata and the main family. Since learning the truth, he had been filled with guilt. Chapter 124, Beating. Boom. I was wondering where you had gone, it turns out you were here. A clear and pleasant voice echoed, prompting the Ninja Alliance members on the battlefield to open their eyes and peek out from behind their cover. They were immediately stunned, their mouths agape, as they saw the wooden spikes had completely vanished. In front of them stood a beautiful silver-haired girl, her hair cascading like mist or a waterfall, swaying in the wind. Her flawless skin was as delicate as porcelain, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her pair of white eyes was clear and bright. Below them was a small, delicate nose and rosy lips, leaving people spellbound. Sister, Hinata exclaimed joyfully, throwing herself into the arms of the girl before her. The silver-haired girl before them was none other than Kagaya. Must you stand against me? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, emitting a terrifying light. Kagaya gently caressed Hinata's head, then turned to face Uchiha Madara atop the ten-tails, laughing lightly as she spoke, I am not standing against anyone, it is you who stands against me. Arrogant. Uchiha Madara shouted, do you really think I can't kill you? When you can actually kill me, you can say that, Kagaya retorted with a huff. The Ninja Alliance on the battlefield gazed at the girl before them, filled with astonishment. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, it seemed as though the girl was his equal, or perhaps even more powerful. Among them, Hayashi Hyuga stared at the silver-haired girl, overwhelmed with emotion. Who would have thought that the little girl he had once taken in would grow to such heights, becoming their savior? At that moment, news arrived from the command headquarters, causing a stir among those present. They had thought the command center was destroyed in the earlier battle, but it was unscathed. Through communication, they learned that their savior was the silver-haired girl before them. She had blocked the tailed beast ball, preventing any harm to the headquarters. Everyone turned their gaze toward the silver-haired girl, now with a hint of awe in their eyes. Blocking a tailed beast ball required immense strength. At this point, the battle between Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, or rather, the Ten-Tails, officially began. The Ten-Tails stretched out its 10 arms, wrapping them tightly around its body, while a red-tailed beast ball formed in its mouth, aimed at Kagaya. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara atop the Ten-Tails swiftly performed hand seals, inhaling deeply before exhaling twin torrents of scorching flames. Uchiha Madara's left arm, struck by Kagaya's all-killing ash bones, could not be regenerated, but he had attached a white Zetsu arm. Although it was not as effective as his original arm, it was the best option available. Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. Fire Style, Blast Wave Wild Dance. 2 torrents of intense flames erupted from the mouths of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, forming 2 massive pillars of fire. Enveloping the scarlet-tailed beast ball, it surged towards Kagaya like a fiery projectile. Kagaya's lips curled into a slight smile as she lifted her head, saying, since you've decided to get serious, I'll be a little more serious myself. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying power burst forth from Kagaya. The pale blue chakra enveloped her, dyeing her entire being a light azure hue. Her long hair danced wildly in the air, emitting specks of starlight, resembling dancing azure flames. Simultaneously, an imposing aura erupted powerfully from her. Kagaya floated into the air, raising her flawless white arm, her lips curling into a faint smile. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. The truth-seeking ball spun rapidly, generating a powerful storm that roared like a tornado, rushing towards the tailed beast ball. Boom. Upon collision, a deafening explosion resounded, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The blast's shockwave blew people around like leaves in the wind. When the dust settled, the scene that emerged was astonishing. Kagaya hovered quietly in the air, her silver hair flowing, ethereal and dreamlike. Meanwhile, the Ten-Tails lay on the ground, with a gaping black hole in its chest and all 10 of its arms severed, scattered on the ground. Kagaya's single strike was overwhelmingly powerful. The surrounding ninja from the allied shinobi forces were stunned. They never imagined that the Ten-Tails, which they had struggled against for so long, could be so easily defeated. It was simply unbelievable. This is too amazing. Incredible. She looks like she's just in her teens, right? I heard she's also known as the most beautiful woman on the continent. What time is it, and you're still thinking about that? Sorry. However, Kagaya did not relax because she knew this was not the Ten-Tails' complete form, it was still far from its full strength. Perhaps because she was not the true Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, Kagaya found that she could not forcibly absorb the tailed beast into her body. She had initially hoped to absorb the tailed beast, which would greatly increase her power, but it seemed that hope was dashed. The Ten-Tails got up from the ground, and the large hole in its chest gradually healed until it disappeared completely, and its severed arms were reattached. the ten tails roared furiously, seemingly enraged, as its body swelled and grew even larger. Its mouth opened wide like a bloodthirsty maw, with a flower like a rafflesia growing out, emitting a strange red light. A red orb appeared suddenly by its mouth, rapidly expanding like a balloon. This was the tailed beast ball, but it was many times larger than the previous ones. If before it was like a quail egg, now it was as large as a globe. The power was several times greater, evident from the tremendous aura it exuded. In the distance, the shinobi of the allied forces watched the battle between the two, their hearts in their throats. This was beyond their ability to intervene. Entering recklessly would only cause trouble. All they could do now was pray. Naruto, who was about to charge forward, was stopped by Sakura, who punched him in the head and dragged him back to prevent him from causing chaos. What is there to worry about? Black Zetsu Lolita frowned, unable to comprehend what there was to be concerned about with mother present. Chapter 125, Did you really think only you had it? A gigantic scarlet-tailed beast ball hovered in the sky, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. The sheer size of the ball instilled fear and reverence. Suddenly, the tailed beast ball shot toward Kagaya like a cannonball, creating a monstrous storm as it sped through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. The allied shinobi forces sank into despair, realizing that just 1% of this tailed beast ball's power had leveled a distant town. Now, with this ball being almost 100 times larger, survival seemed impossible. Even the 5 Kage wore solemn expressions, recognizing the terrifying power. Yet, strangely, the presence of the young silver-haired girl before them instilled a flicker of hope in their hearts. Though their rational minds told them this girl couldn't possibly withstand the attack, the sight of her brought a sense of reassurance. Kagaya slightly smirked, looking up at the incoming tailed beast ball, with a confident smile. She spoke, "Is that all you've got?" "Not even close." As she finished speaking, a pale blue orb appeared in her palm, the truth-seeking ball, a unique power of the Tenseigan. The orb shot out a golden ray, like a sword of light piercing through the clouds. Kagaya gripped the golden sword and swung it, sending a radiant slash towards the tailed beast ball, piercing through it effortlessly. Golden will reincarnation explosion. A dazzling light burst forth in the sky, even outshining the sun, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed across the heavens. The ground shook, rivers flowed backward, and the surrounding area disintegrated into dust under the impact of the explosion. Smoke and fire surged skyward, filling the air with ash. Fortunately, the 5 Kage and the defending ninja had prepared in advance, mitigating casualties despite the intense blast. When the shinobi emerged from their shelters, they were stunned by the scene before them. Everything around had vanished, leaving only a 1,000-meter wide, 100-meter deep crater, as if a meteor had struck. The air was thick with the scent of scorched earth. Even more shocking was the sight of the silver-haired girl hovering unharmed in the air, while the tailed beast before her had been cleaved in half, with smooth, clean cuts, as if by an impossibly sharp blade. It was simply incredible. A deep silence fell over the battlefield as the shinobi stared in awe at the silver-haired girl in the distance. The once imposing allied forces seemed weak and insignificant, mere fodder compared to these few powerful individuals. As everyone assumed the battle was over, the battlefield suddenly shifted again. The severed-tailed beast began writhing, and its wounds rejoined, healing instantly amid wisps of smoke. Rising to its feet, the tailed beast let out an earth-shaking roar. "Annoying," Kagaya muttered, a hint of impatience flickering in her clear eyes. She raised her snow-white arm, gathering an immense amount of chakra into her fist, and released it with explosive force. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Countless translucent fists appeared in the sky, dense and shimmering, pounding the tailed beast with relentless force. The creature's roars ceased abruptly, replaced by a succession of thudding impacts. The tailed beast, unable to withstand the onslaught of the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, quivered under the barrage like a sieve. Finally, with a resounding thud, the tailed beast was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground, raising clouds of dust that filled the air. Is she even human? The ninjas on the battlefield were drenched in cold sweat. On the battlefield, Kagaya was advancing with unstoppable momentum, but she did not relax, as this was only the beginning, and the real battle was yet to come. Sure enough, after the dust settled, the 10 tails on the ground had vanished as if it had evaporated into thin air. In its place, a white, crystal-clear orb floated silently in the air. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she focused, becoming serious. If her guess was correct, this should be. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the white orb, and soon more and more cracks spread across its surface until it finally exploded with a bang, scattering white fragments everywhere. A figure appeared before the people. His appearance was pale, with 6 tomo marks on his chest resembling the moon, and 9 tomo marks on his back. He held a staff in his hand, and around his body floated 9 black truth-seeking balls. He exuded an intimidating aura. He was not Uchiha Obito, but Uchiha Madara, also the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Kagaya frowned slightly as she looked at Uchiha Obito, who had already been split into 2 halves and was lifeless. In the previous Golden Will reincarnation explosion, he was instantly killed, unable to use even Kamui. Yet, just before his death, he managed to use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. In the original story, he wasn't so willing to revive Uchiha Madara and was forced by Black Zetsu. It seems that due to Kagaya's presence, Obito's fate has also changed. Uchiha Madara seized the opportunity to absorb the tailed beast and became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Not only that, but he also obtained Obito's Rinnegan, and with the other Rinnegan, he now possessed 2 Rinnegan, making him a complete form. Kagaya looked at Obito's corpse, feeling a sense of lament. He died so easily. Despite being a minor boss-level character, he was instantly defeated by her Golden Will reincarnation explosion. So, this is the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power from within, giving him an incredibly strong sensation. No. A soft laugh came from afar, and Uchiha Madara looked up at the distant silver-haired girl. You are far from it. Kagaya's lips curled slightly into a smile. If you think you're strong now, it just means you were too weak before. Then let me show you the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, Uchiha Madara sneered, clenching his fist, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's figure flickered explosively, like a white lightning bolt, dashing toward Kagaya at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. His speed was so incredible that even the onlookers on the battlefield couldn't see it clearly, they could only perceive a blurred figure. His palm was already aimed at Kagaya's chest, and a black truth-seeking ball extended from the hole in his palm, transforming into a black spear thrusting toward Kagaya. Just as the black spear was about to pierce Kagaya's heart, a black sphere appeared at her left chest, blocking the spear's path. With a crisp clang like the collision of metal, the black spear was deflected, and Uchiha Madara was involuntarily sent flying backward. What? Uchiha Madara exclaimed in shock. Kagaya blinked her clear eyes and smiled slightly. Did you think you were the only one with truth-seeking balls? Chapter 126, Limbo, Border Jail. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such abilities, but, Uchiha Madara paused, his face showing a proud expression. How could a little girl like you know the power of the Sage of the Six Paths? With that, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly widened, revealing his Rinnegan full of intricate patterns. Limbo, Border Jail. For shadows invisible to ordinary people rushed towards Kagaya like phantoms. Kagaya seemed unaware, maintaining her calm demeanor. Just as the shadow's fists were about to strike her, she moved, extending a snow-white hand. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Countless chakra-infused fists erupted, densely filling the sky like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything in sight. The approaching shadows were immediately submerged in the torrent of fists. What? Uchiha Madara stared in shock at the scene before him, unable to believe that the silver-haired girl could see his shadows and even counterattack. Under the relentless assault of countless fists, the shadows' bodies gradually disintegrated like soap bubbles, dissipating into the air as if they had evaporated. The power of the Sage of the Six Paths. Kagaya smiled slightly, tucking a strand of hair with her flawless jade-like fingers. Do you think you're the only one who possesses it? The shadows of Limbo, Border Jail are visible only to those with the Rinnegan. Other users of Six Paths techniques cannot see them but can sense them. However, there is another who can see the shadows, those with the Tenseigan, which is equivalent to the Rinnegan and can also perceive these shadows. Therefore, the shadows were exposed to Kagaya, shining like fireflies in the dark. As for the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, Kagaya indeed does not possess it, but she holds power even older than that of the Sage, which is the power of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Thus, claiming such power is not entirely inaccurate. Do you think a little girl like you could possess the power of the Sage of the Six Paths? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as he laughed mockingly. Don't make me laugh. Uchiha Madara extended his arm, clapping his hands together. In front of him, a black portal appeared, and from it, a massive entity emerged, causing the ground to shake with a deafening roar and filling the air with dust and debris. When the dust settled, the entity revealed itself to be the Ten Tails. Behind the Ten Tails, 4 massive fissures appeared, splitting open, and from them emerged a gigantic crimson flower bud. The bud's supporting stem rapidly grew in the wind, quickly becoming a towering tree hundreds of meters high. Compared to it, the people on the ground seemed like mere ants. The tree twisted its trunk, and numerous tendrils extended from it, reaching toward the Ninja Alliance on the battlefield. At that moment, the Alliance was still engaged with the White Zetsu army and was caught off guard by the tree's tendrils. Those ensnared by the tendrils instantly had their bodies withered, turning into desiccated corpses. Be careful, this tree absorbs chakra. Shikamaru, amidst the battle, quickly identified the problem and shouted a warning. The 5 Kage also sprang into action, severing the attacking tendrils one by one. However, the sheer number of tendrils, coupled with the vast numbers of the Ninja Alliance, resulted in significant casualties. Moreover, the 5 Kage's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. What made the situation even worse for them was the arrival of the reanimated first, second, third, and fourth Hokage on the battlefield. They appeared expressionless and dazed, clearly under someone's control. Unlike in the original story, where they fought alongside the Ninja Alliance, they were now enemies of the Alliance. What exactly is going on? Kagaya frowned slightly. In the original story, Uchiha Itachi used Koto Ōtsutsuki to break free from Kabuto's control and, with Uchiha Sasuke, stopped Kabuto, thereby cancelling the impure world reincarnation. Afterward, Sasuke revived Orochimaru using the Curse Seal, and Orochimaru, siding with Sasuke, obtained a mask from the Uzumaki clan's storage temple, opened the stomach of the Shinigami, and released the trapped souls inside, ultimately reviving the previous Hokage using the impure world reincarnation. Now, it seems things are completely different. Could Itachi's plan have failed? They're finally here. Uchiha Madara smiled, his lips curling as he flashed over to stand beside Hashirama Senju. Kagaya knew what he intended to do and pursued him, but she was already too late. Uchiha Madara had grabbed Hashirama's forehead, and with powerful suction, absorbed the sage chakra continuously into his body. With a spin and a kick accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, Kagaya aimed a powerful kick at Madara's head, but it was caught midair by a hand. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. He's so fast. Before she could react further, Madara's fist was already hurtling toward her abdomen. She quickly crossed her arms to shield her stomach. With a heavy thud, Kagaya was sent flying, but she adjusted her posture midair and landed gracefully, avoiding a crash. After absorbing the sage chakra, Madara's speed and strength increased significantly, which was evident from the slight numbness in Kagaya's hands. Sage techniques are indeed formidable, Madara said with a satisfied smile, clenching his fist. Limbo, border jail. 5 identical shadows appeared around Madara, rushing at Kagaya like lightning, reaching her in the blink of an eye, and delivering a powerful punch. Kagaya dodged to the side, but another kick came toward her. She countered by striking the attacker away, only to be assaulted from behind. With the addition of Sage Chakra, Madara's strength had increased substantially, and even his limbo shadows had become more formidable. Engaged in combat with the 5 shadows, Kagaya felt the pressure intensify, particularly because she was outnumbered, making it difficult for her to manage. Chapter 127, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The 5 shadows attacked with incredible speed, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Their relentless assault gave no time for a respite, forcing Kagaya into a defensive position. At this moment, Uchiha Madara did not engage in the battle. Instead, he smiled slightly and charged toward the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kagaya frowned, realizing what Madara intended to do. Without hesitation, she erupted with pale blue chakra, instantly entering the Tenseigan chakra mode. The surrounding shadows were blown away by the immense energy, and she shot toward Madara like an arrow from a bow. But it was already too late. Madara reached Minato, swiftly formed hand seals, and the Ten-Tails opened its massive mouth, shooting out a huge purple chain that wrapped around Minato. The 9 tails inside Minato was pulled out instantly by the Ten-Tails under Madara's control and absorbed into its mouth. Madara's Rinnegan, covered with intricate patterns, focused, and the Ten-Tails was drawn by an invisible force back into Madara's body. With this, Madara had fully absorbed the Ten-Tails. Not only that, he now possessed Sage Chakra. His power had reached its peak, becoming what people referred to as the 6 Paths Madara. Madara leaped into the air, smiling slightly, and said softly, according to the stone tablet, when the bearer of the power of the Rinnegan approaches the moon, the eye of the moon will open to realize the infinite dream, illuminating the world. As he spoke, a vertical slit appeared on his forehead, slowly opening to reveal a crimson glow, the Rinne Sharingan. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Look at the moon, quickly. What's happening to the moon? Could it be? This doesn't feel right. People on the ground noticed the strange changes in the moon and looked up. The moon, once peaceful, now emanated a sinister aura. As everyone watched in shock, the moon suddenly turned crimson, faintly revealing the pattern of the Rinne Sharingan. Madara, floating in the air with a crazed expression, formed hand seals with a fervent smile. Come, be one with me. Suddenly, the scarlet moon emitted a dazzling light, dispelling the darkness of night. Though it was nighttime, it was as bright as day, even more radiant than the sun. In an instant, the Ninja Alliance on the ground fell into a stupor. They stood still, staring blankly at the moon, as their eyes gradually transformed into the patterned Rinnegan. Not only on the battlefield but also hundreds of kilometers away, people were affected by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Across the land, people bathed in this eerie light. This light penetrates all shadows, leaving no one hidden, Madara said, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. And now, he clapped his hands together in a seal. God, nativity of a world of trees. The ground suddenly trembled, rocks shattered, dust flew, and wooden debris scattered. Countless towering trees emerged from the earth, growing until they reached hundreds of meters in height. From the trunks of these giant trees extended numerous wooden tendrils that reached down toward the ninja caught in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The ninjas, unable to resist, were wrapped up and hung from the trees like mummies. Everything is over, Uchiha Madara muttered as he turned away. The world he desired had finally arrived, filling him with overwhelming joy. Yet, for some reason, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind, as if something unexpected was about to happen. Suddenly, Madara turned back and looked down, surprised to find that Kagaya was unaffected by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. She stood quietly, unmoving, her long silver hair fluttering in the air. What is this? Madara noticed that an eye had appeared on Kagaya's forehead at some point. It was crimson, patterned with 9 tomo, the Rinne Sharingan, the same as the one now on his forehead. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Suddenly, Kagaya's body began to levitate, floating in the air, with a strange red light flashing in her eyes. She raised her pristine white arm, and a powerful suction erupted from her palm like a black hole, devouring everything around it. Madara was horrified to discover that under this immense power, he was utterly powerless to resist. His body was being drawn toward Kagaya against his will. He drove his staff into the ground, embedding it into the rock, but it was to no avail. This force was like an enhanced version of Bancho Tenin, leaving him with no way to fight back. Eventually, he was pulled helplessly toward Kagaya and found himself with a snow-white hand gripping his throat. Before his eyes was a beautiful yet expressionless face, with a cold gleam in her eyes. Then a snow-white fist grew larger and larger in his vision. With a deafening thud, Madara was struck hard in the face, his features contorting as crimson blood spurted out, turning into a mist of blood. Madara's body was flung back like a cannonball, shattering rocks along the way into fragments that scattered everywhere. He flew through several small mountains before finally coming to a stop. Madara coughed a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to stand, leaning against a rock, unable to hide his shock. Despite possessing the power of the 6 paths, he had been severely injured by a single punch. Although his body was healing, he could feel that the process was significantly slowed, as if some strange force was preventing it. Suddenly, he sensed a danger from behind. Here! Madara shouted, turning swiftly and swinging his staff with lightning speed. A snow-white hand caught his staff firmly, and Madara was taken aback. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Acting decisively, Madara released the staff and leapt back. At that moment, his limbo shadow attacked, wielding the staff toward Kagaya. A slight smile appeared on Madara's lips. No matter how powerful this girl was, there was no way she could defend against this. With an explosive roar, a powerful shockwave burst forth like a tsunami, causing Madara's clothes to flap violently. Shielding his eyes from the blast with his arm, he looked out and was shocked. The shadows lay scattered on the ground, their bodies gradually disintegrating and dissolving like soap bubbles bursting. Seeing this, Madara hesitated no longer and swiftly formed hand seals. Sage Art, release lightning dispatch. From his hands, 2 black bolts of lightning shot forth, crackling with energy, and in an instant, they reached Kagaya, engulfing her in a dark flash of electricity. Chapter 128, Overpower 6 Paths Madara. Uchiha Madara did not stop attacking. Although the Sage Art technique was powerful, it was not enough to kill Kagaya. He continued forming hand seals at a speed so fast that only a blur of his fingers could be seen. As expected, while he was forming seals, Kagaya emerged from the dark electric light unscathed, without a single mark on her body, and even her short kimono embroidered with pink cherry blossoms remained undamaged. Just as she was about to reach Madara, his technique was completed. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang. Madara spat a blinding white chakra beam from his mouth, resembling a laser, aiming straight for Kagaya's chest. Yet Kagaya remained expressionless, raising her flawless arm, palm facing the incoming chakra beam. As they collided, the chakra beam was cleaved in 2, scattering into multiple rays that refracted like dispersed water jets, spreading in different directions. The attack, though seemingly powerful, had little effect on Kagaya. It only slightly delayed her movements, which was all Madara needed. His intention was to stall for time, allowing his limbo, border jail shadows sufficient time to regenerate. Sage Art, Lightning Cage Border Jail. 5 shadows of 6 paths Madara instantly appeared around Kagaya, shooting countless black lightning bolts from their palms, which struck her in an instant. The lightning crackled and danced like silver snakes, producing a sharp, crackling sound. The black lightning temporarily hindered Kagaya's movements. Seizing this moment, the 5 shadows closed in on her, delivering a powerful punch. Kagaya blocked with her arms but was still knocked into the air. Before she could hit the ground, Madara delivered a heavy blow, sending Kagaya plummeting to the ground like a meteor. With a deafening crash, the ground caved in, rocks shattered into fragments that flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed, filling the sky with dust that obscured vision. Madara did not stop there. With a slight smile, he formed hand seals and said with a smirk, "It seems the rain is a bit heavy." Suddenly, the clouds parted, revealing 6 massive, flaming meteors plummeting rapidly toward Kagaya. Chibaku Tensei. Boom. 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 The enormous meteors slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force, unleashing a blinding light in the sky. The ground trembled violently, rocks pulverized to dust. A visible shockwave spread outwards, creating a massive surge of air. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was leveled, including trees, rocks, and even mountains. Dust filled the air, with thick smoke and flames rising skyward. Madara watched the devastation below, the flames raging, and his lips curled into a smile. With such an attack, even he would suffer severe damage, and that little girl was unlikely to fare any better. However, just as Madara believed he had secured victory, a strong sense of danger struck from behind. Madara's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking. He realized something was wrong, but before he could evade, a sharp pain pierced his chest. At some point, a small snow-white hand extended from Madara's chest, and crimson blood dripped down from the hand's crystalline fingers. Madara spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed several times, turning his head with difficulty. What met his eyes was a cold and breathtakingly beautiful face. This guy. Madara gritted his teeth, glaring at Kagaya. He hadn't anticipated that this girl in front of him could emerge completely unharmed from such a fierce attack. There wasn't even a trace of injury or the smell of burning on her, as if the previous attack had no effect on her at all. The Rinne Sharingan on the girl's forehead had constantly piqued his interest. Such an eye is not something just anyone can possess. Could it be that this person is? Madara's pupils contracted, and suddenly, he realized something terrifying. His chakra was rapidly draining from his body, flowing into the silver-haired girl before him, and he couldn't stop it. Madara's eyes widened in shock, sweat streaming down his forehead. He used all his strength to try to break free, but it was as if his body had lost control. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch, and could only watch helplessly as his chakra flowed out of his body like a stream. The vibrant colored chakra flowed along his arm into Kagaya's body. This rainbow-like chakra was the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. As the chakra flowed out, Madara's body grew increasingly weak, and the determination in his eyes gradually faded. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart, as he was just one step away from completing his plan. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed, and all the chakra within Madara had been completely drained. Kagaya tossed the chakra-depleted Madara aside, and he landed heavily on the ground like a broken rag doll. How could this be? Madara lay on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. He seemed barely conscious, speaking with difficulty. What had happened before him was beyond his imagination and comprehension. Congratulations, mother. A twin-tailed blonde girl slowly approached Kagaya from a distance, her face beaming with a joyful smile because her mother had finally regained her former power. But when she saw Kagaya's expression, her voice stopped abruptly, because she realized the person before her seemed so unfamiliar, unlike her mother. No, that's not quite right. If she were to describe it, it would be the mother from a very, very long time ago. Kagaya glanced at the blonde girl with clear eyes but said nothing. She walked slowly toward the Ninja Alliance, whispering coldly, "Chakra, all mine," her voice low and icy. Chapter 129, Kagaya's Strangeness. Because Uchiha Madara had been defeated and his chakra absorbed, and the God Tree had also been absorbed into Kagaya's body, the incomplete Infinite Tsukuyomi was interrupted. People were slowly lowered from the trees and broke free from the wooden bindings that held them like cocoons. Most were still confused, unsure of what had happened, while only a few who had noticed the moon had some vague understanding. What is going on? Mei Terumi asked, rubbing her aching head, a symptom of severe chakra depletion. Suddenly, she saw a beautiful silver-haired girl slowly walking toward them. It was Kagaya. Just as Mei was about to greet her, something shocking occurred. Oh! Blood splattered, and the screams were abruptly cut off. Everyone who got close to Kagaya was torn to pieces by an invisible force, blood spraying everywhere, staining the ground dark red. The chakra from their bodies formed glowing orbs that flowed into her palm. The people on the battlefield realized that the silver-haired girl who had once helped them had now, for some unknown reason, become a harbinger of death, reaping lives mercilessly. She moved through them like a grim reaper, and few could withstand her. Kagaya remained spotless, unscathed, without even a trace of blood, which made her even more terrifying. "Attack her, stop her now," one ninja shouted, his voice trembling, sweat streaming down his forehead. Earth-style wall. The ground shook violently as a massive wall rose from the earth, towering like a mountain in front of Kagaya, blocking her path. This earthen wall was incredibly thick, and ordinary ninjutsu couldn't penetrate its defenses. Just as the ninjas thought they had successfully stopped the girl and were about to relax, their worst fear came true. Boom. The earth shook, and the massive wall exploded with violent force, rocks flying and smoke billowing. Amidst the roar, the wall crumbled instantly, burying several ninjas who couldn't escape in time beneath the rubble. A graceful figure emerged from the dust and smoke, slowly walking toward them. She was a beautiful girl radiating a cold aura. On any other day, they might have stopped to admire her or even fantasized about her. But now, seeing her was like seeing the angel of death, coming to claim souls and harvest lives. Finally, some ninjas' nerves broke, and they fled in all directions, cursing themselves for not having more legs to run with. The chaos drew the attention of the 5 Kage, who turned their gaze to the silver-haired girl wreaking havoc on the battlefield. How can it be her? Tsunade frowned, puzzled. In her memory, Kagaya wasn't a bloodthirsty person. It seems she's been controlled by something. We must stop her, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, said, looking at Kagaya in the distance, sweat beading on his forehead. We might have to kill her if necessary, the Raikage said, his eyes flashing coldly. He waved his large hand decisively. We can't let her continue this. But Mei Terumi hesitated, her eyes still fixed on that silver-haired figure. There's no but, Raikage clenched his fist and shouted. If we don't stop her, more people will die, And she won't be easy to deal with, Gaara added. Without the resolve to kill her, we certainly can't defeat her. They had all witnessed Kagaya's power, which had surpassed human limits and could even be called divine. Knowing that they had to face someone who even Uchiha Madara couldn't defeat made their hearts sink. At that moment, a gigantic 1,000-armed Buddha statue came rushing over with a thunderous roar, its arms stretching and bending, smashing down toward the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage were startled and quickly leaped away, trying to dodge the incoming attack. Boom. 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 The massive arms crashed into the ground with deafening explosions, shattering the rocks into pieces and sending debris flying. Even though the 5 Kage attempted to dodge, their exhaustion prevented them from moving quickly enough, and they were struck by the giant arms, sending them crashing to the ground. Don't get distracted. Standing atop the 1,000-armed Buddha statue was a man wearing a spiral mask and a cloak. It was White Zetsu. The 5 Kage struggled to get up from the ground, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down their faces, with expressions of frustration. The technique didn't activate, Mei Terumi said, pressing her lips together and panting lightly. My chakra is already. To think we'd be held up by someone like this, Tsuchikage Anoki said bitterly. That weird guy is here again, Sakura said, clenching her fists, her eyes fixed on White Zetsu in the distance. He can use with style. Who is he? Tsunade thought quickly, but she had never seen this person before. I told you, I won't let you pass easily, White Zetsu said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Also, can't anyone seriously answer my question? What does freedom feel like? They had just been fighting White Zetsu. Although the 100,000 White Zetsu clones weren't very strong individually, their sheer numbers made them formidable, like ants that could overwhelm an elephant. They had exhausted a lot of their stamina and chakra fighting White Zetsu, and now their chakra was nearly depleted. The 1,000-armed Buddha statue controlled by White Zetsu was called Wood Style, true several thousand hands. Though it was also Wood Release, it was nowhere near the level of Hashirama Senju's Sage Art Wood Style, true several thousand hands. Normally, any of the 5 Kage could easily crush it, but in their exhausted state, they were being overwhelmed by White Zetsu. Suddenly, the 5 heads on the giant Buddha opened their mouths, gathering chakra within. Each head had a different chakra nature: fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. I guess it's similar to the thrill of killing, White Zetsu said, standing on the Buddha's head with his arms crossed. It can use all 5 elements at once, Mifune said grimly, his long sword trembling slightly from exhaustion. How should we respond? Chapter 130, like facing a great enemy. Just as the chakra in the Buddha's mouths was about to erupt, the 5 Kage gritted their teeth, ready to join forces to block the attack. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the 4 reanimated Hokage who had fought against them earlier. The 5 Kage immediately went on high alert, their eyes narrowing as they assumed fighting stances, their expressions turning serious. These 4 Hokage were not to be underestimated, each possessing tremendous strength. The 5 Kage had suffered at their hands in the previous battle. Damn it, these guys again, Raikage growled, clenching his fists, ready to fight at any moment. Don't misunderstand, said the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as he walked over with a smile, waving his hand. We are not your enemies. Grandfather, you, Tsunade was momentarily stunned but then brightened up as if she had realized something and hurried over. Oh, it's Tsunade. You've grown so beautiful, Hashirama scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Honestly, I don't know what's going on either. Although I don't want to disturb you, Lord Hashirama, said the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as he flashed quickly in front of the giant Buddha statue, rapidly forming hand seals. Now isn't the time for that. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of white smoke, 5 identical third Hokage clones appeared. They quickly took up formation, forming seals with their hands and filling their cheeks with chakra of different elements. At the same time, the Buddha statue's attack descended upon them. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the elemental chakra unleashed by the statue was neutralized and dissipated into the air. Impressive, to use the same technique to cancel each other out, White Zetsu remarked with slight surprise. Who exactly are you? The third Hokage shouted, narrowing his eyes as he looked at White Zetsu in the distance. I didn't expect the Hokage to have broken free from control, White Zetsu said with a light laugh, ignoring the third Hokage's question. It looks like I have to leave now. See you all next time. As soon as he finished speaking, White Zetsu's body began to sink into the ground until he disappeared. The gigantic Buddha statue, having lost its control, wobbled, lost its balance, and fell to the ground with a deafening crash, raising a huge cloud of dust. The third Hokage wanted to pursue but was too late. We're saved. As expected of the third Hokage. The nearby allied ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, feeling sweat on their backs. As a cool breeze blew, some ninjas shivered, while others collapsed to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Tsunade quickly and succinctly explained the situation, emphasizing the current circumstances involving Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya. After listening, the four Hokage looked grave, even showing signs of shock. That silver-haired girl in the distance not only defeated the Ten-Tails but also effortlessly defeated Six Paths Madara. Her power had exceeded everyone's imagination. Who exactly is she? This is not the time to discuss that, Tobirama Senju said as he walked over, his expression serious. What we need to consider is how to defeat that person. Everyone's eyes turned to Kagaya, who was still on the battlefield, wreaking havoc and causing massive casualties to the Ninja Alliance in a short amount of time. Could it really be her? Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned, looking gravely at the silver-haired girl in the distance. Do you know her? Asked the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, turning his head curiously. Yes, she was a good child. How could this be? We can talk about this later. We need to stop her first, Tobirama said, turning to the five Kage. You should recover your chakra here for now. We'll go ahead. Okay. The group nodded. Although White Zetsu's clones were still on the battlefield, they were no longer a threat. The five Kage finally had a chance to catch their breath. They sat cross-legged on the ground, hands together in a seal, seizing the opportunity to recover their chakra. The four Hokage dashed forward like lightning, quickly reaching Kagaya. Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, and red markings appeared on his face as he entered Sage mode, making his aura even more powerful. Hashirama quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. Suddenly, countless red torii gates appeared in the sky, whistling down toward Kagaya. Boom. 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 A series of loud explosions erupted where Kagaya stood, with rocks flying, air waves rolling, and dust billowing. Since Kagaya absorbed the tailed beasts, this sealing jutsu, which suppresses tailed beasts, should work on her, Hashirama thought. When the dust settled, he was shocked to see that Kagaya had disappeared, leaving only the broken wooden gates on the ground. The gate of the great god didn't work at all. Suddenly, Hashirama sensed something and shouted, "Monkey, watch out." At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to throw a giant shuriken when he heard Hashirama's warning and froze. His pupils shrank, realizing too late that someone was already standing behind him. It was Kagaya. What? The third Hokage was shocked and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Kagaya raised her flawless arm toward the third Hokage's back, and the black truth-seeking ball in her palm spun, shooting out like a black cannonball, hitting him with tremendous force and blasting his body apart. At the same time, two figures appeared behind Kagaya, Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. Chapter 131, Against 4 Kage. Using the kunai he had placed in advance, Minato Namikaze instantly appeared behind Kagaya with the Flying Thunder God Spacetime Jutsu. At the same time, Tobirama Senju, who had already marked Minato's body, also used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside him the moment Minato reached Kagaya's back. Water Style, Severing Wave. Sage Art, Raise Non. Tobirama Senju unleashed a rapid, high-pressure stream of water from his mouth, attacking Kagaya. This water stream had such high pressure and power that it was like a blade, even sharper than one, capable of slicing through both rock and steel. However, the severing wave seemed ineffective against Kagaya. The water stream vanished before reaching her, as if absorbed. The thought that she might have the ability to absorb jutsu flashed through Tobirama's mind. Originally, it was thought that the Raise-Non would be as ineffective as the severing wave, but unexpectedly, it struck Kagaya's back, causing her to stumble. Although it didn't have a significant effect on her, they learned an important secret from this. Normal ninjutsu is ineffective against her, only taijutsu and senjutsu can cause her harm, Tobirama said gravely, using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. His extensive battle experience allowed him to quickly and accurately analyze the opponent's abilities. Be careful. As soon as his words fell, he heard a loud shout from Hashirama Senju. Tobirama's heart skipped a beat as he turned to see that Kagaya had somehow appeared beside him. When he tried to use the flying thunder god to escape, it was already too late. With a pft sound, a bone spike pierced through his back and out through his chest. All killing ash bones. So fast. Tobirama's eyes widened as his body began to crumble and decay, disintegrating into dust. A gentle breeze blew, scattering his remains without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Kagaya had dealt with 2 Hokage. Not only Tobirama and Minato but all the ninjas on the battlefield were shocked. The legendary 4 powerful Hokage were no match for this silver-haired girl, and 2 of them had already been defeated. Be careful, she has the ability to prevent the reanimation jutsu from reviving them, Hashirama Senju said gravely, having noticed that the recently shattered Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tobirama had not been resurrected. Understood. Minato Namake's expression was equally solemn. Let's go. Hashirama shouted, launching himself like an arrow towards Kagaya, quickly forming hand seals. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Amidst the violent trembling of the earth, a gigantic Buddha statue with countless arms rose from the ground, sending rocks flying and dust billowing. The statue was immense, hundreds of meters tall, resembling a small mountain from afar. Hashirama, standing atop the Buddha, looked like a tiny black dot. Ha! With Hashirama's shout, the colossal Buddha charged at Kagaya, causing the ground to shake and mountains to crumble as debris flew and dust enveloped the air. Despite its massive size, the Buddha was not cumbersome but remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Kagaya. Hashirama's fingers flew as he formed hand seals rapidly. Top transformed Buddha. As the words were spoken, countless giant arms extended from the colossal Buddha statue, blocking out the sky and even the moonlight, as they struck down towards Kagaya. Kagaya's face remained expressionless, her clear eyes icy as she saw the attack approaching. She did not retreat, instead, she advanced boldly. The fierce wind caused her garments to billow and her silver hair to flutter. Kagaya's flawless, snow-white arm lifted, and suddenly numerous chakra-infused fists shot forth like a storm, emitting a brilliant light as they collided with the Buddha's massive fists. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Boom. 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 Thunderous explosions resounded continuously like the crackling of frying beans. The ground shook violently as wood fragments scattered and stones flew in all directions. A thick dust cloud was propelled skyward, while the shockwave's gale-force wind swept across the entire battlefield, causing the ninjas to lose their footing, with some being blown away. When the dust settled, the figures of 2 individuals emerged. Kagaya, with her long silver hair, remained unharmed, hovering calmly in the air. In contrast, Hashirama Senju was half-kneeling on the ground, with the left side of his body missing, appearing quite disheveled. The enormous Buddha had already been shattered in the battle, leaving only piles of wood debris scattered across the ground. Hashirama was filled with shock. This was the first time his top-transformed Buddha technique had been directly defeated, and disastrously so. Although his Edo Tensei body was partly to blame, he had to admit the overwhelming power of the girl before him. At this moment, a golden flash appeared in front of Kagaya. It was Minato Namikaze, holding a Raiznan, aiming it at Kagaya's chest. Sage art, Raiznan. Kagaya remained unmoved, ignoring the Minato in front of her, and instead turned to lift her arm. Indeed, the Minato before her disappeared instantly, it was merely an illusion, while his true form appeared behind her. Seeing Kagaya's palm facing him, Minato's eyes narrowed as he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape once more, but it was too late. The truth-seeking ball in Kagaya's palm suddenly burst forth like black lightning, instantly pulverizing the Minato in front of her into dust. In a short time, 3 of the 4 Hokage had been taken out, with 1 severely injured. As everyone was stunned by Kagaya's overwhelming power, a feminine silhouette dashed towards her. With long, straight black hair, clear white eyes, and a graceful figure, it was none other than Hinata Hyuga. "Sister," Hinata called out as she ran towards Kagaya, tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't do this. Don't go." Niji, Hayashi Hyuga, and Tsunade were all shocked and broke into a cold sweat, knowing that Kagaya was ruthless and merciless at the moment. They quickly rushed forward, trying to pull Hinata back, but it was too late. As Hinata ran closer, Kagaya frowned slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in her icy eyes. She slowly raised her arm, with the truth-seeking balls floating around her palm, aimed at the approaching Hinata. Chapter 132, Foolish Humans. As the truth-seeking ball in Kagaya's palm, shining with a cold light, was about to be released, she felt a slight tug on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw a blonde, twin-tailed girl. It was Black Zetsu. She had somehow appeared at Kagaya's side. "Mother," Black Zetsu said softly, looking up with trembling eyelashes and pursed lips, "don't kill her. She is not our enemy." A fleeting look of confusion appeared in Kagaya's eyes, but she quickly regained her calm demeanor. In the blink of an eye, Hinata reached Kagaya and threw herself into her arms, holding her tightly. She said softly, "Sister, please wake up. I know this isn't the real you. Please don't act this way. you promised that after the war, we would eat dango together. Upon hearing these words, a trace of confusion flashed through Kagaya's clear eyes as she murmured, dango. Yes, dango. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up as she hurriedly continued. She was certain that some reason, perhaps the Infinite Tsukuyomi, had triggered the consciousness of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki within Kagaya's body, controlling her actions. But now it seemed that control wasn't complete, and they might be able to awaken Kagaya's true consciousness. Black Zetsu preferred a gentle and caring mother over someone who was indifferent to her. Once she had experienced the warmth of being cared for, she never wanted to return to the cold and lonely world she knew before. So, she was determined to save her beloved mother. Black Zetsu clenched her small fists, resolute in her decision. Kagaya seemed to be contemplating something, her flawless fingers resting on her chin. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her brow furrowing slightly, and raised her arm. Black Zetsu turned to look and was nearly infuriated. Somehow, Niji and a group of others had charged forward. Were they fools? Kagaya, wake up. Niji shouted anxiously, clenching his fist. We are your friends, not your enemies. Yeah, take a good look. It's us, Inuzuka Kiba shouted, waving his arms from a distance. From afar, someone was running towards them at lightning speed, a bowl-cut and bushy-browed figure wearing a deep green bodysuit. It was Rock Lee. He arrived in front of Kagaya, panting heavily. Before he could speak, Kagaya frowned and showed a look of disdain as she raised her arm. A powerful repulsive force suddenly erupted. Although her mind was a bit foggy, she still remembered her dislike for the person with the bowl cut in front of her. Just as Rock Lee was about to speak, he felt a tremendous force surging towards him. He was instantly hit as if by a cannonball, flying backward and about to crash into a small mountain when he was caught by someone. Gai-sensei, Rock Lee said, clutching his chest and coughing a few times. Looking back, he saw a figure with the same bowl cut and bushy brows, no, even more pronounced. Lee, step back, we'll handle this, Gai said gravely. This isn't something you can resolve. But, Gai-sensei. Rock Lee's mouth moved as he urgently tried to speak, but Gai silenced him with a wave of his hand. No buts, Gai said, his eyes fixed firmly on the silver-haired girl ahead. In your current state, you can't perform at your usual level. You know what I mean, Lee. Lee bit his lip and clenched his fists. He knew exactly what Gai meant. Lee had always had feelings for Kagaya, and if he were to fight her, he wouldn't be able to give his all. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to irreparable consequences. Furthermore, Kagaya's power was far beyond his. Listen to your teacher and step back, Lee, Kakashi said, approaching with folded arms and giving Lee a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Leave this to us. You should help treat the injured. Yes. Though reluctant, Lee nodded in agreement. Let's go, Kakashi, Gai said with a determined look in his eyes. Yeah, Kakashi replied, his expression equally serious. Ordinary ninjutsu won't work on her. Only senjutsu and taijutsu's physical damage are effective. But with Naruto not here, we'll have to hold her off ourselves. Got it. It's my time to shine, Kakashi, Gai said, flashing a grin and a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Don't get too jealous. Yeah, Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes and spreading his hands in resignation. The blue beast is on the scene. Gai leapt forward, landing in front of Kagaya. Are you all brainless? Black Zetsu, the girl with twin tails, shouted in anger. Or are you just mindless amoebas? Black Zetsu was furious. Just when her mother had shown signs of responding, these fools had interrupted. What? Kakashi stared at the twin-tailed blonde girl standing by Kagaya. My mother's mind has been invaded, and she's currently fighting against the spiritual force, Black Zetsu said sharply. If you disturb her, you won't help her, you'll cause unimaginable consequences. My sister would never act like this under normal circumstances, something must be controlling her, Hinata added anxiously. Please listen to Black Zetsu. Is that so? Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin. From his memories, Kagaya wasn't a bloodthirsty person, nor could she be considered evil. She had saved the third Hokage, Asuma, and even recently protected the headquarters from disaster. Could what this girl is saying be true? You're too naive, Gai suddenly shouted, pointing accusingly. This is the enemy's scheme. She's exhausted her chakra in battle and is trying to buy time to recover. You can't fool me. Black Zetsu was nearly apoplectic with rage. How could anyone be so stupid? Couldn't he see the situation clearly? Chapter 133, 8 Gates Released Formation, Gate of Death. Just as Black Zetsu was about to say something, she suddenly felt a chill beside her, as if she had been plunged into ice for 1,000 years, a coldness that penetrated to the core, making her shiver involuntarily. She turned her head and saw Kagaya's face covered in frost, her clear eyes radiating a cold light. Black Zetsu trembled and grabbed Hinata's hand, ignoring her protests, and fled to a distant location. Seeing Hinata struggling to break free and reach Kagaya, Black Zetsu frowned and struck her unconscious, carrying her to the back of a distant mountain. She could already sense the coldness in Kagaya's heart and knew that the next step would be an attack on them. If they remained there, they would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Despite not liking the girl named Hinata, Black Zetsu understood she was important to Kagaya and decided to save her, even if reluctantly. Meanwhile, the cat-eared loli, always timid, had already crouched behind a distant rock for cover. At the same time, the battlefield began to shift. 8-gate style, 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. Guy shouted as a massive surge of chakra erupted from his body, like a blazing flame. The resulting shockwave shattered the ground, sending fragments into the air. With a powerful step, the ground beneath Guy cracked and shattered, propelling him forward like an arrow. Kagaya, expressionless and cold, slowly raised her arm to meet Guy's attack. Around her palm, 3 spinning truth-seeking balls appeared, shooting towards Guy like lightning. Just as the truth-seeking balls were about to hit Guy, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. The space around the truth-seeking balls distorted. The balls halted and were swallowed by a black hole in an instant. At this moment, Guy reached Kagaya, his fist extended with a fierce wind, aiming to strike her. Kagaya moved gracefully, sidestepping his attack and countering with a palm strike. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy spun in a kick, aiming for Kagaya's hand but felt as if he had struck steel. The force of her counterattack sent him flying, but Guy remained undeterred. He landed, the ground cracking beneath him, and charged again with the speed of a hurricane. Guy was swift and agile, his technique seasoned and like a whirlwind. But for Kagaya, it wasn't enough, his attacks couldn't even graze her. She remained composed under his relentless assault, effortlessly evading his strikes. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Guy's eyes sharpened, and he crossed his index and middle fingers, shouting loudly. Daytime Tiger. A powerful burst of energy erupted from between Guy's fingers, forming a giant wave shaped like a white tiger, charging directly at Kagaya. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Guy was thrown back, tumbling like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Kagaya was also struck, landing gracefully and sliding back over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Are you okay, Guy? Kakashi rushed over from a distance, helping Guy to his feet. Nothing much, just a broken right arm and a few ribs, Guy said through gritted teeth, clutching his right arm. Even taijutsu, which we relied on, is ineffective, Kakashi said with a heavy expression. What are we supposed to do now? She's too strong. He looked up at Kagaya, who floated in the air. Wait, Kakashi, it's too early to say taijutsu is ineffective, Guy stood, his voice steady, his eyes showing determination. But our youth has not faded. Guy shouted. Do not abandon hope. Wishes might not always come true, but without them, how can you achieve what you want? I'm not doing this out of pride. You can't mean, Kakashi's eyes widened as if he realized something. The blue beast of Konoha will now become the red beast, Guy said with a smile on his face. Guy-sensei, do you really think it's come to that? Rock Lee asked, startled, his fists clenched and tears in his eyes. Lee, don't make that face, Guy said, giving Lee a thumbs up and a wink, his white teeth shining brightly. Don't worry. I won't kill that girl. No, Guy-sensei, that's not what I meant, Lee began to say, but before he could finish, Guy shot forward like an arrow. 8 gates released formation. Suddenly, a red aura like flames erupted from Guy's body, and a massive wave of energy surged forth, roaring in all directions like a tsunami. They all knew how powerful Kagaya was, after all, she had defeated Uchiha Madara effortlessly. They had no illusions about Kagaya's strength, and their failed attacks had only confirmed this. The only way to defeat Kagaya was to open all 8 gates. Though opening all 8 gates meant certain death. Red steam, so this is the blood vapor unique to opening all 8 gates. Kakashi crossed his arms in front of him to shield against the rushing energy wave, using chakra to anchor himself to the ground to avoid being blown away. His eyes were filled with shock. He had always known about the 8 gates and their power, but seeing the death gate for the first time, he realized its strength was 10 times greater than he had imagined. Guy's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Kagaya, moving so fast that even Kakashi couldn't see clearly, only a black shadow flashing by. Only Kagaya could see it clearly. Guy had propelled himself into the air near her by forcefully stepping on the air, a feat requiring immense speed and power. Evening Elephant. First step. A punch was delivered with such force that the compressed air shot towards Kagaya like a cannonball. Evening Elephant is a taijutsu that strikes the air to create a shockwave, essentially an air cannon. Despite being an air cannon, when the speed reaches a certain level, its power is terrifying. Just like a small pigeon can cause a plane crash if it hits at high speed. For the first time, a trace of shock appeared in Kagaya's usually calm eyes. She extended her flawless, snow-white arms to shield her chest. The truth-seeking balls floated in front of her, forming a barrier. Boom. Kagaya was struck by the air cannon and momentarily staggered, but she wasn't blown away. The attack was stopped. But the next attack followed immediately. Second step. Unable to withstand the immense force, Kagaya was sent flying, her clothes finally tearing under the tremendous impact. Third step. Fourth step. The subsequent attacks came like a violent storm. Under such intense assault, the barrier of truth-seeking balls shattered instantly. Kagaya, unable to retaliate, was tossed around like a rag doll, continuously hit by the air cannons in the air. With a loud shout, Guy swung his arm, charging it with immense energy as he prepared for the final blow. But then, as if remembering something, his movement hesitated, and his force diminished. Fifth step. Struck heavily, Kagaya plummeted like a meteor, tearing through the sky and crashing rapidly to the ground. Chapter 134, Night Guy. Boom. The ground trembled, rocks shattered, and smoke billowed as shockwaves sent dust flying in all directions. Kakashi lowered his arm from his eyes and stared at the distant scene with shock, muttering, "Is this the power of all 8 gates open?" The 8 gates release formation is a technique that removes the body's natural limits, unleashing its full potential. When the limits are removed, the power can exceed that of the 5 Kage many times over. Guy floated in the air, panting heavily, as red sweat instantly evaporated into steam. The 8 gates technique inflicted immense harm on the body, and even opening the 7th gate placed a heavy burden on it. With all 8 gates open, the damage and pain were unimaginable. "Is it over?" Kakashi asked, his Sharingan fixed on the dust-covered area in the distance. But the final blow. Just then, a figure leaped high from the dust, sweeping the debris away. It was Kagaya. Kagaya no longer maintained her previous composure. Her body was covered in dust and dotted with small wounds, but her powerful regenerative abilities healed them almost instantly. She wiped a faint trace of blood from her mouth and glanced at her now slightly damaged clothing, her cold eyes flickering with anger. Not even Evening Elephant could defeat her. Kakashi watched the silver-haired girl in the air with shock, momentarily at a loss. "This person, she withstood my continuous Evening Elephant," Guy thought through gritted teeth, the intense pain making it difficult for him to speak. His muscles were severely torn, and the bones in his arms and legs were fractured. He stood purely by willpower. Gaara, Lee, and even Niji, standing farther away, were struck speechless. As their peer, they could not fathom how Kagaya possessed such immense power. This was beyond human capability, perhaps only a god could wield such strength. At that moment, a glint of coldness appeared in Kagaya's clear eyes. She raised her flawless, snow-white arm, and 9 truth-seeking balls gathered into a black sphere in her palm. The sphere rapidly expanded, like a balloon. In no time, the black sphere had grown 100-fold, resembling a small mountain lifted by Kagaya into the air. "What's she doing?" Kakashi's pupils shrank. "This is bad. Warn our allies on the battlefield." Before Kakashi finished speaking, the black sphere in Kagaya's hand shot toward the horizon like a bolt of black lightning. Expansive truth-seeking ball. Boom. A blinding light cut through the sky, illuminating the earth as if it were daylight. Then a deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens as powerful shock waves unleashed fierce winds that swept across the land, sending stones flying and dust swirling. In the distance, smoke billowed and flames shot skyward as a massive mushroom cloud rose. Fortunately, the expansive truth-seeking ball did not land on the battlefield but far away, sparing those on the battlefield. Could it be because of her injuries? Kakashi wondered, furrowing his brow. Is that why she missed? "It looks like there's only one option left," Guy said, clenching his fists. "No matter what, she's too dangerous." "Do you really mean that?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Guy didn't say anything more, only nodded slightly. If he had held back before, he was now determined to kill Kagaya. Her threat to the Ninja Alliance was simply too great. If the expansive truth-seeking ball had landed on the battlefield. Guy crouched, his right foot forward and left foot back, hands resting on the ground in a sprinter's stance. The chakra within him intensified, burning like red flames, with embers dancing and flickering around him. Guy-sensei, Rock Lee wiped the tears from his face, clenched his hands into fists, and showed a determined expression. Guy's entire body shuddered, and the chakra within him erupted violently, raging around him like a storm, the winds as sharp as blades. Is there a technique stronger than Evening Elephant? Niji struggled to maintain his footing against the gale. Night Guy. With a powerful shout, Guy stomped the ground, creating a crater as the rocks shattered, and he launched himself like a red dragon toward Kagaya. Guy's speed was incredible, like lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of Kagaya. She had just begun to raise her arm and didn't even have time to activate Yamatsu Hirasaka. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, shaking the ground violently. Rocks were thrown into the air, and dust billowed as the shockwave leveled everything within a 10-kilometer radius, leaving the landscape devastated. The air surged like a tsunami, and dust filled the sky. The dust gradually settled, revealing a shattered landscape with large chunks of rock strewn about, as if after an earthquake. The others struggled to get back on their feet, coughing from the intense shockwave that had even caused minor internal injuries. Guy-sensei. Rock Lee was the first to get up and shouted toward the distance. That was Guy's final attack, Kakashi said as he stood up, looking around nervously. How did it go? As the dust cleared, Kakashi was shocked to see a massive chasm, tens of meters wide, hundreds of meters long, and 10 meters deep, stretching into the distance, still smoldering with smoke and reeking of burnt earth. This was the power of Guy's attack. In the distance, in a depression amid the rocky debris, lay a charred body with bright red lines. It was Guy. His life was nearly exhausted, and his body was covered with injuries inflicted by the violent chakra. The red lines marked the major chakra pathways, now completely destroyed. His entire body was beginning to crumble, and he was close to death. Guy. Guy-sensei. Kakashi and Rock Lee, seeing Guy's charred body lying in the rocks, hurriedly ran toward him. But halfway there, they stopped as if frozen, staring in shock at the figure ahead. Before them stood a beautiful silver-haired girl, her mist-like hair swaying in the wind. Her flawless skin looked soft and smooth, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were as clear as a pool of water. Her nose was delicate, her lips full and glossy, and her figure was shapely and graceful. But she was in a disheveled state. Her once beautiful kimono, embroidered with pink cherry blossoms, was now tattered, with both sleeves missing, exposing her white arms. Her collar was torn, revealing glimpses of her creamy shoulders. It was Kagaya. Chapter 135, A Flickering Candle in the Wind. Before them stood a breathtaking beauty, as if from a dream, yet Kakashi and the others only felt a chilling coldness in their limbs, with cold sweat on their backs. The silver-haired girl before them hadn't suffered much damage at all. Although her clothes were mostly torn, there were hardly any visible wounds on her exposed skin. Just a glance from the silver-haired girl made Kakashi feel as though he were frozen to the bone, as if turned to ice. Kagaya ignored them and instead walked slowly toward Guy. Guy's body was starting to break down, his charred tissue flaking away and turning to dust on the ground. He was like a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to hold on. What are you doing? Rock Lee snapped out of his daze, frantically running toward Kagaya, but it was too late. Yet Kagaya did not do what he feared. Instead, she crouched down, extended her fair arm, and placed her palm on Guy's chest. A warm, life-giving energy flowed from Kagaya's hand, through his skin, and into Guy's body. The disintegration of Guy's body stopped, and the chakra flame in his heart reignited. Not only that, but Guy's body began to heal at a visible rate, with bones and muscles regenerating, and even his chakra pathways and nodes being reformed. Kagaya gently moved her hand away, leaving a white ring of light on Guy's chest, which spread across his body like a spider web. This was the resurrection ability of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki never truly dies, which is why even the Sage of the Six Paths and his brother could only seal her away. Her strength is not only in her immense defense but also in her powerful regenerative abilities. In the blink of an eye, Lee had reached Guy and stopped nearby. His eyes were wide, fists clenched, and teeth grit as he prepared to fight. He knew he couldn't defeat Kagaya but was determined to save his teacher, even though the fully opened 8 gates meant certain death. But Kagaya didn't even glance at him, instead stepping gracefully past him. Lee was momentarily stunned but quickly came to his senses and rushed to Guy's side, wiping his tears and shouting, "Guy-sensei." At that moment, Kakashi also reached Guy's side. He knelt down, taking Guy's charred hand, his expression grim as he looked at the silver-haired girl walking away. Even with his life on the line, Guy hadn't been able to defeat her or make her stay. Kakashi sighed, about to stand up when his eyes widened, his Sharingan fixed on Guy's chest, his face showing disbelief. He noticed Guy's body healing at a remarkable rate, something impossible, given the damage from the 8 gates release. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a ball of white light on Guy's chest. This light was warm and gentle, brimming with incredible vitality, spreading through Guy's body like a stream, revitalizing him as if he were a withered tree blooming anew. Kakashi quickly turned to look at the silver-haired girl in the distance. Could it be her? But how is that possible? Kagaya walked slowly toward the allied forces, her beautiful face cold and composed. The allied shinobi watched the silver-haired girl approach, swallowing nervously. Glancing at each other, they dropped their weapons with a clatter and turned to flee. Even the formidable Guy wasn't a match for the silver-haired girl before them, so wouldn't they just be cannon fodder if they went up against her? They weren't foolish. Fear spread across the battlefield like a plague as more and more ninjas fled. At first, only a few ran, but soon it was a large group. Like dominoes, in no time, nearly everyone was gone. "Those bastards," the third Tsuchikage said through clenched teeth, angrily watching those who dropped their weapons and fled. "A bunch of cowards," Tsunade agreed, her voice full of frustration. She wished she could beat them up for their cowardice. We'll deal with those fools later, the Raikage grunted, slamming his fists together with a heavy thud. Right now, we need to stop that girl. Isn't that right, Mizukage? Ah, yes, Meitorumi replied absent-mindedly, barely acknowledging them. Her attention wasn't on the fleeing ninjas but on Kagaya. In her memory, Kagaya wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Although she could be mischievous at times, she would never go on a killing spree like this. Something must have happened to her. At that moment, Kagaya staggered on the battlefield, letting out a painful groan. She clutched her head with both hands, her pretty face contorted in pain. The sudden change brought a halt to the commotion on the battlefield. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, and many of those who had been fleeing stopped and turned back to look. Kagaya's groans grew louder, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and sweat poured down her body as if she were enduring immense pain. Her body trembled slightly, and she panted softly. Look, something's happening to her. Do you think she's pretending? Why would she pretend? If she was really going to chase us, could we outrun her? You mean? She must have gotten hurt in the fight. Right, with a battle that intense, how could she not get hurt? Look, her clothes are torn. If that's the case, should we? One ninja gestured across his neck and chuckled. Let's go for it. Strike while she's down. Besides, there's a hefty bounty on her. Several ninjas huddled together, laughing wickedly. To them, even though Kagaya was terrifyingly powerful, how much strength could she have left after being injured? If they didn't act now, someone else might beat them to it. With this thought, they could no longer resist. Chapter 136, Internal Conflict. Several ninjas, clutching kunai in their hands, rushed straight toward Kagaya. As they approached, they leapt into the air, launching a barrage of kunai and shurikens like a flower scattering petals, attacking Kagaya with overwhelming force. They were not foolish enough to engage in close combat immediately, instead opting to test her defenses with kunai and shurikens first. Clang! 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 The kunai and shurikens were halted before Kagaya, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, making metallic clashing sounds before falling to the ground. Upon seeing this, the ninjas were not discouraged but rather delighted. They believed that since the silver-haired girl did not counterattack, it confirmed that she was seriously injured and could only passively defend herself. The ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and charged forward with kunai in hand, aiming a sudden strike at the chest of the silver-haired girl who was still gasping for breath with her head in her hands. Die. They knew that only senjutsu and physical attacks would be effective against Kagaya. Since they didn't possess senjutsu, they could only rely on physical attacks. In their minds, victory was assured, and the millions in bounties were as good as theirs. They were already fantasizing about how to spend the money. However, reality often proves harsher than dreams, and those who take risks driven by greed seldom meet a good end. Suddenly, Kagaya stood up straight, a flash of coldness in her beautiful eyes, and an imposing aura erupted from her. The attacking ninjas were shocked, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and a trace of fear crossed their minds. They immediately regretted their decision, wishing they had simply fled instead. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Kagaya raised her alabaster-like arm, her palm aimed at the oncoming ninjas, and unleashed a powerful repulsive force, sweeping out like a fierce storm. The ninjas' chests caved in as if struck by a heavy blow, causing them to spit out crimson blood. They were hurled into the air like cannonballs and crashed down like broken kites, skidding more than 10 meters before coming to a halt. The ground was gouged with deep furrows over a dozen meters long. One of the fallen ninjas lay on the ground, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He did not want to die and struggled to get up, but his internal organs were shattered, leaving him beyond saving, even by Tsunade. Finally, his head tilted, his legs twitched, and he breathed his last. Thus, all those who had launched the sneak attack were completely annihilated. It seems she's not as injured as we thought, observing from a distance, folded his arms and said gravely. Just moments ago, we noticed something unusual about Kagaya. Although we didn't know exactly what had happened, it seemed advantageous to us, and we had already planned to defeat her while she was weak. But now it seems that's not the case. No, something must have happened to her, the fourth Raikage said with a flash of cold light in his eyes, speaking in a deep voice. Normally, she wouldn't let anyone get close. Now, she only retaliates when they reach her, indicating that her power has significantly weakened. Following the direction pointed out by the fourth Raikage, I looked over and saw Kagaya kneeling on the ground, clutching her head tightly, her face contorted with pain, and crystalline beads of sweat streaming down and dripping onto the ground. Don't hesitate any longer, the fourth Raikage clenched his fist and shouted sternly, now is the best opportunity. If we wait for her to recover, we'll have no chance. Yes, that's a very valid point. We cannot let that little girl continue her reckless actions, the Tsuchikage said gravely, stepping forward. I think we shouldn't draw conclusions so hastily, Meitorumi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. I believe something must have happened to Kagaya, prompting her to act this way. I don't think it's her true intention, and we shouldn't immediately classify her as an enemy. Yes, Tsunade nodded in agreement, saying, I also know this little girl. Her nature isn't bad, and she's not the type who enjoys killing. Are we just going to let her slaughter at will? The fourth Reikage said loudly, his gaze intense. That's not what I mean. Mei Terumi shook her head slightly and said solemnly, I want to try another method. Another method? Gaara turned his head in confusion. I am sure Kagaya is being controlled by someone, which is why she's doing these things. Mei Terumi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. My method is to try to awaken her original consciousness. No way, the fourth Reikage interrupted. That's too slow. She's currently in a weakened state, and if we don't seize this opportunity, we might never get another chance. If she acted under control, then killing her would be an unjust execution, wouldn't it? Mei Terumi furrowed her brows and argued. An unjust execution? Weren't those she killed on the battlefield also unjustly killed? The fourth Reikage scoffed loudly. Should more people die just because of her? So, do we casually decide the fate of others? Mei Terumi's chest heaved rapidly, showing no sign of backing down. Mizukage, I recall you're quite familiar with that little girl, the fourth Reikage said, his eyes sharp. Are you trying to shield her? I do know her, Mei Terumi said, placing her hand on her chest and raising her voice. But I don't think what I'm doing is wrong, and I won't let you harm her casually. I knew you'd act this way, the fourth Reikage grunted, his eyes flashing coldly as he clenched his fist. In that case, I'll take you down first. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful chakra erupted from the fourth Reikage, with tangible lightning chakra crackling around him, radiating a formidable aura. The Reikage stomped the ground, causing it to crack, and the rocks were instantly pulverized. He rushed toward Mei Terumi like a white lightning bolt, the air pressure from his speed already crashing toward her. Mei Terumi's face showed no sign of nervousness. Her eyes focused, flashed with cold light, and her fingers swiftly formed seals as her cheeks slightly puffed up. Since her defeat to the Reikage a few years ago, Mei Terumi had been training diligently, and her strength had increased significantly. Not only that, but she also found ways to counter the Reikage, and now she was fully confident she could defeat him. But just as she was about to perform her jutsu, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, attacking her back with a fierce wind. Mei Terumi's pupils contracted as she abandoned her unfinished jutsu and turned to defend herself, but it was too late. Bang! Her head was struck from behind, and she immediately felt dizzy, her consciousness gradually fading. She struggled to turn her head and whispered, I can't believe it's you, but before she could finish, she blacked out. Chapter 137, Protect. Mei Terumi gradually lost consciousness, her eyes unfocused as her body fell forward involuntarily. Just as she was about to hit the ground, someone caught her. It was Tsunade, with her golden ponytail, beautiful face, mature and voluptuous figure, particularly her ample chest. Tsunade, you. The third Tsukuyomi looked surprised, seemingly not understanding her actions, as she had just spoken in defense of Kagaya. We are already at a critical juncture, Tsunade said, her eyes narrowing as she spoke in a low voice. We can't let personal feelings sacrifice more lives. Well said, the Reikage laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. As expected of Tsunade, the princess of the three legendary ninja. Save the chatter, Tsunade huffed, showing no appreciation, as she handed Mei Terumi to Shizen beside her and said sternly, now is not the time for talking. Let's move. Right. The four Kage nodded, disappearing with a swift swish, like arrows shot from a bow, leaving behind afterimages as they charged towards Kagaya's location. However, they were stopped halfway by someone. Standing in their way was a petite girl with twin golden ponytails adorned with small pink and green flowers. Her skin was fair and flawless, her large eyes bright and clear, with a small, delicate nose and rosy lips. Despite her small stature, her figure was voluptuous, with well-defined curves, especially her chest, which was uncharacteristically developed for her age. She wore a short pink kimono decorated with red, green, and blue flowers, making her look even more cute and charming. Her legs were clad in white cotton socks, tied with red ribbons above them, exposing a section of her white skin. She was none other than Black Zetsu. I won't let you harm Mother, Black Zetsu said, her small face tense, with a cold glint flashing in her clear, watery eyes. So you're the girl by Kagaya's side, the Tsukuyomi said, eyeing the little girl in front of him. I knew you were with her. Do you still want to protect her? Tsunade asked sternly as she stepped forward. She's being controlled right now. Defeating her is the only way to restore her consciousness. No, Black Zetsu shook her head, assuming a fighting stance. I won't let anyone harm Mother. Why are you wasting time talking to this little girl? Reikage said impatiently, stepping forward. Move aside now, and I won't hold it against you, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Black Zetsu snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Reikage. You don't know what's good for you. Reikage was immediately angered by the little girl's contemptuous look. He stomped the ground, causing the rocks to crack as he charged forward like a white lightning bolt, a fierce wind accompanying his movement. With style, leaf technique. Suddenly, a flurry of leaves appeared around Black Zetsu slowly, swirling around her body. The green leaves rotated rapidly, producing a rustling sound. More and more leaves gathered, spinning faster and faster, resembling a green tornado. This was Black Zetsu's unique wood style, where the leaves could be used for both offense and defense, though they leaned more towards defense. The Reikage moved with incredible speed, and in an instant, he was right in front of Black Zetsu slowly. He raised his arm, clenched his massive fist, and swung it fiercely toward the little girl. Boom. With a deafening roar, the shockwave rolled, and a fierce wind scattered leaves and dust into the air. When the dust cleared, everyone was surprised to see a wall of leaves in front of Black Zetsu, blocking the Reikage's powerful punch. Although the wall of leaves had been pierced, with the Reikage's fist visible on the other side, it had successfully halted his attack. Interesting, it actually blocked my punch, the Reikage said, surprised that his punch had been stopped by the seemingly lightweight leaves. Let's see how you handle this. Liger Bomb. The Reikage leaped into the air, lightning crackling around him, and brought his leg down in a powerful axe kick toward Black Zetsu. The force of the attack sent strong gusts of wind that made Black Zetsu Loli's twin ponytails dance wildly. Black Zetsu Loli waved her pale arm, and countless leaves gathered around her. Just as the leaves were about to coalesce, Black Zetsu suddenly froze, turning her head to see that the other three Kage had bypassed her and were heading straight for Kagaya. Black Zetsu hadn't anticipated their cunning strategy, and a wave of anxiety hit her. The leaves in the air disintegrated in an instant. Boom. Black Zetsu Loli was struck hard and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before colliding with a large boulder. At the last second, she had used her leaves to create a shield in front of her, but the Reikage's attack was powerful, with his lightning chakra adding intense piercing power. Although she wasn't hit directly, the force of the attack still injured her. Using her dusty arm to prop herself up, Black Zetsu coughed a few times and wiped the blood from her mouth. She struggled to her feet, disregarding her injuries, and ran toward Kagaya. But she could no longer concern herself with the Reikage, as the Tsuchikage, Tsunade, and Gaara were already closing in on Kagaya. Stop, don't run. The Reikage shouted, lightning flaring around him, crackling across his body as he stomped the ground, charging toward Black Zetsu like an arrow from a bow. Seeing that the Tsuchikage and the others were about to reach Kagaya, Black Zetsu grew increasingly anxious. Her clear eyes showed determination as she suddenly turned to face the approaching Reikage, raising her pale arms in a defensive stance, and forming a cherry blossom-shaped shield with the swirling leaves in front of her. What, not running anymore? The Reikage sneered, then prepared to die. The Reikage roared, his lightning chakra erupting like white flames, sending waves of pressure crashing forward. He raised his muscular arm, swinging his massive fist to smash the cherry blossom shield in front of Black Zetsu. Boom. A tremendous force hit, and Black Zetsu Loli's small body was sent flying backward. But using the momentum, she adjusted her stance mid-air and, like a meteor, shot through the blue sky towards Kagaya. Chapter 138, The Most Important Person. The twin-tailed blonde girl struggled to prop herself up with dusty arms, wavering as she stood. She was breathing heavily, and sweat rolled down her forehead and cheeks. She was in a disheveled state, entirely lacking her previous cute and beautiful appearance. The pink ribbon holding her ponytails had snapped, and her golden hair hung loosely over her shoulders. The green flowers in her hair had wilted. Her once flawless face was now covered in dust, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were tattered, with the long sleeves ripped and a tear in her pleated skirt. Her white stockings had several large holes. The three Kage who had just arrived were stunned at the scene, not expecting Black Zetsu Loli to appear in such a condition, which took them by surprise. Reikage, who arrived shortly after, glared fiercely, clenching his teeth. He hadn't anticipated the little girl would use the recoil from his attack to accelerate her movement and reach this location faster. However, his attacks were not so easy to withstand, Reikage thought with a cold snort. In truth, Black Zetsu had no choice. Reikage's speed was incredible, sometimes rivaling spacetime jutsu. If he engaged her, escaping would be nearly impossible, and she couldn't be sure of defeating him quickly. Thus, this became her only option, even though it left her injured. Stand aside, you are no match for us, Tsunade said seriously. We don't want to harm you. You must understand we're also trying to help Kagaya. Give up, Gaara said, folding his arms as he approached. This is meaningless. Black Zetsu Loli still said nothing, simply pursing her lips and shaking her head. Stubborn fool. Reikage's eyebrows shot up as he shouted, his fist charged with lightning chakra and punching toward Black Zetsu Loli, reaching her in an instant. Umph. Black Zetsu Loli snorted coldly, a flash of icy determination in her beautiful eyes, as a strange purple flame suddenly enveloped her. It swirled around her, and a powerful aura burst forth with a surge of wind. Instantly, rocks shattered and flew as her golden twin-tails danced in the fierce wind. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with resolve, and charged like lightning toward Reikage. Her small hand swung out to meet his massive fist. Boom. With a muffled roar, a shockwave of air pressure surged out, blowing everyone's clothing and forcing them to shield their eyes. What? When the gust subsided and everyone opened their eyes, they were astonished to see that it was Reikage who had been knocked back. Reikage flew back like a cannonball, crashing into a distant boulder and shattering it into pieces, scattering debris and dust into the air. When did this little girl gain such power, able to repel Reikage, known for his taijutsu prowess? Was it due to that strange purple light? While everyone speculated, Reikage stood up from the rubble, unharmed. He had taken the blow without injury, showcasing his incredible resilience, proving his reputation as a taijutsu expert in the shinobi world. "You're an interesting little girl," he said, brushing the stones and dust from his body, staring coldly at Black Zetsu. "But you've angered me." With those words, Reikage released a powerful surge of chakra. Lightning danced across his body with a crackling sound, his aura growing stronger as the chakra density around him almost became tangible, enveloping him completely. Compared to before, Reikage's strength had multiplied several times. This was the Reikage's lightning release chakra mode. "That's enough," Tsunade shouted, her brows furrowed in anger. "Attacking a little girl, don't you feel ashamed?" "Humph, in my eyes, there are only enemies, no regard for age or condition," Reikage replied coldly, turning back to Black Zetsu on the ground. "I'm asking you one last time, do you still want to protect that person?" Just then, Black Zetsu suddenly fell to her knees, a look of pain crossing her face, as sweat beaded on her forehead. She coughed a few times, and a trickle of blood ran down her mouth. Although Black Zetsu used the Dragon's Veins chakra earlier to dramatically increase her strength, the side effects of the Dragon's Veins chakra were also very severe. Her fragile body suffered significant damage as a result. Unlike Kagaya, who had a powerful and resilient body, and possessed the genes of the God Tree to filter out impurities from the Dragon's Veins chakra, Black Zetsu did not have these advantages. But Black Zetsu did not care about these consequences, even if it meant dying, she would protect the person most important to her. Black Zetsu struggled to prop herself up with her arms and shakily stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her clear eyes stared coldly at the Reikage. She said nothing, but her answer was clear. "You're seeking death." The Reikage shouted in anger, lightning flashing around him, as he stomped the ground and charged at Black Zetsu with incredible speed, swinging his massive fist toward her. "Stop!" Tsunade cried out in alarm, trying to stop the Reikage, but he was too fast for anyone to intervene. Black Zetsu, in her current state, couldn't form the cherry blossom shield. Without its protection, the next attack would be more than just a rush of wind. She could have used mental fusion to control the opponent's will, as she wasn't suited for direct combat. Mental control was her forte, but she knew her mother didn't like her doing that. Her mother had said that those people were filthy, and using mental fusion on them would taint herself. Thus, she had never used that technique. Black Zetsu bit her lip, raising her arms to cross protectively over her chest, a flash of determination in her clear eyes. The punch hadn't yet landed, but the fierce wind had already blown her long hair into the air. She silently closed her eyes, bracing herself for the pain she expected to feel. But after waiting for a while, the pain she anticipated didn't come. She opened her eyes slightly, peeking through the gap between her arms, and saw a familiar figure. Her eyes widened in surprise and joy. Mother. Standing before them was a beautiful silver-haired girl, with rosy lips, perfect features, and skin like porcelain. Although her clothes were torn, it didn't diminish her ethereal and otherworldly presence. Her expression was cold as ice, her clear eyes filled with a chilling intensity, and a strange purple glow flashed across her body. Bang! With a loud crash, the Reikage was struck hard, his chest caving in as he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant boulder with a thunderous impact. What? He coughed up blood, kneeling on the ground and clutching his chest, his face full of shock. His powerful punch had been effortlessly blocked, and she had even struck him with enough force to seriously wound him. A few years ago, being defeated by her was a deep humiliation for the Reikage. He had trained intensely to regain his honor, but now, the silver-haired girl's strength had reached a terrifying level. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she raised her left arm, and Reikage felt himself being pulled toward her against his will. Reikage was shocked. His body felt paralyzed, his chakra frozen and unresponsive. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single finger, helplessly watching himself being pulled toward Kagaya. Kagaya's face remained expressionless, her clear eyes coldly staring at Reikage. A fear he hadn't felt in years rose within him. As everyone watched in confusion, wondering what she would do, a crude outburst left everyone stunned. "You bastard." Kagaya swung her pale fist, punching Reikage hard in the stomach. He doubled over as if struck by lightning, spewing a mixture of blood and saliva from his mouth. She followed up with another punch to his chest, and there was a sharp cracking sound as several ribs broke. Raikage's eyes bulged, and the intense pain nearly knocked the wind out of him. Chapter 139, Consequences of Anger. Each punch landed harder than the last, and each blow was more forceful than the one before. Kagaya's attacks rained down on the Raikage like a violent storm, leaving him twisted and battered like a rag doll, utterly defenseless against her onslaught. With a deafening bang, the Raikage was sent flying like a cannonball. In a series of thunderous crashes, he smashed through 7 or 8 huge boulders before crashing into a distant hill, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the Raikage was a shadow of his former self. He was bruised and swollen, covered in injuries, and his body was limp, with his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly having broken multiple bones. He lay against a rock, gasping heavily for air. At this moment, a figure appeared before him. Struggling to lift his head, the Raikage was kicked in the stomach by a small, pale foot before he could even see clearly. The intense pain forced him to open his mouth, and he spat out saliva mixed with blood. With a resounding boom, the Raikage's body was violently hurled away, slamming into a distant cliff face, shattering it into pieces, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Kagaya walked up to the severely injured Raikage, a cold glint flashing in her icy eyes. She raised her flawless, pale foot, seemingly ready to strike again. Stop. The Tsuchikage, Tsunade, and Gaara came running from afar at lightning speed. Kagaya's speed had been too fast, and when they snapped out of their daze, the Raikage was already unrecognizable. Kagaya ignored them, showing no reaction, and was about to kick again. The Raikage was already gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Another hit might finish him off for good. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. A white cylindrical beam shot toward Kagaya, who noticed it and frowned. With a wave of her smooth, creamy arm, the beam vanished like a popped soap bubble. In that crucial moment, Gaara wrapped the Raikage in sand and pulled him to safety. What? My particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. The Tsuchikage's eyes were filled with shock. The atomic dismantling jutsu was incredibly powerful, capable of disintegrating anything it touched into molecules, bypassing any defense. Yet, Kagaya had dispelled such a powerful technique with just a wave of her hand. Kagaya slowly turned around, her cold eyes emanating an icy chill. At the same time, not far from the battlefield, a blonde-haired boy was weaving through the forest. It was Naruto. Having received information about Kabuto Yakushi's location earlier, he had rushed there only to find the place empty with no sign of Kabuto. He searched the area for a long time without finding any trace of Kabuto. Had he already escaped? But that was not Naruto's primary concern now. His priority was to reach the battlefield as soon as possible. He had a bad feeling, sensing that something was about to happen. Who's there? Naruto suddenly sensed someone in the forest and quickly gripped his kunai, looking toward the source of the sound. A figure emerged from behind a large tree. With flowing hair and a handsome face, he wore a white shirt open at the chest and deep blue pants, with a thick rope tied around his waist. It was Sasuke, whom Naruto hadn't seen in a long time. Sasuke. Naruto put away his kunai, exclaiming in surprise, "Why are you here? What, do you want to fight?" Sasuke replied, glancing sideways at him. "No, not at all," Naruto quickly replied, waving his hand with an awkward smile. "I mean, how did you end up here?" "It's a long story," Sasuke said coolly, "but I've decided to protect Konoha, and I plan to become Hokage." Naruto was momentarily stunned but then smiled, clapping his hands together. "Great, then let's go." The two of them turned into streaks of light, speeding toward the battlefield. When they arrived, they were shocked by the scene before them. The battlefield had become a wasteland, corpses lay everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed, with an overwhelming stench of blood in the air. The ground was devastated, filled with craters and ravines, and many small hills had been leveled. "Granny Tsunade." Naruto suddenly shouted and ran toward a figure lying on the battlefield. When he reached her, his eyes widened in shock. Tsunade was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, and her body covered in wounds, with her clothes tattered and torn. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst part was that her body had been severed at the waist, leaving only her upper body, with no sign of her lower half. Naruto, cough, cough, Tsunade weakly opened her eyes. "Don't worry, Granny Tsunade, I'll find the medical team right away," Naruto said through gritted teeth, getting up to leave. "No, there's no need," Tsunade said, her eyes vacant, struggling to speak. "Bring the others over here. I might still be able to save them." It was then that Naruto noticed there were others nearby. The third Tsuchikage, the fourth Raikage, and Gaara were all severely injured, their clothes torn and covered in blood, their bodies riddled with wounds, and their breathing extremely weak. If they weren't treated soon, they would surely die. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a silver-haired girl was gently caressing the cheek of a cute little girl with her smooth, creamy hand. As her crystal-clear fingers moved across, the wounds gradually disappeared, the cuts healed, and her skin regained its fair luster. The little girl, with her eyes closed, had a faint smile on her face, seeming to enjoy it very much. The little girl felt her body becoming soft and weak, and she involuntarily leaned against Kagaya, rubbing her face gently against Kagaya's chest, her eyes moist and glistening as if about to cry. Kagaya's expression shifted as she suddenly stood up, her gaze fixed on the distant forest, a purple light flashing briefly across her body. "Kagaya, why are you doing this?" a blonde-haired boy in a jacket shouted as he ran over, his face full of indignation. Behind him was a black-haired boy wielding a katana. Yes, they were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Black Zetsu's clear, crystal-like eyes glinted coldly as she bit her lip and clenched her fists. She resented these two uninvited intruders. Not only that, but they were also. Chapter 140, The Whole Story. Are you Hagoromo and Hamura? No, you must be Indra and Azura. Kagaya's eyes were clear and cold, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Was it Hagoromo who taught you those techniques? Indeed, not long ago, Hagoromo, the sage of the Six Paths, had drawn Naruto and Sasuke into a dream. He not only explained the situation to them but also bestowed upon them the power of the Six Paths, which included the power to seal chakra. Naruto, now in Six Path Sage mode, emitted a golden chakra, with cross-shaped pupils and several truth-seeking balls floating behind him. His aura was vastly different from before. Sasuke, meanwhile, had awakened the Rinnegan in his left eye, a result of receiving the sage's power, significantly enhancing his chakra. Kagaya's eyes narrowed, and she exuded a formidable presence. Her chakra was as overwhelming as a mountain, making it hard to breathe. The once flickering purple chakra on her body began to dissipate like snow in the sunlight. What is this? Black Zetsu Loli's beautiful eyes widened as she seemed to realize a crucial detail. A hint of excitement appeared on her lips, but then she clutched her head with her small hand, squatting down with a pained expression. She struggled to stand up, wobbling as she ran off into the distance, only stopping after about 100 meters. Black Zetsu Loli felt a lingering fear. While near Kagaya, she had been influenced by a powerful mental force. Only after running out of its range did she feel somewhat relieved. She realized this was the effect of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's mental power, gradually assimilating her, and as she was an offshoot of Kagaya's consciousness, she had no resistance to its influence. But she seemed to have found a solution. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were confronting Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the tense atmosphere seemingly freezing the very air around them. You're the one Grandpa spoke of. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. I can't believe you planned this from the start. I really misjudged you, Naruto said through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on Kagaya in anger. Hiding so deeply, Sasuke sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and yet no one managed to discover her. What exactly is your goal? Naruto shouted, clenching his fists. Ninshu, no, it's called ninja, isn't it? Kagaya said coolly. I have nothing to say to people like you, who don't understand the meaning of chakra and play with it carelessly. This land, my precious nursery, must not be harmed anymore. So let's end this battle. What? Naruto was puzzled, not comprehending. Here and now, I will eliminate you, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki said, her beautiful eyes narrowing. As soon as she spoke, her graceful figure shot toward them like an arrow from the string, charging at them with lightning speed. Meanwhile, in another location. Madara, are you all right? The half-bodied Hashirama Senju sat down next to the prone Uchiha Madara. If you want to laugh, go ahead. Madara Uchiha chuckled self-deprecatingly. I spent so long planning, and yet it was all ruined by a little girl. Impossible, you also wanted to create a world without war and suffering, Hashirama said solemnly. Besides, I never made fun of you. Even if our paths differed, our goals were the same, Madara. Seeing Hashirama's sincere expression, Madara was momentarily lost in thought, then he laughed and said, when did the famous Hashirama Senju become so sentimental? I've always been like this, Hashirama replied with a bright smile. Didn't you know? Yes, we once worked hard together, Madara mused, feeling nostalgic. It's just a pity my envisioned world didn't succeed. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have let that little girl succeed. You are wrong. Who's there? Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha suddenly stood up, looking warily toward the source of the voice. I'm saying, you were wrong from the beginning, and you could never succeed. The ground twisted, and from the warped surface appeared a small girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, though one of her red ribbons had broken, leaving her hair draped over her shoulder. Her clothes were torn, revealing her fair skin. Her features were extremely beautiful, with skin as smooth as snow, large bright eyes, a small, sharp nose, and rosy lips. She was Black Zetsu Loli. You're the girl who hangs around with that person, Madara Uchiha snorted. I didn't expect you'd dare come here. Fine, I'll take care of you first. He moved to attack. Wait, Madara. Don't rush. Let's hear what she has to say first, Hashirama said, grabbing his arm, and turned to Black Zetsu with a serious expression. You must have a purpose for coming here. Your plan can never succeed, Madara Uchiha, Black Zetsu lowly said coolly, because the Infinite Tsukuyomi was my design. The Infinite Tsukuyomi is a technique to bring eternal peace to the ninja world, Madara laughed disdainfully. You think you can convince me it was designed by a little girl? Save those words for other fools. You think I'll fall for that? Based on what? Black Zetsu lowly chuckled softly. The Uchiha stone tablet. How do you know about that? Madara squinted, a cold glint in his eyes as he stared at Black Zetsu. That was recorded by the Sage of the Six Paths on the stone tablet. It can't be wrong. I've lived far longer than you, Madara, Black Zetsu lowly sighed. I had plenty of time to find the stone tablet left by Hagoromo and modify it. Modify. Madara's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his heart sank. The Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't a technique for giving people peaceful dreams, it's meant to gather everyone's chakra to bring my mother back to this world. Black Zetsu's lips curled into a playful smile. Just as you used to Beto as a pawn, you, too, were merely a pawn. Rubbish, Madara laughed disdainfully. You think you can trick me with this nonsense? Believe it or not, Black Zetsu lowly huffed, reviving my mother requires two conditions, the God Tree and the Rinnegan to cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi. But the chakra of Hagoromo was split between Indra and Azura, and the tailed beasts needed for the Ten-Tails were scattered worldwide. Did you think having the Sharingan and the Moon Eye plan was mere coincidence? Could it be? Madara's pupils contracted. Yes, it was all my doing, Black Zetsu lowly smiled. Infinite Tsukuyomi was just a trick to fool someone as naive and stubborn as you. You fool, Madara's face darkened, realizing he might have been deceived. Also, I think you should see my original form, Black Zetsu lowly said, blinking her large, moist eyes. Black Zetsu lowly's body slowly transformed into a black mass, twisting and reshaping until a tall, entirely black figure stood before them. You are Black Zetsu. Chapter 141, Battle of Reincarnation. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke were violently knocked back, spraying a mist of blood from their mouths. They fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, the impact cracking the ground, sending rocks flying and clouds of dust swirling. Kagaya is unbelievably strong. Is she even human? Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Kagaya. He coughed several times, blood seeping through his fingers. He thought that with the power of the Sage of the Six Paths and the gift of the Rinnegan, he should be able to stand against Kagaya. Yet, since they last saw her, her strength had grown even more formidable, no, not just formidable, terrifying and despair-inducing. Can they really win? Sasuke felt a moment of doubt. Sasuke, are you going to back down? Sasuke shuddered and quickly turned to see that the voice belonged to Naruto. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clenched his fists, and with a determined expression, said, I won't give up easily. As if spurred by Naruto's words, Sasuke's anxiety vanished. If Naruto wouldn't give up or back down, then neither would he. Humph, you think I'd lose to you, dead last? Sasuke snorted, raising an eyebrow and flashing a confident smile, his earlier doubt swept away. Then let's go. Right. Both of them smirked, exchanged a glance, and launched themselves toward Kagaya like arrows shot from a bow. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Blaze style, Kagutsuchi. A rapidly spinning shuriken appeared in Naruto's right hand, while a mass of black flames appeared in Sasuke's left hand. Naruto, I'll support you this time, Sasuke said, his hair wildly tossed by the fierce wind. All right, no problem, Naruto replied with a grin. As they ran, their hands met, and the Rasen Shuriken and Kagutsuchi fused together, forming a black Rasen Shuriken that screamed through the air toward Kagaya. Scorch style, Halo Hurricane Jet Black Arrow style 0. The black wind style, Rasen Shuriken shot forward like a streak of black lightning, tearing through the sky with a piercing whine, reaching Kagaya in an instant. Kagaya was unfazed. Such an attack might seem impressive, and it might work on others, but for her, it was insignificant. She gently raised her pale arm and aimed at the incoming black Rasen Shuriken. A black truth-seeking ball appeared in her palm, instantly expanding to more than 10 times its original size. The dark sphere emitted a menacing aura. Mini expanded truth-seeking ball. With a slight motion of her hand, the truth-seeking ball shot out with a bang, breaking the sound barrier and colliding directly with the incoming black shuriken. A deafening explosion rocked the air, the shockwave mingled with a towering blast of wind and dust. Before the dust had even settled, countless figures suddenly appeared behind Kagaya, filling the sky, Naruto's signature multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sage Art, Raiznan. Naruto's clones, each wielding a rapidly spinning Raiznan, shouted as they charged toward Kagaya like a swarm of locusts, the sound of their movements slicing through the air. All killing ash bones. Kagaya stretched out her pale arm and shot out countless bone spikes from her palm, aiming at Naruto's shadow clones. Although the clones were numerous, Kagaya's bone spikes were equally plentiful. Under the fierce storm-like attack of the bone spikes, Naruto's clones disappeared one by one in puffs of white smoke. Did they think they could defeat her with such an attack? Suddenly, Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she sensed something. Her creamy arm swung like lightning, and a bone spike shot out like a white bolt of lightning. In the sky, Naruto with the truth-seeking ball was instantly pierced by the bone spike. His face was filled with shock, and a trace of disbelief lingered in his expression as his body began to crumble under the all-killing ash bone's energy, with large chunks of his body falling away. In the air, the shadow clones also vanished in bursts of white smoke with a puff, puff sound. It seems that was the real Naruto. Kagaya glanced coldly, losing interest, and prepared to search for Sasuke. You fell for it. At that moment, two figures appeared behind her, a blonde-haired boy with whiskers on his cheeks and a dark blue-haired boy. They were Naruto and Sasuke. The one before wasn't the real Naruto but a shadow clone with the truth-seeking ball. Since clones usually don't have truth-seeking balls, this was meant to confuse Kagaya. It seemed Naruto's plan had succeeded. Naruto transformed into the massive nine tails, from which 6 arms extended, and chakra gathered wildly in the palms, forming a supersized yellow and black shuriken in no time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a robust, fully armored Susanoo, with enormous chakra condensing into a bow and arrow. As he pulled the bowstring with his right arm, an arrow crackling with lightning appeared, aimed at Kagaya ahead. 6 paths, ultra big ball Rasen Shuriken. Indra's arrow. Boom. A brilliant flash of light appeared on the horizon, tearing through the sky and turning the whole world white. Then a deafening explosion thundered across the sky. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the air, and searing winds mingled with a powerful shockwave surged out, leveling everything in its path, reducing forests to scorched earth, flattening mountains, and evaporating rivers. The clouds in the sky were swept away, revealing a clear blue sky. In an instant, thick smoke rolled, and flames roared into the sky. What? What is this? On the other side of the battlefield, Hashirama Senju's pupils contracted, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. He could feel the terrifying power of the explosion, exceeding anything he had imagined. On the other side, Madara Uchiha was also solemn. Despite his pride and countless battles alongside Hashirama, he had never felt such immense power, not even when he became the Ten Tails Madara. What is this? Its mother, Black Zetsu lowly said, approaching with clear eyes gazing at the mushroom cloud on the horizon. She's encountered the reincarnations of Indra and Azura. You mean? Hashirama's eyes narrowed, already beginning to suspect. That's right, they're fighting, Black Zetsu lowly said calmly. Just like you two are also reincarnations of Indra and Azura. Why are you telling us this? Madara asked, eyes fixed on Black Zetsu lowly, his gaze piercing. What is your goal? Those two can't defeat Mother, Black Zetsu lowly sighed softly. If this continues, this world will end. Chapter 142, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Why are you doing this? Madara Uchiha's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Aren't you on her side? No, you misunderstand, Black Zetsu lowly shook her head gently, speaking softly. She is my mother, but what she is doing now is not her true intent. She is being controlled, which is why she acts this way. Controlled. Madara's face twisted into a mocking smile. If she's as powerful as you claim, how could she be controlled? Stop it, Madara, Hashirama interrupted, walking over with a serious expression. What do you want us to do? I want you to try and place this on my mother, Black Zetsu lowly said, blinking and pulling out a peculiar kunai from her pocket. This is, Hashirama's eyes widened, the special kunai used by Minato Namikaze for flying thunder god technique. Exactly, Black Zetsu lowly nodded quietly. This kunai was the same one she had with her when she entered the dragon veins, imbued with the dragon veins chakra. Previously, Black Zetsu lowly had observed that whenever Kagaya regained her consciousness, a faint purple glow appeared around her, the glow of dragon veins chakra. This suggested that the dragon veins chakra might be the key to awakening Kagaya's consciousness. Doing this might awaken Mother's consciousness, Black Zetsu lowly said calmly. Why don't you do it yourself? Madara raised an eyebrow and folded his arms, speaking sternly. Because if I get too close to her, I will be affected, so I need someone else to do it, Black Zetsu lowly said, looking up at them. I need your help. All right, I'll help you, Hashirama took the kunai, weighing it in his hand. I just need to place the kunai next to her, right? Yes, Black Zetsu lowly nodded with a gentle smile. Thank you. Wait, Madara suddenly spoke up. When did I say I would go? Madara, Hashirama was taken aback and spoke urgently. If this world can never be perfect, then it might as well be destroyed, Madara said coldly, his eyes fierce. Living in pain might be a release. What are you talking about, Madara? Hashirama stepped forward urgently. Things are already starting to get better, and I, who started this war, am right in front of you, Black Zetsu lowly said coolly. If you can restore Mother's consciousness, I am willing to accept punishment. Humph, Madara snorted coldly. I have no interest in taking revenge on a defenseless child. Don't you want revenge? Black Zetsu lowly asked curiously. After all, it was because of me. Enough, it was my own carelessness that led me to fall into your trap, Madara said coldly, glancing at Black Zetsu. I haven't sunk so low as to take it out on a child, but I won't help you either. Give up. I will help. Just as Hashirama was about to persuade Madara Uchiha, a voice suddenly rang out. Meanwhile, in another place. This was a white space filled with a soft light. Although everything was white, it was not glaring at all, instead, it gave a sense of peace and tranquility. In the center of the space was a luxurious bed made of fine sandalwood, intricately carved with lifelike birds and flowers. It was covered with a down comforter, making it look very comfortable. Not only that, but above the bed was a lavish canopy, with curtains like mist or waterfalls swaying gently with the breeze. On the bed lay an exquisitely beautiful girl sleeping soundly. Her silvery hair cascaded over the pillow like a misty waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, her eyebrows like distant hills, and her sleepy eyes half closed. Her long eyelashes quivered slightly with her breath, and her pale cheeks were slightly flushed. Even with a blanket covering her, it couldn't hide her alluring figure. Bathed in this gentle white light, she looked like a beautiful spring sleep painting. Suddenly, the girl's silver eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she opened her eyes, sitting up abruptly. It seemed she had awoken from a nightmare, her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Where is this place? The silver-haired girl quickly got out of bed, looked around, and found herself in an unfamiliar space, with nothing but the luxurious bed. She was Kagaya. She had fallen unconscious when Madara Uchiha released the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and when she awoke, she was in this unknown space. All around was an empty white expanse, with nothing but the bed for reference. Kagaya ran in one direction, anxious to get back, as she still had things to do and couldn't stay here. She didn't know what was happening outside. Without her, the Ninja Alliance couldn't possibly stand against Six Paths Madara. Now, she didn't know where Naruto and Sasuke were. If things didn't happen as they did in the original story, wouldn't it be a disaster? Also, it was known that the Sage of the Six Paths had foreseen Kagaya's appearance, which is why he gave Naruto and Sasuke the power of the Six Paths. Now that Black Zetsu is gone, Madara will definitely not become Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Without Kagaya, it's uncertain if the Sage would grant them the Six Paths power as in the original. Now, the only thing Kagaya could do was to get out of this unknown space as quickly as possible. She was the only one who could stop Six Paths Madara. She ran continuously for about an hour, but all she saw was an endless white space. It seemed as though this space had no end. Suddenly, Kagaya's eyes brightened as she seemed to see something and quickened her pace. But when she reached that spot, she was greatly disappointed. What she saw was the same luxurious bed she had been lying on before. After running such a long distance, she had returned to her starting point. Is she doomed to run in circles here? Kagaya frowned slightly, thinking carefully about a way to get out. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned around abruptly. When she saw the person in front of her, her pupils shrank. The person before her looked almost exactly like herself. No, they were identical except for a slight difference in their smiles. It was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's likeness. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that Kagaya was more beautiful than the person in front of her. This was the change she underwent after arriving in the Naruto world. The person in front of her more closely resembled her appearance when she first arrived in the Naruto world, or rather, it was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's original appearance. Chapter 143, Fight Between Girls. Who are you? Kagaya's eyes narrowed, and she spoke in a low voice. The silver-haired girl did not respond to her question, merely staring coldly at her with clear white eyes. In a chilling voice, she said, "All chakra belongs to me." Kagaya's brow furrowed gradually. The person before her seemed to have lost all reason and consciousness. Could she be the real Kaguya Ōtsutsuki? But there was no time to think further. A flash of red appeared in the silver-haired girl's eyes, and she shot toward Kagaya, her body transforming into a streak of light. You, too, belong to me. Her eyes radiating intense coldness, the silver-haired girl raised her pale arm, palm facing Kagaya, and released a burst of chakra. Countless white, translucent fists, mixed with powerful gusts of wind, roared towards Kagaya. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Boom. 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 In another space, on the other side of the battlefield. Conan. Black Zetsu lowly looked in surprise at the girl in front of her. Are you Black Zetsu? Conan smiled slightly and said softly, It's hard to tell. Thank you for taking care of Kagaya for so long. Taking care of mother is only natural, Black Zetsu frowned, displeased. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to show that you're closer to mother? Sorry for the misunderstanding, Konan smiled gently. I didn't mean it that way. I have always regarded Kagaya as my younger sister, so there are no other intentions. Is that so? Black Zetsu lowly stared intently at Konan's face, as if trying to discern the truth in her words. Konan nodded softly, her eyes clear and sincere, with a faint smile on her face. Well then, Black Zetsu lowly snorted lightly. You've been listening from the shadows for quite a while, haven't you? You must know what to do. In fact, Black Zetsu lowly had already noticed someone was there earlier, but she remained calm and didn't reveal it. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, two deafening explosions sounded nearby, with thick smoke billowing and flames shooting into the sky. The distant area turned into a sea of fire. Startled, everyone quickly looked toward the source of the explosions. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, two battered figures appeared in the crater on the ground. It was Sasuke and Naruto. Their bodies were covered with wounds, blood dripping from their mouths and noses, soaking their clothes. Their arms twisted unnaturally, seemingly broken, and they appeared to be seriously injured. Both of them lay unconscious on the ground, their eyes closed and their breathing weak. They really are no match for mother, Black Zetsu lowly said, her face dark as water. What a shame. I was hoping they could hold out a bit longer for the next part of the plan. Now it seems. No, there is still a chance, Hashirama Senju said suddenly, his eyes sharp and bright. Although that girl is strong, after so much fighting, she must have used up a lot of her chakra, and she might be injured. Look over there. Following Hashirama's pointed finger, everyone saw a silver-haired girl. It was Kagaya. She no longer had the elegant and leisurely demeanor she had before. She was breathing heavily, fine beads of sweat covering her forehead, and her silver hair was a bit disheveled. Her body was slightly hunched, and her eyes, usually like clear autumn waters, seemed a bit unfocused and weary. Leave the rest to us, Hashirama grinned, flashing a bright smile. Right, Madara. When did I ever say I was going? Madara Uchiha snorted, folding his arms. This world, filled with war and suffering, no longer needs to exist. With those words, Madara turned and began walking away. Madara. Hashirama called out, trying to catch up to him. Don't chase after him, Black Zetsu lowly said sternly. There's no time left. If we don't act now, that person will regain her power. Her gaze turned toward the silver-haired girl on the battlefield, and in her mind, the girl being controlled was not her true mother. All right, Hashirama sighed. Then let's go. Yes, Konan nodded gently, glancing at the silver-haired girl not far away, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The two of them dashed toward Kagaya like shadows, moving swiftly and stealthily. Sensing something, Kagaya looked up at the approaching duo, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she raised her flawless white arm. Boom. Meanwhile, in the white space, a violent explosion occurred. An invisible shockwave spread throughout the space, stirring up a fierce storm. Kagaya's moist lips gasped for breath, her pale cheeks slightly flushed, with sweat streaming down her face. The intense chakra consumption was leaving her exhausted. Looking up at the floating girl, she was surprised to see that this girl possessed the same abilities as Kagaya. Whether it was Kaguya's Ōtsutsuki physiology or skills, she could even use the powers of the Tenseigan. Her chakra seemed endlessly vast, with no signs of fatigue, and not a drop of sweat on her. But one thing was clear, she seemed to lack consciousness, moving like someone in a daze, or as if something was controlling her. Could it be the God Tree? As Kagaya pondered, the silver-haired girl's figure flickered, appearing before Kagaya like a phantom, her white arm suddenly piercing into Kagaya's abdomen with lightning speed. Chapter 144, Duplicity. What? Kagaya's clear eyes widened in shock as intense pain surged from her abdomen. Her body, exhausted, was slow to react, and in that moment of distraction, the silver-haired girl had ambushed her. Kagaya tightly grasped the silver-haired girl's wrist, trying to pull her hand out, but the girl's grip was like a vice, and she couldn't withdraw it. To her horror, Kagaya realized that a strange power was emanating from the silver-haired girl's arm, numbing every part of her it touched, making it feel as if it wasn't her own body. Become one with me, the silver-haired girl said coldly. A shiver ran through Kagaya as she looked down and saw white light spreading across her body, eroding it. She finally understood what was happening. The silver-haired girl was assimilating her. If she succeeded, Kagaya would cease to exist. In other words, she would die. On the battlefield. A powerful repulsive force swept towards Hashirama Senju and Konan as they ran. Hashirama's eyes narrowed. When he saw Kagaya raise her hand, he sensed danger. He stopped immediately, channeling chakra into his right hand and slamming it into the ground. Quintuple Rashomon. With a massive roar, the ground shook violently, and dust and debris flew everywhere. 5 enormous iron gates rose from the earth, each about 10 meters wide and several dozen meters high, with demonic faces carved into them, their mouths open in a menacing snarl. Boom. 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 Amidst the continuous explosions, wood chips flew and stones scattered. The first 4 Rashomon gates couldn't withstand the immense force and shattered to pieces. Fortunately, the 5th gate held, though its center was deeply indented and nearly pierced through, leaving it teetering precariously. Hashirama was shocked. Though his power was diminished due to his reanimation state, the Rashomon's defense was still formidable. Yet, this girl had destroyed it with a single blow. It seemed Black Zetsu was right, if she wasn't stopped, the world could indeed face destruction. Sage Mode. Red markings appeared on Hashirama's face as his chakra surged, and his aura grew significantly stronger. Yet, he knew he was missing an arm and couldn't perform hand seals, limiting his jutsu to close combat. Meanwhile, Konan, having transformed paper into wings, flew above Kagaya, her fingers weaving hand seals rapidly. Paper rain. Countless sheets of paper shot from Konan's wings, swarming down like a torrential rain towards Kagaya. Boom. Paper folded into spears rained down like a storm, the sound of them slicing through the air echoing in rapid succession. The paper struck the ground, raising clouds of dust that filled the air. As the paper rain ceased and the dust hung in the air, Hashirama charged towards Kagaya through the swirling smoke like an arrow released from a bow. Bang. 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 Sounds of battle emerged from within the smoke and dust, and 2 figures could be seen faintly, occasionally separating and coming together, locked in fierce combat. The fierce winds they generated swept the dust away, revealing the 2 figures. Hashirama Senju, seasoned from countless battles, possessed vast combat experience, and his techniques were agile and skilled. However, Kagaya's strength far surpassed his. Throughout the ongoing battle, he could not find a single weakness in Kagaya, nor could he inflict any effective damage. With a bang, Hashirama was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground, smashing into a distant rock and shattering it into pieces, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Just as Hashirama tried to rise from the rubble, his vision blurred, and a silver-haired girl appeared before him, her pale hand aimed at his head. A black truth-seeking ball began to expand, and if it struck him, he would be obliterated. Konan wanted to rush to his aid, but it was too late. Hashirama's pupils shrank, and he gritted his teeth, a hint of reluctance on his face. Although he had already died once, he did not wish to see the world he had lived in destroyed, as it held his most precious memories. Was this the end of everything? Chibaku Tensei. At that moment, a giant meteor streaked across the sky, blazing fiercely as it plummeted towards Hashirama's location, appearing before them in an instant. Kagaya turned to look at the sky, momentarily stunned by the sudden meteor. Boom. The meteor slammed into the ground, causing it to cave in and crack. A deafening roar resounded through the heavens. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, scorching winds mixed with powerful shock waves surged forth, smoke billowed, and flames shot skyward. Everything on the ground was flattened, and the shock waves swept the clouds away, revealing the blue sky. When it was over, a crater over 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep remained, still smoldering and emitting a burnt odor. Dust gradually gathered together, reforming Hashirama's body. Because he was reanimated and Chibaku Tensei wasn't using Inyang release, it didn't harm him, though his missing half-body hadn't regenerated. Madara, why are you here? Hashirama quickly turned, asking in delight. Humph, Madara Uchiha snorted, crossing his arms. Can't I be here? No, Hashirama chuckled awkwardly, that's not what I meant. It's nothing, Madara glanced at Hashirama. I just don't want to see you like a beaten dog. As my opponent, wouldn't that make me look pathetic? Madara, Hashirama smiled brightly. Thank you for your concern. I already told you, I'm not helping you, Madara, seeming embarrassed at being seen through, shouted loudly, don't get the wrong idea. Watch out. A dark shadow flashed in the distance, shooting towards them like lightning. In an instant, it was right in front of them. Madara's pupils contracted, he had been so caught up in the moment that he didn't notice the incoming attack. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 145, Great Friendship. White bone spikes shot through the air, gleaming with a cold, white light. Madara Uchiha's eyes widened in shock as he froze, staring blankly at the tall, familiar figure standing before him. Hashirama. Hashirama Senju had stepped in front of him, and there was a white bone spike piercing his chest, radiating an icy cold light. It was Kagaya's all-killing ash bones. You fool, Madara's heart shook, and it took him a moment to regain his senses. He then raised his head and shouted angrily at Hashirama, who asked you to save me? Stop acting like a self-righteous hero. I'm sorry, Madara. The sudden apology stopped Madara in his tracks, leaving him momentarily speechless. It's been so many years, and I've always regretted not trying harder back then, Hashirama said softly, a slight smile on his lips. Trying harder? Madara was momentarily stunned. If I had tried harder back then, maybe I could have kept you here, Hashirama said, turning to smile at Madara. What a joke, Madara laughed, you just want to preserve what you built. Besides, it was my choice to walk this path, it has nothing to do with you. I was too careless, not paying attention to how you felt. Hashirama lowered his head, speaking softly, I'm sorry, Madara. Madara raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but Hashirama interrupted him. My greatest regret is not that our dream of a peaceful world wasn't realized, Hashirama said with a gentle smile, but that I couldn't bring you back, and that's what led you down this wrong path. His body was gradually breaking down, large chunks of earth crumbling from him, falling to the ground and turning to dust. You bastard, don't act so sentimental. I don't need your help. Madara's voice abruptly stopped. As he reached out to grab Hashirama's shoulder, he grasped only a handful of dirt. His pupils shrank as he realized Hashirama's form was dissolving. Why that expression? I'm just going back to the other world, Hashirama smiled, his face beginning to crumble. Madara, don't rush over too soon. Live on to protect our world. Hashirama. Madara's eyes widened in desperation as he stretched out his hand, trying to catch Hashirama's hand, but it had already turned to dust. The gentle breeze whispered, carrying the dust into the air, swirling and dancing until it vanished into the horizon. What a meddlesome guy. Protect the world. What a joke, Madara gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, a flash of red flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the silver-haired girl in the distance. But you've made me angry now. In a strange white space, two girls stood facing each other. If you looked closely, you would notice how similar they looked. Yet, no one would guess that these two were engaged in a life-and-death battle. As Kagaya was about to be devoured by the silver-haired girl before her, her heart sank to the depths. Her mind raced, frantically searching for any means she could use, but after a moment, she was discouraged to realize that she was powerless. Was this the end for her? Just as despair was about to take over, a strange purple light emanated from Kagaya, halting the spread of the white light. For the first time, the silver-haired girl showed an expression of surprise. She seemed to recognize this purple light. The purple light gradually spread, intertwining with the white light in a tug-of-war, each attempting to consume the other. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Kagaya recognized this power, it was the dragon vein's chakra she had absorbed. She hadn't realized it had such a peculiar ability. It felt like a lifeline to her, and she desperately tried to harness the dragon vein's chakra within her, battling against the white energy trying to assimilate her. For some reason, despite the vast amount of dragon vein chakra within her, it felt dormant. No matter how much she tried, she could only mobilize a small fraction of it. Upon seeing the purple light, the silver-haired girl's face turned frosty as if she had encountered her nemesis. The white energy pouring from her arm doubled, flooding into Kagaya's body like a torrent. Kagaya's limited control over the purple energy was quickly overwhelmed. Under the intensified assault from the silver-haired girl, the white energy spread rapidly, soon reaching Kagaya's chest. It seemed it wouldn't be long before Kagaya was consumed. Boom. Madara Uchiha was sent flying, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, crashing to the ground. Evidently, his anger couldn't compensate for the gap in power. The difference in strength was too vast. Kagaya's truth-seeking balls had rendered Madara powerless. Even Madara's Susanoo melted like butter under Kagaya's pale hands. However, Madara had achieved his goal. Hurry. Madara said with difficulty, his body covered in wounds. His limbs were broken, and his body was fractured in many places, twisted unnaturally, with blood soaking him. But Konan bit her lip, her expression conflicted as she hesitated. Hurry. Madara shouted loudly. Don't worry, Black Zetsu's voice reached Konan's ears, this won't kill Mother. Hearing this, Konan paused briefly, then lowered her gaze, biting her lip and quickly weaving hand signs. Dance of the Shikigami, Paper Person of God Technique. Chapter 146, A Close Call. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Rocks shattered, debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The earth transformed into a sea of paper, sinking like a swamp. The intense shaking made it hard for Kagaya to stand. She quickly leaped into the air. However, Konan had anticipated this, and with her hand seals, countless paper sheets appeared in the sky, descending upon Kagaya like a torrential downpour. The papers swayed in the wind, and in an instant, Kagaya was engulfed in a sea of paper. These countless paper sheets were all explosive tags, totaling 600 billion and capable of exploding continuously for 10 minutes. This was the same technique Konan used against Obito in the original series. At that moment, a black portal appeared before Kagaya, seemingly connecting to another space. It was her spacetime technique, Yamatsu Hirasaka. She intended to use it to escape. Trying to escape. Madara Uchiha's eyes snapped open, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Die with me. At some point, Madara had taken Obito Uchiha's Sharingan. Kamui. The space before Kagaya twisted, and the dark portal trembled and finally shattered into countless fragments. Kamui disrupted her Yamatsu Hirasaka. At that moment, the explosive tags ignited, and a series of violent explosions began, blooming like dazzling fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted one after another, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The shockwaves from the explosion swept out, reducing everything around to dust. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and flames. Hashirama, Madara Uchiha watched the approaching explosion with a slight smile, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Closing his eyes, he murmured softly, "This isn't for you." With those words, he was consumed by the flames. When the explosion ceased, the landscape had completely changed, with the ground lowered by over 10 meters due to the blast. The land was a desolate, barren wasteland as far as the eye could see. Mountains, forests, and rivers had vanished, leaving only a scorched and pitted earth, still emitting wisps of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kagaya's figure was revealed. Due to Madara's interference, she hadn't managed to escape into her space and had endured the relentless explosions. Her clothes were in tatters, with her shoulders exposed, and her sakura-embroidered short kimono was charred beyond recognition, contrasting starkly with her flawless white skin. Her shoes and socks had been incinerated in the explosions, leaving her bare feet exposed. However, she didn't seem to be severely injured, not even bearing a single scratch. The cost, though, was immense, as nearly all her chakra had been depleted. Kagaya's face was flushed, her eyes unfocused. Her lips parted as she panted softly, sweat beading on her forehead and trickling down her cheeks. Even her silver hair was damp, and her hands pressed against her chest rose and fell as her stamina had drastically declined. "Now," shouted Black Zetsu from a distance, her eyes bright with determination. Konan was panting heavily, her stamina nearly exhausted. Dance of the Shikigami, paper person of God technique had consumed more chakra than she had anticipated, nearly depleting her reserves in an instant. If not for sheer willpower, she would have already collapsed. Hearing Black Zetsuloli's voice, she hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and grabbing the kunai, rushing toward Kagaya. Konan reached Kagaya and raised her arm holding the kunai, ready to place it against Kagaya's chest. At that moment, Kagaya, clutching her chest, suddenly stood up, a flash of cold light flickering in her clear eyes. Konan felt a tremendous force, and her body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Her stamina was already depleted, and now she was gravely injured, unable to move. She struggled to push herself up with her arms, watching Kagaya not far away. Biting her lip, she tried to stand but found her body too weak, pushed to its limits. Finally, she collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Scarlet blood trickled from her lips, forming a dark red stain on the earth. Meanwhile, Kagaya seemed to be enduring some pain, crouching on the ground with her head in her hands, sweat streaming down her face. However, as time passed, a strange white light began to envelop her. Initially faint, it soon grew denser, swirling around her like mist. In the white space, Kagaya was at a disadvantage under the silver-haired girl's assault. The white light had already spread across her body, reaching her chest, and the intense pain had numbed her. This couldn't continue. If the white light spread across her entire body, she would be beyond saving. As she faced the silver-haired girl, who resembled her so closely, Kagaya felt a surge of anger. She released the girl's arm, causing the white light to spread even faster. As surprise flickered across the girl's cold face, Kagaya reached out and grabbed her chest. Black Zetsu immediately sensed danger. Although she didn't fully understand the light's significance, she recognized the aura. It was her mother's, the Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's. She remembered it clearly and knew it was unmistakable. Her heart was filled with anxiety. If this continued, her mother wouldn't hold out much longer, and she couldn't allow that to happen, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Black Zetsu bit her lip hard and dashed forward. Although she might lose herself due to the God Tree's power. Suddenly, a figure flashed past her. Black Zetsu didn't see it clearly, but then she noticed that the kunai in her hand was gone. Alarmed, she wanted to give chase, but when she saw the figure clearly, she was stunned. The figure had a face like white jade and the appearance of a morning flower, with fluffy cat ears. Her hair was smooth and glossy, adorned with a pink bow. She wore a black gothic dress, the delicate pleats fluttering in the wind. Although she looked young, just over 10 years old, her figure was surprisingly mature, with a graceful and well-defined curve. She was a cat-eared loli. Chapter 147, Time Flies. If anyone appeared at this moment, it wouldn't be surprising, but the appearance of the cat-eared loli was truly shocking. Everyone knew that the cat-eared loli was extraordinarily timid, hiding at the slightest hint of danger. No one expected her to show up now. She moved with agility and incredible speed, like a black lightning bolt, charging directly at the stunned Kagaya. In an instant, she was at her side. Before she could get close, Kagaya had already noticed her. Kagaya stood up, waving her arm, releasing an invisible force that exploded with a shockwave toward the cat-eared loli. The cat-eared loli blinked her large, beautiful eyes, lightly tapped her foot, and gracefully arced through the air, successfully dodging the attack. Her flexibility was astounding. An ordinary person would likely have twisted their waist doing such a maneuver. Kagaya's pupils contracted, and a white light emanated from her, signaling that her chakra was about to erupt. Just then, Kagaya's delicate face crumpled in pain, and she held her head in her hands, letting out a pained moan. The white light on her body suddenly vanished, replaced by a strange purple aura swirling around her, sometimes visible and sometimes not. The opportunity was fleeting, and a cold light flashed in the cat-eared loli's eyes, a look inconsistent with her demeanor. Her petite figure turned into a stream of light, and in a blink, she was in front of Kagaya, throwing the kunai. The kunai drew a beautiful arc and landed at Kagaya's chest, wedging in place. One must admit, Kagaya still had an impressive figure. In an instant, Kagaya let out a sound, and her body involuntarily floated into the air. An extremely bright purple light burst from her, mist-like and cascading, turning the entire sky an eerie purple. In the blink of an eye, time flew by, and more than a year had passed since the Fourth Shinobi World War. During this not too long period, many things happened. Firstly, countries, both large and small, signed peace agreements, pledging not to engage in future wars. The world finally regained peace. Of course, everyone knew how effective such treaties could be. They were treaties when useful, mere paper when not. However, it cannot be denied that large-scale conflicts between countries had disappeared since the peace treaty was signed. Though occasional skirmishes occurred, they were few, and peaceful development became the new trend in this war-torn world. After all, the Fourth Shinobi World War was terrifying. Humanity nearly perished in the flames of war. Fortunately, the battlefields were remote, and the affected areas were small, so there were not many casualties. But the property damage was severe, especially the several-tailed beast balls from the Ten Tails, which leveled several distant towns. The scene was desolate, with scorched earth and ruins everywhere. The main battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War turned into a meteor crater hundreds of miles wide and several miles deep, dramatically altering the landscape. The land was barren, and this place became known as the Valley of the End. However, this no longer referred to the site of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's battle, but the place where the goddess ended the source of evil and saved humanity. This battle was called the Final Battle. But this wasn't what people cared about. They were interested in the whereabouts of the silver-haired girl who defeated the Ten Tails, the source of evil. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, the silver-haired girl turned the tide single-handedly, defeating the Ten Tails when humanity was on the brink of extinction. Moreover, she used the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to revive those who died in battle. In the hearts of countless people, this power seemed divine, leading many to believe she was a god. In the land of rain, where the silver-haired girl had lived for many years, people worshipped her as their angel and the goddess who saved the world. Shrines dedicated to the silver-haired girl sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain and gradually spread worldwide. She was no longer called the angel but the goddess of the moon, or Tsukuyomi. Though it is unknown who spread this title, it wasn't entirely incorrect. Perhaps due to the silver-haired girl's influence, even the two little girls by her side gained divine status, known as divine attendants. Unfortunately, after the final battle, the goddess of the moon disappeared. Some said she returned to the divine realm after destroying the source of evil, the God Tree. Others claimed she perished alongside the God Tree to save humanity. Some believed she was seriously injured during the battle and was recuperating in the human world. There were even rumors that after the final battle, the goddess of the rabbit fell for a mortal man, and the two wed. Although this version was the least credible, it was the most popular because people preferred a heartwarming tale over a dry narrative. "Mother, they say such things about you," a cute, twin-tailed blonde loli said disdainfully. "How shallow." "Humans are inherently shallow," said a breathtakingly beautiful silver-haired girl with a faint smile. "Why bother getting upset over them?" "But to be fair, they do have a point," the twin-tailed blonde loli said, pinching her chin with her pale fingers. "That tree was no good from the start. Calling it the source of evil isn't wrong, and Mother truly is a god." "Don't go sticking labels on me," the silver-haired girl said, pinching the twin-tailed loli with a smile. "I don't want to be a god. I prefer being human, especially since I can eat lots of delicious food." These two were none other than Kagaya and the black Zetsu loli, known to the world as the goddess of the moon and her divine attendant. At that moment, Kagaya felt her sleeve being tugged. She turned to see the cat-eared loli. The loli was tugging at the sakura-embroidered sleeve of Kagaya's short kimono with her pale little hands, blinking her big, clear eyes and looking at Kagaya longingly while rubbing her little belly. According to the black Zetsu loli, in the most critical moment, the cat-eared loli displayed abilities that didn't match her usual demeanor, dodged Kagaya's storm of attacks, and placed the kunai containing dragon vein chakra on Kagaya. Kagaya found this incredible. The cat-eared loli had always seemed so delicate and timid, not at all the type to do something like that. To Kagaya, it was as unbelievable as a dumpling stuffed with garlic. However, after Kagaya carefully inspected her, emphasis on carefully, she found nothing unusual. She seemed the same as before, still appearing meek and easy to bully. That wasn't to say the inspection was without its benefits. Kagaya pinched her creamy fingers and gave a mischievous smile, thinking this kind of inspection could become a regular thing. I want to eat dumplings, a sweet voice interrupted Kagaya's thoughts. All right, Kagaya said, patting the cat-eared loli's head with a gentle smile. We'll go eat now. With that, Kagaya pulled out a white fox mask with red patterns, putting it over her flawless face. She also took 2 other masks from her bag and handed them to the black Zetsu loli and the cat-eared loli. Do we really have to wear these? The black Zetsu loli asked, pouting. For some reason, she seemed to have an aversion to wearing masks. Of course, we have to wear them. We're sneaking into the village, Kagaya said with a faint smile, taking the mask from the black Zetsu loli's hand and putting it on her face. There, much better. Seeing the black Zetsu loli with the mask on, Kagaya couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. The mask on the black Zetsu loli's face was that of a fierce black demon. The black Zetsu loli sighed and resigned herself. After all, this was her beloved mother. She didn't realize that it was Kagaya's playful mischief. Chapter 148, Desperate Struggle. The situation finally concluded, and Kagaya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After enduring countless hardships, she had finally completed this exasperating mission, narrowly escaping death many times. It was the kind of story that could be turned into a gripping television drama. Kagaya still vividly remembered what happened in that mysterious white space. She had forcefully pushed the silver-haired girl to the ground, tightly gripping her and pressing her leg firmly against the girl's abdomen while pinning down her white arms. The girl's glowing white palms were pressed beneath her. This white light was too strange, and even Kagaya's chakra couldn't suppress it. Instead, the white light spread through her meridians, penetrating her body. Fortunately, there was that eerie purple light to barely hold it back. The silver-haired girl struggled desperately beneath her, her madness making Kagaya somewhat intimidated. She was now quite shaken and dared not release her grip. Their arms and legs intertwined like 2 balls of tangled yarn. Their hair was disheveled, their faces flushed, sweat streamed down their bodies, their chests heaved heavily, and they were out of breath. Though the scene appeared intimate, it was a life-and-death struggle, and only Kagaya knew the danger involved. If she let go even for a moment, it could lead to irreversible consequences. She had almost no energy left, severely exhausted. Her body was now weak, her limbs cold, her back drenched in cold sweat, and her chakra nearly depleted. If her chakra were to run out, she would be at the mercy of the silver-haired girl. Even if the girl showed mercy, Kagaya would die from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi was a case in point. To save Choji, he had used up all his chakra and died from exhaustion. Therefore, no matter how violently the silver-haired girl struggled, Kagaya held her down with all her might, refusing to let her rise. Even when the girl's teeth sank into her pale arm, she endured it. She was holding on with sheer willpower, knowing that if she let go, it would be the end. If there were an underworld here, she might have already been on her way. Although Kagaya was resolute, biting her lip and pressing down firmly on the girl's chest, exhaustion got the better of her. The silver-haired girl's slender waist bucked, sending Kagaya flying. With a dull thud, Kagaya's body flew like a broken kite and landed heavily on the ground. The surface, made of unknown material, was incredibly solid, remaining pristine despite the prolonged and intense battle. Fate was not kind to Kagaya, and the impact caused her such pain that she almost cried out, feeling as if her internal organs had been displaced. She wondered if she had broken any bones. I will kill you, the silver-haired girl snarled, her once beautiful face now twisted in a sinister expression. Though she was exceptionally beautiful, her evil visage was even more frightening. Her eyes, usually as calm as a lake, now bulged wide open, blood vessels visible on the whites. Her previously neat eyebrows were now sharply arched, and her once lustrous lips were twisted into a vicious snarl, revealing 2 pointed fangs. Her hair, usually like a smooth waterfall, floated ominously around her head. More terrifying was that, though the white light traditionally symbolized purity, it radiated a bone-chilling coldness. In this moment of crisis, Kagaya's first thought was not about how to escape, but rather how ugly the girl could look. However, the silver-haired girl wasn't going to allow Kagaya more time to think. She raised her flawless white arm and aimed it at Kagaya, who was still on the ground. A black truth-seeking ball in her palm swelled rapidly, soon becoming several times her size. Expansive truth-seeking ball. The black-purple truth-seeking ball shot from the silver-haired girl's palm, breaking the sound barrier with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward Kagaya like a cannonball. Kagaya's pupils contracted, a strong sense of impending doom washed over her, but she was too drained to move, forced to watch as the black-purple truth-seeking ball bore down on her. Boom. A blinding white light streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the dim white space as if it were broad daylight. After the light passed, a deafening roar echoed through the air, with shockwaves and massive gusts surging in all directions. Smoke billowed, and flames soared. The silver-haired girl panted heavily, her pretty face flushed red. Beads of sweat trickled down her smooth cheeks, collecting at her chin and dripping down. It seemed she had also expended considerable energy, and her chakra was running low. Slowly, she stood up, a glint of delight flashing in her seductive eyes, her lips curling into a wicked smile that appeared quite sinister. The chakra is finally all mine again. Is that so? At that moment, a crisp voice with a hint of softness came from the center of the explosion. The silver-haired girl widened her eyes and quickly turned her head, staring intently at the figure emerging from the smoke. Although I'm not sure what happened, Kagaya said with a slight smile at the corner of her lips, it seems I'm still alive. Her shapely, curvaceous figure was now enveloped in strange purple light, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. A powerful aura rose from her, surging like a tidal wave. In a flash, Kagaya appeared before the silver-haired girl, swinging her white arm as her delicate fist struck the girl's face, distorting it from the force of the blow. But it wasn't over yet. While still in midair, the silver-haired girl was struck hard in the abdomen. The impact caused her soft belly to cave in momentarily, and she spat out blood, which turned into a mist of red droplets. With the mysterious purple energy, Kagaya's power had increased significantly, surpassing even her peak state. The silver-haired girl, however, was not as fortunate. She was nearly exhausted, her chakra almost depleted. Under Kagaya's relentless assault, the silver-haired girl was like a rag doll, unable to fight back, her once graceful figure twisted and battered with no beauty left. Finally, with a dull thud, the silver-haired girl crashed heavily to the ground, tumbling several times before skidding for over 100 meters before coming to a stop. The tables have turned, Kagaya said as she sashayed over, a smirk on her face. How does it feel to get beaten up? Enjoying it. A flash of shock mixed with anger appeared on the silver-haired girl's face as she gritted her teeth. Her seductive eyes flashed with crimson, like a beast ready to devour its prey. Finally, with an inhuman roar, the silver-haired girl's body suddenly swelled up like a massive tumor, with bubble-like growths appearing all over her body. The sight made Kagaya, who had trypophobia, feel nauseated, almost making her vomit. Fortunately, it didn't last long. With a deafening thud, the grotesque tumor transformed into a creature resembling a rabbit, hovering in midair. This was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's final move, the tailed beast transformation. I will kill you. Chapter 149, Truth-Seeking Ball of the End. Transformed into a rabbit-like tailed beast, the silver-haired girl's aura surged dramatically. An intimidating force emanated from her, and the powerful chakra roared outward like a tsunami. At this moment, her strength was even greater than it had been at the start. Kagaya was not overly concerned. This was just a last-ditch effort, a struggle before the end. Isn't this how desperate people fight when they are captured? However, Kagaya remained fully alert. Many people let their guard down when they think they are about to win, only to be defeated in return. There are countless examples of this, at least Uchiha Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna, is one of them. He thought he was about to win, only to be sent to his death by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, using the Flying Thunder God technique. One of life's illusions is believing you can win. But people like this often have a major advantage, take risks, and end up losing everything. The tailed beast before her was enormous, with a slender body and sharp claws. It had a round sphere on its back, resembling a rabbit's tail, though this tail was so large that it almost made up half of its body. Most strikingly, there was a crimson eye on its forehead, the Rinne Sharingan. Suddenly, the rabbit-shaped tailed beast roared, and the round tail stretched out into a giant arm, striking at Kagaya with lightning speed. Kagaya stepped back rapidly, her form flickering like a phantom as she dodged the rainstorm of attacks. But she knew she couldn't keep dodging. Dragging this out would only give the enemy a chance to recover. Additionally, her opponent had the advantage of height while she was on the ground, putting her in a disadvantageous position. Thinking of this, Kagaya unleashed a burst of purple light, shooting like an arrow into the sky. The wind created by her speed whipped her clothing, offering glimpses of her snow-white skin. This negated the rabbit-shaped tailed beast's aerial advantage, but before she could launch her attack, the enemy struck again. A crimson orb began forming at its mouth, growing larger and denser with chakra, the mottled patterns exuding a terrifying aura. This was a tailed beast ball. But this tailed beast ball contained far more chakra than before. Compared to this, the tailed beast balls of the 9 tails or even the 10 tails were nothing. In terms of both quality and quantity, it was much stronger. With a dull sound, the tailed beast ball shot out like a cannonball, whistling through the air and hurtling toward Kagaya at lightning speed. Kagaya was prepared and remained calm. She raised her white arm, palm facing the incoming tailed beast ball. The truth-seeking ball in her palm spun wildly, creating a violent storm in front of her, with faint purple lightning streaking through it like a mighty dragon, charging forward with unstoppable force. Silver will reincarnation explosion. A brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky, and in a blink, a thunderous explosion boomed on the horizon. Shock waves rolled out, and gusts surged turbulently, unleashing a hurricane that wreaked havoc in this white space. Kagaya's robes fluttered, making her appear like a celestial being. She emerged unscathed, waving at the Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, now a tailed beast, before her. The rabbit-shaped tailed beast's crimson eyes seemed to drip blood, its sharp teeth clenched tightly, nostrils flaring with heat. Its claws flexed and relaxed as if it wanted to tear the infuriating girl before it into pieces. Kagaya's clear eyes narrowed as she stared at the crimson eye on the rabbit-shaped tailed beast's forehead. Her mind turned quickly as if she had realized something. Suddenly, Kagaya transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the distant rabbit-shaped tailed beast. A halo of purple light appeared around her, infused with powerful chakra, dramatically enhancing her presence. 10 arms emerged from the void, attacking Kagaya like a storm. Their speed left only afterimages. However, with the aid of the purple light, Kagaya's strength and speed had significantly increased, moving as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the tailed beast. Perhaps sensing the threat, the eye on the rabbit-shaped tailed beast's forehead blinked a few times. Realizing the danger, Kagaya abandoned her attack and retreated rapidly. Just as Kagaya retreated a short distance, a blinding red beam shot out from the beast's forehead. Fortunately, Kagaya had anticipated this and dodged in time, avoiding the shot. Even so, Kagaya's brows furrowed as she sensed the immense energy contained within. There was no time to waste, dragging this out would only be harmful. A fleeting cold gleam flashed in Kagaya's clear, crystalline eyes. Suddenly, the purple glow swirling around Kagaya began to spin, gathering into her hand like a small whirlwind, forming a purple sphere that emitted an eerie light. Her flawless white fingers slightly flexed, and as her palm closed gently, the purple sphere transformed into a long sword reaching skyward. Holding the purple sword, Kagaya gave a gentle swing with her smooth, ivory arm, and a dazzling blade of light erupted forth, striking the rabbit-shaped tailed beast in the blink of an eye. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Oh! With a piercing scream, the rabbit-shaped tailed beast was instantly split in two from head to tail. The power of a single strike from the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion was so immense that it cleaved the tailed beast form of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki in half. It's worth noting that while the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion also split the moon in half, the moon itself is merely composed of rock and lacks substantial defense. As seen in the original series, Naruto was able to withstand the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion with his Rasengan, which is almost unbelievable. The defense of the tailed beast form of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki is not something Naruto's Rasengan could compare to, yet it was also split in two, surprising even Kagaya herself. She had only intended to severely wound the tailed beast. Could it be due to the purple light? Kagaya was puzzled and could not figure it out. At that moment, a figure fell from the tailed beast, hitting the ground. Kagaya walked over lightly and looked closely to see a figure with silver hair and white pupils. It was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. She stood up shakily, her once clear eyes now dull and her face expressionless. She lowered her head, seemingly disoriented, mumbling, "I'm the progenitor of chakra, how could I be overpowered by these scattered chakras?" Just then, the white space suddenly began to quake violently, the ground undulating and air currents surging. On the ground, a shadow suddenly appeared, and Kagaya's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked up, her pupils contracting. In the sky, a massive black sphere had appeared at some point, resembling a giant black sun, exuding a terrifying aura. The chakra contained within made Kagaya's heart tremble. Is this a truth-seeking ball? How could there be such a huge truth-seeking ball? It's unbelievable, considering her own truth-seeking ball is only palm-sized. Compared to this, it is like the light of a firefly. This is Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's ultimate technique, truth-seeking ball of the end. Kagaya blinked her beautiful eyes, slightly surprised for a moment. Then, realizing something, she smiled faintly and said, "So what if it's big? You can't use it." As she finished speaking, Kagaya transformed into a brilliant stream of light, rushing forward. She raised her arm like a flawless white jade, her fingers forming a blade, thrusting toward Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's chest. Chapter 150, Hallucination. Kagaya still couldn't forget the soft and smooth sensation, like the finest silk, slipping through her fingers almost too easily. Unfortunately, she might never experience that feeling again. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had already been devoured by her within the myriad colorful purple rays of light, absorbed into her own being. Well, there was no feeling in touching oneself. It's only when touching others that one feels something. No, wait, there are still many people who like to touch themselves. Mother, what are you thinking about? The cat-eared Loli's crisp voice, tinged with a hint of softness, brought Kagaya back from her reverie. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Kagaya blinked her eyes, reaching out to stroke the Loli's head with a smile. It seemed like you were lost in thought. The cat-eared Loli extended her small hand to hold Kagaya's, curiously asking. Nothing much, I just suddenly thought of something, Kagaya said, playing with her hair with fingers as delicate as green onions. Her hair twirled playfully in her hand as she gracefully walked forward. Let's go. It's getting late. Okay. Meanwhile, the cat-eared loli fiddled curiously with the demon mask in her hands, poking it several times with her white fingers. Behave and wear it properly. Black Zetsu loli frowned like a crescent moon, extending her small blue patterned folding fan, and with a snap, she smacked it on the loli's head. Ah. The cat-eared loli's head shrank, and a look of grievance appeared on her face as she quickly hid behind Kagaya. Enough of that, said Kagaya, who wore a mask. Let's eat something first, you must be hungry. It seemed that with Kagaya backing her up, the cat-eared loli's courage grew considerably. She sneaked her head out from behind Kagaya, blinking her big, watery eyes, and stuck her tongue out at Black Zetsu loli, making a face. A flash of cold light passed through Black Zetsu loli's eyes, which scared the cat-eared loli into shrinking back again. Don't always bully her, Kagaya said helplessly. She is your sister, after all. I refuse to acknowledge such a dim-witted little girl as my sister, Black Zetsu loli snorted lightly, pouting. Mother, you shouldn't spoil her. She needs to be disciplined properly, otherwise, she'll become unruly. Kagaya looked at the serious Black Zetsu loli, then at the cowering cat-eared loli. She almost laughed out loud. She often had the illusion that Black Zetsu loli was a virtuous wife and loving mother. Mother, Black Zetsu loli seemed to notice Kagaya's expression and puffed up in annoyance. Ahem, Kagaya quickly coughed a few times to cover it up, then said, it's getting late. Let's go inside. With Kagaya's powerful mental control abilities, ordinary ninja couldn't resist at all. Not just ordinary ninja, even elite jonin could be controlled without realizing it. Perhaps only those with Kaga-level strength or sensory ninja with the Sharingan could potentially see through her. Upon entering Konoha, she realized how much it had changed. In just a year, it was already vastly different. The low and simple buildings were now rare. Looking around, skyscrapers stood in clusters, creating a sense of modernity that made Kagaya feel as if she had returned to the modern world. Now the sky was dark, and the night was hazy. A small crescent moon gradually rose from the horizon, casting its cold, silvery light across the earth. The hazy clouds shimmered faintly under the moonlight. The city lights began to shine, and neon lights glowed brightly. These lights were no longer oil lamps or incandescent bulbs, they were now neon lights, vibrant and dazzling, adding a touch of urban atmosphere. Dango. It's Dango. The cat-eared loli's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered a new continent. She hurriedly tugged at Kagaya's sleeve, excitedly shouting. Children will be children, Black Zetsu loli sighed. This is the sort of thing only children. Suddenly, Black Zetsu loli seemed to think of something, using her folding fan to cover her mouth and cough lightly to hide her embarrassment. She realized that her mother, too, seemed to really like eating such things. Sure enough, Kagaya's eyebrows lifted, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Waving her white arm, she said, let's go eat. Can Dango really be considered a main meal? Black Zetsu loli muttered to herself. Maybe she was the only one who didn't like eating Dango because she dislikes sticky foods, it was just too unpleasant. Hey, sis, why do you always have that expression? The long-haired girl complained to the girl beside her. I came specifically to treat you to Dango, but from the moment we reached the shop, you've had that look. The girl had crescent-shaped eyebrows and eyes like clear autumn water, with a cute and charming face. She had long black hair with 2 strands tied on either side of her body, adorned with pink bows. She wore an orange short kimono with red flames embroidered along the edges, and her chest was full. Her waist was tied with a light green sash, revealing her fair legs, and on her feet were pink clogs. Though she was still young, with traces of childhood on her face, she already exuded a charm unique to young girls. Upon closer inspection, she was Hinata's sister, Hanabi. I'm sorry, forgive me, said the long-haired girl with a black mane as she hurriedly apologized. Hanabi, but... The girl before her had hair like a waterfall, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes clear as a pool of autumn water. Her skin was as flawless as white jade. She was Hinata. That person also really liked eating Dango, Hanabi said with a slight smile, reflecting. But have you not forgotten about her even now? You know she might already be dead. No way. Hinata shouted anxiously, propping her arm on the table. Sister would never die. Anyone could die, Hanabi sighed. Besides, after experiencing such an earth-shattering explosion, she was severely injured and forcibly used the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. It's hard to survive that. No, Hinata bit her lips, a misty look in her eyes. She clasped her hands together gently at her chest, whispering, I have a feeling that sister won't die. She will definitely come back. But it's been so long, and there's still no news of her, Hanabi sighed. Honestly, I used to be quite afraid of her. She always had this intimidating aura about her, which is why I never dared to approach her. But she was always kind to me, often guiding and teaching me many things, though she would also do strange things to me. For some reason, Hanabi seemed reluctant to call Kagaya sister, and it was rare to hear her refer to Kagaya as such. Hinata said nothing, just gently shook her head. Hanabi rested her pale hand against her forehead, looking troubled and helpless. Sister, it's just your imagination. You know she's. At that moment, 3 people wearing strange masks brushed past them. Judging by their slender figures, they appeared to be 3 girls, or perhaps 1 girl and 2 Lolas. Hanabi's eyes blinked, showing a moment of confusion. She felt an odd familiarity, as if a name was on the tip of her tongue, but when she tried to grasp it, it vanished like a mist. What's wrong, Hanabi? Hinata noticed her sister's strange expression and asked curiously. Nothing, nothing, Hanabi turned her head and smiled. Maybe it was just a hallucination. Chapter 151, Concealment. After all, the dango here are the best, Kagaya said, opening her rosy lips and taking a bite of a dango, savoring its soft, sweet flavor as she chewed gently. MMM. A strange sound came from beside her. Turning her head, she saw the cat-eared loli holding a skewer of dango in one hand while clutching her chest with the other, trying hard to swallow as if she were choking. With a crisp pop, a small blue folding fan landed on the cat-eared loli's head. The loli's entire body trembled before she relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look gratefully at Black Zetsu loli. But Black Zetsu loli did not appreciate the gesture. She snorted, "Are you a pig? Eating so much?" "There's nothing wrong with enjoying food," Kagaya said, taking another bite of dango and speaking with her mouth full. "Besides, you shouldn't just sit there, you should eat too." With that, she picked up a skewer of dango and placed it in Black Zetsu loli's hand. Looking at the sticky skewer handed to her, Black Zetsu loli's face turned alternately pale and green, hesitating whether to eat it or not. Black Zetsu loli was an avowed fan of savory foods and always had a strong aversion to sweets, evident from the fact that she never touched pastries. Moreover, she disliked sticky foods. "Mother, why did you use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to revive them?" Black Zetsu loli asked, her clear eyes blinking. "It wouldn't have mattered if those people died. They're not important." Black Zetsu loli usually wasn't interested in such things. Whether or not they were revived was up to Mother, who must have her reasons. She just wanted to change the subject. "Well, how should I put it?" Kagaya chewed on the bamboo skewer holding the dango, pondering for a moment before saying, "Am I important to you?" "Of course you're important," Black Zetsu loli said, raising her eyebrows as if it were obvious. "Mother is the most important person to me. I'd do anything for you, even if it meant killing someone or dying." Kagaya felt a warm sensation in her heart, smiled softly, and patted Black Zetsu loli's head. "You are also the most important person to me. Mother." Black Zetsu loli's clear eyes glistened as if tears might fall. She tugged at Kagaya's sleeve, moved. "But many people are just like us, they have someone most important to them," Kagaya said softly. "It could be their wife, husband, or another important person. If they died in the war, many would grieve. So I would rather take an extra year to recover and prevent such tragedies." Kagaya could have recovered sooner, but because she used the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique and battled the corrupted consciousness of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, it took her over a year to recover fully. In fact, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's consciousness had long been corrupted by the God Tree. During the time of Himura and Hagoromo, it wasn't as obvious, she behaved strangely but was still somewhat normal. However, after being sealed for thousands of years by Himura and Hagoromo, the powerless Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was completely corrupted by the God Tree, her consciousness nearly disappearing. This is why Kaguya Ōtsutsuki later only cared about chakra. The good news, though, is that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's true form has been absorbed by Kagaya, which means Kaguya Ōtsutsuki has vanished from this world, and the God Tree has disappeared as well. As a result, Kagaya's power has significantly increased, surpassing even the peak of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's strength. At this point, she could be considered both Kagaya and Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. As for the dragon veins chakra and the mysterious purple glow, Kagaya had no idea what they were, no matter how much she thought about it. Seeing no progress and that it posed no apparent threat, she decided to ignore it. "Then, Mother, why don't you reveal your identity and meet with them?" Black Zetsu loli asked, her big eyes wide with curiosity. "You actually want to see them, don't you?" Ahem, Kagaya coughed lightly, her face slightly unnatural. "Sometimes it's better not to meet. Seeing them might only add to the sadness, so let's leave it for later." "Mother," Black Zetsu loli frowned slightly, "I feel like you're hiding something from us." "Is that so?" Kagaya chuckled dryly, scratching her head and turning away. How could that be? Indeed, Kagaya was hiding something from them, the system. After completing the task of defeating Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the system notified her that she had completed the mission and rewarded her with 100 achievement points. Kagaya didn't care much about the achievement points, what she cared about was whether she could return to being a man. The system, however, informed her that it required 1,000 achievement points to exchange for the character gender conversion function. What a scam. It's like those browser games that promise a dragon-slaying saber at the click of a button, only for you to discover that it's just a beginner's weapon once you enter the game, and if you want better equipment, you have to pay. This made Kagaya want to curse, but she was helpless. She was completely at the system's mercy, with no room for negotiation. To make matters worse, the system informed her that she would be leaving this world soon. The thought of leaving the place she had lived for so many years and the people she cared about made Kagaya feel sad. It made her hesitate, unsure whether to reveal herself to them. Meeting them would only add to the sadness since she would still have to leave. Maybe it would be better not to meet. Over time, they might forget her. Just as Kagaya turned her head, she was met with a charming face, wide-eyed and staring at her. "Hey, I've told you not to use that stealth ability suddenly," Kagaya said, startled. It was Black Zetsu Loli who had sneaked up behind her. "Mother hasn't answered my question yet." Black Zetsu Loli blinked her beautiful eyes, as if she could see through people's thoughts. Chapter 152, Recognition. Adults' matters are not for children to worry about. Seeing that Black Zetsu Loli continued to ask questions, the embarrassed Kagaya finally couldn't handle it and took on the authority of a parent. She put on a stern face, showing a demeanor of not giving any information. This naturally caused dissatisfaction from Black Zetsu Loli, but her protests were in vain, as Kagaya pinched her soft face. Stepping out of the dango shop, the sky outside was ink-like and the night was deep. The sky was adorned with countless stars, like a brilliant Milky Way, radiating dazzling brilliance. It was the beginning of the month, with a crescent moon hanging high, hidden among the stars, and the moonlight was as clear and cold as water. At this moment, everything was silent, and the village of Konoha was gradually settling down, free from the daytime hustle and bustle, peaceful and serene. "Come out, you've been following us for quite a while, haven't you?" Kagaya turned around, her eyes emitting a cold glow, staring intently at the distant bushes. When they emerged, Kagaya's face fell, showing a bit of embarrassment, as she coughed lightly and said, "Why are you here?" The newcomers were none other than Konan, Meitarumi, and Yugao, who had not been seen for a long time. "You've grown bold, coming back without even telling us." Meitarumi spoke as she approached Kagaya with a scent of fragrance, reached out with her fair fingers, and pinched Kagaya's soft cheek. "Ow, ow, ow." Kagaya couldn't help but beg for mercy. Normally, when Meitarumi pinched her, she would only pretend to be in pain, and Meitarumi wouldn't exert much force. However, this time, perhaps out of anger, Meitarumi added a bit more strength, which genuinely hurt. "Not only did you not tell us, but you also tried to run away." Yugao came to Kagaya's side as well, pinching her other cheek with a look of dissatisfaction. Kagaya felt truly unlucky. These two girls loved pinching her cheeks, and she felt her face going numb from the pinches, prompting her to plead continuously. "So, you know it hurts." Meitarumi's beautiful eyes shifted as she snorted, "Do you know how worried we were about you?" "Let's go home first," Konan smiled gently, subtly rescuing Kagaya from Meitarumi's grasp. "We can talk about everything once we're home." "Konan, you always indulge her," Meitarumi chided, "she's getting out of hand." "If we hadn't noticed early, she might have run away." Kagaya gave a few embarrassed laughs, not knowing how to argue. "I'm not indulging her, but if you keep pinching her, someone won't be happy." Konan's elegant face bore a faint smile. Meitarumi blinked in surprise and turned around. She had been focused on Kagaya and had overlooked the two little girls nearby. She saw a blonde twin-tailed Loli with her beautiful eyebrows furrowed and cheeks puffed out in anger, looking at her, who was none other than Black Zetsu Loli. Seeing her mother treated like this, Black Zetsu Loli was very unhappy, but since they were familiar with Kagaya, she found it hard to speak up. Meitarumi's eyes suddenly brightened as if she had spotted something interesting. She quickly ran over and, with a playful smile, said, "Little sister, do you want to go with big sister to eat something delicious? Recently, several ice cream shops have opened, and the ice cakes are very tasty." Black Zetsu Loli turned her head, ignoring her, which made Meitarumi chuckle, her eyes sparkling like stars. Kagaya's mouth twitched. Did she have some kind of peculiar hobby? "The ingredients are already prepared at home, just waiting for you to come and show off your cooking skills," Konan said with a slight smile, taking Kagaya's hand. "Okay." Kagaya didn't say much, just nodded gently and walked toward the house she had lived in for many years. Her mood was like a calm lake into which a stone had been thrown, creating ripples. The six of them walked together, laughing and chatting, with Black Zetsu Loli and Cat Ear Loli in the middle, being treated like dolls because they were so adorable. Black Zetsu Loli's indignant but helpless expression made her seem even cuter. The initial awkwardness faded with the playful atmosphere, and they became familiar again. Throughout the walk, Konan didn't mention why Kagaya hadn't visited them in so long. Instead, she talked about interesting stories and anecdotes from the past year. For example, the people on the battlefield had been resurrected, and those who were resurrected with Edo Tensei had returned to rest. Villages and towns that suffered severe damage were rebuilt through collective effort, and they are now even better than before. It's a pity that my Rinne rebirth technique can only resurrect those who have recently died. I can't revive those who have been dead for a long time. Kagaya clenched her small white fists, looked up at the starry sky, and sighed softly. Kagaya indeed had the intention to use her powerful chakra to resurrect all the unjustly killed people. However, she later realized that it was impossible. Even as someone with the world's greatest power, she couldn't achieve it. Resurrecting people requires not only chakra but also a vast amount of spiritual energy. Under the guidance of spiritual energy, chakra can be transformed into jutsu. Kagaya had enough chakra, but her spiritual energy wasn't sufficient to revive hundreds or thousands of people at once. Moreover, the higher the person's strength, the greater the consumption for resurrection. With her abilities, reviving a few was the limit. She couldn't use it recklessly. If people knew she had such power, countless would come to her, and she would be overwhelmed. There's a saying about acting within one's means. Helping others within one's abilities is good, but sacrificing oneself isn't her level of selflessness. You've done your best, haven't you? Konan placed her white palm gently on Kagaya's shoulder. Stop dwelling on these things. Everyone has their destiny, and you can't help everyone. Yeah. Kagaya held Konan's hand, smiling. By the way, how did you know I was here, and how did you recognize me? Konan smiled and mentioned his name, and Kagaya was stunned, showing a surprised expression. You mean Uchiha Sasuke? Kagaya asked in shock. Yes. Konan nodded lightly. So Kagaya seemed to understand. He ran into you on his way to the ninja academy, and you probably didn't notice, Konan said with a smile. Then he told us about it. Ninja academy? Kagaya was puzzled. What is he doing at the ninja academy? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sasuke is now a teacher at the ninja academy. Chapter 153, Meteor Falling from the Sky. Kagaya found it surprising that the always cold young master would do something like reporting information. After all, she didn't have much of a relationship with Sasuke. Perhaps he deliberately revealed it to embarrass her due to their bad relationship. Kagaya thought to herself. But in any case, since the secret was out, it was out. Once such a thing is exposed, it doesn't feel like a big deal anymore. Besides, keeping it hidden all the time isn't good either. Since she was leaving, she should at least say goodbye. With her mind settled, Kagaya's mood improved considerably, and a faint smile appeared on her lips, sweeping away her previous gloom. The six of them returned home, to the house Kagaya had bought many years ago, which still stood there. It hadn't changed much. Not only were the furniture and decorations the same as before, but even the placement of the books was exactly as she remembered. The room was very tidy, without a speck of dust, suggesting someone regularly came to clean. If there was a difference, it was that the surrounding environment had changed significantly. What was once an ordinary neighborhood was now surrounded by a large garden, enveloping the small house. Opening the window, the first thing one would see was the dark green artificial lake, glistening under the moonlight. Around the lake, on the embankment, were lush green willows, their tender branches swaying gently in the breeze like thousands of silk threads. The view was full of greenery, and in the inky night, it appeared even more serene and deep. What are you thinking about? Mei Terumi swayed her slim waist as she gracefully approached, resting her white arm on the windowsill, leaning her body against the wall, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. Nothing much, Kagaya replied with a bright smile. I was just thinking how nice it would be if things could always stay like this. As long as you want it, it can be that way. Mei Terumi's crystalline eyes flashed with a hint of softness as she tugged on Kagaya's hand. Some things can't be controlled just by wishing. Kagaya looked up at the starry sky, where dark clouds drifted in from the horizon, adding a touch of haze to the stars. Whose fate can truly be in their own hands? You seem to have something on your mind. Mei Terumi paused, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes. Can you tell me? Though I've always avoided telling you, Kagaya sighed, I feel it's better for you to know. Seeing Kagaya's solemn expression and hearing her serious tone, the smile on Mei Terumi's face gradually faded as she quietly asked, is it really that serious? As Kagaya was about to speak again, Cat Ear Loli ran over, jingling the little bells on her clothes, bells that Kagaya had bought for her in town. She reached out with her soft little hands, tugged on Kagaya's clothes, and looked up with a pitiful expression, saying, I'm hungry. I almost forgot to cook. I'll go to the kitchen and let you all try my cooking. Kagaya's eyes curved into crescents, one of the few things she could proudly show off. Her father was a top chef, so she had naturally picked up excellent cooking skills. With this interruption, the previous topic was left unmentioned. However, a hint of worry appeared on Mei Terumi's beautiful face. She bit her lip but ultimately said nothing. Kagaya entered the kitchen as if stepping into her own domain. The various kitchen tools felt natural in her hands, and she sliced vegetables with ease. The 6-inch knife flickered in her hand, flashing cold light. The rhythmic da-da-da sound was crisp and pleasant. In no time, Kagaya had sliced the potatoes, green peppers, and carrots into uniformly long strips, displaying her exceptional skills. Even a chef with 20 or 30 years of experience couldn't match her knife work. After all, Kagaya possessed the Tenseigan, and under its influence, every grain and fiber of the vegetables was visible, making it an invaluable tool. Sometimes Kagaya thought that if she ever fell on hard times, she might make a name for herself as a top-tier chef with this skill. Before long, a rich and enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Those present couldn't help but salivate, swallowing as they eagerly awaited the meal. Unfortunately, Kagaya wouldn't let them into the kitchen, saying she wanted to give them a surprise, otherwise, they would have rushed in to feast. Here it is. The food was finally ready and served on the table: shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour carp, braised pork, vinegar eggplant, white-cut chicken, and more, filling the table with a dazzling array of dishes. These dishes were unknown in this world. The world of Naruto had long been plagued by war, and meals were generally only for sustenance. The food for ninjas might have been a little better, but ordinary people usually did not have such rich meals. In Kagaya's view, aside from the dumplings, the local dishes were barely palatable and couldn't compare to the famous dishes honed over centuries. So whenever possible, Kagaya cooked for herself to satisfy her culinary cravings. "I always heard you say you were a good cook, and at first, I didn't believe it. Now, I kind of do," Mai Terumi said, her delicate nose twitching as she smelled the fragrant aroma. "Of course, everyone, please dig in." Kagaya beamed with pride. Getting acknowledgement and praise made the effort of cooking worthwhile. But just as everyone was about to dig in, a bright light flashed outside the window, followed by loud explosions echoing from afar. Startled, Kagaya hurried to the window and looked into the distance. The place where the explosions occurred was engulfed in smoke and fire, with flames not just in one location but erupting in multiple spots, soaring into the sky. "Look at the sky!" Mai Terumi exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape as if she had seen something incredible. Following Mai Terumi's direction, Kagaya looked at the dark night sky and her pupils constricted. Somehow, the pitch-black sky had turned as bright as day, and there were countless meteors, trailing long flames, plummeting toward the ground with immense force. Chapter 154, Blotting Out the Sky. Beams of dazzling light streaked across the sky, making the night as bright as day. Meteors, engulfed in raging flames, descended like a fiery rain, filling the sky as if a celestial maiden were scattering flowers. In the blink of an eye, the forest below had become a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing skyward. The village of Konoha was also enveloped in this fiery downpour, but fortunately, the villagers reacted quickly, and many had already rushed to help. This included not only numerous jonin but even Kaga-level shinobi joined the battle. In an instant, the falling meteors were shattered into powder, turning into sparks that scattered harmlessly to the ground, their threat neutralized. Below Konoha, barriers made of earth release had already been erected, blocking the debris. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a blinding white light appeared in the sky, trailing thick smoke as it plummeted downward like a comet with a long tail. The faces of the ninjas below changed dramatically, and expressions of terror spread across them. This meteor was enormous, so large that it seemed to cover the entire night sky, truly blocking out the heavens. "Don't panic," Tsunade shouted from the high platform, "Continue strengthening the barrier." The ninjas below seemed to find their composure instantly, no longer panicking as they steadied themselves and continued forming hand seals, thickening the earth wall above them like a giant lid. With the infusion of chakra, the earth wall above Konoha grew ever thicker, reaching dozens of meters in thickness and supported by several sturdy rock pillars, appearing quite solid. Yet Tsunade had little confidence that this earth wall could withstand the meteor, especially given its massive size and momentum. Watching as the colossal meteor plummeted toward them, Tsunade's face changed. She knew this was bad. The meteor's speed was too great, and the hastily constructed earth wall was unlikely to withstand such an impact. The destruction caused by Uchiha Madara's Chibaku Tensei had already been severe, leveling everything on the ground. Now, this meteor was even more formidable, both in size and velocity, compared to that previous one. Tsunade gritted her teeth, determination flashing in her eyes. She bent her legs slightly and kicked off with all her might, using the force to propel herself like a stream of light, shooting toward the descending meteor with incredible speed. "Hokage-sama, what are you doing?" The ninjas below were shocked. The massive meteor from the sky was beyond human capability to stop. This meteor was so vast that it blocked the sky and stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Fighting it was like an ant trying to stop a chariot. With a deafening roar, Tsunade's fist smashed into the meteor, cracking its surface and dislodging large chunks of rock. But compared to the meteor's enormous size, it was like a drop in the ocean, almost negligible. Tsunade's small figure was like a speck in the vast sea, and her monstrous strength seemed weak and futile before the might of nature. But she did not give up, pressing her hands firmly against the gigantic meteor, her knuckles turning white from the strain, and sweat pouring from her forehead. Mokutan, Jukai Koten, wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and trees burst from the earth, growing longer with the wind. In no time, they became towering giants, their branches reaching up to support the meteor and slowing its descent. The one using this wood-release technique was Yamato. However, before he could celebrate, the meteor pressed down once more, and the immense pressure caused the trees to snap and splinter, filling the air with flying wood chips and scattered leaves. If Senju Hashirama had used the technique, it might have held the meteor back for a while. But since it was Yamato, the effect was much less. His wood release was only about 1/5 as powerful as Hashirama's. Yamato's fingers formed seals, his teeth clenched, his body trembling with sweat. As the trees shattered under the meteor's weight, he could only repair them continuously, which consumed even more chakra. Within moments, he had used up nearly all his chakra. Just as Yamato was about to collapse from exhaustion, two figures shot forth like cold flashes, one yellow and one blue. With a shout, they unleashed their chakra. The blonde boy transformed into a giant fox, and the black-haired boy became a massive samurai. With their intimidating presence, they stood valiantly in the sky. These two were none other than Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. They combined into two shadows, shooting like arrows toward the massive meteor, stretching out giant arms to press against it with a bang. Stones scattered, and dust billowed. With their assistance, the meteor's descent slowed instantly, and the people on the ground breathed a sigh of relief, cheering with waving arms. Even Mei Terumi, who was far away, let out a breath. They won't be able to hold on for long, Kagaya suddenly said, her eyelashes trembling as she supported herself against the windowsill. How come? Mei Terumi turned her head, blinking curiously. They've stopped it now, right? I didn't expect these two kids to be so strong now. It said that the Sage of Six Paths gave them power. It seems the Sage's strength is truly unfathomable. After all, these two are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Kagaya turned her head, smiling slightly. I thought this was an inspirational anime, but it turns out it's still about bloodlines and backgrounds. Back when she first watched this anime, she was inspired by the protagonist's struggles and efforts. Whenever faced with difficulties, she thought if Naruto could overcome them, why couldn't she? But now, looking back, she felt a bit disappointed. In the end, bloodlines and backgrounds were what mattered most. The former loser turned out to be an elite, the son of an influential figure. If it weren't for the Nine Tails and his protagonist aura, who knows how many times he might have died. In contrast, the seemingly unimpressive Rock Lee felt more inspiring. Anime's take on backgrounds. Mei Terumi's pretty face showed a puzzled expression, not understanding what Kagaya meant. It's nothing. Kagaya smiled slightly and turned away, not continuing the topic. Just as Mei Terumi was about to say more, the scene outside the window had already changed. Chapter 155, Turn the Tide. Despite the efforts of Tsunade, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and a host of other ninjas to slow the meteor's descent, it continued to fall rapidly, bearing down on Konoha and weighing heavily on everyone's hearts like a great mountain. The people below watched the burning giant rock in the sky with trepidation, the atmosphere heavy with tension, as if a giant stone also weighed on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Jiraiya, Asuma, Hyuga Hayashi, and anyone else who could help stepped forward to try to stop the meteor from falling. Might Guy, who had just recovered, didn't hesitate to open the seventh gate, pressing his arms firmly against the rock. The veins bulged from his skin, his face turned red, and the blue steam around him burned like a fierce flame. For a moment, countless people gathered beneath the meteor, shoulder to shoulder like a swarm of ants. Finally, through everyone's combined efforts, the meteor began to slow in its descent with a series of rumbling noises. People breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged grateful glances, knowing that if the meteor had fallen, Konoha might have ceased to exist. But just as everyone relaxed, they felt a sudden weight in their hands, and an irresistible force pressed down on them. They looked up in shock and were stunned by what they saw. Above the meteor they had been holding back, another even larger meteor came crashing down. This new meteor was even more massive, at least half again as large as the first, and it nearly blotted out the entire sky. Everyone strained with all their might to stop the meteor, but the combined weight of the two was immense, easily tens of thousands of tons. Their energy had already been severely depleted, and their chakra nearly exhausted. They gritted their teeth, trying to hold on, their faces flushed with effort, and sweat poured down in streams, soaking their clothes. The Nine Tails form that Naruto had taken had dimmed significantly, and Sasuke's Susanoo showed signs of cracking. As the meteor pressed down, those below struggled more and more. The combined weight of the two meteors was easily tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of tons. It was incredible that they had held out for so long. Despair spread through the crowd as they realized the difficulty of stopping even one meteor before, let alone two combined. Can't we just break the meteor apart? An upper-level ninja couldn't help but ask. If we shatter it, we might be able to stop it. No, said a masked man with white hair firmly. If we shatter the meteor, the resulting debris will cause even more destruction. The speaker was Kakashi. But, Kakashi-senpai, the upper-level ninja said urgently, large beads of sweat on his brow, if the meteor falls, the entire village might be destroyed. Kakashi frowned, and even through his mask, the heaviness in his heart was apparent. With his Sharingan, he had observed the meteor closely, no one understood better than he did the consequences of their actions. Shattering the meteor might save the village, but the flying debris would also cause significant casualties. It looks like there's no choice but to use this method, Kakashi sighed inwardly. Losing some is better than losing everyone. If only she were here. For some reason, an image of a stunning figure flashed through Kakashi's mind. If she were here, with her power, maybe. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the person in the sky. She raised her snow-white arm, aiming at the massive meteor in the sky, and her eyes focused as an invisible force burst forth, tearing through the air in an instant. The meteor, which had been blocking out the sun, suddenly made a thunderous noise and came to a halt in midair. To the people below supporting it, the weight in their hands suddenly felt lighter, and they were shocked to see the meteor not only stop but begin to rise slowly back into the sky. It was then that everyone noticed a silver-haired girl floating in the air not far away, her long hair flowing gracefully. What's this? Naruto was shocked, his eyes widening as he gazed at the distant figure. He had thought he would never see her again, yet here she was at such a critical moment. Sasuke let out a cold snort and turned his head away. The people below were also dumbfounded, staring at the silver-haired girl they had not seen in a long time. Then a wave of joy swept through them, and cheers erupted as they were filled with the feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster. Kagaya was slightly confused by the enthusiastic crowd below. She remembered that while she was possessed by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, she had killed many shinobi on the battlefield, including many from Konoha. She was surprised that they didn't drive her away. Why were they so happy to see her? What Kagaya didn't know was that, due to the deliberate concealment by the leaders of various countries, not many people knew about that particular episode. Most were aware only of her triumphs over Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the Ten Tails, as well as how she had saved the world from the brink of destruction. Many had not personally experienced the Fourth Great Ninja War or seen Kagaya in action, but rumors spread like wildfire, and people began to see her as a goddess who had descended to save the world. Some places even established shrines in her honor. This outcome was unexpected not only to the daimyo and leaders of the nations but even more so to Kagaya herself. However, Kagaya's attention wasn't focused on the people below but rather on the giant meteor overhead. As her chakra surged, the repulsive force from her palms increased dramatically, and the meteor began to lift slowly, rising higher and higher into the sky. The meteor's speed continued to increase, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting up into the sky. The meteor, which had taken the combined efforts of everyone to barely hold back, was effortlessly flung into the sky by Kagaya. Was this a power that a human could possess? Initially, people were skeptical of the rumors that this silver-haired girl was a goddess. However, now their doubts began to waver. In the towns affected by the impact outside Konoha, the superstitious townsfolk were already prostrated on the ground, their eyes filled with fervor. Boom. In the starry sky, the enormous meteor exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless smaller meteors that scattered like a celestial shower. As they fell, the meteors burned upon contact with the air, transforming into beautiful fireworks that streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night. Chapter 156, Gathering of Beauties. The meteor, resembling an iron curtain that blotted out the sky, left countless people helpless, yet a silver-haired girl shattered it with a single blow. It was an incredible feat akin to a legend, leaving the crowd dumbfounded and in disbelief. As people stared in awe at this remarkable girl, she walked calmly and leisurely back home as if nothing had happened. To her, these were insignificant episodes. If those people weren't so useless and hadn't almost been wiped out, she wouldn't have intervened. For her, nothing was more important than having dinner with her family. However, something was strange about this event. The appearance of such a massive meteor on Earth was astonishing, and if she hadn't acted, it might have led to an extinction event similar to that of the prehistoric dinosaurs. With this thought, Kagaya seemed to realize something. Her cloud-like, dreamy eyes turned to the bright moon hanging high in the sky, a thoughtful expression on her face. Kagaya. Just as Kagaya fell into deep thought, a voice from afar interrupted her musings. She blinked and turned around, finding a beautiful woman with long black hair standing before her. Her long hair swayed in the wind, highlighting her fair neck. Her appearance was subtly elegant with light makeup, her complexion fair, brows like distant autumn mountains, and eyes like clear autumn water. Her fresh face still carried a hint of youthful innocence. "Hinata, is that you? I just arrived today and was planning," Kagaya said with a dry laugh. She had run into Hinata earlier in the evening but hadn't yet decided whether to meet her. After being discovered by Mei and the others, it was already late, so she decided to wait until tomorrow to see her. Unexpectedly, they met here again. Before Kagaya could finish explaining, a fragrant breeze swept over, and Hinata rushed into her embrace, burying her face into her chest. Her body trembled slightly, and her fragrant shoulders quivered. Kagaya could feel the dampness on her chest. Her words trailed off as she gently stroked Hinata's head and sighed. After not seeing each other for only a year or so, Hinata missed her so much. If Kagaya were to leave the world of Naruto, she couldn't imagine how heartbroken Hinata would be. After a while, Hinata finally emerged from Kagaya's embrace, her smooth, fair face still stained with tears, her moist eyes red and puffy. "Why are you crying?" Kagaya gently lifted Hinata's white, smooth chin, wiped away the tears on her face with her fingers, and asked with concern. "I thought I'd never see you again, sister." Hinata sniffled a few times, her eyes misty with tears. "But here I am." Kagaya patted Hinata's head and smiled. "All right, don't cry anymore, or you won't look pretty." Hinata wiped her eyes and nodded gently, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment. "I'm not sure if you've eaten yet, but either way, let's head back first," Kagaya said with a smile. With that, she took Hinata's small hand and they jogged back toward home. Streaks of fire crossed the sky, leaving long trails. These were the meteors falling from the sky, or rather a meteor shower, as brilliant and dazzling as fireworks. Under the light of the flames, their shadows flickered on the ground, accompanying each other in the dim glow of the streetlights. Hinata's eyes quietly gazed at Kagaya's profile, unconsciously blooming into a smile. "I'm back." Kagaya pushed open the door and walked into the living room, finding everyone seated around the table. The dishes on the table were emitting a rich and pleasant aroma, making one's mouth water. Although the people of Konoha had just experienced a thrilling moment, it felt like a lifetime ago, but in fact, it was just a short while. Kagaya hadn't spent much time dealing with the situation, so she returned quickly, and now the food hadn't even cooled. "How did it go?" Konan came forward, took Kagaya's slippers, and placed them by her feet. Kagaya, without hesitation and without using her hands, kicked off her shoes with her pink little feet and put on the slippers Konan had brought. "With me here, do I even need to say?" Kagaya shrugged easily. "Let's eat first." "Come, Hinata, sit with us." "I've already eaten, so I'll skip it," Hinata said, feeling a bit uneasy with so many people present, as she wasn't very familiar with them. "I think I'll just go back." "Go back." "Come on," Kagaya interrupted, pulling Hinata by the hand, pushing her toward the table, and getting a chair for her. She pressed Hinata's shoulders, seating her down, and said with a smile, "We're all friends here, so relax." Seeing Kagaya's insistence, although a bit embarrassed, Hinata reluctantly sat down. She always listened to her sister. In the corner, cat-eared Loli was leaning close to Hinata, and her shy personality made them quickly find common ground. Hinata also took a liking to the innocent and naive cat-eared Loli, probably due to their similar personalities. "Since everyone is here, let's dig in," Kagaya said with a grin. "Try my cooking and see what you think." "Hold on." Mei Terumi suddenly spoke up and took out a white porcelain bottle from under the table. The glaze was smooth and shiny, adorned with paintings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, making it appear quite exquisite. "Since we're celebrating, how can we not have some drinks?" Mei said with a squinting smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "This is sake, and it's quite nice." Upon hearing there was alcohol, cat-eared Loli's ears perked up, and her big, bright eyes opened wide, staring unblinkingly at the porcelain bottle in Mei's hand, as if she was about to drool. This was actually Kagaya's fault. In her original world, she rarely drank, usually only drinking with her brothers and friends. She didn't particularly like it herself. But in the world of Naruto, she became interested in the diverse styles of food and frequently tried different things. On one occasion, at the shopkeeper's recommendation, she was served a few bottles of alcohol. Kagaya didn't think much of it, finding the taste mild and not harsh on the throat. Black Zetsu Loli also didn't like alcohol. After a small sip, she didn't touch it again. However, unexpectedly, cat-eared Loli developed a great interest in alcohol. The bottles on the table were quickly emptied, and she pestered Kagaya for more. Seeing cat-eared Loli biting her white fingers with a pitiful expression, Kagaya's heart softened, and she bought her a few more bottles, which opened a floodgate. Each time they drank, cat-eared Loli would get drunk, resembling a dead cat. In comparison, her second favorite food, fish, didn't have quite the same allure. Chapter 157, After Drinking. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the room was filled with lively chatter and laughter, with voices mingling under the dim lights. The slightly tipsy people had flushed faces and hazy, dreamy eyes, looking relaxed and at ease. Kagaya hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. The weight on her shoulders was lifted, giving her a sense of being in another world. Once, she was just an ordinary university student waiting for her first job, never expecting to have such an adventure and meet so many lovely people, leaving her full of emotion. Although sake enters the mouth with a light and elegant fragrance, it is actually quite potent, no less than other types of alcohol. Most of the women present hadn't drunk much before, so they didn't take this seemingly mild beverage seriously, mistaking it for a soft drink. As a result, halfway through the drinks, they were already quite drunk. Kagaya also felt a little dizzy at the moment, her vision blurry and her body swaying slightly, but probably due to her physique, she wasn't drunk, just a little tipsy. She walked to the window, opened the wooden window, and a breeze blew in, causing her silver hair to sway and dance. In the moonlight, she seemed like a moonlit elf. "Can't sleep." A soft, charming voice came from behind her. "Yeah, I haven't been this relaxed in a long time, so it feels a bit unfamiliar," Kagaya replied without turning around, knowing it was Mei Terumi, as only she had such a charming voice. A pair of white, delicate hands rested on Kagaya's shoulders, and she felt the smoothness as Mei pressed her cheek against her. "Where have you been all this time?" Mei's voice whispered in Kagaya's ear, tickling her. "Stop, it tickles." Kagaya hurriedly pushed away the warm, soft body beside her with her hand. Only a few knew her secret. Her ears were incredibly sensitive, and any sound or breath near them made her extremely ticklish, like a current passing through, which was unbearably uncomfortable. "What's this? Trying to take advantage of me?" Mei looked at Kagaya with playful eyes, smiling slyly. Only then did Kagaya realize that her hand had somehow ended up on Mei's chest, probably accidentally during the pushing. However, the feel was quite good, smooth like the finest silk, and soft. Clearing her throat, Kagaya withdrew her hand inconspicuously, feeling a bit unnatural. Inside, she lamented, wishing for the day she could return to her original self and openly pursue girls. Just looking and not being able to touch was a torturous ordeal. "What's wrong? Are you shy?" Mei leaned over, blinking her eyes with a smile. "No," Kagaya replied offhandedly, cursing the system internally. It had promised she could return to her original form upon completing the mission, but now she needed to gather 1,000 points, which felt like blatant deception. "You're definitely hiding something from me," Mei said, lifting Kagaya's chin with her delicate fingers, speaking coquettishly. "Tell me, and there will be a reward." Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Mei grew bolder, her eyes dreamy as she looked at Kagaya, her slightly flushed face appearing even more tender. "I won't say," Kagaya flatly refused. If Mei knew, who knew what she might think, she might consider Kagaya a monster. Even if not a monster, she might be despised, so this was something she couldn't share with anyone. "Come on, tell me." Mei feigned anger. "Will you say it or not?" "I won't say it," Kagaya insisted. "Then don't blame me," Mei said with a mischievous expression. In a flash, she reached out and tickled Kagaya's side. Kagaya, lost in thought, hadn't been prepared for Mei's surprise attack and was caught off guard, leaving her side vulnerable. "Ha ha ha, no, stop." Kagaya was most afraid of someone blowing in her ear, and second to that was being tickled. It was worse than being killed. "Stop, stop it. Will you tell me or not?" "I won't." "Let go." "I won't unless you tell me what you're hiding." "Don't blame me if I don't." "You're asking for it." "Ah." Kagaya used a bit of strength, and a gentle force flowed from her, causing Mei Terumi to lose her balance and fall backward. A look of triumph spread across Kagaya's face. This was the advantage of having greater strength. Previously, Kagaya was at Mei's mercy and had to plead and compromise to escape her teasing. But now, with a simple exertion, she could easily break free. However, Kagaya's smug expression only lasted a few seconds before it was replaced by surprise. Mei's watery eyes flashed with a mischievous smile as she reached out to grab Kagaya's hand, attempting to pull her down to the ground and use the momentum to get up. Yet, before she succeeded, her smile froze. Although she caught Kagaya's hand, her knee hit the table. In an effort to avoid toppling it, she twisted her body, losing her balance. With a dull thud, the two fell to the floor. Both Kagaya and Mei were stunned, staring wide-eyed at each other, not knowing what to do. They had both fallen to the ground, Kagaya atop Mei, with her hand inadvertently resting on something soft and white. Even more alarming, their lips were pressed together. Kagaya had taken advantage of Mei before but never kissed her like this. Both were momentarily frozen. Finally, Mei reacted first, turning her head to break the kiss and gently pushed Kagaya away, scolding, "Are you planning to stay on top of me forever? Do you want to crush me?" Kagaya coughed a few times to hide her embarrassment and scrambled to get up. Due to the cramped space filled with tables and chairs, she inevitably touched some places she shouldn't have during her efforts to stand. So soft. That was Kagaya's first thought, followed by the realization that they were larger than before. "Your nerve is growing, you dare to take advantage of me," Mei said, feigning anger while her clear, autumn water eyes regarded Kagaya with amusement. "Admit it, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" As the beauty before her looked at her with a smiling gaze, Kagaya suddenly felt a surge of impulse, growing ever stronger. Finally, Kagaya gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and pulled the surprised Mei into her arms. Chapter 158, Collect a Deposit. Where has my sister gone? In the moonlit garden, filled with plants and trees casting their shade, a young girl was pacing. She held a small red flower, plucking its petals one by one, lost in thought. This girl had long, flowing black hair nearly reaching her waist, with 2 strands tied in ribbons resting on her chest. Her face was delicate and refined, with fair skin and features as if painted, still showing a hint of youthful innocence, yet she carried the unique grace of a young woman. She wore an orange short kimono with a wide sash and small geta on her feet, revealing a portion of her white legs. She was Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Could she have gone to find that person? Hanabi tossed the flower casually into the bushes. Should I go too, showing a slight reluctance. While defending against the meteorites, she naturally saw Kagaya appearing like a goddess descending from the heavens, but towards the sister in name, she always felt a sense of awe mixed with fear, something she couldn't quite understand. This inexplicable feeling made her keep a respectful distance from Kagaya, even though Kagaya never intended any harm. However, as the night deepened and Hinata still hadn't returned home, Hanabi grew increasingly worried. Although Kagaya had shattered the main meteor, many smaller ones continued to sporadically fall from the sky. Even a small meteor the size of a fist could easily puncture through a solid building. Watching the Konoha ninjas vigilantly guarding against the sky's meteorites, Hanabi bit her lip, contemplating going to find Hinata. She and Hinata had always shared a close bond. Hinata had always taken care of her, often bearing their father's reprimands herself and even deliberately losing to Hanabi, making Hanabi both respect and love her elder sister deeply. Just as Hanabi was about to head to Kagaya's house to find Hinata, 3 figures suddenly streaked across the sky like phantoms, rushing toward her. Who's there? Startled, Hanabi quickly turned around, reaching for the kunai on her body, but it was already too late. Moonlight poured down, reflecting in a pool of water, shimmering and sparkling. Mei Terumi suddenly pushed Kagaya away, wiping her lips still wet, looking amused, feigning anger. What are you doing? Mei, Kagaya ignored Mei's protest, took her smooth, fair hand, and whispered, I've always liked you, but never had the chance to say it. Mei was taken aback by Kagaya's words, then chuckled, don't joke around. Do you want a beating for making such jokes? No, I'm not joking, Kagaya said seriously, I really like you. I like you too, Mei reached out and playfully tapped Kagaya's forehead, smiling with her eyes narrowed. No, I mean I like you as more than just friends, like between a man and a woman, Kagaya said, her eyes fixed earnestly on Mei. Mei was stunned, seemingly confused by Kagaya's words. After a few seconds, she understood what Kagaya meant and suddenly burst into laughter, love like between a man and a woman. Little girl, maybe when you're a man. Are you saying that if I were a man, you'd be okay with it? Kagaya's eyes lit up. Are you okay? Did you get drunk? Mei blinked, glancing up and down at Kagaya, then reached out to touch her forehead, or are you feverish? No, answer me first, Kagaya asked urgently, if I were a man, would you agree to be with me? Mei Terumi was so troubled by Kagaya that she helplessly said, yes, as long as you are a man. You haven't finished your sentence. If I'm a man, then what? You'll date me. Kagaya said, holding Mei's hand. Yes, as long as you're a man, I'll date you, all right. Mei said, smiling with her eyes, and pinching Kagaya's flawless cheeks. In her view, Kagaya must have been drunk, which is why she said such unrealistic things. She believed Kagaya would forget all about it once she sobered up, so she just humored her, thinking it was merely a playful prank from an innocent little sister. Kagaya's eyes lit up with excitement, feeling as if she could see her happy life coming into fruition. But before she could act, her expression suddenly changed. She stopped moving and turned to look out the window, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. It really is that guy. What's going on? Mei came over, curious about Kagaya's expression. Did something happen? No, nothing. Kagaya turned her head, smiling at Mei, but there's something I need to take care of, so I won't be back tonight. Before Mei could ask what it was, Kagaya streaked through the sky like a meteor. What could be so urgent to make Kagaya leave like this? Mei knew her character very well. With Kagaya's current abilities, there were few things that required her personal attention. If it were anything ordinary, Kagaya wouldn't even bother. As Mei pondered, there was a flash of white light, and Kagaya reappeared before her. How did you? Before Mei could finish speaking, Kagaya placed her white fingers on Mei's chin, cutting off her words. Mei's eyes widened, stunned by Kagaya's sudden action, and she forgot to push Kagaya away. The kiss lasted for nearly a minute before their lips parted, leaving a silver thread reflecting the moonlight between them. I almost forgot. Consider this an advance payment. I'll be off now. Kagaya's beautiful face showed a playful smile as she waved at Mei before turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the starry sky. Only then did Mei recover from that peculiar state, her hazy eyes becoming clear. She felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, surprised by Kagaya's boldness. She secretly resolved to teach Kagaya a lesson when she returned. However, the strange tingling sensation, like an electric current, lingered in her heart. Chapter 159, Ōtsutsuki. Let me go, help. Hanabi twisted her body desperately, like a fish out of water, her slender waist writhing. She kept calling for help, her delicate face showing a terrified expression. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from the grip of the gray-clad man's arms, which were like iron pincers. These men were dressed in gray robes, covering their bodies completely, leaving not even a trace of skin exposed. Their heads were wrapped in headscarves that covered their entire faces, with a piece of white paper affixed to the front, depicting a crescent moon. Don't bother shouting. No one will come. Hanabi was stunned for a moment and turned her head, her panicked eyes fixed on the person who spoke. The person before her had white hair and a jade-like face, with his eyes closed. He wore white clothes and black boots, exuding a cool aura. They're busy defending against the meteors falling from the sky, they won't notice you, the white-haired boy said with a slight smile. Who are you? Hanabi asked uneasily. Let me go. My sister is very powerful. You can't defeat her. Oh. The white-haired boy stopped, a smile on his lips. How powerful is she? Did you see the meteor just now? Hanabi, seeing the white-haired boy pause and thinking he was intimidated, quickly said, my sister is the one who shattered it. You'd better let me go, and I won't tell my sister. But if you hurt me, she definitely won't spare you. Meteor. The boy's smile froze for a moment before becoming even brighter. If that's the case, I might as well kill you. That way, no one will know. Hanabi regretted her words deeply. She had hoped mentioning her sister would scare him off, but it only seemed to make him more malicious. If you let me go, I won't tell anyone, not even my sister, Hanabi promised shakily, tears welling up in her eyes. I promise. You seem to have misunderstood something, the boy smirked. Do you think I would be afraid of a little girl? As for the meteor, it's just a rock from the sky. Shattering it is no big deal. Hanabi was taken aback, her heart sinking. In her eyes, Kagaya was the strongest person in the world, but this boy seemed unimpressed by her sister. Who was he? Your eyes are beautiful, the boy said, stepping closer and leaning down, smiling slightly. Though his eyes were closed, he seemed to see perfectly. For some reason, those words filled Hanabi with a sudden, intense fear, and she trembled. Although the white-haired boy smiled kindly, in her eyes, it was a devil smile, cold and terrifying. The boy's smile widened as he raised his pale hand, his fingers reaching toward Hanabi's eyes. Very beautiful. I'm sorry, but they belong to me now. Seeing his fingers coming closer, Hanabi finally realized what he intended. Her pupils contracted, her face went ashen, and her lips turned pale as she trembled violently, finally screaming out. Help, someone save me. Don't bother, the boy smirked mockingly. No one will come to save you. Is that so? At that moment, a melodious voice came from not far away, as if it were the sound of heaven, pleasant and soothing. Who is it? The white-haired boy quickly turned around, a hint of surprise appearing on his pale face. He hadn't sensed this person at all, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Despite his abilities, he hadn't noticed her presence. Sister. Hanabi looked as if she had seen her savior, her face lighting up with joy. She had once been afraid of this sister and rarely called her that. But now, in this critical moment, it was her sister who had come to her rescue, and all the barriers in her heart seemed to be swept away by a warm current. So you are the sister she was talking about. The white-haired boy's eyes glinted with a peculiar light. You must be more than just her sister, I presume. Blind men, get lost. I'm not talking to you, Kagaya raised her eyebrows, casting a disdainful glance at the white-haired boy. Even though the white-haired boy had a good temperament, Kagaya's dismissive expression ignited a fire in his heart. He thought the beautiful girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but her interruption made him forget where. Quite an attitude, the white-haired boy snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. However, I'll let you live a little longer. We will meet again, and this world is about to end. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired boy's body began to turn transparent, as if he were about to disappear. Did I say you could leave? Kagaya chuckled softly, her beautiful face showing a playful expression. What? The white-haired boy suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, causing him to clutch his head. He was shocked to find that the space around him had solidified, interrupting the space-time jutsu he had activated. Because of the jutsu's failure, his body returned from a semi-transparent state to solid form. Who exactly are you? The white-haired boy gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his head as he looked at the girl in the distance, though his eyes were still closed. Kagaya paid him no mind and walked over to Hanabi. With a gentle wave of her creamy arm, the gray-robed men released their grip, allowing Hanabi to escape her bonds and fling herself at Kagaya. Sister. Now safe, Hanabi hugged Kagaya tightly, tears streaming down her face. Being kidnapped and nearly having her eyes taken was indeed a nightmare for a young girl who had never experienced such hardship. There, don't cry. You're a little crybaby now. Kagaya smiled, reaching into her clothes and pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe Hanabi's tears. Okay. Hanabi, realizing her outburst, felt a bit embarrassed. Her pretty eyes stayed fixed on Kagaya, her cheeks flushing pink. Though she had once been afraid of her, this was her admired big sister. Chapter 160, Battle between the Ōtsutsuki. How is it possible? How can you control my puppets? The white-haired boy looked astonished and disbelieving. He discovered that the puppets were no longer under his control, instead, they were controlled by Kagaya, as if she were their master. Why not? They're just toys. Besides, Kagaya smiled slightly and turned her head to look at the lush bushes in the distance. You two have been watching for quite a while, shouldn't you come out now? Impressive, Princess Kagaya. No, two figures emerged from the bushes, smirking. We should be calling you Lady Princess. What? The white-haired boy was shocked not by the presence of two people hiding in the bushes but by what was said. You are Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. The white-haired boy looked at Kagaya as if facing a formidable enemy. In his eyes, she was the greatest threat. He was none other than Tonari, a descendant of Ōtsutsuki Hamura. A year ago, the moon experienced a violent tremor. At that time, Tonari noticed something was wrong. However, he was engaged in a war with the main family and had no time to investigate. He was unaware that the tremor was due to Kagaya defeating and absorbing Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, which caused changes on the moon due to the latter's absence. This time, he came to awaken the Tenseigan and control the moon's meteors to destroy Earth. He and the Branch family believed that the world created by the Sage of the Six Paths had been a failure, mired in war for millennia, and should be destroyed to establish a new world. But he never expected to encounter Kaguya Ōtsutsuki here. Wasn't she supposed to be sealed? The two figures who emerged wore white robes. One was tall and muscular, exuding a powerful aura. His white robe enveloped his entire body, leaving only part of his face exposed. The other was slender, also dressed in a white robe with a semi-transparent veil and horn-like protrusions resembling rabbit ears. His pale face and white Byakugan eyes emitted a cold light. If guessed correctly, these two were Momoshiki Ōtsutsuki and Kinshiki Ōtsutsuki. I didn't expect you two to be here as well. Kagaya blinked her bright eyes, a smile playing at the corner of her lips. It's been a long time, Kagaya, Momoshiki said with a smile, walking over. We've been searching for you, worried for thousands of years with no word. A year ago, we finally sensed your power and now have found you. A year ago marked the Fourth Shinobi World War, where Kagaya's decisive battle took place. Perhaps due to the immense power released, massive energy surged into the universe, drawing Momoshiki and Kinshiki's attention. This explains why they appeared earlier than in the original storyline. What do you want with me? Kagaya played with her silky hair, curiously eyeing Momoshiki. You consumed the God Tree's fruit, and you still ask why. Momoshiki's eyes flashed coldly, but then his expression softened into a gentle smile. Hand over the chakra of the God Tree's fruit, and I won't pursue the matter further. Sorry, I didn't eat the God Tree's fruit, Kagaya shrugged indifferently. What she said wasn't technically wrong, it was the previous Kaguya Ōtsutsuki who consumed it, not her. Are you trying to argue? Momoshiki's face turned dark instantly. Or are you declaring yourself my enemy, Princess Kagaya? I don't intend to be your enemy, Kagaya said, her beautiful eyes glinting with amusement. However, I genuinely didn't eat it. I advise you to hand over the chakra willingly, Momoshiki said, his face expressionless, his eyes emitting a dangerous light as he stepped closer to Kagaya. I really don't have it, you might want to check elsewhere. Kagaya waved her hand dismissively, showing a helpless expression. So you won't give it up? Then I'll just take it myself, Momoshiki said, giving Kinshiki a brief glance. Kinshiki nodded, understanding the signal, and stepped forward. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself at Kagaya like a cannonball. Despite his large and muscular build, Kinshiki moved with surprising speed and agility. In an instant, he was upon Kagaya, wielding his massive axe. His muscular arm swung it with a ferocious wind, cutting down with a mighty force. The air stirred into a violent tempest by the axe, making it difficult to breathe, creating an illusion of impending suffocation. Seeing the axe approaching, Kagaya lightly leaped backward, arching her flexible waist into a breathtaking curve, causing the axe to miss. Taking advantage of the moment when Kinshiki's momentum waned, Kagaya moved swiftly forward, raising her alabaster arm to strike at Kinshiki. Just as her palm was about to connect with Kinshiki, Kagaya's heart skipped, and she frowned slightly. She abruptly abandoned her attack, pivoting to retreat swiftly, her movements like a flashing shadow. At that moment, the red axe handle in Kinshiki's grip suddenly extended, transforming into a sharp spear aimed at Kagaya. However, Kagaya had already evaded, and the strike again hit nothing but air. Kagaya's delicate nose twitched as she chuckled softly, realizing she was dealing with an agile giant. Though formidable, Kinshiki lacked the skill to defeat her. A strange light flickered in Kagaya's clear eyes as she stepped forward with her snow-white legs, becoming a blur as she charged at Kinshiki. Kinshiki did not back down, swinging his giant axe to meet her. The two clashed fiercely, trading blows at blinding speeds. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of strikes. Their battle was so fast that only two blurred shadows could be seen, and the winds they stirred howled like a massive tornado, scattering dust and debris everywhere. With a light tap of her jade-like finger, she met the incoming red axe, producing a metallic clang. Kinshiki was momentarily stunned, not expecting his giant axe to be halted by a mere finger. Kagaya had concentrated highly compressed chakra at her fingertip, making it as hard and sharp as steel. Unable to resist, he glanced up, meeting Kagaya's breathtaking face, particularly her bright, clear eyes, as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Chapter 161, Peach. In a brief moment of distraction, a white, delicate hand slipped through the shadows of the axe and reached Kinshiki. When Kinshiki regained his senses, he was shocked and hurriedly swung his massive arm to retrieve his axe, positioning it in front of him. With a dull thud, the pale hand slapped fiercely against the giant red axe. Kinshiki felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into a distant hill, shattering rocks and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the dust slowly settled, Kinshiki's figure emerged. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, his chest was sunken in, and his body was covered in wounds. Useless waste, Momoshiki snorted, not even sparing him a glance. He turned to Kagaya with a smile and said, "It has been a long time, Princess Kagaya. You are as captivating as ever, and your strength has greatly improved. Truly befitting of the Ōtsutsuki clan's princess." "Thank you for the compliment," Kagaya replied, pulling a white handkerchief from her robe to wipe her hand. She smiled slightly and said, "I apologize, but if this is all the strength you have, I'm afraid it won't be enough." "Sister." At this moment, a petite figure came running forward, arms slightly outstretched as if wanting to jump into Kagaya's embrace. Upon reaching her, the figure only held onto a corner of Kagaya's garment. It was Hanabi. Hanabi's bright, beautiful eyes shone with admiration as she stared at Kagaya. Even with her limited strength, she could see that these opponents were powerful, but they were no match for her sister. Kagaya smiled softly, gently stroking Hanabi's silky hair, while Hanabi nestled against her like a well-behaved kitten. "Don't worry, sister will protect you," Kagaya said with a gentle smile, her eyes turning to focus on Momoshiki in the distance. Suddenly, Kagaya sensed something was amiss. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains as she glanced around, noticing that Shuren was nowhere to be seen. Not only was he absent, but his presence had vanished entirely. "Useless waste, it's a waste to feed you." At that moment, Momoshiki's voice echoed from afar. Kagaya turned to face him, her eyes narrowing sharply. Momoshiki held a peach that glowed with an eerie red light, casually tossing it to Kinshiki beside him. Kinshiki immediately bit into the peach, juice splattering as he devoured it in just a few bites. Kagaya's pupils contracted. If she guessed correctly, that red peach was. This boy's chakra was surprisingly abundant. "What a shame," Momoshiki said, looking at Kinshiki with a regretful expression after he finished the peach. Kagaya's suspicion was correct, the peach was, in fact, toneri. It was unclear whether Momoshiki lamented the loss of toneri, the peach given to Kinshiki, or perhaps both. Kagaya's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her eyes slightly narrowed. She hadn't anticipated that Momoshiki would deal with toneri so quickly. Although Shuren didn't have the Tenseigan and his space-time ninjutsu had been disrupted by Kagaya, causing a backlash, he shouldn't have been this weak. This genuinely surprised Kagaya. After consuming the peach, Kinshiki's form suddenly swelled. His already muscular body expanded further, each muscle taut like steel cables, containing immense strength. His previously pale face turned into a red visage with fangs, and his entire skin became a crimson hue. With his gigantic form, he resembled a demon from the depths of hell. "Kagaya-hime, you'd better surrender and comply," Momoshiki said, his pale face displaying a confident smile. "Even though you consumed the Givine tree's fruit, you are no match for me." "A mere mouse dares to boast," Kagaya said with a disdainful snort, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. She cast a cold glance at Momoshiki. "I must admire your courage." "Mouse." Momoshiki chuckled playfully, "Wasn't it you who was being chased and running all over the place, princess?" "Is that so?" Kagaya smiled slightly, her face betraying no emotion, though her mind was stirred. It seemed that the former Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had some history with them, and it was likely these guys who made her so wary. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had mentioned that enemies would come to Earth, and to prepare, she had resorted to activating the Infinite Tsukuyomi, creating countless white Zetsu to fight back. However, it seemed unlikely that she would go to such lengths just for these two guys, perhaps there was more to the story. "If you hand over the chakra of the God Tree's fruit, I assure you I'll leave immediately and won't trouble you. Momoshiki's smile softened, speaking in a kindly tone, I also promise not to harm you. Does he think he's fooling a 3-year-old? Everyone knows that this is akin to negotiating with a tiger. If she hands over the chakra of the God Tree, a powerless Kagaya would be at their mercy. Even a schoolchild could analyze this situation. But Kagaya was not thinking about this at the moment. She was considering the connections behind it. Since Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had found her, would other clan members also come looking for her? Dealing with these two wasn't too difficult for Kagaya, but if the Ōtsutsuki clan kept coming after her one by one, she couldn't guarantee she could repel them all. Why must we fight each other? Seeing Kagaya's stern expression, Momoshiki thought he had persuaded her. He was delighted and continued to coax her, we are all members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. No one wishes for conflict. I am merely here to retrieve what is rightfully mine, which is not unreasonable. And if the princess doesn't want to return, we won't force you, nor will we reveal your location. Kagaya's eyes focused, recalling that in the Naruto novels, Momoshiki was said to have planted the God Tree. She had always doubted it, if he possessed such power, how could he be defeated by Naruto's son? But judging by his words, there might be some truth to it. Momoshiki continued to speak at length, adopting a tone of concern for her, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. The message was clear, if Kagaya didn't cooperate, they would inform the clan of her whereabouts. Kagaya's eyes lit up, the gloom in her heart dissipated, and her thoughts became clear. If she swiftly dealt with these two, the problem would be solved. Killing them would eliminate the informants, and no one else would come to trouble her. Chapter 162, Thrash Kin's Hiki. Seeing that Kagaya was deep in thought, Momoshiki thought he had persuaded her and became even more enthusiastic in his speech. However, he really had no talent for persuading others, and he kept repeating the same few phrases, which were extremely dull. As long as you hand over the chakra of the God Tree, this world will be yours, I promise. Are you done talking? Kagaya raised her head, her clear and bright eyes looking at Momoshiki with a hint of amusement. If you're finished, you can leave now. Momoshiki was cut off, choking on his words, nearly dying from the sudden interruption. His face immediately darkened, and his sinister eyes emitted a chilling light. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for not explaining things clearly, Momoshiki said coldly. Kin's Hiki. As soon as Momoshiki finished speaking, Kin's Hiki shot out like a cannonball, a whirlwind following in his wake, stirring up a storm of dust and debris. Facing the bulldozer like Kin's Hiki, Kagaya remained calm and unafraid, a relaxed smile on her face. Having eaten the peach, Kinshiki's strength increased dramatically, his speed and power improving qualitatively, and even his chakra had risen to new heights, making him incomparable to before. Wielding a massive red axe with great ferocity, he had already swung it dozens of times in the blink of an eye, sending sharp, blade-like winds toward Kagaya. But Kagaya's body was as light as a willow, elusive, moving like a startled dragonfly over water, graceful in posture and light in step. Kinshiki's mighty axe, swift as lightning, could not hit Kagaya, who swayed like a wisp of wind. Growing impatient, Kin's Hiki found it even harder to strike her. Is that all you've got? Kagaya was disappointed. She had not been using her full strength, merely observing and probing, analyzing Kinshiki's fighting style. However, she was disappointed to find that Kin's Hiki was nothing more than a brute, relying on physical strength with no particularly alarming abilities. Could someone that the former Kaguya Ōtsutsuki feared really be this mediocre? Kagaya doubted it. Already agitated by Kagaya's elusive movements, Kin's Hiki grew even more infuriated by her taunts, his blood boiling with rage, teeth nearly shattering. Kinshiki's momentum suddenly surged, swinging his axe fiercely, breaking the sound barrier, and striking toward Kagaya like a red lightning bolt. Kagaya, having lost interest in playing any longer, took a light step forward, her petite form transforming into a stream of light, charging directly at Kin's Hiki. Seeing the silver-haired girl charging at him, Kin's Hiki was overjoyed. He had been driven nearly mad by Kagaya's ghostly movements, feeling as though he was swinging at soft cotton, unable to make contact, a sensation that nearly made him vomit blood. Seeing her no longer evade, he was ecstatic. Yet he didn't realize that Kagaya had merely been toying with him. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Kinshiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The massive red axe was now pinched between two delicate white fingers, unable to be freed no matter how hard he struggled, as if caught by a vice. Her two fingers were unharmed, without a scratch or even the slightest red mark, remaining perfectly white. Not only was Kin's Hiki shocked, but even Momoshiki in the distance was taken aback. He hadn't expected Kagaya's power to become so formidable. In his mind, Kagaya was still that girl who had been chased all over the place, but now she possessed astonishing strength. Could this be the effect of the God Tree's fruit? Momoshiki's white eyes stared intensely at the silver-haired girl in the distance, revealing a greedy glow. As long as he could obtain her chakra. With a crisp bang, Momoshiki was pulled from his fantasy and looked toward the two combatants. His pupils shrank. Kinshiki's red axe, caught between Kagaya's fingers, shattered instantly into countless fragments with a sharp sound. At the same time, Kagaya took a deep breath, her cheeks puffing out slightly, and blew gently, sending the fragmented shards flying back like bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The red fragments pierced through Kinshiki's body, leaving multiple bloody holes from which blood gushed out, forming a crimson mist. But it wasn't over yet. A ghostly figure flashed forward, and a snow-white palm struck Kinshiki with lightning speed, landing on his unguarded body. Poof. Kinshiki's chest caved in instantly, the sound of breaking bones echoing, though it was unclear how many ribs had shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several large rocks, Kinshiki landed heavily on the ground, creating a crater. The surrounding stones cracked and shattered, sending debris and dust flying. When the dust settled, Kinshiki's figure appeared, his mouth and nose bleeding, his breath ragged, and his body covered in wounds. Especially those several bloody holes through which blood gushed continuously, staining the ground dark red. Clearly, he was severely injured. With all that talk, I thought you'd be tougher. Turns out you're not so impressive, Kagaya sneered, her lips curling in mockery. Momoshiki's brow furrowed as he walked over, not even sparing a glance at the fallen Kinshiki at his feet. His eyes coldly fixed on Kagaya in the distance. It's time now, Lord Momoshiki. Kinshiki coughed a few times, blood seeping through his fingers as he struggled to speak. It seems it's time to absorb my chakra, just like in the past. Useless creature. Momoshiki snorted coldly, raising his arm and opening his palm. A red, patterned eye appeared in his palm, emitting an eerie glow. This was Momoshiki's unique Rinnegan. Momoshiki's fingers curled slightly, and a powerful suction force erupted from the Rinnegan in his palm. With a scream, Kinshiki's massive body transformed into a stream of light, drawn into Momoshiki's palm. As Momoshiki's hand relaxed slightly, a crimson peach appeared in his palm. Chapter 163, Overpower Momoshiki. As Kagaya considered whether to seize the peach from Momoshiki, he had already picked up the peach and taken several bites, quickly finishing the crimson fruit. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister grin. Simultaneously, his previously pale and delicate face twisted and distorted, becoming identical to Kinshiki's earlier form. Kagaya immediately dismissed the idea of taking the peach, eating it would make her so ugly that she would rather not. She didn't want to turn into such an eyesore. How could she hope to charm girls if she became that hideous, even though she couldn't flirt with girls right now anyway? After consuming the peach, Momoshiki's aura intensified dramatically, his body swelling to a size comparable to Kinshiki's earlier form. Momoshiki roared, and his violent chakra whipped up a tempestuous wave of energy, like a great storm sweeping out, stirring up fierce winds and causing rocks and sand to fly. Caught near the storm, Kagaya's clothes flapped wildly in the wind, and she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself from the oncoming gusts. Suddenly, Momoshiki moved, becoming a black flash, charging towards Kagaya with blistering speed and fierce wind. With a loud bang, Momoshiki's fist collided violently with Kagaya's palm, sending shockwaves mixed with blasts of energy erupting outward. The ground shattered instantly, sending broken rocks flying everywhere. Indeed, the Momoshiki who had consumed the peach was no ordinary opponent. Not only had his speed improved dramatically, but his strength had also increased significantly. Kagaya's palm tingled slightly, though this was far from what she had expected. A fierce punch followed, accompanied by a sky full of fierce winds and countless fragments, coming at Kagaya instantly. Kagaya crouched down, allowing the fist to sweep past her head, the gusts tangling her hair. Kagaya's eyes focused, and she stepped forward, swinging her creamy arm, her right fist punching forward like a white flash, striking Momoshiki in the stomach. His abdomen caved in instantly as he was sent flying like a cannonball. At that moment, red swords and spears suddenly appeared in front, gleaming with a cold light, shooting toward Kagaya. These were transformed from the red ring behind Momoshiki, similar to truth-seeking balls that could morph into various weapons, yet somehow different. Kagaya moved swiftly, her slender figure darting left and right like a phantom, weaving through the forest of blades and spears. Simultaneously, Momoshiki had already risen, stomping hard and leaping high, swinging two large red swords towards Kagaya with full force, as if intending to cleave her in half. Kicking swiftly, her petite foot struck a spear embedded in the ground, sending it streaking like a meteor to intercept Momoshiki's sword. With a crisp bang, the spear deflected the sword in Momoshiki's hand, and Kagaya took the opportunity to rush forward, engaging him once more in combat. The two clashed at incredible speeds, exchanging blows in a fierce duel, moving so rapidly that their figures blurred, only the clear metallic clangs and surging waves of energy marked their presence. The winds howled, scattering rocks and sand. Boom. With a deafening crash, the two shadows collided and separated, revealing their figures. Momoshiki's chest heaved as he panted heavily, his dark red face covered in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Meanwhile, Kagaya was also breathing lightly, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her clothes slightly tattered, a shoulder strap having been sliced through by a wind blade, leaving her snow-white shoulder exposed. Both had expended considerable energy, but Kagaya seemed to be in slightly better shape. Momoshiki seemed to realize that things wouldn't end well if they continued this way. He raised his left hand and opened it, causing a large black orb to materialize from the red Rinnegan, hovering in his palm. This black orb continued to grow, expanding to the size of a basketball court within moments, exuding a terrifying aura. Kagaya furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed on the black orb floating in Momoshiki's hand. She could sense the immense power contained within. With a roar, Momoshiki swung his arm forcefully, launching the black orb like a streak of black lightning across the sky towards Kagaya. With a resounding boom, the ground shook violently where Kagaya stood, creating a massive crater as rocks were pulverized into dust. A circular shockwave, mixed with blasts of air, swept outward, leveling everything within 10 kilometers and even dispersing the clouds above, revealing a large circular hole. A massive mushroom cloud rose slowly, with sand, rocks, and smoke billowing as flames shot into the sky. Seeing the inferno in the distance, Momoshiki's lips curled into a sinister smile. However, his grin froze as his eyes widened in shock. From the blaze, a figure slowly emerged, her silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. It was Kagaya. Not a single trace of blood or wound could be seen on her body, and her exposed skin was as clear and flawless as jade. The attack had only damaged her clothes and caused no harm to her. Is that all you've got? Kagaya's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes cold as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Initially, she thought Momoshiki's strength might be formidable, but it seemed that was all there was to it. It was a waste of caution and concern for so long. Curse you! Enraged by Kagaya's mocking expression, Momoshiki let out a furious roar, his aura surging wildly. With a fierce stomp, the ground collapsed instantly, and amidst the turbulent airwaves, Momoshiki shot forth like an arrow from a bow, swinging his fists with all his might towards Kagaya. At that moment, a pale fist suddenly appeared before Momoshiki's eyes, aiming for his face. He could even see the faint blue veins on this fist. Smack! Momoshiki's face contorted instantly, like a squashed peach, and he could even hear the subtle sound of bones cracking as blood splattered, turning into a mist that hung in the air. His massive body was sent flying involuntarily by this punch. But it didn't end there, his body in midair seemed to be yanked by an invisible string, pulling him back at even greater speed. With a muffled thud, Momoshiki received a heavy blow to the stomach, his eyes widening as his mouth puffed up, spewing out a jet of blood, and his internal organs felt displaced. 80 God's vacuum attack. Countless fist shadows erupted from Kagaya's small hands, overwhelming Momoshiki's body with a relentless barrage. The sound of impacts echoed continuously like a storm. Amid the onslaught, Momoshiki swayed like a small boat in a storm, teetering precariously on the verge of capsizing. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Momoshiki's body was sent flying, breaking the sound barrier as it streaked through the air, shattering rocks and creating a cloud of dust before crashing into a distant hill. Chapter 164, Ninjutsu Reflection. With a loud boom, the pile of rocks exploded violently, sending stones flying into the air, blown by the blast wave, scattering fragments and rolling dust clouds everywhere. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure emerged, coughing a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, mostly shredded, revealing a dark red, scar-ridden upper body. It seems it's over. Kagaya lightly tapped her toes on the ground, walking gracefully toward Momoshiki, ready to end this battle. Initially, she thought there would be a fierce fight, but she hadn't expected it to end this way. This was something Kagaya had not anticipated. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from a distance. The loud noise from the battle had also alerted the Konoha ninjas, who were now rushing toward the scene in large numbers. What happened? Is there an intruder? At that moment, Momoshiki, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly moved. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked instantly, and using the rebound force, he shot out like an arrow, not towards Kagaya, but instead toward the incoming ninjas. Could he be thinking of using them as hostages? That's too naive. Kagaya snorted slightly. He underestimated her too much. These people had nothing to do with her, so if they were killed, it was no concern of hers. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, wild water wave. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Lightning style, lightning current. Seeing the enemy rushing toward them, the well-trained ninjas quickly formed hand seals. Multicolored jutsu shot forth, spreading out like scattered flowers, enveloping Momoshiki in their attack. It was at this moment that Kagaya realized something was wrong. Momoshiki had no intention of attacking these people, he was using them to absorb their jutsu. She had to remember that his Rinnegan allowed him to reflect techniques. His Rinnegan could not only absorb ninjutsu but also amplify it and counterattack. As expected, Momoshiki's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He raised his arm and opened his palm, the Rinnegan in his hand acting like a black hole, drawing in the attacking jutsu as strands of chakra, which were absorbed in the blink of an eye. "Thank you, fools," Momoshiki laughed heartily, raising his left arm. The Rinnegan in his palm glowed, releasing countless red chakra spheres, crackling with electricity, and firing like a machine gun. Boom. 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 In the series of explosions, the rocks hit by the red chakra spheres shattered instantly, and the ground cracked like a spider web. The ninjas who had arrived were also hit, sent flying uncontrollably and falling to the ground in disarray. "Next, it's your turn." Having dealt with the incoming ninjas, Momoshiki turned, fixing his gaze on Kagaya with a smile and a flash of cold light in his eyes. Suddenly, a gigantic black sphere appeared in his hand, continuing to expand until it reached the size of a soccer field before stopping. This black sphere was several times larger than the previous one and was surrounded by chakra of fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind elements, exuding a terrifying aura. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she realized Momoshiki was about to unleash his ninjutsu reflection technique. The energy emanating from the black sphere was far greater than before, and she knew she had to stop him before the jutsu was completed. Without further delay, Kagaya transformed into a stream of light and charged toward Momoshiki at lightning speed. However, Momoshiki had already completed his jutsu. With a wave of his arm, the massive black sphere shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the oncoming Kagaya. "Die!" Momoshiki roared angrily, a twisted smile on his face. Boom. An extremely bright light erupted in the sky, so brilliant that even the sun seemed dim in comparison. Then a deafening explosion shook the heavens, causing the earth to tremble and rivers to flow backward. Everything in the surrounding area, whether lush forests or towering mountains, was reduced to dust by the shockwave of the explosion. For a moment, thick smoke billowed and flames shot skyward, with dust swirling through the air. When it was all over and the dust had not yet settled, a shadowy figure could be seen faintly through the swirling smoke and dust. Still not dead. Momoshiki was surprised, but considering Kagaya's strength, he understood. He assumed Kagaya was seriously injured, as no one could survive such an attack. Even he couldn't guarantee his own survival under such circumstances. "Let's try that again." Another massive black sphere appeared in Momoshiki's hand, dark and terrifying, radiating incredible energy. Grinning viciously, Momoshiki took a few steps forward, preparing to throw the black sphere in his hand. Suddenly, a small figure appeared not far away. This person had long, flowing hair, split into two strands that rested on her shoulders. Her features were delicately drawn, her bright eyes and white teeth were striking, and her skin was white and smooth. Though she was young, her figure was already curvaceous and well-proportioned. It was Hanabi. At this moment, she stood with her arms outstretched, blocking Momoshiki's path. "I won't let you hurt my sister." "Oh. Just you." Momoshiki laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, doubling over in laughter until tears nearly fell from his eyes. A human as insignificant as an ant dared to block him. It was utterly laughable. Hanabi bit her lip, her delicate face showing a determined expression as she stubbornly stared at Momoshiki, who was laughing hysterically in the distance, without saying a word. Gradually, Momoshiki stopped laughing. His expression turned somber, his sinister eyes exuding a chilling light as he coldly said, "Since you wish to die, then die you shall." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his crimson arm, and the terrifying black sphere broke through the sound barrier, shooting toward Hanabi like a cannonball, carried by a violent gale. The black sphere grew larger in Hanabi's vision. She couldn't help but close her eyes, turning her head away and clenching her fists as she awaited her impending death. She knew what she was doing was meaningless, yet she did it anyway. She wasn't sure why, perhaps she hoped she could help, even if it was just to delay things by a second. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she heard the gentle sound of wind and the rustling of clothes. Suddenly, a hand patted her head, making Hanabi shudder. She quickly opened her eyes and turned to look. What she saw was a beautiful silver-haired girl, smiling gently at her. That smile was so tender. Chapter 165, New Eye Technique. What? Momoshiki was utterly shocked, staring in disbelief at the silver-haired girl in the distance. He knew the power of his own attack, it was impossible for anyone to come out of such an assault unscathed, not even himself. However, Kagaya was no ordinary person. "I'm going to kill you." Momoshiki roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscles instantly swelling. Gritting his teeth, a black sphere appeared in his hand, expanding in the blink of an eye, even larger and more dangerous than before. He felt an unsettling anxiety, like a thorn in his side. The only way to free himself from this nightmare was to kill Kagaya. The massive black sphere shot out instantly, heading straight for Kagaya like a high-powered cannonball. Yet, Kagaya seemed relaxed, her face showing no sign of tension. She even playfully patted Hanabi's head. Soothed by Kagaya's calm demeanor, Hanabi's fear and anxiety dissipated. She looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Kagaya. Being next to her sister, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, like the sheltering comfort of her mother's embrace. The enormous black sphere surged forward, enveloped in a storm of force, like a black lightning bolt, reaching Kagaya in an instant. Momoshiki's lips curled into a victorious smile. He could already envision Kagaya being obliterated. Surely, she would be gravely injured if not killed by such a powerful blow. He was confident in his success, yet seeing the serene, beautiful silver-haired girl filled him with unease, a bad premonition gnawing at him. At that moment, Kagaya smirked, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. To others, this might be captivating, but to Momoshiki, it was infuriating. He wanted to tear that face apart. With a relaxed expression, Kagaya raised her flawless arm, aiming it at the oncoming black sphere. Momoshiki sneered internally. This sphere, infused with nearly all his chakra, was not much larger than the previous one, but it was denser and more massive. Its destructive power was over 10 times greater than before. To think she could stop it with just an arm was pure folly. Momoshiki's sneer faded quickly, replaced by shock. His eyes widened as he stared at the silver-haired girl before him, unable to comprehend what he saw. What? The black sphere collided with the girl's palm and stopped. That was nothing unusual, but what happened next left him dumbfounded. The massive energy radiating from the black sphere began to distort and deform, with strands of black light peeling away, absorbed into Kagaya's palm. Her pale hand seemed like a black hole, devouring the sphere. In no time, the massive sphere, once the size of several soccer fields, vanished completely, as if it had evaporated. How is this possible? Momoshiki was dumbstruck, his face frozen in disbelief. What had just happened was beyond his understanding. His Rinnegan could absorb and amplify ninjutsu before reflecting it, but there were limits, and it was a unique ability he alone possessed. Could it be that? It seemed that Momoshiki realized something, his body shook, and his eyes widened suddenly as he looked up at the slender figure in the distance. Are you the only one with such an ability? Kagaya's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this was Kagaya's ability, to absorb ninjutsu into her body. However, unlike Momoshiki, she didn't have the ability to reflect the ninjutsu back, she merely absorbed it. The main advantage of this ability was that it could convert the ninjutsu into chakra, allowing her body to absorb it. This meant that not only was Kagaya immune to her opponent's ninjutsu attacks, but such attacks would only make her stronger. This ability was likely a mutation of the Tenseigan and Rinne Sharingan. After her decisive battle with Kaguya Ōtsutsuki a year ago, she discovered that the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead had disappeared. Though she didn't particularly like the Rinne Sharingan, since it was quite ugly, it was nonetheless a powerful ability. Many techniques, such as the Yamatsu Hirasaka and Amanamanaka, required the Rinne Sharingan to use. It took her a long time to realize that the Rinne Sharingan hadn't vanished but had mutated with the Tenseigan. Her current eyes were neither Tenseigan nor Rinne Sharingan, but a new kind of eye she had never seen before. At first glance, these eyes seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they were incredibly beautiful, like the starry sky above, with a hint of mysterious scarlet swirling like a vortex, irresistibly drawing one's attention. Moreover, Kagaya's ocular abilities had significantly improved, with a considerable enhancement in power. She also gained new abilities, like the current one of absorbing ninjutsu. In fact, the Rinnegan had some of these abilities to a certain extent. For example, Uchiha Madara could absorb ninjutsu, though not senjutsu. Momoshiki could absorb most ninjutsu, but his Rinnegan seemed to have only this one function, lacking other techniques like Chibaku Tensei. This might be what people mean when they say, you gain some, you lose some. However, Kagaya's eyes were different. She possessed the abilities of the Rinne Sharingan and Tenseigan and now had a new ability never seen before. This ability seemed to combine the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu with the Tenseigan's ability to absorb chakra. Momoshiki's eyes were fixed on Kagaya, full of malice, his teeth clenched and fists tightly closed. Then he turned around and ran. Kagaya's mouth twitched, a line of frustration forming on her forehead. Was this guy really so spineless? She had thought that Momoshiki would come and fight her to the death. What she didn't know was that Momoshiki was collecting chakra for immortality and eternal youth. If he were to die here, losing his life would defeat the purpose. Chakra could be collected again, but once his life was gone, there was nothing he could do. Besides, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to be Kagaya's opponent, and dying here would be meaningless. Momoshiki's body transformed into a stream of light, darting toward the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Turning back with a vicious smile, he shouted, Kagaya, I'll let you off this time. Next time, the clan will know your location, and not just you, but everyone on this planet will perish. Ha ha ha. Momoshiki laughed maniacally, oblivious to the black portal opening behind him, from which a pristine white arm emerged, dark and eerie. What? Blood splattered. Impossible. The smile on Momoshiki's face froze, his pupils contracted, and he looked down with difficulty, Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at the bone spike protruding from his chest, blood gushing from the wound, forming a mist of blood. At this moment, a cold voice slowly echoed, as if coming from the sky, or perhaps whispering in his ear. Did you think I would let you go? How naive. Chapter 166, System Notification. Momoshiki let out a heart-wrenching wail, his face twisted beyond recognition, so terrifying that it might scare a timid person to death. His body emitted an eerie red light from the inside out, like a blazing fire. Within this red light, the tissues of Momoshiki's body gradually disintegrated and crumbled, falling away piece by piece into dust. Finally, with a piercing scream, Momoshiki exploded, his body bursting apart like a mass of sparks, scattered into the air and carried away by the wind. Congratulations, you have completed the Naruto storyline and will now return to the main space, a metallic-sounding voice echoed in Kagaya's mind. Wait, Kagaya said hastily, I still have some things to do, let me stay a bit longer. You have already exceeded the maximum stay time allowed by the system. Unless you upgrade to V10, you can't freely return or stay. If you forcibly stay, you will be deducted 10 achievement points per hour. What a scam, Kagaya muttered, her eyelid twitching and her mouth tightening. Wasn't it 30 points per year? Since when did it become this much? That's because you have exceeded the time limit allowed by the system. Within the allowed time, it's 30 points, but once you exceed the limit, the cost is doubled. The system's voice remained emotionless and metallic, making it hard to discern whether it was male or female. Will I be able to return in the future? Kagaya asked anxiously. Yes, but you will need to upgrade to V10 to unlock this feature. What level am I now? You are currently V1. Kagaya sighed. Well, she knew completing a world's task wouldn't give too many points. Being level 1 is just how it is, but she wondered how long it would take to reach V10. In addition, as a friendly reminder, once you leave the current world, the time flow in this world will slow down to 1% of normal speed. This means that if you leave for 100 days, only 1 day will pass in this world. Kagaya, who had been feeling disheartened, was suddenly taken aback by this news. Her beautiful eyes brightened immediately, and she asked eagerly, is this true? Isn't this just like the mythical, 1 day in heaven equals a year on earth? Can I say it's false? No, you cannot. Well then, there it is. Please don't doubt the system's accuracy. Sorry, I'm just so happy. A look of excitement appeared on Kagaya's flawless, porcelain-like face. Her previous moodiness was due to this very reason. She had been worried that if she stayed in other worlds for too long, everything she knew would change. The people she knew would be gone, and life would have lost its meaning. But now it seems the system is quite humane, removing her worries. You are about to leave the Naruto world. Do you want to continue purchasing additional time? The system asked dryly, devoid of any emotion. That sounded just like the reminder when you run out of internet credit at an internet cafe. However, Kagaya didn't have time to waste, so she quickly said, of course I need it, just give me 1 hour. The mission rewards totaled only 100 points, she had spent 30 points over the year, and this hour cost another 10 points, meaning she had used about 40 points, nearly half. Kagaya felt a pang of distress, as if her heart was bleeding. Timing starts now. Please act quickly, as you will be forcibly summoned back when the time is up. The conversation between Kagaya and the system took place in her mind. Although it seemed like a long dialogue, to outsiders, it happened in the blink of an eye. When she returned to her senses, Kagaya noticed that Hanabi's small hand was tightly holding hers, her face beaming with a smile and looking up at her with admiration. Kagaya smiled gently and patted her head. Hanabi's face was delicate, clearly the makings of a beauty. She would definitely grow into a great beauty. This reminded Kagaya of Hinata when she was young, who was just as adorable and charming. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the horizon in the distance, rushing swiftly towards them, and in a few bounds, they reached Kagaya. Sister, you are all right, that's great. A slender figure leaped toward Kagaya, who embraced the soft body with her arm. It could only be the black Zetsu loli. It's all my fault for not noticing. The black Zetsu loli had a look of guilt on her face, her eyes filled with tears as her fingers anxiously twisted the corner of her clothes. Because of the drinking party yesterday, most were completely drunk, and the black Zetsu loli was especially out cold. You wouldn't guess, but the black Zetsu loli is quite fond of drinking, clutching a jug of wine and not letting go. Unfortunately, even though she likes to drink, her alcohol tolerance is pretty poor, passing out after just 1 drink, as people often say. And last night, it wasn't just 1 drink, she had drunk half a bottle. After drinking, her body went limp, her beautiful eyes were hazy, and she slumped onto the sofa unconscious. It was nothing, just a small fry. If Momoshiki knew that Kagaya considered him a small fry, he would probably have vomited blood in anger. Are you okay? The remaining few also came to Kagaya, including Meiturumi, Yugao, Konan, Hinata, and the cat-eared loli. It seemed that the commotion of the battle here was significant, and they had all rushed over after hearing about it. I felt a powerful chakra just now, so we all came over. How are you? Are you hurt? Conan walked over, took Kagaya's fair hand, and looked her over, relieved to see there were no injuries. It's nothing, don't worry, Kagaya replied confidently, raising her brows. It's all a piece of cake. A piece of cake. You're probably exaggerating again. Materumi stepped forward, pinching Kagaya's soft cheek playfully and said, can a piece of cake create such a huge crater? Really? Kagaya mumbled, her cheeks pinched. Don't do that in the future, Conan said, looking at Kagaya with her hands on her shoulders, seriously adding, if something like this happens again, you must tell us. Even though we may not be able to help much, we don't want to be left clueless while you're fighting. Looking at Conan's worried face, Kagaya felt a warm sensation flow through her heart, and she nodded lightly without refuting. Chapter 167, Departure. Well, Kagaya hesitated, her face showing a troubled expression. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you all. You're leaving, aren't you? Materumi placed her hand on Kagaya's shoulder and smiled gently. Ah. Everyone's gaze fell on Kagaya's face, but they didn't seem too surprised. Only the cat-eared loli looked around at everyone, seemingly not understanding what they were talking about. You all. Kagaya was a bit shocked as she looked at them, suddenly at a loss for words. We guessed it a while ago, said Yuya, feigning anger, such an important matter, and you didn't tell us in advance. Mother, are you really leaving? Black Zetsu girl bit her lip, her face full of grievance, her large eyes brimming with tears, saying reluctantly, can't you stay? I'm sorry, there are things I must do, so I can't stay here, Kagaya said apologetically, then added, but I promise I will come back, and it will be soon. What's so important that you must leave in such a hurry? If possible, we can help you, Materumi said anxiously, although we may not be as strong as you, we can still help. You should go, Conan suddenly spoke up from the side, smiling slightly, just remember to come back soon. How can you say that? Materumi said to Conan discontentedly, don't you want to be with her? It's not like that, Conan shook her head, although I don't know where Kagaya is going or what she's going to do, it must be important. I don't want her to be distracted. Besides, I know Kagaya will keep her promise and come back, right? Conan said this, squinting her eyes and smiling at Kagaya, her clear and bright eyes seeming to see through to her heart. Yes, I will definitely come back, Kagaya nodded solemnly, saying earnestly, and it will be very soon, I promise. What? Materumi pouted unhappily, aren't you all going to try to make her stay? You're making me look like the only bad guy here. Because we trust you, sister. Hinata gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Sometimes, being simple-minded is a form of happiness, Materumi said helplessly, then opened her arms. Kagaya looked puzzled, not understanding. Silly, you're leaving, aren't you going to give me a hug? Materumi blinked and said. Kagaya hurried over, extending her white arms, and hugged Materumi tightly. Materumi's mouth curved into a slight smile, her moist eyes gazing at the silver-haired girl before her, a doting look on her face. She didn't know why, but ever since she first saw her at the docks of the Land of Water, the beautiful yet seemingly fragile silver-haired girl felt very close, like a friend she had known for a long time. It was as if it was destiny, and their fates were intertwined like invisible threads from then on. Could this be destiny? While Materumi was still immersed in her emotions, she suddenly felt something odd in her embrace. She looked down to see the silver-haired girl rubbing her face against her chest with an expression of enjoyment. Materumi's eyelid twitched a few times, a vein popping on her forehead, and she reached out, pinching Kagaya's cheek. Ouch, ouch. Hey, what are you doing taking advantage of me at a time like this? Materumi said, frustrated with her lack of decorum, rubbing Kagaya's cheeks hard as if she couldn't get enough. Please, mind the occasion, all right. Understood, Kagaya mumbled indistinctly, her pretty face already scrunched up from Materumi's pinching. For a moment, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. However, happy times always seem to pass quickly, much like summer vacations during elementary school, the more you cherish them, the faster they seem to fly by. After playing and chatting with the girls for a while, the time gradually came for Kagaya to leave. It was time for her to go. The previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly turned heavy again, and everyone stood in silence, not knowing what to say. A faint feeling of parting sorrow lingered in the air. Black Zetsu's dainty nose twitched a few times, her clear, big eyes red and looking very sad, as were the others around her. Kagaya felt an urge to stay, but she knew it was meaningless. Eventually, she would have to leave. I'm leaving. Kagaya hardened her heart and turned away, not looking at them again, fearing she might be unable to resist staying if she did. Please come back. We'll be waiting for you. Hearing the voices behind her, Kagaya didn't say anything more and just nodded gently. Suddenly, her body emitted a pure white light that enveloped her, soft and serene like a gentle breeze. The white light grew brighter, and finally, with a flash, she disappeared, along with the stunning silver-haired girl. The group stood in place for a long time, silently gazing at where Kagaya had vanished, a sense of melancholy lingering in their hearts. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "All right, Kagaya is gone. Let's head back," Materumi said, a beautiful smile blooming on her face, her crescent moon-shaped eyes twinkling. "If she sees us like this, she might be chuckling somewhere." "Yes, let's go back." Conan also said softly, glancing at the overcast sky. "It might rain soon." "Hey, let's open a dango shop," Materumi suddenly suggested as they walked. Yes. I love eating dango." The cat-eared Loli's eyes sparkled at the mention of dango. Her childlike innocence seemed to keep her unaware of what had just transpired, not fully understanding the meaning of Kagaya's departure. "What made you think of opening a dango shop?" Yuya asked curiously, blinking her eyes. "That girl loves dango, right? If we make the best dango, she'll definitely come back for them." Materumi smiled brightly. "But do you know how to make dango?" "Nope." Everyone gradually left, except for one who remained, her twin golden ponytails swaying in the breeze. "Mother," Black Zetsu murmured, looking at the spot where Kagaya had vanished. Her flawless face still bore traces of tears, but a determined look flashed in her eyes. "No matter where you are, I'll find you." Meanwhile, the cat-eared Loli, being led by Conan, suddenly turned her head to glance at the Black Zetsu standing motionless in the distance, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 168, Blue Lawn. Kagaya was bathed in a soft white light, which felt tangible like smooth silk, wrapping around her body. It felt as if she was soaking in a warm hot spring, her entire body feeling incredibly comfortable, and even the hairs on her skin seemed to relax, giving her a lazy sensation. However, this feeling didn't last long. Everything went dark, and when Kagaya opened her eyes again, she found that the white light that had surrounded her was gone, and she had arrived in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, she saw an expansive lush forest that stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. All around were towering, verdant trees that blocked out the sun. Sunlight streamed down through the gaps in the leaves, forming scattered patches of light on the ground, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise gloomy forest. With a light tap of her toes, Kagaya leapt up like an arrow, piercing through the dense foliage and rising into the air. She gently landed on the treetops, her clothing fluttering in the breeze, and her long silver hair swaying in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the blue sky was clear with a few clouds drifting by. Beyond the lush forest was a lake with a clear blue surface, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The gentle breeze rippled the water, creating a seamless blend between sky and water. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting, breathtaking and calming. However, Kagaya gradually furrowed her brows. Although the scenery before her was beautiful, it gave her a sense of discordance, as if something was unnatural or out of place. It was like a home filled with all the finest and most expensive items, yet instead of feeling comfortable, it felt awkward and out of place. Suddenly, Kagaya's expression shifted. She finally realized why there was a sense of discord. The forest, lake, and grassland, although lush, did not give off a sense of vitality but felt rather lifeless. The gentle breeze blew through, and besides the rustling of leaves, there were no other sounds. In a normal forest, besides the sound of the wind and leaves, there would be other sounds, like the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. But here, there was nothing. Despite the seemingly warm appearance, to Kagaya's eyes, it felt rather chilling. Everything here was fake. "Not bad, I didn't expect you to notice so quickly." "Who's there?" Kagaya turned around abruptly, her eyes wide open, staring intently at a distant towering tree. Her heart tightened because she hadn't sensed anyone there earlier, it was only the voice that made her aware of it. This was something she hadn't experienced since her power had grown significantly. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm." At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind the towering tree, and Kagaya was slightly stunned upon seeing it. Before her stood a beautiful mature woman, with shoulder-length hair in the front and long hair that nearly reached her waist in the back, like silk, smooth and shiny. To her surprise, the woman had a pair of animal ears on her head, resembling fox ears, furry and very cute. She had brows like distant mountains, bright and spirited eyes, a high nose, and full, glossy lips, appearing very charming. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Kagaya, she was extremely attractive, especially with her mature woman's aura, making her alluring. What was more surprising was her attire, which was quite revealing, almost scantily clad. She wore a small, furry top that barely covered her, exposing a large portion of her fair skin. Her lower half was similar, showing much of her white skin and long legs. Curiously, she wore little but had a fluffy white scarf around her neck, which seemed out of place. Additionally, Kagaya noticed what seemed to be a tail behind her, but it disappeared when she looked again, making her wonder if she had imagined it. Although the woman was very attractive, Kagaya was no longer an inexperienced youth. She was accustomed to beauty, having been around people like Mei Terumi and others, who were equally beautiful and with whom she had even shared a bed, so she was not easily swayed by the woman's allure. "Oh my, I thought you'd be eliminated. I didn't expect you to complete the mission, it's truly surprising." The woman with the mature aura slightly widened her eyes and parted her lips as if in astonishment, then lightly chuckled and said, "No wonder you're the chosen one, very impressive. Who exactly are you?" Kagaya frowned slightly, looking at her with a penetrating gaze. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman curved her lips into a charming smile. However, Kagaya was not moved at all. Being new to this place, she was on guard against this uninvited guest whose depths she could not discern. This was a habit Kagaya had developed previously, knowing that in this world full of hidden dangers, being careless could lead to her demise. "What a boring person," the woman said, having encountered Kagaya's aloofness. However, she didn't seem angry and smiled gently. "My name is Lon. You can call me Lon from now on." Lon. Kagaya was taken aback. It was indeed an odd name, she had never heard of anyone using a color as a name before. "I know you. Your name is Kagaya, right?" Lon beamed brightly and walked up to Kagaya, grabbing her hand. "Come on, let's go." "So fast?" Kagaya's pupils contracted. Lan's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that Kagaya, who had extremely keen eyesight, could only see a shadow. Before she could react, her hand had already been grabbed. If she were an enemy. Kagaya felt a tightness in her chest. However, Lon didn't seem to harbor any malice, she seemed genuinely happy. The corners of her mouth curled up beautifully, and her happiness was so infectious that even Kagaya felt affected. But for some reason, Kagaya had the feeling that Lan's mature and charming demeanor was somewhat affected, or perhaps it wasn't her true nature. Kagaya's wrist was gripped by Lon, and after struggling a bit, she realized it was like being held by an iron clamp. There was no way to break free, so she gave up on the unrealistic idea. Another reason was that Kagaya was quite curious about where Lon wanted to take her. Could it be like in many stories, where the protagonist is taken to a marvelous place, such as a beautiful paradise or a majestic castle? However, as it turned out, Kagaya was overthinking it. The place Lon took her to was neither a paradise nor a majestic castle but an old, shabby wooden hut. Yes, it was just an old, shabby wooden hut. The small wooden hut was quite old, with weathered boards showing signs of wear, and a few places were even drafty. The boards seemed to be randomly pieced together, with nails hammered in crookedly. Green vines crawled over the roof, making it a pitiful sight. Kagaya's mouth twitched, she figured the hut was probably not even as well built as the ones she made when she was a child. At that moment, a melodious voice sounded in her ear. "Fried tofu, would you like some? It's really tasty." Chapter 169, Fried Tofu and Wooden House. Kagaya looked at the fried tofu in her hand, which was dry and even somewhat burnt, unsure if she should eat it. Mainly, the fried tofu didn't look very appetizing. "Why aren't you eating it?" Lon turned around, blinked, and asked curiously as she saw Kagaya hesitating with a skewer of fried tofu. "Oh, it's nothing," Kagaya said awkwardly. "It's delicious." Lon flashed Kagaya a bright smile and took a bite of her fried tofu, resting her chin on her hand and squinting her eyes into crescent moons with a blissful expression. "Is it really that good?" Seeing Lon devouring her fried tofu, Kagaya swallowed. Could it really be tasty? Without thinking too much, Kagaya took a bite of the fried tofu on the skewer and began to chew, her expression becoming quite colorful. As it turned out, Kagaya had overthought it. The fried tofu looked unappetizing, and it tasted just as bad. The fried tofu was full of greasy flavor without any savory taste. It was mixed with a beany flavor and even had a burnt taste. Chewing it felt dry, like biting into rubber, lacking any softness or smoothness. The texture was simply terrible. The worst part was that there was no other flavor besides these odd tastes. That's right, there wasn't even the essential saltiness, let alone any soy sauce, chili, or ginger, nothing at all. It hadn't gone through any second process, it was just fried and served. "So, how is it?" "Tasty, right?" Lon squinted and tilted her head with a smile. Aha, Kagaya managed to swallow the fried tofu in her mouth and forced a smile. "Not bad, it's quite tasty." "See, I knew it," Lon said happily, and casually handed Kagaya 2 more skewers of fried tofu. "If you like it, eat more." Indeed, she brought it upon herself. She should have known not to say that. Besides, this situation seemed familiar somehow. Kagaya tried to change the subject. "This wooden hut, is it?" "It's mine," Lon, unaware of Kagaya's intention, said indistinctly, her mouth full of fried tofu. "What do you think?" "Not bad, right?" Kagaya was speechless, unsure of what to say. But considering the fried tofu in her hand, it wasn't surprising. "I wanted to ask you something," Kagaya said. "What is it?" Lon asked, taking the last few bites of her fried tofu and sucking her fingers, which was irresistibly cute. What is this place, and why am I here? Kagaya noticed Lan's bright eyes fixed intently on her fried tofu, so she handed it to Lon. She had no interest in such food. Lon accepted the fried tofu from Kagaya, took a big bite, and seemed to enjoy it thoroughly. Kagaya couldn't understand why Lon was so interested in this poorly made food. The strange taste and texture were practically culinary disasters. You don't even know that. Lon paused, blinked her bright eyes, and asked curiously. This. Lon propped up her arms, pinched her chin, and thought for a moment before saying, I believe you've already noticed, this world is actually fake, not the real world. Kagaya nodded slightly. She had felt something was wrong from the beginning, and it was that sense of dissonance that caught her attention. Actually, we are inside a barrier. Lon stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out, looking at the clouds floating in the sky. A barrier? Kagaya said in surprise. Although she had a vague idea in her mind, she thought it was unlikely. This barrier was too vast, with no end in sight. Kagaya extended her senses, but after a long time, she still couldn't find the boundary. Although Kagaya had her own space, and quite a few of them, none were as vast as this. How much energy would it take to create such a barrier? Can someone who creates such a thing still be considered human? Yes, this barrier has been around for a very long time. Lon looked at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Then how did I end up here? Kagaya felt like she was in a fog, making it hard to distinguish anything clearly. Lon suddenly paused, as if she remembered something, then turned and said, I almost forgot, I need to take you over there. Where? Kagaya asked, confused. You want to know why you came here, right? Lon smiled at Kagaya, you'll understand when you get there. As soon as she finished speaking, Lon grabbed Kagaya's hand and, like a white lightning bolt, tore through the sky, flying towards the distance. Kagaya felt like a rag doll in Lan's grasp, powerless to resist as she was pulled along. The speed was so fast that even the scenery on both sides became distorted, and all she could see were colorful blurs, giving Kagaya her first feeling of motion sickness. Finally, Lon stopped, and Kagaya felt weak in her limbs and body, her head still spinning. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten anything, otherwise, she would probably have thrown up. We're here, this is the place. A voice sounded in her ear, and Kagaya blinked and raised her head. What appeared before her was an unremarkable wooden house, which didn't look much different from any other structure. Of course, it was much better than Lan's dilapidated shack, which was on the verge of collapse with wood beginning to rot and covered in mottled marks. It looked like it could fall apart in a gust of wind. But for some reason, Kagaya felt something strange about this wooden house, as if there was something inside emitting an energy. These energies were not easily detectable by the naked eye, but before Kagaya's vision techniques, she could see them clearly, like silk threads exuding a dazzling brilliance. Go on in, Lon squinted and smiled, waving at her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Okay. Kagaya nodded and said no more, stepping lightly towards the wooden house, gently pushing the door open, and walking inside. Suddenly, the space of the whole world trembled imperceptibly, and time seemed to pause for an instant before returning to calm. An ordinary person might not have noticed it at all. Is she really the one? Standing not far away, Lan's relaxed expression disappeared, and she stared at the wooden house intently, her golden eyes emitting a strange light. Chapter 170, Real World. After entering the wooden house, a bright light shone directly towards her, and Kagaya couldn't help but raise her hand to block it and close her eyes. After a moment, when she had adjusted, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, Kagaya was taken aback, glancing around at her surroundings. To her surprise, the inside of the wooden house was incredibly spacious despite appearing small from the outside. It was as large as several football fields. It seemed to be some kind of spatial magic or barrier-related phenomenon. What caught Kagaya's attention was a white sphere of light floating abruptly in the air, gently pulsing and emitting a soft white glow, with tendrils of light swirling around it. Standing still for a moment to ensure there was no danger, Kagaya let out a small sigh of relief and walked toward the white light sphere. In unknown spaces, it's always best to be cautious. Kagaya walked gracefully and elegantly, approaching the white light sphere. She blinked her clear eyes, curiously observing the sphere in front of her. The sphere gave her a strange feeling, although it appeared to be made of energy, it seemed vibrant and full of life, almost as if it were alive. Unable to resist, Kagaya reached out her white, delicate arm towards the sphere. The surface of the white sphere felt incredibly soft, almost weightless. At that moment, a metallic-sounding voice echoed in Kagaya's mind. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. As a reward for completing the mission, you can use your points here to exchange for different items and functions. As it spoke, a large projection screen appeared in front of Kagaya, filled with dense text and illustrated explanations. Items ranged from small recovery potions and elixirs to extraordinary abilities like controlling time, manipulating space at will, and rewriting history. However, upon seeing the countless zeros in the price tags, Kagaya immediately skipped over them. After carefully reading through, Kagaya's eyes started to feel strained, and she didn't find anything particularly appealing. Either the abilities were too weak and uninteresting, or the points required were excessively high, beyond her current ability to afford. Moreover, Kagaya had one urgent desire, to regain her male form, which was what she wanted most. Although she had lived as a woman for many years, she still had the heart of a man, mainly because she wanted to flirt with girls. Thinking about it made her feel a little sad. It had been 30 years, and she still hadn't had any romantic encounters. She was still a virgin. In the Naruto world, she had finally started a relationship with a girl, but then she immediately had to leave, not giving her any opportunity. However, restoring her male identity required 1,000 points, and she had no idea how long it would take to accumulate that much. It certainly wouldn't happen overnight. Kagaya thought since there weren't any good abilities she wanted now, she might as well save her points and see if anything better came up later. Just as Kagaya was about to close the screen, something caught her eye, a small, inconspicuous piece of information tucked away in a corner. Return to the original real world for 1 month, consuming 10 points. Kagaya was taken aback, her finger stopping unconsciously. Although she had spent over a decade in the world of Naruto, Kagaya had never forgotten the world she originally came from. No matter how wonderful the world of Naruto was, and no matter how influential she became within it, it always felt unreal to her, as if she were dreaming. Even though she had made many friends there, had many close companions, and even had her own little place, there was a time she thought she might live there forever. But the system prompt about completing her mission snapped her out of that feeling. It made her realize that she did not belong there, that she was merely a passerby, and it was not where she was meant to live forever. This realization filled her with a profound sense of loneliness, like a venomous snake coiling in her heart. Now, Kagaya felt an inexplicable urge, almost uncontrollable. She wanted to go back, to return to see how the place she once lived in had changed. Kagaya was not someone who typically indulged in nostalgia, but after experiencing so much in the world of Naruto, she felt incredibly weary, not just physically, but more so mentally. In the world of Naruto, she had carried many burdens and endured much. It was a world filled with killing, a place rife with battles and bloodshed. She was constantly on high alert, never daring to let her guard down. Over time, this inevitably led to a buildup of negative emotions. Her decision to return wasn't just about revisiting her past home, it was also about allowing herself to truly relax. She was tired of a life filled with endless fighting. Her snow-white, jade-like fingers gently tapped on the option. Do you confirm? Confirm. A golden light descended from the sky, wrapping around Kagaya in delicate strands, enveloping her completely. It was warm, like soaking in a hot spring, causing her entire body to relax involuntarily. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a gray haze pressing downward, and a damp chill permeated the air. A slight breeze brought a hint of coolness. Though it was still early, it felt like dusk. On the streets, the lights were just coming on, and the neon signs gradually lit up in a colorful display. The streets were bustling with cars and people hurrying by. Perhaps because of the imminent rain, people quickened their pace, and the sounds of the city gradually faded into the distance. According to our station's report, earlier today, a civilian aircraft flying from Yaodu to the capital experienced a malfunction. 2 of its 4 engines caught fire, and debris from the engines fell from the wings, striking the landing gear located under the fuselage, making landing impossible. The situation is extremely critical. We now connect to our reporter for a detailed report. Kagaya stood silently, staring blankly at the large screen in the square, speechless. The loud music from the dancing grannies in the square was clear in her ears, yet she felt as if she were in another world. Chapter 171, The Charm of the Perfect Lowly. The gentle tune of the most dazzling folk-style song carries away all the dust. The grating music finally brought Kagaya back to her senses, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, unable to suppress a smile on her face. She felt an urge to shout, "I'm back," after being away for so many years. She looked around her. The skyscrapers towered high, shops lined up on both sides, and a stream of vehicles and people flowed continuously. The sound of noise and chatter was incessant. It didn't seem like much had changed, everything looked much the same. Unfortunately, she didn't know what year it was. What a beautiful little girl. Where? Over there, look. She's so cute and really beautiful, better looking than those on the internet. Quick, take a picture. Right, I almost forgot. By the way, why does she have silver hair? It must be cosplay. I heard there's an anime convention coming up, maybe she's preparing for it. Suddenly, some voices reached her from not far away, both male and female. Kagaya's attention was drawn, and she turned her head toward the source of the voices. Look, she's looking over here. Quick, press the shutter. No need to remind me. If we post this online, it'll definitely go viral. Seeing her makes dying now worth it. Kagaya frowned, feeling a bad premonition. She quickly lowered her head and brought her hands up before her eyes. What appeared before her were a pair of crystal-clear, flawless, white hands, delicate as jade onions, almost translucent. These were the kind of hands countless women dreamt of having. Kagaya was startled and rushed over to a large glass window outside a building, using the reflection to see her current appearance. Reflected in the glass was a young girl in her teens with silver hair that almost reached her waist. Her skin was as flawless as mutton-fat jade, her eyebrows like distant mountain ridges, and her black and white eyes like a pool of autumn water with a touch of mist. Her eyelashes trembled lightly, and her pink face wore a confused expression, which added to her cuteness. Her figure was slender and graceful, with perfect proportions. Her waist was delicate, and her chest was full. She was dressed in a black gothic dress, with a wide and exquisite pleated skirt that danced in the wind, revealing her slender legs. Kagaya's mouth twitched, and she felt a sweat drop forming. She had known that returning to the real world might not restore her original body, but she hadn't expected to be transformed into a lowly form again. What kind of joke is this? What a cute gesture. I must have a daughter like her someday. With your looks. Dream on. Seeing more and more people gathering, almost causing congestion, Kagaya frowned, stepped on the ground lightly, and seemed to run slowly but quickly outward, leaving the crowd behind in a blink of an eye. Kagaya had originally thought about confiscating and destroying all the photos people took, but she realized there were too many people, and because it was a plaza, it was too crowded. Moreover, people were watching from afar with telescopes. Doing so might cause even more commotion, so Kagaya had to abandon the idea. After running for a while, Kagaya ducked into a small alley, which seemed more like a pedestrian street. The shops on either side were numerous, densely packed, and filled with all sorts of goods, mostly toys and small accessories, as well as items needed for cosplay. Kagaya, who had previously been conspicuous with her hair and attire, found herself blending in much better, as most of the people there were dressed similarly. She let out a breath. Being surrounded by people felt uncomfortable, like being a monkey in a zoo. She had considered using genjutsu to hypnotize them, but there were just too many people, and she didn't have the patience for it. She wasn't on Uchiha Itachi's level, where a simple gesture could trap people in illusions. At that moment, Kagaya's eyes lit up, and she quickly headed toward a shop. The shop specialized in masks, displaying a variety of exquisite and lifelike masks, including those of V for Vendetta, Iron Man, Sun Wukong, the Grim Reaper, and even Hulua. Each was beautifully crafted, looking vivid and luxurious. What caught Kagaya's attention was an unremarkable fox mask, white with red patterns, simply made with little decoration. But she stopped in front of it, reached out, and gently stroked the mask with her fingers. She had once owned such a mask, but it was damaged in a battle later on. "Excuse me, miss, are you looking to purchase something?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Approaching her was a plain-looking young man, seemingly the shop's clerk. He was tall and wore a light blue uniform. Apparently surprised by Kagaya's beauty, his face flushed, and he stammered slightly as he spoke. "No, I'm just looking," Kagaya replied awkwardly. She was new here and had no money at all, not even a single coin on her. The clerk hesitated but then ran toward the back of the shop. Kagaya sighed. Not having money truly hindered everything. She glanced at the price tag. The mask was only 100 yuan, but she couldn't even afford a single yuan. Kagaya could have stolen it, given her skills, and no one would have noticed, but she dismissed the idea despite its temptation. It would be too embarrassing. As a dignified figure, she couldn't stoop to petty theft, it was intolerable. Regretfully, Kagaya caressed the fox mask she adored, sighed, and prepared to leave, deciding to return for it once she had earned some money. "Wait." Suddenly, the clerk from the back called out to her. "What's up? Is there a problem?" Kagaya turned back, curious. No, not at all," the clerk scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "If you let us take a photo of you, our shop will give you a mask for free." "A photo?" Kagaya was taken aback, blinking. "What kind of photo?" "We'd like to photograph you and use your picture for promotional posters in our shop," the clerk smiled. Though this offer would easily get her the mask, Kagaya was unwilling to sell her looks for it, especially since it was merely a 100 yuan mask. "The money is just too little." "Maybe for 1,000,000, I'd consider it," Kagaya shamelessly mused. Chapter 172, An Unexpected Disaster. Seeing the store owner in the back signaling frantically, the clerk quickly said, "Well, we will pay you for it. 500, no, 1,000 yuan for a photo. How about that?" "No, thank you." Kagaya put down the fox mask in her hand, placed it back where it was, and turned to leave. "Wait," the clerk hurriedly caught up with her and anxiously said, 1,500, or 2,000, how about that? "It's not about the money." Kagaya turned and smiled gently at the clerk. Seemingly entranced by Kagaya's smile, the clerk was momentarily stunned, and by the time he came to his senses, the silver-haired girl had already left the shop. "You idiot, don't come back to work next month," the boss shouted at the clerk and hurriedly chased after her, leaving the clerk standing foolishly at the door. Kagaya sighed regretfully. The fox mask wasn't particularly beautiful, but it was very similar to the one she had in the Naruto world, almost identical at first glance. She really liked the mask, but she didn't have any money at the moment, so she would have to wait until she earned some to buy it. Wait. Just then, another voice came from behind, seemingly calling her. Kagaya hesitated and turned around to look. She saw an unremarkable fat man running toward her, who quickly reached her and surprisingly turned out to be a nimble fat guy. "What's the matter?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow, looking at the men before her with a hint of impatience. "Sorry, I'm the owner of the mask shop," the fat man panted for a few breaths, calmed himself, and said. "What's the matter?" Kagaya tilted her head slightly, asking curiously. "About earlier, I already know what happened." "We can give you the mask for free," said the mask shop owner. But you need to take a photo, right?" "If that's the case, there's no need to continue," Kagaya interrupted him without hesitation, showing no room for negotiation. "That's impossible. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." "Wait." The mask shop owner caught up again. "What is it?" Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed, and she said with a bit of a bad expression. She was already very impatient, being stopped multiple times. No one likes being pestered by a salesperson, especially when they have no interest. "Please don't misunderstand," the mask shop owner said with a smile on his face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. "The photo won't show your face, it's just a picture of you wearing the mask." "Is that it?" Kagaya's frown gradually relaxed. "Yes, it won't reveal your privacy at all," the mask shop owner assured, patting his chest. Kagaya pinched her chin with her fingers and thought for a moment. It didn't seem inappropriate. After all, with the mask on, no one would see her face, so there shouldn't be any problem. "All right." Kagaya pondered for a while and reluctantly nodded, feeling this shouldn't count as selling herself. Seeing Kagaya nod and agree, the mask shop owner was overjoyed, rubbing his hands excitedly, unable to contain his inner ecstasy. This was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in reality. Even the so-called beauties on the internet with special effects couldn't compare to this girl before him. After seeing her, everyone else seemed dull. As a cunning businessman, he immediately sensed the business opportunity. He had a premonition that this girl would definitely become famous, and then his store would follow suit. Just thinking about counting money in the future made him laugh in his sleep. Indeed, he would later find out that his store really became famous, incredibly famous. Kagaya left the mask shop holding the fox mask. The shop owner had been quite honest, only taking a photo and not pulling any tricks, like recording video or anything. Of course, any trickery under Kagaya's watchful eyes would be immediately obvious, as her new ocular power's insight was unparalleled. However, under the shop owner's persistent pleading, Kagaya reluctantly signed her name. The signature was, of course, not her real name, just the words Kagaya, written so flamboyantly that even she almost couldn't recognize it. With the mask on, Kagaya was still eye-catching, but with her stunning face covered, only her petite and exquisite figure was visible, which didn't attract the same level of attention as before. Kagaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being under constant scrutiny was indeed uncomfortable. The sky gradually darkened, and due to the overcast sky and dense clouds, night fell earlier than usual. The lights gradually turned on, and under the colorful neon lights, the city looked more beautiful than during the day. Because it was rush hour, the traffic on the roads was very congested, packed tightly, with the honking of horns incessant and irritating. Having grown used to quiet, Kagaya found herself somewhat unaccustomed. The city was indeed too noisy. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the people on the street, like pouring water into oil, which instantly caused an uproar. The noisy sound exploded, mixed with cries. People on the street looked terrified, as if they had seen something horrifying, and scattered in all directions, while cars on the road were stuck due to the congestion, with some people abandoning their vehicles and fleeing, causing chaos. At this moment, Kagaya also noticed something was amiss. The feeling of unease came from the sky. Kagaya looked up and saw a red dot in the clouds rapidly approaching. With her extraordinary eyesight, she had already discerned what it was. Kagaya's pupils shrank. It was a civilian airliner. Both engines on each side of its wings were on fire, emitting thick smoke. It was wobbling like a drunken man, its body gradually tilting, and struggling to maintain balance. It was descending rapidly, with increasing speed, trailing long flames, heading directly toward the city where Kagaya was. Chapter 173, Fox Spirit. As long as there is enough power, even a brick can fly. But if it loses power, even an airplane will fall from the sky. The civilian airliner in the sky lost most of its power and began to stall, struggling to maintain altitude. The plane wobbled and showed signs of veering off course. Despite the pilot's best efforts, the plane continued to plummet rapidly. The wings on either side of the aircraft were engulfed in flames, diving toward the ground like a fiery bird. There was still some aviation fuel left in the aircraft's fuel tanks, and an impact on the ground would certainly cause an explosion and fire, resulting in massive casualties in the residential area. At this moment, a shadow flashed by, but the people on the ground, who were in a state of panic, did not notice that a girl had disappeared. Control tower, the plane is out of control. Stabilize the aircraft and try to fly toward an uninhabited area. Yes, sir. After a brief silence, a deep voice sounded over the communication. Old friend, good luck. Thank you. Really, is there nothing more we can do? The co-pilot, a middle-aged man, turned his head and said in a hoarse voice. It's been quite some time with you, the captain, with graying hair, smiled bitterly. You should know the situation by now. The co-pilot fell silent, taking a slightly yellowed photo from his pocket, showing a beautiful little girl. He gently stroked the photo in his hand. I might not be able to celebrate your birthday with you. For a moment, the cockpit was immersed in a sad atmosphere. They knew there was no way to save this plane. All 4 engines were damaged, and the landing gear was broken, making an emergency landing impossible. The city was all around them, and while landing on the highway might offer a glimmer of hope, to avoid harming innocent people, they chose a small hill in the distance. It was sparsely populated, but hitting it would mean certain death. Old Joe, why don't you call your granddaughter, the middle-aged co-pilot suddenly suggested. This might be your last chance. Old Joe. After a while without a response, the middle-aged co-pilot felt strange and looked up, seeing the captain, called Old Joe, staring blankly ahead, eyes wide in disbelief. Following the captain's gaze, the co-pilot was stunned by the sight. Ahead of their plane, there was a human figure floating thousands of meters in the air. Indeed, a person was floating in the sky at an altitude of several thousand meters. She had silver-white hair, wore a fox mask, obscuring her face, and had a perfect, exquisite figure, dressed in a black and red Gothic dress, her skirt fluttering in the wind. The person seemed to notice someone had spotted her and waved to greet the two in the plane. Am I seeing things? Captain Joe wiped his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. It doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, the person in the fox mask vanished before them, disappearing without a trace as if she had never been there. The captain and co-pilot exchanged glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Could this be the guide to lead them to the afterlife? Suddenly, the aircraft shook violently, catching the captain and co-pilot off guard. Their bodies lurched forward, and if not for their seatbelts, they might have been thrown out. In the passenger cabin of the airliner, screams erupted. To prevent panic, the crew hadn't told them the truth, but most passengers knew something was wrong. The burning wings outside the window indicated a severe incident, and the unsteady aircraft confirmed their fears. Now, with the violent shaking of the aircraft, they believed the end was near, their screams and cries forming a continuous cacophony. Some had already written farewell letters, closing their eyes to await death. Fear permeated the cabin. Even the flight attendants had lost hope. In this line of work, they understood flight accidents better than ordinary passengers. With such a severe accident, survival seemed nearly impossible. Time seemed to pass in an instant, like a fleeting moment yet also feeling like an eternity. The cabin was filled with low sobs, hearts pounding wildly, as if about to leap out of their chests, waiting quietly for death. Yet, after a long time, the expected crash didn't occur, and the shaking subsided, replaced by an oppressive silence. Passengers exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened. Some wondered if they had reached the afterlife. After a while, a brave passenger unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the window, pulling back the curtain. His eyes widened, and he stood there, stunned. When others asked what he saw, he didn't respond, as if frozen. More passengers unbuckled and approached, only to be equally dumbfounded. What they saw outside the aircraft's window was no longer thousands of meters in the air but the ground, indeed, it was the ground. More precisely, it was grass, with flowers and trees, gardens, and even mountain streams and scenic pavilions nearby. The cabin erupted with excitement. Passengers screamed, waved their arms, and vented their fear and joy of survival, with some even sobbing uncontrollably. Even the crew couldn't contain their emotions, jumping and shouting with joy. They had prepared for certain death, knowing they couldn't escape. Yet, against all odds, they survived. This feeling of escaping death was exhilarating, like waking from a dream. This looks like the summer palace. Suddenly, a passenger exclaimed in disbelief, silencing the cabin. The passengers, slowly awakening from their joy and sadness, began to notice many inexplicable things. What on earth is going on? It was known that emergency landings wouldn't occur in a park, where there are many fake mountains, streams, flowers, and trees, leaving no flat ground. Landing here would most likely result in a crash. Moreover, they felt no impact, which was incredible. By the way, I think I captured something on camera, though I'm not sure if it was just my imagination. A female passenger stood up, hurriedly took out her mobile phone and showed it to the crowd. Earlier, when they were in the air and thought they were doomed, she disregarded the rule against using phones on planes, taking out her phone to send a final message to her family. However, the plane's violent shaking accidentally triggered the camera, capturing an image. The photo showed a blurry figure, indistinct but visibly small. She wore a white fox mask with red patterns and a Gothic-style short dress, her white hair flying in the air. The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, a strange atmosphere filling the cabin. Could this really be the legendary fox spirit? An elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s or 80s, murmured to herself. Chapter 174, Beauty Saves the Beauty. A fox mask means a fox spirit. So what would a monkey mask mean, Sun Wukong? Kagaya couldn't help but quip. With her abilities, she could naturally hear what people inside the aircraft were saying. Watching the relieved and excited passengers gradually disembark from the plane, Kagaya also let out a sigh of relief, lightly stepped, and turned to walk out of the park. She began to understand why so many superheroes in movies enjoyed saving people. The sense of accomplishment was quite nice. Kagaya initially considered deleting the accidental photo of her taken by the female passenger, but she decided against it. The photo was so blurry that no one would recognize her anyway, and personally intervening might lead to her being identified. The sky had turned dark, and city lights were starting to shine. Kagaya walked along the street, which was crowded with cars and people, some in groups of 2 or 3. As it was a big city, it was bustling, with nightlife continuing late into the night, sometimes until dawn. Feeling her small stomach, Kagaya realized she was a bit hungry. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since arriving here. At that moment, someone approached her. He was bald, with tattoos on his arms, looking fierce and mean, presumably a local thug. He reeked of alcohol, giving off a strange odor, and staggered as he walked, clearly having drunk a lot. Kagaya frowned and deliberately kept her distance, finding the alcohol-infused odor disgusting. The thugs obviously noticed her. Their eyes widened instantly, staring at Kagaya with infatuated expressions, seeming to sober up slightly. They had never seen such a beautiful girl and were momentarily dumbfounded. "Hey, you guys over there, check out that girl. Get lost, I'm not blind, of course I can see her. Such a pretty girl, boss, should we, heh. You know the answer. Heh. After speaking, the thugs approached, wearing malicious grins, and surrounded Kagaya. "Little sister, where are you from?" a lanky thug said, trying hard to smile amiably. Kagaya's brow furrowed deeply. She felt no goodwill towards these characters. To her, they were like bugs, annoying and repulsive. "Why aren't you speaking?" "Heh, don't worry, we're not bad people," chuckled the tattooed fat thug, eyes glinting with lecherous light. "The boss is right, little sister, come out with us," another skinny thug said lecherously. "It'll be fun." He emphasized fun, and the others responded with knowing, wicked smiles. "What are you doing?" "Get lost, don't scare the little girl," said the leader, the fat thug, as he approached, smiling. "Don't worry, we just want to hang out. Nothing else. We'll take you home. Uncle's got plenty of pocket money. Just play with us for a while, and it's all yours." As he spoke, the fat thug pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet, waving it before putting it away again, reaching his hand toward Kagaya. To them, Kagaya's silence meant she was scared. She seemed like a little lamb, tender and sweet-smelling. Once she followed them, she would be theirs to do as they pleased. The fat thug felt a cat-like itch in his heart, drooling over the beautiful loli, smiling wickedly as he imagined how he would play with Kagaya in bed. Little did they know, Kagaya was not a helpless little lamb but a real man-eating tiger. Anyone with ill intentions toward her would be utterly destroyed. As the fat thug's hand reached out, Kagaya's eyes flashed coldly. These thugs had crossed her line. In the world of Naruto, anyone speaking to Kagaya like this had long become fertilizer for the earth. Kagaya's eyes briefly glowed red, and she extended her pale hand, though the thugs remained unaware of their impending doom, still laughing wantonly. Just as they were about to meet their end, Kagaya paused, withdrawing her hand discreetly. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged forward, kicking the leader, the fat thug, in the face. His face twisted, and bloody saliva spewed out, along with a few white teeth. Despite his large frame, the fat thug had no chance to fight back. Dazed, he cursed and tried to retaliate but was kicked hard in the stomach, sending him flying and rolling across the ground. "Bastard, daring to hit our boss, get him." Seeing their boss attacked, the thugs erupted, angrily charging forward, some wielding switchblades and steel pipes, rushing at the assailant. Though outnumbered, the lone fighter demonstrated exceptional skill, moving gracefully and attacking fiercely, seemingly adept in martial arts. The thugs couldn't even touch the fighter's clothes. Despite their solid build, the thugs' bodies had long been weakened by indulgence. They lacked strength and stood no chance. The dull thuds of punches and kicks echoed, accompanied by screams of pain. Against the fighter, the thugs were like paper tigers, easily defeated. Before long, the thugs were subdued, beaten black and blue, writhing in pain on the ground, some even wetting themselves. Kagaya pinched her nose, her beautiful face showing disgust. It was utterly revolting. The fighter approached. Although Kagaya didn't need any help, she intended to express her thanks, but seeing the person clearly, she froze. The person before her was a girl, and unexpectedly, a familiar face. Chapter 175, Courting Death. With willow leaf brows, autumn water eyes, a slightly upturned nose, and rosy lips, her skin was fair and she had long, black hair tied into a ponytail. She wore tight-fitting leather clothes, giving off a valiant and heroic air. But Kagaya's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as if she were witnessing something unbelievable. Is this really the girl she remembered? This completely overturned Kagaya's image of her. The girl approached, and when her gaze fell on Kagaya's face, she froze. She had never seen such a beautiful loli, so incredible and dreamlike, as if she had walked straight out of a manga. Hello, I'm Xiao Shaoqing. What's your name, little sister? The girl snapped out of her astonishment, looking Kagaya up and down with increasing affection. She raised her fair arm, wanting to touch Kagaya's head, but after hesitating, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The loli in front of her was too exquisite, so much so that it made her feel self-conscious, as if anything might spoil her beauty. Hearing Xiao Xiaoqing's voice, Kagaya snapped back to reality from her memories. Kagaya's expression, in Xiao Xiaoqing's eyes, naturally seemed like she was scared. Seeing her slightly dazed face, Xiao Xiaoqing felt a surge of relief, imagining what might have happened if she'd arrived later and the thugs had caught her. Thinking of this, she became furious, her eyebrows raising as she strode over to the thug still groaning on the ground, and delivered a flying kick to the thug leader's abdomen. Ah! The thug leader's voice suddenly rose, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig, clutching his lower body and rolling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down. Kagaya's mouth twitched, it even hurt to watch. Xiao Xiaoqing wore a pair of pointy leather shoes, and after taking that kick, the leader was likely done for life. Just then, a thug behind her got up from the ground, pulled out a butterfly knife, and yelled, charging at Xiao Xiaoqing's back with a vicious stab. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The thug let out an earth-shattering scream, writhing on the ground in pain, his butterfly knife clattering to the ground. In the palm of his hand was a bloody hole, oozing bright red blood. I knew you scumbags wouldn't give up, Xiao Xiaoqing snorted coldly, holding a gun. Xiao Xiaoqing blew the smoke from the gun barrel, twirled it deftly around her finger, and smoothly holstered it at her waist. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, slightly worn pink phone. Seeing this phone, Kagaya's eyes narrowed. If she remembered correctly, it was the one she had given her as a birthday gift. She didn't expect her to still be using it after all this time. Come to Wang Fujing and handle this. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xiaoqing carefully placed the phone back in her pocket, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to find Kagaya's bright eyes staring at her. Oh, I'm so sorry, Xiao Xiaoqing apologized, I hope I didn't scare you. Kagaya's mouth twitched. She hadn't expected such a huge difference from the last time she saw her. If not for the name being the same and the phone she had given her, she would hardly have recognized her. Back then, she was so gentle and demure, like a proper young lady, even shy when speaking with her. Besides, is it really okay to fire a gun in the middle of a city? The capital city is the heart of the nation, home to high-ranking officials, and such a serious incident as a shooting is not something the police can ignore. Within minutes, police cars arrived with sirens blaring, and several officers emerged, pointing their guns at the two of them. Kagaya could also sense several other vehicles positioned in hidden corners and silhouettes atop high-rise buildings, likely snipers. Put down your weapons and place your hands behind your head, one officer commanded through a megaphone. Before the police could even give instructions, the thugs on the ground had already clasped their heads in surrender, knowing exactly what to do from years of experience in the capital. I'm performing a secret mission. Here is my identification, Xiao Xiaoqing said, handing over her ID to one of the officers, who then passed it to the lead officer. The lead officer glanced at the ID and immediately trembled, almost dropping it. His face changed as if flipping a page, where he had been stern moments before, he now smiled broadly, prompting curiosity among the surrounding officers about what the ID said that made their chief so welcoming. My apologies, the chief quickly approached and personally returned the ID to Xiao Xiaoqing, smiling, I'm sorry to interrupt your mission. It's nothing, Xiao Xiaoqing replied with a smile, we should have informed you earlier, which is our oversight. No, the chief waved his hands, I understand the nature of your work, and not informing us beforehand is understandable. Thank you, Xiao Xiaoqing said with a smile as pleasant as a spring breeze. What about these people, the chief asked, glancing at the thugs squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. These individuals are suspected of trafficking women, rape, and attempted murder, Xiao Xiaoqing said, casting a glance at the now miserable thugs, a smile playing on her lips. Of course, the details are up to you to investigate. I'm merely offering a suggestion. No, we didn't. The thugs' heads buzzed at her words, instinctively wanting to protest, but before they could stand, a policeman struck them with the butt of his gun, eliciting cries of pain. Even the dumbest of thugs realized they had hit a brick wall this time. Their hearts filled with regret. How could they have been so blinded by lust? That stunning girl couldn't have been from an ordinary family, and her aura was something ordinary children couldn't possess. They had resigned themselves to their fate, knowing they were outmatched and these two were not to be trifled with. But hearing about trafficking, rape, and attempted murder made their hearts sink, unable to sit still. Each of these charges carried heavy penalties. If convicted, they faced decades in prison, if not life sentences. Chapter 176, The things remain, but the people have changed. By the way, you still haven't told me your name, Xiao Shaoqing said with a smile, squinting her eyes as she watched the police load the thugs into the car and take them away. My name is Kagaya, Kagaya replied, smiling slightly, though her thoughts were difficult to discern. She had known Xiao Shaoqing since childhood, as they grew up as neighbors. Kagaya was 2 years older, and they attended the same school from elementary through high school. However, due to the age difference, their time in the same school wasn't long, as whenever Xiao Shaoqing advanced a grade, Kagaya would soon graduate. When they were young, Xiao Shaoqing's parents were often away, leaving her alone at home. Kagaya's parents were also frequently absent due to work, so the two lonely children gradually grew close. Xiao Shaoqing called Kagaya big brother, and Kagaya treated her as a younger sister. They were often inseparable. Because nearby kids frequently bullied Xiao Shaoqing, Kagaya got into countless fights, even once ending up bloody in a brawl with older students. Perhaps Kagaya's wild fighting style intimidated the neighborhood kids, so eventually, no one dared trouble them anymore. But their good times didn't last long, as Xiao Shaoqing had to move to another place, although they still attended the same school. As they saw each other less frequently, their relationship gradually became distant. In his memory, Xiao Shaoqing was a gentle, quiet, and demure girl, so much so that she would sometimes blush and shy away even in front of someone she'd known for years. Kagaya couldn't reconcile the violent girl before her with the quiet young girl she remembered. Moreover, Xiao Shaoqing wielded a gun, something ordinary citizens couldn't have. Even the police chief treated her with respect, even deference, which surprised Kagaya. It made Kagaya wonder about Xiao Shaoqing's identity. Could she have had some adventure like Kagaya had? Truly, things have changed, Kagaya thought to herself. Kagaya. Xiao Shaoqing tapped her chin with a finger. That's quite an unusual name. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Kagaya gently shook her head, saying nothing. In her current form, how could she go home? Even if she did, her parents wouldn't recognize her and might think she was a scammer, likely barring her from entering the house. Besides, even if they recognized her, what then? She couldn't stay in this world forever, she only had a month. What's wrong? Don't want to say. Xiao Shaoqing asked curiously, then seemed to realize something. Did you have a fight with your family and run away from home? Kagaya couldn't think of a better excuse and just wanted to get rid of her to go home and check on her family, whom she still worried about. Seeing Kagaya nod slightly, Xiao Shaoqing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't hide her smile. She quickly said, Don't want to go home. Come to my place. There are lots of bad people out there, and it's not safe for you alone. Wait. Before Kagaya could respond, Xiao Shaoqing took her hand and led her away. Being familiar, Kagaya didn't forcefully pull her hand away and let herself be led. Soon, they reached a large motorcycle, nearly twice the size of a regular one, with black paint and a streamlined shape, looking very impressive and clearly expensive. Kagaya paused upon seeing the motorcycle. Wasn't this the one she had long admired? She never cared much for cars but loved motorcycles, especially this model, one of the most expensive and best in the world. She had longed for it, but back then, she knew she could never afford such a motorcycle. But to her surprise, Xiao Shaoqing owned one. This piqued Kagaya's curiosity about her identity. In her memory, Xiao Shaoqing came from an average family, much like her own, not wealthy or powerful. Clearly, things weren't so simple. Xiao Shaoqing was only 17, perhaps not even an adult yet, and this motorcycle was too valuable for a high school student. Considering what Kagaya had just witnessed, she became even more curious. Initially planning to slip away when Xiao Shaoqing wasn't looking, Kagaya now wanted to see what secrets she held. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Xiao Shaoqing said proudly. Yes. Kagaya nodded slightly, unable to resist stroking the motorcycle's sleek lines, something she had once dreamed of owning. Come on, I'll take you for a ride, Xiao Shaoqing said, pulling out 2 helmets and placing one on Kagaya's head. Xiao Shaoqing mounted the motorcycle, looked back, and couldn't help but chuckle as she saw Kagaya. What is it? Kagaya's voice sounded muffled inside the helmet. Is something wrong? She adjusted the helmet, checking for anything amiss. Unaware of how cute she looked with the oversized helmet on her petite frame, Kagaya made Xiao Shaoqing smile even more. Nothing, nothing, Xiao Shaoqing coughed, trying to suppress her laughter. Hop on. Kagaya lightly leaped, her graceful body tracing a perfect arc, landing gently on the motorcycle's back seat with elegance and poise. Did you study dance? Xiao Shaoqing asked in surprise, catching Kagaya's fluid movements in the rearview mirror. Sort of, Kagaya replied vaguely, realizing she had gone a bit overboard. Such a move wasn't typical for ordinary people, and Kagaya reminded herself to be more careful next time. Fortunately, Xiao Shaoqing didn't press the matter, allowing Kagaya to relax. She didn't want to resort to illusions unless absolutely necessary. Hold on tight, here we go. Xiao Shaoqing shouted excitedly, revving the throttle. The wide motorcycle roared loudly and sped off like a black lightning bolt. Chapter 177, Mysterious Girl. In the dark night, a loud roar broke the silence, and a red light with a long tail sped along the busy highway, weaving skillfully like a nimble fish. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a motorcycle. After about half an hour of riding, the motorcycle entered a place that resembled an estate. The motorcycle's speed gradually decreased and finally came to a stop after rounding a corner. How was it? Fun, right? Xiao Shaoqing removed her helmet and gave Kagaya a proud wink. Kagaya took off her helmet and curled her lips slightly. Luckily, she now had strong powers and didn't get carsick. Otherwise, a normal person would have been nauseated and dizzy from that ride. This wasn't just driving, it was playing with one's life. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. With that, Xiao Shaoqing took Kagaya's hand and led her inside. In front of them was a green shaded path lined with flowers, plants, and trees, exuding a refreshing scent. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, providing a rare sense of coolness in the hot weather. Walking along the shaded path, they soon saw a large villa in the distance. The villa had a somewhat European style, with hints of Gothic architecture, and it was grand and exquisite, radiating a strong sense of beauty even from afar. Is this your home? Kagaya asked in surprise. She had never heard that Xiao Shaoqing's family was so wealthy. I suppose it is. Xiao Shaoqing chuckled softly, seemingly not wanting to continue the topic. Let's go. At the entrance of the villa, two uniformed guards emerged from the bushes on either side, greeting respectfully, "Welcome home, young lady." Xiao Shaoqing nodded slightly without saying much. With a clank, clank sound, the villa's gate slowly opened, revealing a shaded path leading to the villa. Come on. Xiao Shaoqing smiled, her eyes forming crescent moons, and led Kagaya inside. Kagaya turned her head and saw the two guards quickly return to the bushes, disappearing with a whoosh, hiding again. Kagaya noticed they were armed with guns and fully equipped with ammunition. There were armed guards here. It was known that only certain government departments could possess firearms, no one else was allowed, and violators would face imprisonment. Kagaya couldn't help but grow more curious about Xiao Shaoqing's identity, as even her home had such guards. Upon entering the villa, the luxurious interior was truly impressive. The first thing that caught the eye was the enormous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, crafted with exquisite detail. The murals on the walls were clearly the work of famous artists, even an amateur like Kagaya could tell they were invaluable. The furniture was made of the finest rosewood and redwood, with intricate carvings that were elegant without being ostentatious. The entire room had an elegant and serene atmosphere, creating a harmonious feel, unlike some nouveau riche homes that opt for the most expensive items regardless of style, resulting in an incongruous mix. Come, I'll show you to your room, Xiao Shaoqing said, pulling the still curious Kagaya upstairs to the second floor, opening a door, and walking inside. How about this? Not bad, right? The room continued the villa's style but was softer and more vibrant in color. It was beautifully decorated, with complete furnishings like a desk, chairs, and bookshelves. What caught Kagaya's eye was a computer on the desk, which she could use to check what had happened over the years. Speaking of which, she didn't know the current year, but it didn't seem like much time had passed. The centerpiece of the room was a large bed made of the finest cherry wood, with exquisite carvings and pink tones. It was covered with a soft down comforter, and a plush toy sat nearby. Above the bed hung light pink drapes. It was clearly a girl's room, designed to be incredibly cute. Unfortunately, Kagaya didn't particularly like it, especially the pink tones, which she found off-putting. She preferred darker, deeper colors. But seeing Xiao Shaoqing's expectant expression, Kagaya didn't want to disappoint her and nodded gently, saying, "It's nice." "See? I told you so." Xiao Shaoqing said happily. "I decorated it myself, but don't worry, I've never slept here." "Why not sleep here?" Kagaya asked curiously. "If you like it so much." Xiao Shaoqing's smile froze for a moment before she awkwardly laughed and said, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I study away from home and don't have much time to come back." "I see," Kagaya nodded. Most schools required boarding, so it wasn't unusual not to return home often. Like Kagaya, she had been boarding since middle school and spent most of her life in school, so it wasn't surprising. Well, go take a bath first, then we can eat. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare food, Xiao Shaoqing said with a smile. The bathroom is on the southeast corner of the first floor, with new clothes and toiletries for you to use. Kagaya was examining the wall murals and nodded slightly, turning to smile at Xiao Shaoqing. Kagaya's smile was like a blooming flower, especially her eyes, which could captivate someone in a heartbeat. Staring at the beautiful silver-haired loli before her, Xiao Shaoqing was momentarily dazed, feeling a tingle like an electric current coursing through her body. What's wrong? Kagaya asked, seeing Xiao Shaoqing in a daze. No, nothing. Xiao Shaoqing snapped back to reality, looking flustered and waving her hand. I'll go now. She hurried out, almost tripping at the door. What's going on with her? Kagaya wondered, watching Xiao Shaoqing leave in a rush. Chapter 178, Mysterious Eye Technique. However, she didn't dwell on it for long and pushed open the door to head downstairs. Although she had the ability to keep herself clean, preventing any dust or dirt from clinging to her, taking a bath was still enjoyable and relaxing. With Kagaya's sharp eyesight, she easily found the location of the bathroom. Pushing open the door and entering, she was greeted by a luxurious bath. The bath was about 10 meters long and wide, spacious enough for 5 or 6 people to bathe together comfortably. Rose petals were scattered across the water, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The surrounding area was paved with marble, intricately carved with beautiful patterns, and adorned with various decorations and bath products. In the distance was a wardrobe, seemingly for changing clothes. Kagaya walked over, opened the wardrobe, and found an assortment of clothes, towels, and other items. In no time, Kagaya had stripped herself bare and reached for a towel. As she was about to wrap the towel around herself, she suddenly stopped and turned around to face a tall mirror, reflecting her entire form. Her hair, as misty as a waterfall, fell in 2 strands on either side. Her eyebrows were like distant autumn hills, her eyes like serene lakes, her eyelashes gently quivering. Her delicate nose was upturned, her lips cherry red. Her neck was snowy white and smooth, and her body had graceful curves. But the loli in the mirror, with her picturesque features, frowned, as if shrouded in a cloud of worry. Indeed, Kagaya was a bit troubled because she noticed she was becoming increasingly beautiful. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. The main concern was the faint crimson glow in her eyes. She knew what this meant. The red glow was a blend of mental energy and chakra, even bordering on genjutsu. She had encountered this situation before. When her reincarnation eye was about to awaken, it also unconsciously released this illusion. At that moment, she recalled Xiao Xiaoqing's peculiar behavior earlier. Could this also be related? Her illusions used to affect only males, but now they included females too. Kagaya felt somewhat powerless, wondering why her eyes had this issue when others didn't. She dismissed these troubling thoughts, moved gracefully towards the bath, and submerged herself in the water. The water temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot, close to body temperature, making it very comfortable. Perhaps it was the relaxation or the pleasant bath, but Kagaya's clear eyes gradually became hazy, her cheeks flushed, and finally, her head tilted as she drifted off to sleep. In a daze, she felt someone gently pushing her and pinching her cheek. Kagaya abruptly awoke from her slumber and stood up in the water. She had been too careless. Her heart raced, and a flicker of red flashed in her eyes. She had fallen asleep without any defenses, leaving herself vulnerable to attack. With a splash, water droplets scattered. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a clear, pleasant voice reached her. Kagaya looked and saw Xiao Shaoqing. She was floating on her back in the water, her head exposed, her hair wet and spread out. Kagaya's sudden movement had accidentally knocked Xiao Shaoqing into the water. Surprisingly, Kagaya, known for her high alertness, was completely defenseless in front of her. Could it be because Xiao Shaoqing harbored no ill intentions? Sorry, Kagaya said apologetically. It's okay. You've been through a lot, so being alert is good. Xiao Shaoqing reached out and touched Kagaya's hair, her expression tender. In her eyes, Kagaya might just be a frightened little girl who had experienced something bad. Realizing there was no danger, Kagaya's drowsiness returned. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and sighed. She didn't realize how utterly adorable she looked at that moment, as evidenced by the stars in Xiao Xiaoqing's eyes. But as punishment, you have to scrub my back, Xiao Xiaoqing said with a playful smile, standing and turning around, her face showing blissful anticipation. It seemed Kagaya's charm transcended gender, though she was likely unaware of it. Kagaya froze. It wasn't that she was transfixed by a woman's body, but she had always regarded Xiao Xiaoqing as a younger sister, never having romantic thoughts. The situation caught her off guard. Not hearing any response, Xiao Shaoqing turned around curiously, only to see Kagaya averting her face, cheeks flushed. What, are you shy? Xiao Shaoqing chuckled. You can do it yourself, Kagaya replied dryly. How can I do it myself? Xiao Shaoqing protested. Use a towel, Kagaya said, her face red. Didn't you do it yourself when you were little? I mean, you can use a towel, right? Oh, Xiao Shaoqing looked at Kagaya in confusion. Kagaya had mumbled, so she hadn't caught it all but didn't dwell on it. A towel doesn't clean as well. Come on. In the end, Kagaya scrubbed her back. But then Xiao Shaoqing insisted on reciprocating, claiming it was only fair. In the end, she got her way and took advantage of Kagaya a bit. Kagaya let out a long sigh. It was torture, feeling like time was dragging. She felt like a beast. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaoqing seemed oblivious to her exposure. Kagaya changed out of her towel and into the specially prepared nightwear. The silk pajamas felt soft and smooth, very comfortable. Surprisingly, despite the villa's size, it didn't seem to have many occupants. The total of cleaners, the butler, and the chef didn't even add up to 10 people. Chapter 179, Heavy Rain. While Kagaya was still deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted her. Who is it? Kagaya asked as she slipped on her fluffy slippers and walked over to the door, opening it to find Xiao Shaoqing. What is it? Xiao Shaoqing stood outside the door, giving Kagaya a gentle smile. Come eat, she said, taking Kagaya's hand and leading her downstairs without giving her a chance to protest. Wait, I haven't finished organizing my things. You can organize later. As expected of a wealthy family, even the meal was different from an ordinary household. In the center of the hall was an oval dining table carved with intricate patterns, adorned with several red candles. The soft light from the crystal chandelier created a soothing atmosphere. The table was covered with a variety of dishes, hot dishes like braised pork, kung pao chicken, squirrel fish, white-cut chicken, and tomato and egg, cold dishes like cucumber salad, sauce-soaked century eggs, and vegetable salad, and soups like seaweed egg drop soup. The selection was vast, overwhelming the senses with its aroma and making one's mouth water. Kagaya hadn't eaten all day. Seeing so many delicious dishes, her eyes almost glowed green with hunger. Go ahead, I know you're hungry, Xiao Shaoqing smiled warmly, a far cry from the fierce girl she had been earlier. There are no formalities here, eat however you like. Kagaya nodded, already eager to start eating. Starving as she was, Kagaya threw caution to the wind and ate with abandon. After a few bites, Kagaya was surprised to find that the dishes not only looked exquisite but tasted extraordinary, leaving a lingering flavor. She had never tasted such delicious food, and even her own cooking skills paled in comparison. How's my cooking? Xiao Shaoqing asked. She didn't seem very hungry, mostly watching Kagaya eat with a smile. You made this? Kagaya paused, slowing down in surprise. She hadn't expected Xiao Shaoqing to have such culinary skills. In Kagaya's memory, it was always her cooking for Xiao Shaoqing, sometimes even preparing her lunchbox. Yes. Xiao Shaoqing nodded with a smile. Not bad, right? I've been practicing for a long time. I originally wanted to. Her voice trailed off, becoming almost inaudible as her eyes wandered, lost in thought. Originally wanted to? Kagaya asked, a cucumber still in her mouth, puzzled. It's nothing, Xiao Shaoqing said, her eyes clearing as she snapped back to reality, smiling. Let's eat. Ever since Kagaya gained her immense powers, her sensory perception became especially strong, particularly her sensitivity to mental energy, allowing her to keenly sense others' emotions. And for some reason, even though Xiao Shaoqing was smiling, Kagaya felt that her smile was bittersweet, as if she weren't truly happy and even harbored a hidden sadness that tugged at the heart. Could it be that over the years she had experienced something that made her unhappy? Indeed, if she hadn't encountered something significant, her personality wouldn't have changed so drastically. But what had happened to change her so profoundly? Kagaya wanted to ask directly what had happened to Xiao Shaoqing, but the words caught in her throat. In her current form, she was just a stranger she had recently met. Asking might arouse suspicion. Affected by Xiao Shaoqing's mood, the once fragrant food lost its appeal, tasting bland and unappetizing. Kagaya ate a few bites half-heartedly, then excused herself, saying she was full, and returned to her room. Back in her room, Kagaya lay on the soft bed but felt no trace of sleepiness. Her mind was filled with thoughts, mostly concerning Xiao Shaoqing. What had happened to her to cause such expressions? Unable to sleep, Kagaya got out of bed, stood by the window, and opened the curtains, allowing the cool moonlight to stream in like silk threads. A gentle breeze caressed her face, causing her silver hair to flutter. Suddenly, something caught Kagaya's eye. She walked over to a nearby bookshelf. The shelves were filled with neatly arranged books, kept pristine by frequent dusting. But what caught her attention wasn't the books, it was a framed photo on the shelf. Kagaya gently picked up the frame. The photo depicted a small river, its waters sparkling under the sunlight, flanked by verdant grass and dense woods. By the river stood two young children, the breeze playfully lifting their clothes. A handsome boy laughed heartily, carrying a pretty little girl on his back. The girl mischievously formed a V sign over the boy's head, a playful smile on her cute face. Beneath the bright sun, the two of them beamed with joy, their happiness contagious even to Kagaya. This is... Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she made a startling realization. The boy in the photo bore a striking resemblance to her past self, or rather, it was her past self. Suddenly, a bright flash of light tore across the sky outside, followed by a deafening roar a few seconds later. Large raindrops began pelting the window sill, blossoming into water flowers. The rain intensified, pouring down in torrents like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. In an instant, the wind howled, accompanied by the pounding rain and crackling thunder. Raindrops drummed against the window, sliding down the smooth glass. The storm had finally arrived. At that moment, a crisp knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Kagaya called, placing the photo back on the shelf before opening the door to find Xiao Shaoqing. "What's up?" Kagaya asked curiously, seeing Xiao Shaoqing holding a pillow. "Nothing," Xiao Shaoqing said with a forced smile. "There's a storm outside, and I was worried you might be scared." "Really?" Kagaya blinked, replying, "Don't worry about me, I'm not afraid of storms." "Don't be stubborn. As long as I'm here, you won't have to feel scared," Xiao Shaoqing assured confidently. Suddenly, another blinding flash lit up the sky, as bright as dancing silver snakes, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Xiao Shaoqing froze, her eyes widening, staring at Kagaya. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted nearby, shaking the window panes. "Ah!" Xiao Shaoqing let out a terrified scream, dashed to Kagaya's bed, and buried herself under the blanket, trembling, not even bothering to retrieve the pillow she dropped. Kagaya sighed, massaging her forehead. She had expected this reaction from the start. It was Xiao Shaoqing who was acting tough. Chapter 180, A Storm is Brewing. At dawn, the clouds dispersed, and the rain ceased. The sky was blue and the white clouds drifted, reflecting in the clear waters of the lake outside the villa. The gentle breeze rippled across the water, mirroring the sky. Leaves rustled, wildflowers swayed in the wind, and the surrounding forested hills added a sense of tranquility. The bright sunlight streamed through the windows like threads, illuminating Kagaya's face, which was as beautiful as jade, like a scene from a painting. Kagaya's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes, her vision hazy as if veiled in mist. After a moment, Kagaya fully awakened and tried to get up, only to find herself tightly embraced by a pair of arms. She turned her head and saw a familiar and pretty face before her. She suddenly remembered the events of the previous day. Last night, amid the thunderstorm and howling winds, this girl claimed she was there to protect Kagaya, but she was actually terrified of thunderstorms herself, so she came to Kagaya's room. Kagaya found this hard to criticize. Suddenly, Kagaya felt something soft and smooth in her grasp, and she couldn't resist squeezing it a few more times. Xiao Shaoqing's brows furrowed slightly, as if a bit uncomfortable. Her pale arms held Kagaya tightly, and she snuggled closer, her frown gradually easing. Now Kagaya realized what she was squeezing. Her mouth twitched as she tried to withdraw her hand from Xiao Shaoqing's embrace, but Xiao Shaoqing clung to her like a sloth, making it impossible to pry her loose. It wasn't until nearly noon that Xiao Shaoqing yawned and opened her sleepy eyes. She had been restless the night before, not falling asleep until well past midnight. According to reports, a civilian aircraft flying from Yao City to the imperial capital experienced a fire due to mechanical failure. Thanks to the crew's efforts, the plane made an emergency landing at 6:13 p.m. at the imperial capital airport with no casualties. Our special commentator will now provide in-depth analysis. After breakfast, Kagaya and Xiao Shaoqing sat on the sofa, sipping tea and listening to the news report. When the news about the plane's emergency landing came on, Xiao Shaoqing's brow furrowed slightly. Kagaya watched with interest, knowing it was her doing, even though the news didn't mention her involvement. That's nonsense, Xiao Shaoqing scoffed. The news today is full of lies, always covering things up. What's wrong? Kagaya asked, putting down her teacup in surprise. The plane was clearly at the summer palace. When did it land at the airport? Xiao Shaoqing snorted. You can tell it's fake. But I guess they can't exactly tell the audience it was some fox spirit. Fox spirit? Kagaya asked curiously. There's a rumor that some fox spirit saved the plane. It's nonsense, Xiao Shaoqing said, suddenly leaning in with curiosity. That fox spirit supposedly had silver hair and wore a fox mask. You have a fox mask too, right? Could it be you? No way, Kagaya quickly waved her hand with a nervous laugh. Xiao Shaoqing leaned in, her bright eyes fixed intently on Kagaya. Kagaya felt a wave of tension and her expression grew slightly unnatural. Just as Kagaya thought she was exposed, Xiao Shaoqing sat back with a sigh. How could it be? There's no such thing as a fox spirit. All those movies about heroes with powers, and I've never seen anyone with real superpowers. Kagaya was momentarily stunned. Xiao Shaoqing didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that this world had no superpowers or people with extraordinary abilities? Kagaya hadn't believed in such things herself until they happened to her. It always seemed to her that in such a vast world, there must be spirits and monsters. Is your hair natural? Xiao Shaoqing sat beside Kagaya, curiously touching a lock of her silver hair. No, Kagaya said, already having prepared an explanation. She shook her head. I dyed it for cosplay. It's so beautiful, Xiao Shaoqing said, full of envy. Even after dyeing, your hair is still in such good condition. Just as Xiao Shaoqing was about to speak again, her phone rang with a series of crisp tones. She pulled it out of her pocket, and her expression changed when she saw the number. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Kagaya noticed her change in expression. Yeah, something came up, Xiao Shaoqing said apologetically. I was hoping to spend more time with you. Sorry. It's fine. If you have things to do, go ahead, Kagaya said with a gentle smile. If you need anything, just ask Aunt Lu, Xiao Shaoqing said hurriedly, grabbing her handbag. I'll be going now. Though Kagaya didn't know why Xiao Shaoqing left in such a hurry, she had some guesses. It was likely related to her work, possibly something urgent. Watching Xiao Shaoqing leave, Kagaya knew it was also time for her to go. It was a pleasant surprise to have met her first upon returning. She took one last look at the photo on the second-floor bookshelf, then made a quick gesture in the air. A black portal appeared before her. With light steps, Kagaya walked through it, and the portal slowly closed behind her, vanishing completely. The villa returned to its usual state, with only the television continuing its incessant chatter. Due to the impact of the South China Sea arbitration case, tensions in the South China Sea continue to escalate. The U.S. military has deployed 3 aircraft carrier battle groups near the South China Sea islands, while our Navy has also dispatched fleets to the South China Sea. Both sides have been in a standoff for over 10 days. The international community urges restraint between China and the U.S. to avoid triggering conflict. Having left the place where she had lived for over 10 years, Kagaya looked at the familiar buildings, feeling a mix of emotions. She had just visited her home and seen her parents, who had aged considerably since she last saw them, their temples now touched with gray, which made her heart ache. Kagaya had considered revealing the truth to them, but the words wouldn't come. She ultimately decided not to reunite with them. Her parents were very traditional, and in her current form, she feared they wouldn't be able to accept the reality. Besides, what good would it do to tell them? She couldn't stay here, and it would only make them worry more. Instead, she transferred some energy into their bodies, subtly enhancing their health. While she couldn't grant them great power, she could at least ensure they were healthy, free from illness, and could enjoy a longer life. Kagaya resolved that she must complete the system's mission and return alive. Chapter 181, Someone You Shouldn't Provoke. Over the following days, Kagaya wandered around leisurely, playing and exploring. In the past, she had neither the money nor the energy to travel, but traveling the world had always been a dream of hers. Now, her dream had finally come true. Her ability to manipulate space allowed her to move freely across the globe. Whether it was the Eiffel Tower in France, Big Ben in England, the pyramids of Egypt, or the Himalayas, she could reach them in an instant. Because Xiao Shaoqing had given her a bank card earlier, Kagaya didn't need to worry about starving. Especially when she checked the balance and saw a long string of zeros, she felt like she was being pampered. But she didn't mind. The sky was a clear blue, the clouds drifting lazily, and under the bright sunlight, the vast sea shimmered. From afar, it appeared boundless, where the water and sky met as one. On board an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Report, sir, the radar shows an unidentified flying object rapidly approaching. Is it an enemy aircraft? Unknown. The radar shows a very blurry signal, appearing and disappearing. It could be China's latest stealth fighter, the J-20. Only a stealth fighter could achieve such an effect. Sir. Order the usual procedure, issue a full-spectrum warning to keep them away from our fleet. And if they continue to approach, we can order it destroyed. We need to teach those yellow-skinned monkeys a lesson, the destroyer captain said coldly, his face stern. He was only in his 30s, which already spoke volumes about his capabilities to have become a destroyer captain. However, he had a very irritable temper and was arrogant and conceited. He was a radical hawk towards China, believing that only by giving China a stern lesson would these yellow-skinned monkeys behave. This time, he was leading the fleet as the vanguard in the South China Sea operation. He hadn't expected to encounter Chinese fighter jets just after arriving, which secretly delighted him, as it provided a perfect opportunity to show off. At that moment, Kagaya was floating above the sea, enjoying the rare experience. However, she found the sea quite unremarkable and similar to the one in the Naruto world. She quickly lost interest after playing for a while. As she prepared to leave, she suddenly noticed a few black dots on the horizon, rapidly approaching her. What are those? The black dots moved like black lightning and reached Kagaya in an instant. Her pupils contracted. These black dots were missiles. They roared towards her, trailing long flames. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, creating a beautiful display of fireworks in the sky. Flames soared, and thick smoke obscured the blue sky. Direct hit on the target. Well done, the captain said with a smile. But isn't this inappropriate if, a crew member hesitated, finally speaking up. Shut up, soldier, the captain said angrily. It entered our fleet's defensive airspace despite multiple warnings. Our actions were appropriate. Now, do you have anything else to say? No, sir. Good. The captain nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the observer suddenly shouted, "Report, sir, an unidentified flying object is heading towards us, less than 10 kilometers away." What? Where? Right where we shot down the enemy aircraft. How is that possible? Did we not take down that plane? Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. Fire 2 Sea Sparrow surface-to-air missiles, the captain ordered firmly. Make sure to bring down the enemy aircraft. Yes, sir. 2 Sea Sparrow missiles launched into the sky, leaving trails of flames as they sped towards the target. In the operations room, everyone held their breath, nervously watching the radar screen. The 2 green dots representing the missiles once again hit the red dot indicating the enemy aircraft, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If one missile couldn't destroy it, surely 2 would. But their relief was short-lived as their hearts leaped once more. The red dot reappeared on the radar, heading toward the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer at an unbelievable speed. What on earth was going on? They wore expressions of disbelief. Soldier, what's happening? The captain had been reporting to his superiors about the enemy aircraft being downed and was unaware of the recent developments. Maybe the radar is malfunctioning, the observer replied uncertainly. What do you mean? The captain frowned, displeased. Suddenly, the destroyer shook violently. The captain, not holding onto the handrail, was thrown to the ground. Alarms blared, and red lights flashed throughout the ship. What's going on? The captain struggled to his feet, shouting in anger. We're under attack, the observer yelled, possibly hit by a missile. The hull is taking on water. What? The captain was both shocked and furious. At that moment, a soldier exclaimed, "There's someone in the air." His voice was filled with disbelief, and he stammered his words. Shit, have you been taking drugs? You idiot, the captain fumed. How could there be someone in the air? Bring up the observation feed. If I find out you're lying, I'll have you court-martialed. The captain's words died in his throat as the scene on the screen left him dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, and he didn't even notice when his hat fell to the ground. There really was a person in the sky. Her silver hair flowed with the wind, her skin was pale and smooth, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like clear autumn waters. She had a tall and curvy figure, wearing a black Gothic-style dress, the pleats swaying in the wind, revealing her fair legs. In ordinary circumstances, the lecherous captain would have whistled and approached to strike up a conversation, maybe even invited the girl for a pleasant evening. But now, his heart was filled only with fear. His eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. The silver-haired girl in the image raised her jade-like arm, aiming at the destroyer below. Several black spheres appeared in her palm, spinning rapidly, then shot out like lightning. Boom. The destroyer was instantly hit, resulting in a massive explosion. The violent tremors almost capsized the ship. Flooding in compartment 3. Flooding in compartment 5. Damn it, why are you all standing there? Attack. The captain roared, his anger making him seem like a frenzied lion, his blood from a recent scrape adding to his ferocity. The crew snapped out of their daze, hurriedly issuing attack commands, turning the operations room into chaos. Numerous missiles launched from the ship's launchers. The Phalanx CIWS opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets, a steel flood slicing through the sky toward the silver-haired girl. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out one after another, resounding through the sky. It was like a series of fireworks blooming, smoke billowing, and flames reaching up to the heavens. The crew on the destroyer watched anxiously, their eyes glued to the radar, too busy to wipe away the sweat pouring down their faces. As the smoke cleared, the destroyer's crew were dismayed to find the silver-haired girl unharmed in the sky, her clothes not even singed. What kind of monster is this? The captain murmured, his eyes vacant. He regretted his rash actions, wanting to teach China a lesson, only to provoke an unprecedented monster. All of this exceeded his imagination, someone possessing such immense power, it was unbelievable. This scenario seemed like it belonged in a movie, yet it was happening to him. Many of the crew contemplated escape, but where could they go? This was the South China Sea, an endless expanse of ocean. Even if they jumped ship and survived, how could they survive in this vast sea? They would never know the identity of the person they should never have provoked. The last thing they saw in this world was a blinding flash of light. Chapter 182, Fleet Terminator. Looking at the burning destroyer gradually sinking, Kagaya, floating in the air, snorted coldly and dusted her hands, her clear eyes flashing with cold light. She hadn't intended to cause trouble, but the destroyer repeatedly attacked, making her furious. These Shilin forces didn't know when to stop. Did they think she was an easy target? She had long been displeased with their arrogance, and her response was correspondingly severe. Their current predicament was their own doing. Faced with Kagaya's immense power, the massive destroyer stood no chance. Neither the phalanx CIWS nor the missiles could penetrate the defense shield formed by Kagaya's truth-seeking balls. However, Kagaya discovered something strange. When she wasn't using her powers, she appeared as a loli, but when she did, her body transformed into that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. This baffled Kagaya. Was it because of her powers, or had her body undergone some mutation? Or did this change occur after arriving in this world? Kagaya couldn't figure it out, but she did gain the ability to change her appearance at will. This was not an illusion like the transformation technique but a genuine transformation. Just as Kagaya was about to leave, a few more missiles came whistling toward her. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening explosions, Kagaya, floating in the air, was hit by the missiles. The explosion was like a display of fireworks, with flames and smoke billowing. At this moment, a fighter jet roared past. It had a light gray paint job and streamlined design, the Shilin, most advanced 5th-generation fighter, the F-22. Reporting to Command Center, the target has been hit, the target has been hit. Is it destroyed? No sign of the target has been. Ah. The pilot of the fighter jet let out a ghost-like scream as he looked up. Unbeknownst to him, someone was standing atop the jet, the silver-haired girl they had been ordered to eliminate. The silver-haired girl stood on the jet, her hair dancing in the wind. She raised her arm, aimed at the jet, and gave a squint-eyed smile. Under normal circumstances, such a beautiful smile would captivate many, but to the pilot, it was a demon's grin. With a loud boom, the fighter jet exploded instantly, becoming a fireball that disintegrated in the air, scattering metal fragments into the sea below. Now interrupting with breaking news. Earlier today, in the South China Sea, Chinese and Shilin fleets engaged in intense conflict, but both sides remained rational and restrained, preventing escalation. This afternoon, China and the Shilin issued a joint statement, signing a peace agreement. The Shilin fleet will withdraw from the South China Sea, and the Shilin acknowledges China's sovereignty over the South China Sea. The news caused a significant international uproar. No one expected the usually tough Shilin to sign such an agreement, effectively admitting defeat and compromise. To other countries, this was unimaginable. Seeing the Shilin compromise, the Philippines dared not continue. Shortly after the joint statement, the Philippines met with the Chinese ambassador, recognized China's rights in the South China Sea, and promised to withdraw from Zhongye Island and other territories, even offering symbolic compensation to China. The confrontation between the Chinese and Shilin fleets in the South China Sea had been on the brink of war, and many pessimistically believed a conflict was inevitable. However, the subsequent developments left everyone astonished. The situation turned unexpectedly, with the Shilin backing down and China emerging as the biggest winner. This baffled many military observers who couldn't understand what had stopped the escalating conflict. Only the top officials of China and the Shilin knew the true reason behind these events. The Shilin 3rd Fleet and 7th Fleet had suffered significant losses. 3 aircraft carriers sank, 2 were heavily damaged and incapacitated, and 14 Aegis destroyers were sunk, with 23 heavily damaged. 2 sank on their way back to port, and the death toll exceeded tens of thousands. This was the greatest loss the Shilin had suffered since World War II. However, due to an information lockdown, most countries didn't know what had happened in the South China Sea, only a few coastal nations were aware. Qiao Shaoqing walked along the street, feeling distracted, still trying to process what had happened earlier. The Shilin has agreed to sign a peace agreement and accepted some of our demands. However, they also have one request, to find this person. The photo depicted a stunningly beautiful woman. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was as white and flawless as porcelain, her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes were like clear autumn waters. Her figure was tall and curvaceous, clad in a black Gothic-style dress, its pleats swaying in the wind, revealing her fair legs. Qiao Shaoqing belonged to the National Security Special Operations Division, commonly known as the Security Bureau, which handled national strategy, security, counter-espionage, and intelligence gathering. Her department, the 5th Division, was responsible for intelligence collection, and her current mission was to find this girl, reportedly connected to the recent South China Sea conflict. Since returning, Xiao Shaoqing had been feeling restless, as if something was about to happen. The person in the photo looked increasingly familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before, yet she couldn't quite recall. "I'm back," Xiao Shaoqing called out, pushing open the door and stepping inside, changing into slippers and entering the living room. The room was spotless, as if it had been carefully cleaned. The table was dust-free, and the windows sparkled, but there seemed to be no sign of anyone's presence. Has she left after all? Xiao Shaoqing sighed, knowing that Kagaya couldn't stay here indefinitely. She had her job and couldn't always accompany her, so leaving was inevitable. Still, Xiao Shaoqing felt reluctant. Despite their short time together, it felt like they had known each other forever, a familiarity she hadn't felt since that person left. She regretted not giving Kagaya a phone to stay in contact. How had she overlooked such a simple thing? Xiao Shaoqing ruffled her hair in frustration, feeling discouraged. Back already? At that moment, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded in the room. Xiao Shaoqing's eyes widened as she quickly turned around, staring in disbelief at the figure standing in the room. It was the silver-haired loli she hadn't seen for days. Chapter 183, The Matter Was Exposed. I thought you had left. Xiao Shaoqing hugged Kagaya warmly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Sorry, Kagaya said apologetically, gently pushing Xiao Shaoqing away. I'm leaving. I came back this time to say goodbye. You're leaving. Xiao Shaoqing's eyes widened in surprise. Where are you going? Are you going back home? Yeah, sort of. Kagaya nodded lightly. The month had passed in the blink of an eye, and there wasn't much time left. Sort of. Xiao Shaoqing quickly said, You're not thinking of leaving, are you? It's dangerous for a little girl like you to be out there alone. What if something happens like that time? Xiao Shaoqing suddenly stopped mid-sentence, looking at Kagaya nervously. Seeing that Kagaya showed no unusual reaction, she relaxed, worried that mentioning this might remind Kagaya of the unpleasant events of that night. I won't let you go, Xiao Shaoqing said seriously, grabbing Kagaya's shoulders. Unless you can beat me, don't even think about leaving. Xiao Shaoqing didn't want Kagaya to leave not only because she liked her but also because Kagaya was such a beautiful and delicate loli. Alone outside, she would certainly attract the wrong kind of attention. Whether it was street thugs or those so-called gentlemen who were actually perverts, they might try to abduct the vulnerable Kagaya. Working in the intelligence department, Xiao Shaoqing had seen too many such cases. The fate of those pretty little girls was generally tragic, and surviving was already a stroke of luck. Many couldn't bear the torment and perished, which was all too common. Seeing Xiao Shaoqing resort to being stubborn, Kagaya felt both amused and slightly moved. Had they not known each other for only a short time? No matter what, I still have to leave in the end. Kagaya blinked her clear eyes and spoke calmly. She definitely had to leave, it was impossible for her to stay here, and she couldn't stay here even if she wanted to. No matter what, I won't let you go, Xiao Shaoqing said, mimicking Kagaya's words with a stubborn and resolute tone. Yeah, you're not going anywhere, a sudden voice broke into the room. Who's there? Xiao Shaoqing shouted, swiftly pulling out a handgun and aiming it at the source of the voice. At this moment, she displayed her well-honed skills, taking less than a second from drawing her gun to aiming, showing a level of professionalism not inferior to a special forces soldier. Put down your weapon, a large group of armed soldiers rushed in from outside, pointing submachine guns at them. Who are you? Xiao Shaoqing said in a deep voice, her face displaying a killing intent that belied her age, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Sorry, don't misunderstand, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in, smiling as he spoke. We just want to invite the little girl behind you to have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Xiao Shaoqing asked warily, keeping her gun trained on the men in front of her, her finger lightly resting on the trigger, ready to shoot at any sign of wrongdoing. You're Xiao Shaoqing from the 5th Division of the Intelligence Department, right? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, we're colleagues. We're from the 2nd Division. Here are my credentials. With that, the middle-aged man pulled out his ID from his pocket and handed it over. Xiao Shaoqing frowned slightly but did not lower her guard. With one hand holding the gun, she carefully took the ID with the other, glancing at its contents. Given her skills, she could easily determine its authenticity. I thought the 2nd Division was responsible for international strategic intelligence collection. Xiao Shaoqing's clear eyes narrowed as she spoke in a deep voice, that shouldn't have anything to do with a little girl, right? You handle domestic intelligence collection, so it's understandable that you wouldn't know, the middle-aged man chuckled, but I believe you've seen these documents. As he spoke, he handed 2 documents to Xiao Shaoqing. Xiao Shaoqing took them and opened them, finding several photos inside. The first showed a petite silver-haired girl in a black gothic dress wearing a fox mask, standing among shelves filled with various masks in what appeared to be a mask shop. The second photo was much blurrier, but it seemed to depict an airplane, and through the window, a figure in black wearing a mask could be discerned. What's your point? Xiao Xiaoqing's pretty face turned somber as she asked in a deep voice. No particular point, the middle-aged man smiled, waving his hand dismissively. There's another document you should look at. Xiao Xiaoqing opened it and found the same photo she had seen earlier today. It depicted a silver-haired girl with bright eyes and a graceful figure, the same girl their superiors had ordered them to find. Her brows furrowed deeply, and she suddenly turned to look at Kagaya, who stood quietly to the side, her face unperturbed. A thought struck her like lightning. You're saying? Xiao Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. We can't be sure if there's a connection yet, the middle-aged man said, but we'd like this young lady to assist us with our investigation. You must have the wrong person. Xiao Xiaoqing's face returned to calm as she spoke coldly. Our information has been verified through multiple channels. There's no mistake, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, moreover, our operation has already been approved by the authorities. I disagree. This falls under the jurisdiction of the 5th Division, Xiao Xiaoqing said coldly, you can't take her without orders from my superiors. Sorry, we've already received approval from the military commission, the middle-aged man said confidently with a smile. This matter is now under the full jurisdiction of the 2nd Division. How can that be? Xiao Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback but quickly spoke in a deep voice, I don't care. This is my home, and without my consent, no one can take her away. I hope you'll reconsider, the middle-aged man's face finally darkened, you're obstructing our duties. Don't force us to take coercive measures against you. Do you not understand words? Xiao Xiaoqing pointed her gun at the middle-aged man, her finger tightening on the trigger, get out. The middle-aged man stared at Xiao Xiaoqing for a moment, seeing no fear in her eyes. He shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. All right, let's go, he ordered, and the armed soldiers followed him out. Within moments, only Xiao Xiaoqing and Kagaya were left in the room. Xiao Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief, relaxing as she smiled at Kagaya, well, little girl, you actually hid. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp gunshot echoed through the quiet night, sounding especially piercing. Chapter 184, Cause Trouble and Still Want to Run. The villa was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. They carried submachine guns, had grenades hanging from their belts, and even had heavy machine guns mounted on high platforms, ready for battle. It turned out they had no intention of leaving. The middle-aged man was just putting on a show to relax their guard, the real trump card was a sniper stationed on a tree 100 meters away. A gunshot broke the silence of the night, the sound carrying far in the quiet. Go. The gunshot was like a signal. The middle-aged man shouted, holding his pistol as he rushed in with the special forces. But the scene before them stunned them. A pitch-black sphere hovered in the room, flickering with an eerie black light, strands swirling around it like gauzy fabric. The sniper bullet was stuck on the black sphere, flattened like a piece of chewing gum. With a ding, the bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The black sphere flowed like water, transforming into several floating black orbs. The two girls were now visible to them. One girl was as beautiful as a painting, with bright eyes, white teeth, and long black hair fluttering in the breeze. The other was breathtakingly beautiful, with flawless white skin, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes like autumn waters, her gaze lightly veiled, drawing in anyone who glanced at her. For a moment, the villa was eerily silent, even the soldiers holding weapons unconsciously lowering their guns. You really are that person, that fox spirit, Xiao Xiaoqing said with difficulty. What fox spirit? Kagaya replied softly, but I guess I am the person you're talking about. I feel like a fool, thinking I could protect you. Xiao Xiaoqing mocked herself. In the end, it was all just my wishful thinking. No, Kagaya quickly said, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I apologize. No need to apologize, Xiao Xiaoqing said softly, her head lowered. If you really want to apologize, then compensate me. Compensate. Kagaya looked confused, then seriously said, as long as you're not mad, any compensation is fine. Really? Xiao Xiaoqing lifted her head, her expression unreadable, only her moist eyes quietly staring at her. Yes, Kagaya felt uneasy seeing her expression. Hopefully, it's not something like in those cliché soap operas, bring me the head of your lover, or something like that. Be my pillow tonight, Xiao Xiaoqing said with a triumphant expression, throwing herself into Kagaya's arms and rubbing her face against her. This is so comfortable. What? Kagaya's mouth twitched, feeling like she'd been tricked. Kagaya wanted to push Xiao Xiaoqing away, but she clung to her like sticky candy, impossible to shake off. Hey, mind the situation, will you? Stop touching. Disturbed by the noise, the middle-aged man came back to his senses, tightly gripping his gun, beads of sweat dripping down his face. The silver-haired girl's eyes were like a strange vortex, pulling him in without him realizing it. His mind had gone blank, leaving only those eyes, as if shrouded in mist. If he hadn't undergone rigorous mental training, possessing stronger willpower than others, he might have been utterly captivated. The middle-aged man glanced around, feeling his heart sink. All the soldiers around him had dull expressions and vacant eyes, some even dropping their guns. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man fired several shots into the sky, the loud reports echoing throughout the villa. The soldiers jolted back to awareness, hurriedly grasping their guns. Their willpower couldn't compare to the middle-aged man's, and they didn't even know what had just happened. "Don't look into her eyes, she can hypnotize you," the middle-aged man shouted, clutching his gun tightly, his expression growing grave. He hadn't expected this situation. When he first received the intel, he hadn't been sure if it was about this girl, and he hadn't believed the report much. That a single person could take down an entire malfunctioning civilian airliner and single-handedly challenge the entire Shiling Pacific fleet seemed like a fantasy. Even superhumans couldn't achieve that. He wondered if this was a smokescreen released by foreign hostile forces to confuse the Empire and steal important information. Despite his skepticism, he cautiously brought a fully armed regiment, even deploying aircraft, helicopters, and tanks to encircle the villa. When the middle-aged man first saw the little girl, he felt a strange sense of unease, sensing something was amiss. But he didn't think much of it, assuming there might be some connection between the girl and the silver-haired woman. He never imagined that the little girl before him was the very one mentioned in the report who had taken down the entire Pacific fleet. Things would become passive if this continued, they needed to act proactively to have any chance. Open fire. At the middle-aged man's command, gunfire erupted, deafening in the night. Continuous bursts of gunfire shattered the stillness, as countless streams of bullets, like torrents of steel, roared toward the two girls. It wasn't just firearms being fired, even WZ-10 helicopter missiles and the new 99A main battle tank shells were in play. The middle-aged man dared not be careless. If the reports were accurate, ordinary firearms wouldn't harm her, and he didn't even consider Xiao Xiaoqing's safety at this point. To him, national security was paramount, and anyone, including himself, could be sacrificed for it. Gunfire thundered, and shells boomed, with bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. Explosions echoed one after another, smoke billowed, and flames soared. The villa was engulfed in a sea of fire. Ceasefire. At the middle-aged man's command, the gunfire and explosions ceased, and silence returned to the night. Looking at the smoke-covered villa in the distance, he thought it must have been reduced to rubble, with no survivors inside. The middle-aged man thought of the two beautiful girls, feeling a twinge of regret, but he shook his head, dismissing the emotion from his mind. He never regretted his actions because he was acting for the country, not himself. He sighed, turning to walk away, no longer looking at the villa. At that moment, a clear, soft voice suddenly rang out. "What? Trying to escape after causing havoc here?" The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply as if paralyzed, unable to move, cold sweat dripping down his back. Chapter 185, Face-Stepping. In the midst of the thick smoke, a silhouette emerged. With a wave of an arm, the billowing dust was swept away as if by a hurricane, instantly clearing the air. Before them stood two unharmed girls. Not only were they unscathed, but even the villa behind them remained intact, without a single sign of damage. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was stunned, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The soldiers behind him were equally shocked, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Many began to feel weak in the knees, barely able to hold onto their guns. Fire! Fire! The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, shouting angrily. The soldiers, as if awakening from a dream, gripped their weapons and resumed their attack. With the rapid rat-a-tat of gunfire, bullets once again poured toward the girls. Tanks and helicopters joined the fray, and the villa was once more shrouded in smoke and fire. But what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. The silver-haired girl raised her alabaster arm, her palm facing the oncoming attacks. The bullets, shells, and even missiles seemed to strike an invisible barrier, floating in midair, unable to advance further. In no time, a dense array of bullets and shells gathered before the silver-haired girl, enough to obscure her figure, creating a truly spectacular sight. The soldiers were numb with disbelief, mechanically pulling their triggers, reloading, and repeating the cycle as if in a trance. There are limits to how much you can push your luck. Do you think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't shown my claws? As she spoke, the bullets floating before the silver-haired girl reversed direction, shooting back with lightning speed, even faster than when they were fired. Buffed. 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 Blood splattered. The sound of bodies being pierced rang out in quick succession, followed by screams and cries of pain. Soldiers fell to the ground, clutching their wounds, blood seeping through their fingers, turning the grass beneath them a deep crimson. In a mere instant, half the battalion was wiped out. Seeing the carnage, the middle-aged man suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. This was an adversary he could not handle. Someone who had single-handedly defeated the entire Pacific Fleet could hardly be bothered by a mere battalion. His intestines twisted with regret. If given another chance, he would never have made such a foolish decision. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. Kagaya stepped lightly toward the middle-aged man, extending her hand. With a grasp of her palm, a distant tank crumpled like a wad of clay, collapsing with a bang into a heap of scrap metal. Kagaya approached the middle-aged man, who was trying to appear composed but was far from the commanding figure he had been moments before. Regret filled his heart. If only he hadn't been so hasty in giving the order, things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. It wasn't fear that gripped him. In his line of work, he had long put aside thoughts of life and death. His will was as strong as steel, no torture could make him waver. What he hated was that his rash decision might bring serious disaster upon the country. The silver-haired girl standing before him had powers beyond human comprehension. Guns, cannons, even missiles couldn't harm her. Perhaps only a nuclear weapon could pose a threat. Provoking someone so dangerous could lead to catastrophic consequences. Initially, she hadn't intended to be their enemy. But because of his eagerness to achieve merit, wanting to capture the girl quickly, he had caused an unprecedented disaster. Not only had his comrades perished, but the nation might also suffer enormous losses. Regret filled his heart. As the middle-aged man's thoughts raced, Kagaya had already reached him, frowning at his forced calmness. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, glaring at Kagaya with the resolve of a martyr. His expression annoyed Kagaya. Clearly, they had attacked first, so why was he acting as if she was the villain? With a swift kick, as quick as white lightning, Kagaya struck his abdomen. The middle-aged man grunted, unable to suppress a mouthful of spittle, clutching his stomach as he fell to his knees. Coughing, he looked up, his face red but unyielding. Go ahead and kill me, I won't surrender. Surrender, my ass. Kagaya was already irritated, his words only fanned her anger. How dare someone who attacked without reason have the gall to say such things? She kicked again, harder this time. Her white, smooth leg lashed out like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man felt a rush of wind and a sharp pain on his face. His body flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. Kagaya's kick, though restrained, left the middle-aged man dazed, unable to rise for a moment. He tried to stand, but before he could, a foot pressed down on his face, forcing it into the dirt. The intense humiliation turned his face crimson. You bast. Before he could curse, Kagaya pressed down harder, pinning him to the ground. The weaker they are, the more arrogant they become, Kagaya said irritably. I even flipped an aircraft carrier. Did you think your ragtag bunch could defeat me? The middle-aged man ignored her, pushing against the ground, trying to rise. With a light stomp, Kagaya kept the high-ranking security officer pinned down. At that moment, Xiao Shaoqing, stunned by Kagaya's display of power, snapped back to reality and ran over. Kagaya. Xiao Shaoqing's lips moved, but she said nothing. She had intended to plead for the soldiers, but their actions were too outrageous, attempting to destroy them indiscriminately. Anyone would be furious, even she was still angry. If not for Kagaya's strength, she might not have survived. But seeing the carnage, the blood-soaked scene, she felt a pang of worry. Though Kagaya was incredibly powerful, she was just one person, unable to withstand the might of a massive state machine. Chapter 186, Don't mess with me. These people won't learn unless you show them you're not to be trifled with, Kagaya said with a cold snort, looking down at the middle-aged man beneath her. Only by instilling fear will they lose any thoughts of taking advantage. For some reason, seeing Kagaya's cold and commanding demeanor made Xiao Shaoqing feel as if she were a stranger, someone from another world. It was true, with such superhuman powers, how could she be ordinary? A sense of loss washed over Xiao Shaoqing. Did this mean they were from different worlds after all? Kagaya didn't notice Xiao Shaoqing's expression as she kicked the man beneath her and asked, Hey, are you dead? If you're alive, make a sound. The man under her foot remained motionless. Kagaya kicked him a few more times, but he lay there like a dead pig, completely unresponsive. Could he be dead? Kagaya muttered, her lips twitching. The middle-aged man had been struggling constantly, muttering something. Growing impatient, Kagaya had simply pushed his face into the mud. He had struggled for a while and then gone still, which he assumed meant he had exhausted himself. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The middle-aged man's earlier struggles were not attempts to resist. Instead, his face had been buried in the dirt, cutting off his air supply. Kagaya kicked the man over, flipping him onto his back. His face was bright red, with hints of purple, showing signs of asphyxiation. This was quite awkward. Kagaya extended her hand, channeling chakra into her palm. A water ball the size of a soccer ball appeared, which she lightly tossed onto the man's head. The man shuddered violently, sitting up abruptly and coughing harshly, gasping for air. It seemed he had been suffocating earlier, and it took him a while to recover. No matter how much you torture me, I won't submit, the man shouted defiantly at Kagaya. Oh. You seem quite stubborn, Kagaya snorted coldly. But weren't you the ones who attacked first without reason? That was to prevent you from harming others, the man defended himself. And that's your reason for attacking me? Kagaya retorted with a sneer. The man knew his argument was weak and stammered without a proper reply. Enough, I don't want to waste words on you, Kagaya waved her hand dismissively. I'll overlook this incident, but I expect you not to disturb me again. But you've killed so many, and that's a fact, the man said as he stood up, his voice steady. Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her face turned cold, a flash of icy light flickering in her eyes. Remember, you attacked first. I was merely defending myself. I don't wish for trouble, but if you refuse to be sensible, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kagaya's words were like icy blades, chilling to the bone, her murderous intent unmistakable and palpable. The middle-aged man was startled by the force of her killing intent, as if he were in the presence of a prehistoric beast, paralyzed with fear, cold sweat streaming down his back. Was she truly some kind of demon? The chilling aura surrounding Kagaya retracted as she let out a cold snort, her beautiful face frosty and stern. This time, I'll let you go. But if you disturb me again, it won't be this simple. The middle-aged man had resigned himself to death, but unexpectedly, he found himself spared. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He vowed to make her pay, even if it cost him his life, to avenge his fallen comrades. But as he turned to leave, a casual remark from behind rooted him in place, as if frozen. Carry your people out of here. Some can still be saved now, later, I can't guarantee. And clean up, don't leave my yard dirty. The middle-aged man's body trembled, his eyes lighting up with joy. He turned to see nothing but the fading figure of a stunning silhouette walking back into the villa. Call the medics, quick, the man shouted into his phone, his voice hoarse and unable to suppress his excitement. The usually stoic man's eyes glistened with tears. Lowering his phone, he turned back, finding no trace of the two girls. Mixed emotions churned within him. In truth, the silver-haired girl hadn't done anything wrong. After all, he was the one who attacked first. Even if he had died at her hands, it wouldn't have been unjust. But what he cared about were his comrades, many of whom he had personally trained and formed deep bonds with. His mistaken command had led to their downfall, and he didn't know how he could face the parents who entrusted their children to him. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Had he grown old? He laughed at himself for his foolish arrogance in challenging such an opponent. Her power, so overwhelming that she could control life and death at will, sent chills down his spine. He cast one last look at the villa before dragging his weary body away. The incident was too shocking, beyond his control. All he could do was report everything he knew to his superiors. What happened next was up to them to decide. Chapter 187, Do you want to see him? Watching the armed forces withdraw one by one, Kagaya breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to create any major news. However, the fact that they attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong was indeed infuriating. She had held back. If they continued to be so unreasonable, she wouldn't have shown mercy. Kagaya turned around, only to be startled by a face just inches away from hers. A pair of large eyes were staring at her as if she were an alien. It was Xiao Shaoqing. What are you doing? Kagaya was shocked and quickly pushed her away. I can't believe I met a fox spirit, it's unbelievable and so cool, Xiao Shaoqing exclaimed, her face filled with excitement. By the way, can you give me an autograph? Stop fooling around, Kagaya said, exasperated, rubbing her forehead. Aren't you mad at all? Mad? Xiao Shaoqing asked curiously. Why would I be mad? For example, about me hiding the truth from you, Kagaya replied softly, her eyelashes fluttering as her delicate fingers played with a lock of her hair. Isn't that normal? Xiao Shaoqing said after a brief pause, matter-of-factly. People with superpowers usually conceal their identities to keep others from finding out. Is that so? Kagaya sighed with relief, surprised at how open-minded Xiao Shaoqing was, sparing her from a lengthy explanation. But are you really a fox spirit? Xiao Shaoqing's eyes sparkled like two bright stars. You're so powerful, you even defeated the Shilin Pacific Fleet. No, I just got lucky, Kagaya replied with a smile. Humility is a virtue, but too much of it is insincere, Xiao Shaoqing said, pouting and making a gesture with her finger. Kagaya chuckled without saying anything. It's really enviable, being so beautiful and having such power, Xiao Shaoqing said with admiration, then blinked as if she had thought of something. By the way, since you're so amazing, can you help me with something? Help? With what? Kagaya asked curiously. This, Xiao Shaoqing said, taking a pink phone from her pocket and looking at Kagaya expectantly. Can you fix it? It got damaged by an EMP from those guys earlier. Kagaya looked at the pink phone in her hand, surprised. This was the phone she had given Xiao Shaoqing as a birthday gift years ago, which she had seen earlier at the villa. Shouldn't you take it to a repair shop? Kagaya asked, puzzled. They should be able to fix it, right? No, they can't, Xiao Shaoqing said, shaking her head regretfully. The motherboard chip inside is completely destroyed. It can only be fixed with new parts, which isn't possible. Can't you just get a new phone? There are many good ones out there, and this one is a bit outdated, Kagaya asked, curious. It's not what you think, Xiao Shaoqing replied, a gentle smile on her face. This was a gift from the most important person to me, and I want to carry it with me forever. The most important person. Kagaya was taken aback, her eyes widening as if her heart was flooded with mixed emotions. Yes, Xiao Shaoqing smiled with her eyes, my favorite person. What? Kagaya almost stumbled, nearly falling. Is there a problem? Xiao Shaoqing asked curiously, noticing Kagaya's expression. No, nothing, Kagaya replied with a forced smile. He's the person I love the most, Xiao Shaoqing said self-mockingly. Yet even now, he doesn't know I love him, it's just my unrequited feelings. Her expression left Kagaya stunned, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, clearing away the fog surrounding her thoughts. Kagaya's favorite motorcycle, the dishes she loved most, the photo on the bookshelf, and the pink phone in front of her seemed connected by an invisible thread, linking everything together. Kagaya suddenly realized that the girl she once regarded as a sister might actually. Seeing the beautiful face of the girl in front of her, Kagaya felt a mix of emotions. So, where is he now? Kagaya asked, even though she already knew the answer, unable to resist the urge to ask. He's missing, gone for several years now, with no trace of him dead or alive, Xiao Shaoqing said calmly, gently fiddling with the phone in her hand. Maybe he's no longer in this world. Kagaya had always wondered why Xiao Shaoqing, so young, joined the National Security Bureau. Now she somewhat understood. But the National Security Bureau isn't a place for relaxation, it requires rigorous training and selection. She must have endured much hardship over the years. Why not forget him and start a new life? Kagaya suddenly asked. Besides, he might not be worthy of you. How would you understand? Xiao Shaoqing suddenly shouted, a hint of annoyance on her face. Even though I consider you a good friend, I don't want to hear anyone speak ill of him. I'm sorry, Kagaya said softly. It's my fault too, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you, Xiao Shaoqing said, taking a deep breath. But he is the most important person to me. Even if he's gone, I still want to wait for him. Won't you regret it? Kagaya asked, her eyes fixed on Xiao Shaoqing's face. He might never come back. Xiao Shaoqing shook her head gently, saying softly, as long as I don't see his body, I won't give up. For some reason, seeing Xiao Shaoqing's calm profile made Kagaya's eyes sting, her nose tingle. What kind of experience could have transformed her from her once gentle self into what she is now? Let's not talk about this anymore, Xiao Shaoqing suddenly said, her melancholic expression replaced by her usual vibrant self. I wonder if the fox spirit could help me fix it. Kagaya stood silently, her eyes unfocused, not responding. It might be a bit too much to ask, Xiao Shaoqing said, disappointed by Kagaya's silence, forcing a smile. I'll think of something else. Let's go eat, I'm starving. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly headed upstairs. Do you want to see him? Kagaya suddenly asked from the living room on the first floor. Xiao Shaoqing stopped abruptly, turning around with wide, tear-filled eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. What did you say? I said, do you want to see him again? Kagaya asked, a warm smile on her lips. Yes, of course. Xiao Shaoqing exclaimed, Fox Spirit, I love you to death. Hey, you're on the second floor. Do you want to jump down and crush me? Chapter 188, You Really Are a Pervert. Are you ready yet? Xiao Shaoqing stood outside the door, growing impatient. Not yet, wait a moment. Kagaya's voice came from inside the room. Can I really see him? Xiao Shaoqing was filled with anticipation but also a bit of nervousness. But I haven't even told you his name yet. No problem, it's a small matter, Kagaya reassured. Really? Xiao Shaoqing still felt a bit uneasy. Really? Come in now. Xiao Shaoqing eagerly entered the room, only to find no one else there except Kagaya, who smiled at her and beckoned. Where is he? Where is he? Xiao Shaoqing looked around excitedly, unable to contain her emotions. He's right here. Kagaya spread her hands and smiled. Where? Where? Xiao Shaoqing scanned the room, not seeing the familiar figure. Don't you recognize me, Xiao Qiao? Kagaya said with a slight smile. Xiao Shaoqing was dumbfounded, staring at Kagaya in disbelief. Her eyes filled with confusion, unable to process what was said, her mind a jumbled mess. Ah. Xiao Shaoqing finally reacted, her eyes widened, and she pointed at Kagaya with a sharp scream. You. On the lavish bed sat two beautiful young girls, one with long black hair and the other with silver hair, staring wide-eyed at each other. You might not believe it, but that's how it is, Kagaya said with an awkward laugh. Isn't it unbelievable? I think so too. Are you saying you're Luo Yen? Xiao Shaoqing looked incredulously at the beautiful girl before her, unable to reconcile her image with the one she had in mind. Though I don't want to admit it, it really is me, Kagaya said with some embarrassment. After all, this kind of thing was hard to believe, so it was normal for others not to believe it. Xiao Shaoqing stood up, arms folded, and pinched her fair chin, circling Kagaya and scrutinizing her closely, as if trying to find some clue on her face, even sniffing her like a little puppy. What proof do you have? Xiao Shaoqing asked, frowning. You don't like green peppers, you won't eat anything with green peppers in it. That's normal, many people don't like green peppers. When you sleep, you like to bite your fingers. That doesn't count. You might have spied on me sleeping, Xiao Shaoqing said, gesturing with her finger. Well, don't blame me then. Kagaya gritted her teeth, ready to spill some secrets. You always eat the tasty parts of your meals and leave the rest for others, saying it's for dieting. You don't like wearing bras at home and leave them everywhere. You cried the first time you had your period, scared by the blood, and I had to buy sanitary pads for you. And you even wet the bed until middle school. At first, there was nothing unusual, but as the list went on, Xiao Shaoqing's face turned redder, like a steamed crab. Stop it. Xiao Shaoqing suddenly shouted, interrupting Kagaya, her eyes brimming with tears, staring intently at her. That should convince her. Kagaya sighed with relief. These were secrets only the two of them knew, and Kagaya was confident. She opened her arms, ready to embrace her in a heartfelt reunion. Instead, Xiao Shaoqing burst into tears, covering her face and running toward the door. Huh. This wasn't the reaction Kagaya had expected. Kagaya quickly ran after her, grabbing her wrist and asking in confusion, "What's wrong? It's so embarrassing that you know all these things. I can't live with it." Xiao Shaoqing cried, struggling to escape, like a fish out of water. Kagaya almost laughed but knew it would make Xiao Shaoqing furious. With a gentle pull, Kagaya drew Xiao Shaoqing into a hug. Held close, Xiao Shaoqing stopped struggling and instead hugged Kagaya tightly, clinging to her clothes and sobbing softly. I missed you, Xiao Shaoqing mumbled. So did I. Kagaya gently stroked her hair. Then why didn't you come to see me? Xiao Shaoqing asked, lifting her head, displeased. And it's been so long without any news. Didn't you know it would make others worry? I had no choice, Kagaya sighed. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. Are you leaving again? Xiao Shaoqing's grip on Kagaya's clothes tightened, her voice trembling. Yes, I have to go, Kagaya said with a smile. But I promise I'll be back soon. Can't you stay? Xiao Shaoqing asked, tears welling in her eyes. Or take me with you. I'm sorry, Kagaya said, placing a hand on her shoulder. I must go alone. Is there nothing here worth staying for? Xiao Shaoqing bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. It's not that. I want to stay, and there's my cutest little sister here, Kagaya said, her eyelashes fluttering. But some things are beyond my control. Xiao Shaoqing blushed at cutest little sister, but her expression fell as she remembered something. They stood in silence, the sound of their breathing the only noise in the room, as the atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly, Kagaya broke the silence with a smile. By the way, I heard someone say I have a girlfriend now. I wasn't aware, no one informed me. Xiao Shaoqing's pale face flushed red. What girlfriend? You must have misheard. Oh, really? Kagaya teased. Someone seemed pretty sure about it. I told you, you misheard. Xiao Shaoqing shouted, her face burning with embarrassment. All right, all right. Seeing Xiao Shaoqing on the verge of an embarrassed outburst, Kagaya quickly relented. Despite Kagaya's teasing, Xiao Shaoqing felt much better. But I must say, brother, you're a real pervert. What? Chapter 189, Heading to a New World. That's about the whole story. Kagaya cradled a cup of hot tea in her hands, taking a sip and finding the taste quite pleasant. Kagaya recounted her experiences from beginning to end, feeling an involuntary sense of relief. She had never shared this secret with anyone, not even with the likes of Black Zetsu, the lowly, or Mei Terumi. Now that she finally had someone to confide in, her heart felt much lighter. Is that all? Xiao Shaoqing leaned in, her big, bright eyes fixed on Kagaya. It seems like you're still hiding a lot from me. How could I be? Kagaya said in surprise. I've told you everything I should, I'm not hiding anything from you. Really? Xiao Shaoqing looked skeptical, squinting her eyes and humming. You seem to skip over Terumi Mei and Conan on purpose. What's going on there? There must be something fishy. There's nothing, Kagaya quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile. For some reason, she felt as if she'd been caught cheating. Was it just her imagination? At that moment, a gentle glow appeared out of nowhere, like strands of light winding around Kagaya, gradually enveloping her entire body and lifting her into the air. Kagaya knew that her time in the real world was up, and she would be returning to the main god space. What is this? Xiao Shaoqing stared blankly at Kagaya, who was suspended in midair, a vague sense of unease creeping over her. Sorry, my time is up, Kagaya said with a smile to Xiao Shaoqing. I have to go back. Xiao Shaoqing opened her mouth. She still had many things she wanted to say and many questions, but the words that came out were just a few short ones. Safe travels, come back soon. Okay. Seeing Xiao Shaoqing's somewhat pale face, Kagaya felt a slight pang of heartache, but there was nothing she could do. This was beyond her control. All she could do, as Xiao Shaoqing had said, was to return soon. Xiao Shaoqing bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she tried to hold back her sobs, forcing a smile. As Xiao Shaoqing wallowed in sadness, a mischievous voice broke through. I think blue and white striped panties suit you better. Teddy bear panties are just too tacky. Xiao Shaoqing's pale face instantly turned bright red, like a boiled shrimp. She suddenly remembered a serious issue. Last time, without her knowledge, she had bathed with her brother. Her usually careless nature had allowed her to forget, but Kagaya's reminder brought it all back. Pervert. Xiao Shaoqing clenched her fists tightly, veins popping on her forehead, her face red with heat. She grabbed a cup from the table and threw it. Go to hell. Ouch. The gentle white light faded, revealing Kagaya's figure. I was just giving her a suggestion. Is that necessary? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Kagaya rubbed her slightly reddened forehead. Just then, a metallic-sounding voice rang out. Rest time is over. Please choose the next world. If no selection is made within the allotted time, a random space will be selected. Please make your choice promptly. Relaxation always seemed so short, like a holiday that felt long but was over in the blink of an eye. Kagaya approached the white orb. A projection appeared on its surface, displaying various text. One line caught her attention. Since the world level is lower than the host's level, the host's strength will be suppressed. What does this mean? Kagaya asked, blinking in curiosity. Each world is different, and the amount of power allowed varies. If the host's power exceeds the world's limits, it will be suppressed to some extent. That's a rip-off. Kagaya's mouth twitched, though she understood. Imagine if a Super Saiyan entered the Naruto world, it would be too easy to dominate. But the host need not worry. The suppression will vary by world and will not significantly reduce power. As the host's power increases, the suppression will gradually diminish and eventually disappear, the system explained calmly. I see, Kagaya pondered. So, over time, the suppression will decrease. Yes. Additionally, as compensation, the host's abilities will be further enhanced once suppression is lifted, the system elaborated patiently. I see. If that's the case, wouldn't choosing a lower-level world be advantageous? Kagaya mused. However, the system's voice interrupted her thoughts. Please note that lower-level worlds do not mean easier challenges. To compensate for their lower power levels, these worlds often present higher difficulty and more demanding task requirements. So there's no free lunch. Kagaya sighed, though she had expected this. Otherwise, lower-level worlds would become mere experience farms, losing their original meaning. Please consider carefully. 10 minutes remain. If no choice is made within that time, a random world will be selected, the system reminded her with its usual calm, emotionless tone. High-level worlds were out of the question, she would be crushed. Lower-level worlds were more difficult than they seemed. As for worlds of the same level, they were safe but offered fewer rewards. The time to choose had come. Kagaya rested her chin in her hand, her mind racing as she pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she smiled. Why not choose a world slightly lower than her current power level? This would offer a balance of difficulty and reward, better than worlds of the same level. She also wanted to test the waters, to see how the system operated. Only by understanding its rules could she make the best choices. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Chapter 190, Her Imperial Highness, the Princess. Welcome to the world of Akame Ga Kill. The system's metallic voice echoed in Kagaya's mind. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes and glanced around the room, feeling a bit dazed. She found herself in a spacious, Western-style room, lavishly and elegantly decorated. The furniture was elegant and majestic, made of high-quality mahogany, intricately carved with decorative patterns. The gilded walls glistened, and the floor was covered with a soft, exquisite carpet that was undoubtedly expensive. The walls were adorned with lifelike oil paintings, which Kagaya, despite her lack of knowledge of art, could tell were masterpieces. The golden curtains were soft and smooth, and the gold and silver embroidered crystal chandelier added a touch of luxury. Where is this? This doesn't look like Night Raid's territory, and what on earth is ANBU kill? Kagaya couldn't help but comment internally. Your current identity is that of the Emperor's sister and the Empire's elder princess. Your mission is to achieve the Empire's rise, ensure the people live in peace and prosperity, and ultimately achieve the Empire's peace and prosperity. Huh? Kagaya was baffled, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Kagaya hadn't expected the system to assign her such an identity, she thought she would be directly integrated into Night Raid. And this mission was quite unusual. She had always assumed the tasks would be combat-related, but she didn't expect there to be nation-building missions. However, she soon realized that this wasn't as simple as she had imagined, it was far more challenging. The current empire was plagued by internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink of collapse. Internally, it was plagued by corruption, oppressive rule, and powerful ministers with unchecked authority. Externally, it faced invasions from foreign tribes, widespread rebellions, and ongoing warfare, along with revolutionary forces such as Night Raid. To achieve the revival and rise of the empire, it would be necessary to address these two major issues. Internally, corruption must be eradicated, governance reformed, and the oppressive regime ended, which would require eliminating the ministers who were the source of these evils. Externally, rebellions must be suppressed, and traitors punished, with the first challenge being the revolutionary forces led by Night Raid. This essentially meant engaging in simultaneous battles with the two major forces of this world, with no allies to support her, which Kagaya found quite daunting. Choosing a lower-level world would increase the system's difficulty, and this seemed to be the challenge it presented. Aya. At that moment, a scream suddenly erupted in the room. Kagaya turned her head to see a girl with a delicate face, neatly dressed, who appeared to be a maid. At this moment, the maid's face was filled with terror, her eyes wide with panic as she looked at Kagaya, paralyzed with fear, as if she had witnessed something horrifying, her body trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. Who are you? Kagaya turned around and asked curiously. Is there something on my face? No, no, the maid replied, her entire body trembling, her teeth chattering, and her speech stammering. I am your maid, princess. Suddenly she fell to the ground with a thud, collapsing like a falling leaf in autumn. Please, princess, don't kill me, don't kill me. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Kagaya asked curiously, twirling a strand of her silver hair with her fair fingers. The maid suddenly looked up, her face turning pale, devoid of any color, her eyes losing focus. Princess, I understand, the maid said, biting her lip, her face full of sorrow. Please don't harm my father and brother, I'm willing to endure any torture. What exactly is going on? Kagaya frowned, puzzled by the maid's behavior. The maid remained prostrate on the ground, motionless, saying nothing, her entire body shaking like a sieve, as if awaiting her final judgment. Kagaya frowned slightly, feeling impatient, wondering what this maid was so afraid of. Was she a man-eating beast? Speak up, and I'll forgive you, Kagaya said with a smile, her voice gentle. Really, the maid suddenly raised her head, her face lighting up with joy, her tear-stained face revealing her relief. She had been frightened to tears. Do you doubt me? Kagaya raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't dare, the maid replied in fear, quickly bowing her head to the ground again. Raise your head and speak, Kagaya said, walking over to sit on a nearby chair, crossing one long leg over the other. One must admit, the things in the palace were indeed exquisite. The chair was made of high-quality ebony, and the cushion, filled with something unknown, was incredibly soft. The maid hesitated for a moment but eventually began to speak. It turned out that the princess had been renowned for her extraordinary beauty since childhood, captivating countless admirers and earning the title of the Empire's most beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. A fire broke out in the palace, disfiguring the princess. Unable to bear the blow, the princess withdrew from public life, living in seclusion and weeping daily, never appearing in public again. People believed she had met with some misfortune. Since then, the princess wore a mask and never set foot outside the palace. Gradually, people forgot about her. Those who knew the truth had been silenced, not only the individuals involved but also their families, and even entire villages were slaughtered. The disfigured princess's mind became twisted, and anyone who saw her face was subjected to extreme punishment, with skinning and dismemberment being common occurrences. In the back of the palace, there was a mass grave where the tortured-to-death maids and guards were buried, which explained the maid's terror. In fact, the maid hadn't truly seen Kagaya's face earlier. She had been too frightened, her mind muddled, to notice the princess's appearance. So this is my mask. Kagaya picked up a mask from the table beside her. It was a white fox mask with red lines, identical to the one she had once worn. Was this a coincidence or the system's twisted sense of humor? Exactly, the maid's voice trembled slightly, her terrified face tinged with a glimmer of hope. I've told you everything I know, please spare my life, princess. Very well. Kagaya nodded slightly, her eyes like autumn waters emitting a peculiar light, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 191, Encounter with the Minister. Kagaya walked slowly through the palace, seemingly strolling but in reality observing the layout. Unexpectedly, the palace was much larger than Kagaya had anticipated. Grand European-style buildings stood in rows, surrounded by lush green grass and vibrant flowers, with artificial hills and fountains scattered throughout. The environment was serene, and walking through it was refreshing and calming. Suddenly, someone approached from the opposite direction. The man was tall and obese, with disheveled hair and a bushy beard. His appearance seemed amiable, but the hint of a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his true nature. He was dressed in green clothes with a gray overcoat, looking like a mountain of flesh. Following behind Minister Honest were 4 guards, 2 men, and 2 women, exuding powerful auras. If Kagaya guessed correctly, these 4 should be the minister's private executioners, the 4 Rakshasa demons. Lord Honest, the maid hurriedly bowed down, her voice tinged with panic. This man was indeed Honest, the minister of the empire, truly an unimposing fat man. At first glance, one might think he was incapable, but little did they know he possessed considerable strength. So it is the princess, Minister Honest smiled and bowed. Yes, Kagaya nodded and said nothing more. Just moments ago, Kagaya had considered directly eliminating this source of evil, but she thought better of it. She could kill him now, but the emperor, who had been deceived by him, trusted him greatly. If she killed this fat man, the emperor might side against her, and if they broke apart, Kagaya would not be able to leverage the empire's power. To gain control of the empire, Kagaya would also have to kill the emperor. This would ultimately result in the empire splintering, becoming a thoroughly fragmented mess, making it much harder for her to clean up. Now was not the time, so she let this dead fat man live a few more days. Watching Kagaya's departing figure, the smile on Minister Honest's face vanished, replaced by a lewd grin. What a pity, why does the princess wear a mask? Minister Honest lamented. Perhaps she's too ugly to show her face, said one of the guards behind the minister, with green-purple hair, muscular body, and many stitch marks, disdainfully. What do you know? Minister Honest snorted coldly, displeased. She was once acclaimed as the empire's greatest beauty. I saw her several times back then. Originally, I wanted to get close to her, but she disappeared without a trace. That's simple, just capture her, said the dark-skinned, sexy girl beside him, laughing. My lord, shall I bring her back for you? No need, no hurry, Minister Honest's beady eyes shone with excitement. After all, she can't escape my grasp. With all due respect, my lord, the silent bald man suddenly spoke up, I seem to feel a hint of killing intent from her. Killing intent? Minister Honest seemed to find it amusing, laughing scornfully. I personally broke her parents' necks. I'd be surprised if she didn't feel anything. But isn't it more thrilling to see the hatred and pain in her eyes while she's under her parents' killer? The previously amiable face of Minister Honest twisted into a hideous expression as he walked away, laughing wildly. Kagaya frowned slightly, instinctively looking back into the distance, feeling a chill that made her uncomfortable. Another reason she hadn't acted was that someone not far away should be around, and that person was very powerful, their strong aura spreading unabashedly. The 4 Rakshasa demons around the minister were not difficult to deal with. Even with their protection, Kagaya could still sever the minister's head. However, if that person from afar intervened, Kagaya wasn't sure if she could leave unscathed. She didn't know how much her power had been suppressed. In the past, these people were insignificant before her, but having just arrived, she remained cautious. Knowing oneself and one's enemies ensures victory in 100 battles. Now was not the time to reveal her true intentions. Sister. A clear voice suddenly rang out, pulling Kagaya from her deep thoughts. Is it really you? A refined young boy wearing a tall hat, dressed in purple, and draped in a blue cloak ran toward her. He was the young emperor of the empire. It's been a long time. Kagaya waved at him. Yes, it's been a long time, sister. The young boy's face was full of excitement, his joy evident. I never thought you'd come to see me. Sorry, I've been busy lately, Kagaya said, and haven't had the chance to see you. It's all right, I know. The young emperor gently shook his head, then said somberly, those useless people, I've had them searching for so long, yet they still haven't found the herbs to restore you, sister. It's nothing, I'm used to it. Kagaya said, tapping the fox mask on her face. No. The young emperor suddenly clenched his fists and shouted with determination, I will find them, even if I have to search the entire continent. It seems he had a good relationship with the former princess, which Kagaya could use to her advantage, she thought to herself. Your intentions are enough. Kagaya smiled gently. Sister, believe me, I will do what I promised. The emperor seemed afraid Kagaya wouldn't believe him and hurriedly spoke. I didn't say I didn't believe you, Kagaya replied with a smile. I'm very happy. All right. The emperor nodded heavily, appearing very pleased to have Kagaya's approval. Sister, let's go inside and sit. Okay. As Kagaya entered the hall, she realized what it meant for something to pale in comparison. She thought her room was luxurious, but the emperor's room was even more opulent. The furniture inside was carved from ebony, elegant and beautiful. The floor was covered with exquisite carpets made of pure wool, soft and smooth. The wall decorations were even more luxurious, glistening with gilding, and many were made of solid gold. As for the chandelier on the ceiling, it was the height of extravagance, crafted from gemstones and diamonds. Chapter 192, An Expert in Pyramid Schemes. Sister, look. Under my rule, the people live in peace and happiness, the young emperor said, stretching out his arms with excitement. Haven't I done well? Kagaya looked at the young emperor's joyful face and sighed inwardly. He was such a naive child, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being manipulated by the minister. To be fair, he had a good heart and his intentions were kind, but he lacked independence and was easily swayed by the likes of the minister. Yes, you've done very well, Kagaya replied with a smile. Having gained his sister's approval, the young emperor became even happier, almost dancing with joy. After all, he was just a young boy, probably no older than a middle schooler by modern standards. I've heard that Minister Honest taught you this. Kagaya asked, keeping her voice neutral. Yes, the minister is very capable and loyal, the young emperor said with a smile. Without him, I wouldn't have achieved what I have now. Indeed, without him, you wouldn't end up on the guillotine, Kagaya thought to herself. She wondered whether the child was naive or just plain foolish. Have you ever thought about ruling the country with your own abilities? Relying on others isn't a sustainable long-term solution, Kagaya suggested carefully. No, I can't do that, the young emperor shook his head gently. I'm not yet capable of ruling the entire country, and the minister is my best teacher. But you must understand that this country is yours to govern with your own strength, Kagaya said. Ultimately, you can't rely on anyone else. Do you mean the minister? The young emperor paused for a moment, then understood her implication and spoke with a serious expression. That's not possible. The minister would never betray me. Sister, you might misunderstand him. He is a selfless and just person, not just my minister but also my teacher. You must have misunderstood him. Selfless and just, Kagaya almost laughed at the thought. Minister Honest did a remarkable job brainwashing him. He had convinced the young emperor to trust him completely. Minister Honest would make a great salesman in today's world. You misunderstood me, I'm not criticizing the minister, Kagaya said softly. What I mean is that you should have your own opinions and abilities to manage the country better in the future. I see, the young emperor sighed with relief and smiled. I was worried that my sister might have some prejudice against the minister. It's a relief to know you don't. On one side is my beloved sister, and on the other is my helpful teacher. I wouldn't know what to do. As Kagaya walked back, her face turned solemn, and her mind was heavy with thoughts. The situation was worse than she had imagined. The young emperor had been completely brainwashed by the minister, and it seemed unlikely that he would change his views. This meant her plan to use the young emperor to eliminate the minister had failed, and she would need to think of another strategy. Kagaya sighed deeply. What she needed most was power, or rather, people who would support her. She was currently alone, with only a maid by her side. Even if she staged a coup and killed the minister and emperor, the empire wouldn't follow her lead, it would only become more fragmented. After all, she couldn't personally eliminate everyone who opposed her. Even if she used the shadow clone technique, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, her abilities were currently suppressed, and she couldn't use the shadow clone technique. The only powers she could utilize were the abilities of the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Tenseigan, along with her innate bloodline limit abilities. Furthermore, governing a country isn't the work of one or two people but of a group. No matter how strong her combat abilities were, without the talent and ability for internal governance, managing the country would be impossible and could even worsen the situation compared to when the minister was in power. As the saying goes, different skills suit different people. Kagaya was good at killing, but she admitted she wasn't cut out for governing a country. The next morning. The sky was blue with wispy clouds, the lake was clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze blew, rippling the sky and water alike. Bright sunlight streamed down like threads, rustling the leaves. Wildflowers swayed in the wind, and birds chirped, creating a peaceful ambience. The weather was already early summer, and the temperature was rising, which was Kagaya's favorite time. However, she wasn't in the mood to appreciate it because she needed to go out and take care of some matters. Royal family members typically couldn't leave the palace at will, but Kagaya, the eldest princess, had secluded herself in the palace for so long that many people had forgotten about her, and no one bothered to care, which gave her some convenience. Kagaya handed her usual fox mask to her maid, ordering her to impersonate the princess to avoid prying eyes. Although the maid was frightened to the point of trembling under Kagaya's intimidation, she tearfully agreed. Kagaya had already reached the edge of the palace. The palace's security was tight, especially at the perimeter, where there were guards every 10 steps and sentries every 5. Moreover, a high wall, about 20 or 30 meters tall, separated the palace from the capital. If anyone dared to climb the wall, they would be shot full of arrows. However, Kagaya was not someone who could be compared to ordinary people. Despite her suppressed strength, it was still formidable. With a single step, her body shot forward like an arrow, turning into a streak of light as she headed toward the wall. Her toes tapped lightly on the wall a few times, and she leaped onto the wall in a few steps. Kagaya snorted softly, a smile on her lips as she thought to herself that the palace's defenses were nothing special. Unbeknownst to her, she had committed a major taboo in anime, hubris. Suddenly, a shout thundered from afar, echoing throughout the palace. "Who dares? Get down here!" Before the words had finished, a blinding white lightning bolt shot toward Kagaya. Chapter 193, Battle against General Budo. Kagaya was startled, she hadn't sensed the presence of that person before. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Kagaya frowned slightly, wondering if it was because her powers were being suppressed. It seemed she could no longer rely on her usual habits, and this encounter served as a warning for Kagaya that she might face unexpected troubles if she was not cautious. The incoming lightning struck almost instantly, resembling a frenzied silver serpent lunging at Kagaya. Boom! A powerful electric current hit Kagaya instantly. Sparks flew. The wall also exploded into fragments due to the electric shock, sending stones flying and dust billowing. A figure appeared on top of the wall, the one who had launched the attack. He had yellow hair, a cold, chiseled face, and a tall, robust physique. His muscles were bulging, and his thick arms were as large as Kagaya's thighs. He wore armor, with 2 rods inserted into his arms that gleamed coldly. "A fly dares to cause trouble, truly ignorant of death," the man sneered, glancing at the point of impact, and turned to leave. In his eyes, no one could survive a direct hit from him. "Who are you calling a fly?" The man's body shook, and he abruptly turned around, his eyes narrowing. The swirling dust gradually dispersed with the wind, revealing a graceful silhouette. Her curvy figure had a voluptuous chest and an elegant posture. Unfortunately, she wore a large cloak and veil, concealing her appearance. She was Kagaya. "I meant you," the man said coldly. "This is my first time seeing someone call themselves a fly," Kagaya said, playing with her long hair, smiling slightly. "Isn't that right, General Budo?" To have the ability to control lightning and possess such overwhelming power, Kagaya could think of no one else but Budo. Budo's expression changed, his face showing anger. He clearly realized Kagaya was mocking him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, veins bulging, and said coldly, "Since you seek death, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Budo raised his arms, roared loudly, and the 2 iron rods on his arms collided with a bang. A huge white lightning bolt surged forth and shot out like a bullet. At this critical moment, several black spheres suddenly appeared beside Kagaya, instantly transforming into a wall-like barrier, like flowing water. This was Kagaya's truth-seeking balls, and they had also defended against Budo's lightning earlier. Unfortunately, the truth-seeking balls could not neutralize Budo's lightning. Kagaya speculated that Budo's lightning might be harnessing the natural energy of the world, akin to a form of natural power. The truth-seeking balls couldn't negate natural forces, similar to how they couldn't neutralize sage techniques, which also draw from nature. Amidst crackling sounds, the thick lightning struck the black barrier with flashes of electricity and fire. "Your attack doesn't seem very effective, does it? So soft and weak, did you even eat?" The black barrier opened to reveal Kagaya's figure. Although the truth-seeking balls couldn't eliminate Budo's attack, they still provided formidable defense. "Humph, arrogant fool." Budo snorted coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. He slammed his arms together, and a massive electric current converged between the 2 iron rods like a white light sphere. Several lightning bolts shot out like a machine gun, raining down upon Kagaya like a storm. Meanwhile, the noise from this battle had already alerted the palace guard, and soldiers began streaming toward the commotion. "Not playing with you anymore," Kagaya's expression changed slightly as she glanced toward the approaching guards. She turned, waved at General Budo, and said with a light smile, "I'm leaving now." With that, she stepped on the ground, her body flickering away like an arrow, heading out of the city, while the oncoming lightning hit nothing but air. Kagaya initially intended to test Budo's strength, but this wasn't the best place to do so. Not only were the guards alerted, but even Honest's 4 Rakshasa demons were on their way. Though Kagaya was confident she could escape, it would still be troublesome. Moreover, she had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay here. Trying to escape. General Budo, unable to capture Kagaya, was already furious, and being mocked only added fuel to the fire. He wanted to capture and interrogate her severely. Seeing Kagaya about to flee the city, he couldn't hold back any longer. Budo stomped on the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air, enveloped in crackling electricity as if he wore armor made of lightning. With a boom, General Budo, floating in midair, slammed his two iron rods together again. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically, with clouds gathering over the capital, forming a massive thundercloud. Lightning flickered like dancing snakes, and the thunder echoed through the sky. A blinding white sphere formed from lightning appeared above him, surrounded by crackling electricity and roaring thunder. It exuded an intimidating aura, with surging waves like a violent hurricane. "My Taigu, a Dramaleka's ultimate move," Budo roared, "let me show you." Thunder Condensed Beam. In his rage, Budo unleashed his ultimate technique, clearly intending to kill Kagaya. Die. With Budo's roar, the white sphere, crackling with electric arcs and surging lightning, shot toward Kagaya like a cannonball with overwhelming force. At that moment, Kagaya was midair, unable to find footing or dodge, about to be struck by the descending lightning. A smirk appeared on Budo's face. No one could survive such an attack. Those who faced this move before had been reduced to ashes. However, the scenario he imagined of Kagaya being reduced to ashes didn't unfold. What happened next was beyond his imagination. What? Budo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Kagaya's direction. The white sphere of lightning didn't hit Kagaya but seemed to meet an invisible black hole. As it reached her, it was absorbed bit by bit into nothingness. Only now did Budo realize that Kagaya, suspended in the air, had eyes like autumn water, exuding a strange light, a hint of crimson with an almost imperceptible purple. The lightning was being drawn toward her eyes. Budo wore a look of disbelief. His lightning had been absorbed by her eyes. This was beyond reason, something he had never encountered before. While Budo was in a daze, Kagaya raised her alabaster arm. The black truth-seeking ball in her hand spun wildly, instantly forming a massive storm that rushed toward Budo. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Budo was shocked, snapping back to reality. He slammed his arms together, forming a shield made of lightning in front of him. The enormous storm collided with his lightning shield. Budo's pupils contracted, shocked to find his lightning shield shattered like glass. The immense shockwave struck his body forcefully. Budo's chest caved in, and with a thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body tumbling to the ground like a broken kite. Chapter 194, Beauty Saves Beauty. "General Budo, are you all right?" The guards who had rushed to the scene hurried over to him. "Send out the soldiers and search the entire capital. We must find that woman." Budo pushed away the guard who tried to help him, a cold glint flashing in his sharp eyes. He snorted, "She dared to take my thunder condensed beam head on. She must be injured and can't have gone far." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Kagaya limped away, her face filled with frustration. She muttered, "That damn old man, I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. I really miscalculated." Kagaya hadn't expected Budo to unleash his ultimate attack right away, like opening a battle with a grand move. She had misjudged the situation, and in her haste, used her eye technique to absorb Budo's thunder condensed beam. Although she managed to absorb the lightning completely, her body became momentarily stiff afterward. This momentary stiffness caused her to sprain her ankle when she jumped down from the wall, as the usual protective force didn't take effect. This was truly embarrassing. As the great Kagaya, she had made such a rookie mistake. Fortunately, her speculation was correct. Her mutated eye technique could indeed absorb energy, otherwise, it would have been more than just a sprained ankle. If she had died, it would have been even more laughable, the first princess in imperial history to be killed foolishly by a general, becoming a joke in the annals of history. The sprain severely slowed Kagaya's progress, while the imperial forces conducted a citywide search, placing the entire city under martial law. Her limping made her particularly conspicuous. Although she had managed to evade several rounds of searches using her agility, the search radius was gradually narrowing and getting closer to her position. Kagaya could easily deal with them all, even if the 4 Rakshasa demons came. She was confident she could destroy them. However, doing so would alert the minister's forces to her capabilities, and she was not ready to confront them directly yet. Truly, the mighty can fall from grace and be bullied by lesser foes. Typically, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's body had extraordinary recovery abilities, and minor injuries like this would not have occurred. However, possibly due to the suppression of her powers, her ankle was recovering but not as quickly as before. Since it was a ligament injury, it would take 1 or 2 hours to heal completely. In others' eyes, this was already remarkable, but for Kagaya, it was far from enough. She was used to the best, and settling for less was hard to swallow. Kagaya hid in a small alley in a poor neighborhood. It was a place where impoverished families lived, appearing rundown and messy. Unlike the tall buildings in the center of the capital, the houses here were low, mostly made of bricks and wood, showing signs of wear and age, with some already rotting. The people here were generally thin and frail, especially the children, who looked malnourished and sickly as they gazed fearfully at the soldiers in the distance. Kagaya frowned slightly, understanding why the citizens were so frightened. Although the soldiers were searching for her, some were taking advantage of the situation. They might arrest someone arbitrarily and accuse them of being a suspect, then demand ransom. If the ransom wasn't paid, they would be imprisoned, and it was rare for anyone to emerge from jail once inside. The empire had clearly rotted to its core, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could this Twilight nation rise again under her leadership? She felt a heavy burden, and the sounds of doors being broken down, citizens' cries and screams, and the soldiers' laughter only added to her anxiety. As Kagaya was about to intervene, a hand reached out from the shadows, and her eyes narrowed, preparing to counter. But sensing no malice, she allowed the hand to grab her. "Don't speak, follow me," said a voice. Without waiting for a response, the person pulled Kagaya further into the alley. The person was a beautiful young woman with long golden hair, tall and curvaceous, with an impressive figure and long legs. From Kagaya's keen observation, she realized this was no ordinary girl. She possessed a strength that was rare for ordinary people, although it didn't compare to Kagaya's. The golden-haired girl led Kagaya into a small alley, where the path ended in a dead end. Kagaya's mouth twitched. Was she about to be robbed? Robbing her of her virtue seemed unlikely, but robbing her of money was futile as she hadn't brought much in her haste. Her purse had been lost during the fight with Budo, which she had only just realized. While she remained on guard, the golden-haired girl searched the dead-end wall as if looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she reached down and tapped a brick in the lower right corner a few times. With a few creaks and groans, a hidden door in the wall opened. "Don't just stand there, move." The golden-haired girl grabbed Kagaya's hand and rushed inside. Once they were through, the wall closed behind them. Inside was a tunnel stretching deep into the earth, shrouded in darkness with no light or illumination, silent and eerie. "Be careful and follow me closely," the golden-haired girl whispered. "Okay." Kagaya nodded lightly. In truth, she had no trouble seeing in the dark, thanks to her eye technique. Though her overall strength was suppressed, her eye ability seemed unaffected, allowing her to see the dark passage as if it were daylight. "All right, we're finally here," the golden-haired girl sighed in relief, gently pushing open the wall to reveal the bright sunlight streaming in, dispelling the tunnel's darkness. As they stepped outside, Kagaya found herself in a lush forest, filled with vibrant greenery, birds chirping, and flowers blooming, exuding peace and tranquility. In the distance, she could see the tall towers of the capital, indicating they had reached the outskirts of the city. Chapter 195, Show Off Acting Skills. "You're the person the Imperial Army is searching for, right?" The blonde girl had a bright smile on her pretty face. "How did you know?" Kagaya took a step back, feigning surprise, her body trembling slightly in cooperation. "I've been watching you for a while," the blonde girl said, hands on her hips, smiling. "Seeing you sneaking around, I suspected you were a wanted criminal." "Who are you?" Kagaya asked, her voice shaking. "Could it be your—" No, the blonde girl waved her hand, saying, "I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to help you since you were being chased." "Is that so?" Kagaya hesitated, saying, "Thank you." You're welcome," the blonde girl said, patting Kagaya on the shoulder. "If you want to repay me, just let me see your face. I'm really curious." "This." Kagaya hesitated. "If you don't want to, it's fine." The blonde girl shrugged, looking indifferent. Kagaya hesitated for a moment but eventually took off her hood. "That's more like it, I'm not a bad." The blonde girl's voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the girl in front of her. Her first thought was that she had never seen such a beautiful girl. For a moment, she was stunned and suddenly understood why the Imperial Army was searching the entire city for her. "Is that enough?" Kagaya said weakly. Yes, the blonde girl nodded, smiling. "No wonder so many people want to catch you. If they did, you'd probably be sold to a brothel." "No, that would be too wasteful, you'd probably be sold to some high-ranking official or wealthy merchant, haha." Seeing the blonde girl laughing heartily, Kagaya twitched her mouth and thought, she seems nice, but she's actually quite cunning. By the way, the blonde girl suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands. "I haven't asked who you are and why the Imperial Army is after you." "I'm the daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Shower," Kagaya said, looking sorrowful. Kagaya had already planned her fake identity as the daughter of Minister Shower. Shower was an honest and capable minister dissatisfied with the Empire's current policies. He once wrote to the Emperor to advise him. Unfortunately, the court was already controlled by the minister, and the Emperor had absolute trust in the minister. For opposing current policies and criticizing the minister, he was punished with the brutal 5 punishments. Not only that, but his wife and daughter were also killed, suffering great humiliation before their deaths. Kagaya could use this identity, even if someone wanted to investigate, there would be no evidence. "That's really unfortunate," the blonde girl said sympathetically. "So what are you going to do now?" I don't know, Kagaya said softly, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Kagaya's heart moved. This was the moment she was waiting for. She intentionally portrayed herself as miserable and alone. Most people would sympathize with such a girl and offer shelter, especially since a girl rarely poses a threat. Oh, I see. You should go. Thank you, huh? Kagaya widened her eyes. This isn't the script, director. According to her plan, the blonde girl should take her in, allowing her to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army and gather intelligence. She currently had few subordinates and knew nothing about the situation, so Kagaya had to act herself. Only by thoroughly investigating each faction could she formulate her next plan. But unexpectedly, the blonde girl didn't take the bait. Kagaya's autumn-like eyes unconsciously showed disappointment, likely perceived by others as disappointment over not being helped. From here, there's a small town over there. You can hire a carriage to the north from there, it's relatively safe, and the Imperial Army hasn't reached there yet. The blonde girl pointed into the distance, then smiled apologetically. Sorry, I can't accompany you because I have things to do. No problem, thank you. Kagaya forced a smile and turned north. Seeing that things weren't going her way, there was no need to linger. Kagaya was quite sure that the blonde girl was part of the Revolutionary Army or some force opposing the Empire's rule. She wasn't ordinary, her strength was rare even in the military. She knew the tunnels beneath the capital well, and the tunnel they used was intricately hidden, extending almost to the city's outskirts, something no ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, the tunnels were a maze, not just one tunnel but many interconnected. Anyone entering recklessly could easily get lost inside. Also, the tunnel wasn't unlit, it just hadn't been lit, indicating the blonde girl didn't trust Kagaya yet. It seems these Revolutionary Army members are quite vigilant and don't easily trust others. I'll have to think of another way, Kagaya thought as she walked. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent burst from behind, and a sharp gust of wind rushed toward the back of Kagaya's head. It was the blonde girl who attacked, swinging her arm, her hand transformed into a claw, viciously reaching for Kagaya. But Kagaya remained unfazed, as if she hadn't noticed, and continued walking forward without turning around. Just as the claw was about to grab Kagaya's neck, it suddenly stopped, slowly retracting. Wait. What is it? Kagaya seemed unaware of what had just happened. Her expression was unchanged as she turned to see the blonde girl, asking curiously, is something wrong? Nothing. I just have some money you can use, the blonde girl said, approaching and handing Kagaya a pouch from her pocket. This should cover your travel expenses. Thank you, you're very kind. Kagaya took the pouch with gratitude, thanking her repeatedly. You're welcome, haha. The blonde girl waved her hand with a cheerful laugh, I'm off, goodbye. She turned and walked away without looking back. Kagaya hefted the heavy pouch in her hand, watching the blonde girl disappear into the distance, her brow furrowing thoughtfully. Kagaya's suspicion was correct, the blonde girl was testing her. She had been wary of Kagaya from the start, unsure if she was an Imperial spy, hence the test, and Kagaya wisely refrained from retaliating. Beast transformation, huh? Kagaya smiled, playing with her long hair, a beautiful smile on her face. It seems I've caught a big fish. Chapter 196, could it really be such a coincidence? By the time Kagaya returned to the capital, it was already evening. The sky had darkened, and the scorching sun had set. The afterglow of the sunset cast a brilliant red across the clouds. Lights began to illuminate the city, the noise of the day gradually fading away as the bustling crowds on the streets disappeared. The night in the capital seemed even more silent than elsewhere, perhaps due to the curfew, leaving the city cold and quiet, with only the flickering lights providing a hint of warmth. Phew, I made it in. Kagaya breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that there would be fewer guards at night, but the nighttime security was even tighter. Moreover, many officers participated in the search, and they were skilled individuals, not much of a threat to Kagaya but proficient in reconnaissance. To avoid the Imperial soldiers' patrols, Kagaya had to use her wits. She needed to return to the palace quickly. Although she was a reclusive princess who likely wouldn't draw attention, it was better to be safe than sorry. Growl. Kagaya's stomach rumbled, betraying her hunger. She hadn't eaten anything since morning and was beginning to feel the pangs of hunger. Perhaps due to replenishing her internal energy, Kagaya felt particularly hungry. It was similar to Akame, whose appetite was quite large, and Kurome, who constantly snacked on cookies, both of them replenishing their energy. Since energy is conserved, most people get it from food. Kagaya's foot had fully healed, thanks to this energy replenishment. Of course, some could directly draw energy from nature or the universe, and at that level, they wouldn't need food. However, Kagaya hadn't reached that point yet. Just then, the sound of a carriage came from afar. The clip-clop of hooves was particularly loud in the quiet night. Kagaya frowned slightly. These Imperial soldiers were relentless, like shadows that wouldn't go away. She was about to leave when she realized that it wasn't the Imperial Army but a carriage followed by several guards. They were armored and carried swords, but their gear wasn't standard Imperial issue, they looked more like private mercenaries. After resting a bit, Kagaya felt her strength returning and was about to leave when the carriage stopped in front of her. The door opened, and a young girl stepped out. The girl had shoulder-length golden hair and a clear face. She wore a white blouse, a light blue skirt, and pale white shoes, looking very gentle, a typical noble. "Are you going again, miss?" one of the carriage guards asked. "What can I do?" "It's just my nature," the noble girl said as she walked toward Kagaya, her face warm and smiling. "If you don't have a place to stay, would you like to come to my house?" "Really?" Kagaya smiled playfully. She had an inkling of who this girl was from her lines, outfit, and classic carriage. "But I think this place is pretty nice." "Don't be stubborn, there's Northwest way this place could be comfortable," the noble girl laughed. "Besides, if you sleep outside, you might catch a cold." "Miss Arya just can't leave someone like you alone," a guard behind the noble girl said. "You should be grateful and go along with her wishes," another guard added. "What do you say?" Arya smiled. "Well, it's better than sleeping on the street." Kagaya's lips curled into a smile. "So it is her." "That settles it then." Arya smiled, her eyes forming crescent moons. Kagaya climbed into Arya's carriage, and they drove toward her home. Arya was indeed a noble, as her home's garden attested. It was a vast and beautiful mansion, luxurious enough to rival the palace. In front of the mansion lay a large green lawn, with pine trees planted along the road. At the end of the path was a grand European-style building with white walls and red tiles, very imposing. The interior of the mansion was even more splendid. The walls were carved from marble, with lamps shining brightly. The floor was covered with blue and orange wool carpets, and a massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Although it was luxurious, the place felt gloomy to Kagaya, making her uncomfortable. As Kagaya entered, she noticed others were already present. A man and a woman sat in the main seats, appearing to be the mansion's owners, likely Arya's parents. The middle-aged man was somewhat plump, smiling warmly and seeming kind. The woman had a graceful appearance, exuding a gentle and approachable demeanor that made people feel at ease. To Kagaya's surprise, there were two others on the sofa, a young man and a young woman. The young man had short hair and a headband, with a somewhat handsome appearance. The young woman was even more striking. She was very beautiful, with long black hair reaching her waist, a delicate face, curved eyebrows, moist eyes, and fair skin. She wore a white butterfly hair ornament and a black short robe, with white socks and wooden sandals, a truly beautiful girl. They seemed quite young, around Kagaya's age, or even younger. They exuded youthful energy, yet had a touch of innocence, marking them as novices to the world. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, the aroma enticing and mouth-watering, causing one's mouth to water. There were also several bottles of red wine. Kagaya was familiar with this wine, as her residents had similar bottles. It was said to come from vineyards in distant lands, where the climate and sunlight made the wine more delicious and fragrant than others. "Arya brought someone back again," the male owner said with a smile. "Oh dear, it's become a habit," the female owner smiled warmly. "How many is this now?" "Mother," Arya said discontentedly. "By the way, we haven't asked your name yet," the male owner said to Kagaya with a smile. "My name is Kagaya." Kagaya's eyelashes fluttered as she smiled softly. "No need to be formal here," the male owner said, his face kind. "These two are also guests today." "Hello, I'm Ayasu," the young man said, standing up. "Hello, I'm Seo," the young woman stood up, smiling softly. "Seo." Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she looked at the pretty girl before her, surprised. Could it really be such a coincidence? Chapter 197, Treacherous Banquet. By the time Kagaya returned to the capital, it was already evening. If Kagaya remembered correctly, these two were the first to meet their demise in ANBU kill, and both deaths were quite tragic. "Come, join us," the male host said kindly to Kagaya. "You must be hungry by now. Let's eat first." "But why are you wearing a hood?" the female host asked curiously. "Please make yourself at home," Arya said with a smile. "There's no need to be shy, and wearing that must be uncomfortable." Kagaya smiled and said nothing, removing the hood from her head. The room suddenly fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Arya's smile froze instantly. Everyone else in the room was also staring at Kagaya, their faces showing expressions of shock, and Ayasu gazed at Kagaya with a blank stare. Her silver hair fell to her waist like mist in a waterfall, and her skin was like fine jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her lashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes were as clear as water. Her neck was snowy and smooth, exuding an enchanting aura. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman. None of them had expected such a stunning appearance beneath the hood, and for a moment, they were all entranced. Aria's pretty face twisted with jealousy, which she quickly hid, though her gaze toward Kagaya was unfriendly, and seeing everyone else staring dazedly made her expression even darker. However, that expression didn't last long. Like a quick-change artist, Aria's face returned to its adorable appearance, and she slightly raised her voice, saying, "Let's all eat." Everyone snapped back to reality, and the atmosphere gradually became lively again, although Kagaya had noticed all their expressions earlier. The male host's eyes briefly flashed with lust, quickly hidden behind his smile. The female host watched Kagaya with interest, as if eyeing an amusing prey. Seo glanced at Kagaya, then down at herself, seemingly envious. Meanwhile, Ayasu blushed, looking uneasy and too shy to even look at Kagaya, like a boy experiencing his first crush. "Let's eat," the female host said with a smile, placing a fruit salad in front of Kagaya. "Eat as much as you like." "Thank you." Kagaya nodded with a smile, her expression clear and bright. "I'll eat a lot." "Yes, eat more," the male host said, his face full of a forced smile. Only later did they understand what Kagaya meant by, "I'll eat a lot." They watched as Kagaya deftly used her knife and fork, continuously taking food from the plates and putting it into her mouth. In no time, she had eaten more than half of the food in front of her. She mostly ate meat, steak, lamb chops, pork chops, and so on, especially filling her mouth with roast meat. As for the fruit salad the female host placed in front of her, she only took one forkful and didn't touch it again. Everyone watched, stunned. They hadn't expected this beautiful woman to eat with such gusto. In their eyes, Kagaya should have been a gentle, elegant lady. They hadn't imagined she would eat in such an unladylike manner. What surprised them was that although Kagaya's eating style wasn't particularly refined, they didn't find it off-putting. On the contrary, they found it endearing, her every movement was pleasing, and it even increased their appetite, despite not being hungry initially. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kagaya, and no one noticed the terrible expression on Aria's face. Her face was contorted, her eyes flashed with malice, and the knife and fork in her hand were slightly deformed from her grip. "Would you like a drink?" At that moment, the female host approached with a bottle of opened red wine. "Yes, have a drink." Arya quickly brought out several glasses, pouring wine into each. "Sorry," Ayasu said, waving his hand apologetically. "We can't drink alcohol." "Yes, our family doesn't allow us to drink alcohol," Seo agreed. "It's fine," Arya said with a smile, forcing the glasses into their hands. "Just a little." Seeing no way to refuse, Seo and Ayasu reluctantly accepted. After all, they were invited guests, and refusing outright seemed impolite. "Would you like some, Kagaya?" Arya approached with a glass of red wine, her face glowing with a bright smile. "Huh?" Kagaya looked up, still chewing a piece of steak, and stared at Arya in confusion. "Is wine necessary?" "No," Arya replied with a smile, "but having a little would." "Then I won't drink." Before Arya could finish, Kagaya declined outright and continued eating her steak. Arya's words caught in her throat, and she felt her anger rising, her eyes flashing coldly. But she quickly regained her smile, continuing, "Just try a little." However, Kagaya seemed not to hear her, entirely focused on the food in front of her. A third of the food had already gone into her stomach, and people wondered where she was putting it all. Her slender waist didn't seem to have changed at all, still flat and smooth. Veins bulged on Arya's forehead, her eyes blazing with anger. She resisted the urge to call the guards to kill Kagaya, calming herself down and saying with a smile, "Drinking a little is good for you, you know. Especially for beauty. This wine is a palace specialty." After calling out several times, and as Arya was about to explode, Kagaya seemed to hear her and looked up, asking, "Really?" "Yes, try it," Arya replied with a sweet smile. "Oh, is that so?" Kagaya put down the chicken wing in her hand, biting her white finger as if in thought. After a few seconds, she smiled and said, "Then I'll have a little." "Great." Arya paused, her face lighting up with a hint of joy before quickly concealing it. "It's delicious," Ayasu exclaimed, looking pleasantly surprised. Yes, Seo nodded, looking delighted. "This is a rare fruit wine from the far north, with very limited production. You can only drink it in the palace," Arya explained with a smile. "This bottle took a lot of effort for my father to get." When Arya turned back, she was stunned to see that Kagaya's glass was still full. Kagaya had been eating the whole time and hadn't touched the wine. "Why aren't you drinking?" Arya approached Kagaya, smiling warmly. "Just try it." "No, I prefer the food." "I'll drink later." Kagaya mumbled as she ate. "Is that so?" Arya's once sweet face twisted with a smirk as she whispered, "All right, if you don't want to drink it now, you won't have to worry about drinking again." As soon as she said this, Ayasu and Seo felt dizzy, overwhelmed by sleepiness. They swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 198, Massacre. "Are they drunk?" Kagaya asked curiously, a piece of cod dangling from her mouth as she blinked. Yes, soon I will send them to a comfortable place to rest, Arya replied, a bloodthirsty smile playing on her lips. And you, too, why didn't you drink the wine? It could at least make you enjoy yourself a little. No worries, my dear. Resisting makes it more enjoyable. The middle-aged man's once kind face twisted into a grotesque expression, his eyes gleaming with depravity as he stared at Kagaya as if he wanted to devour her. My dear daughter, thank you for the gift. No, it's 2 gifts. That little boy is quite nice, too, the woman beside him said, a blush rising on her cheeks as she caressed her lips, a thin line of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. It's been a while since we've had such good goods. Humph, Arya snorted, displeased. Just don't break them. Otherwise, there'll be no fun. Are you bad people? Kagaya raised her head, her exquisite face showing a trace of confusion as she asked innocently. Ha ha ha, excellent, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. This is wonderful. I love this type of bewildered little lamb. Guards, seize her and take her to my room. Remember, don't hurt her. If there's even a scratch, you'll spend time in the dungeon. Upon hearing the word dungeon, the guards seemed to recall something terrifying. They quickly responded and advanced toward Kagaya. Kagaya had finished eating, wiped her red lips with a white napkin, and looked up at the 3 people not far away. She smirked, saying, I thought the characters in anime were already perverted enough, but reality proves you're even worse. Her mocking expression was unmistakable. What? Anime? They were taken aback, not understanding what she meant. Even the guards hesitated and looked at the middle-aged man. What are you waiting for? Capture her. The man waved his hand, a hint of anger crossing his face as he shouted, I want to savor this little wretch. Although he didn't understand what Kagaya meant by anime, he clearly understood perverted, realizing she was mocking them. It seems you don't understand your situation. Kagaya's lips curled, her eyes twinkling like autumn water as she looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. At that moment, 2 guards extended their arms, reaching for Kagaya. Splurt. Blood splattered. Aya. 2 piercing screams echoed suddenly. Arya's pupils shrank as she watched the scene in shock. The 2 guards reaching for Kagaya had their arms severed at the root, exposing flesh and bone as crimson blood sprayed. In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed, and before they knew it, the guards' arms were severed and sent flying. Even a fool could see that they had miscalculated. They had thought this beautiful girl was a lamb to be slaughtered, but she was a ferocious tiger. Another cold flash passed, silencing the screams, and the heads of the 3 guards rolled to the feet of the mansion's owners, with a geyser of blood shooting upward. The family of 3 was petrified by the sight before them. They hadn't comprehended what had happened when their 3 guards were killed. They knew the guards' strength, they were former Imperial high-ranking officers with exceptional skills, each one a military elite. Yet these 3 guards had no chance to resist before the silver-haired girl and perished without understanding how. Someone, help! The middle-aged man was the first to snap out of his stupor, shouting in terror as he ran toward the door. His wife and daughter, Arya, followed closely, fleeing toward the exit. Kagaya stood up, moving with graceful steps, and followed them at a leisurely pace. To the fleeing family, Kagaya seemed like a vengeful spirit, steadily closing in. Seeing Kagaya following them, they panicked further and rushed to the doorway. They found themselves stuck at the door, pushing and shoving each other in the narrow exit. Get out of the way. The men kicked Arya aside and shoved his wife, desperately trying to escape. Pathetic, Kagaya mocked, her smile taunting. Did you ever think about this happening to you when you tormented others? Seeing the silver-haired girl approaching, the mother and daughter were terrified. Arya ran outside in a panic. Arya. Arya paused and turned back to see her mother sitting on the floor, looking at her with pleading eyes. The middle-aged man's kick had struck her hard in the stomach, seriously injuring her and causing her to fall and twist her ankle. She could no longer move. Help me, the woman pleaded, her once beautiful face now drained of color. But Arya only gave her a cold glance before turning away, without hesitation, and ran into the distance. It seems there's little familial love between you. A cold voice came from behind. The woman's pupils shrank, her face turning ashen, and she trembled violently, slowly turning her head like a rusted machine. A flash of cold light. Blood splattered. Before she could see clearly, her world spun, and as she fell, she saw her headless body spraying blood. Chapter 199, The End of Evil. The commotion in the villa had already alerted the surrounding guards. Amid the sound of rushing footsteps, a squad of guards appeared outside the villa. Kill her, the middle-aged man shouted in terror, pointing at the silver-haired girl approaching step by step. Yes. The guards, clad in armor and wielding swords, advanced towards Kagaya with steady steps. Their formation was tight, each guard supporting the other, clearly not mere household guards but trained soldiers of the Imperial Army. However, they were ultimately just ordinary humans. No matter how many ordinary people there were, they were no match for Kagaya, who saw them as insignificant. Kagaya stepped forward, her graceful body moving like an arrow shot from a bow, transforming into a streak of light that rushed into the midst of the guards. With a flurry of cold glints and sword auras crisscrossing, Kagaya danced among the guards like a phoenix and dragon, swiftly dispatching them with lightning-fast movements. With a swing of her arm, a cold light sliced through the dark night, and the head of the last guard flew into the air, a crimson spray of blood shooting upwards. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad of guards lay dead, their blood pooling and soaking the grass, staining it a dark red, with the stench of blood gradually permeating the air. Kagaya's face remained unchanged, her expression cold and detached. She was accustomed to killing. To her, taking lives was as mundane as eating or sleeping. The weapon she wielded was finally revealed, a katana about 80 centimeters long, with a wooden hilt and no guard. Its long, slender blade gleamed with a sharp light, seeming to have water flowing along its surface in the moonlight. This katana was remarkably similar to, or perhaps exactly, the Kusanagi sword from Naruto. Kagaya had found it in a miscellaneous items box in the princess's quarters. She had sensed something emitting a strange energy from the box. Upon investigation, she discovered the katana. Having seen the Kusanagi sword before, she naturally recognized this weapon. This katana might not be the Kusanagi sword, but it bore a strong resemblance. For convenience, Kagaya simply named it the Kusanagi sword. The katana was indeed a divine weapon, extraordinarily sharp, slicing through iron effortlessly and cutting hair with ease. Its blade shone coldly, like a clear stream in the moonlight. From the moment Kagaya first saw it, she had taken a liking to it and decided to keep it with her. To avoid drawing attention, she stored it within her personal space rather than displaying it openly. The katana was the weapon she had just used to kill the guards. Kagaya moved so swiftly that it was impossible to see what had happened. All anyone saw was a cold flash, and heads rolled. The middle-aged man, watching his proud squad of imperial elites fall helplessly before the silver-haired girl, was terrified. His face was pale with fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Kagaya walked toward him step by step, her face expressionless, like an eternal block of ice exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The blade in her hand was stained with blood, dripping crimson drops onto the ground. "No, don't kill." Blood splattered. Before he could finish his sentence, Kagaya had already decapitated him. His head rolled to the ground, and his headless body collapsed, blood gushing from his neck. To Kagaya, he was nothing more than a disgusting worm. She didn't want to waste words on him, sending him to his end with no hesitation. Not everyone Kagaya found repulsive could continue to chatter meaninglessly in front of her. Arya ran frantically, gasping for air as sweat soaked through her clothes. But she couldn't stop, nor did she dare. The image of Kagaya's icy eyes haunted her, making her legs weak at the thought. In the dark night, she couldn't see clearly and could only run aimlessly under the moonlight, hoping to distance herself from the silver-haired girl. She was terrified. She never imagined that a seemingly fragile girl possessed such overwhelming power. Moreover, the girl named Kagaya was cold and ruthless, giving them no chance to speak. Arya believed she could persuade Kagaya if only given a moment to talk. But Arya realized that Kagaya had no intention of speaking with them. She simply wanted to kill them. Her overwhelming murderous aura said it all. Now filled with regret, Arya lamented provoking someone like Kagaya, leading to this outcome. If she had known Kagaya was such a formidable figure, Arya wouldn't have approached her, nor dared to harbor ill intentions. Simultaneously, Arya felt resentment, blaming Kagaya for disguising herself as an ordinary person, causing the current predicament. She never considered that if she hadn't tried to drug and harm Kagaya or committed such heinous acts, Kagaya wouldn't have turned against her so violently. Suddenly, Arya stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes filled with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. After taking a couple of steps, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. "No, please don't kill me," Arya stammered. In the moonlight, a figure emerged from the trees, revealing a stunning face. It was Kagaya. She smiled mockingly and said, "Didn't those you harmed beg the same way? What did you do then? They were mere commoners. What does it matter if a few of them die?" Arya gritted her teeth, saying defiantly, "I'm different. I'm a noble. How can those peasants compare to me?" "Oh, really?" Kagaya chuckled softly, raising her katana. "Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're less than a beast." Kagaya's movement gave Arya a primal fear of death, silencing her attempted defense. Overcome with fear, she couldn't stand, her legs shaking uncontrollably. "No, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Tears welled in Arya's eyes as she crawled backward, her eyes filled with despair. "Tell that to those you murdered." Kagaya looked down at Arya coldly. As she finished speaking, a chilling flash split the night like lightning, and Arya's cries were abruptly cut off amid the splattering blood. Chapter 200, Too Naive. Seo felt dazed, as if her head were filled with mush. She had no strength in her body. It was like a nightmare. Although her mind was relatively clear, her body seemed paralyzed and uncontrollable, as if a giant stone were pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. An unprecedented feeling of fear arose from the depths of her heart. She panicked, wanting to move but unable to, as though a hand was gripping her heart tightly. Finally, Seo jolted awake, gasping for air, her eyes wide open. Sweat dripped from her forehead as if she had just experienced a terrifying nightmare, making her entire body tremble. Phew, thank goodness it was just a nightmare. Seo exhaled deeply, but when she looked around, her pupils contracted. The room was in complete disarray, covered in blood. Blood splattered across the gilded walls, exquisite furniture, and even the soft, smooth carpet bore crimson stains. Not far from her, 3 bodies lay sprawled. She recognized them as the villa's guards. She had noted their extraordinary presence when she first entered the villa, impressed by their prowess. Now, they were decapitated, their arms severed, revealing stark white bones and blood sprayed everywhere. What happened here? Seo was a novice, and it was her first time witnessing such a gruesome scene, causing her to panic and her limbs to go weak. What about Ieyasu? Where did he go? Panic-stricken, Seo stood up hurriedly and glanced around but saw no sign of him. Her heart tightened with worry. Could it be that he snore? Just as Seo was overwhelmed with anxiety, a snoring sound came from beside her, and her face fell. There was Ieyasu, lying on the ground, mouth open and drooling, sleeping soundly. Seeing him like this, Seo was furious. At a time like this, how could he be sleeping? She stormed over and kicked him in the stomach. Ow! Ieyasu jumped up from the ground like a spring, clutching his stomach and shouting, "What are you doing, Seo? Trying to kill me? Idiot!" Seo yelled angrily, "How can you be sleeping at a time like this? Do you want to get your head chopped off? Seo, you..." Ieyasu began to argue but suddenly fell silent, his pupils narrowing sharply. The villa was filled with corpses, the walls and floor stained with blood. The entire room reeked of blood, making him nauseous. What happened? Ieyasu asked with difficulty, the gruesome scene leaving him momentarily speechless. I don't know either. This is how it was when I woke up, Seo said gravely. It seems something happened in the villa. What about our weapons? Ieyasu suddenly regained his senses, searching for his sword. I remember they're in the next room, Seo said, motioning for Ieyasu to follow her as she headed next door. Let's go. Right. Ieyasu hurried after her. As they reached the door, they suddenly stopped, confronted by a headless body, blood everywhere. The once vibrant red blood had dried into an unsightly dark red. How could this be? Seo gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. This is horrific, Ieyasu said, clenching his fists in anger. They even killed the lady of the house. Judging by the body's build and clothing, it was indeed the lady of the house. Her grace and gentleness had left a strong impression on them, especially Seo, who had admired her. Now, she was nothing more than a stiff, headless corpse. Ieyasu and Seo exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and rushed into the next room. As they emerged with their weapons, they saw a familiar silver-haired girl before them. Her beautiful face appeared even more captivating in the cool moonlight. Ieyasu was momentarily entranced but quickly snapped back to reality. He noticed the silver-haired girl holding a katana, its watery blade stained with crimson, blood dripping from its tip. So it was you. Ieyasu shouted in shock and anger. Why did you do this? Seo yelled, her bow and arrow aimed at Kagaya. You're too naive, Kagaya said with a soft laugh, flicking the blood off her blade. You're despicable. Seo's anger boiled, her face flushed, and her knuckles whitened around her bow. They took you in and fed you, and this is how you repay them. Seo bit her lip, staring at Kagaya with resentment, her chest heaving as if she were an angry kitten. Do you really think they're good people? Kagaya sheathed her katana and twirled a lock of her hair, watching the angry girl with amusement. Are you still slandering them? I didn't think you were like this. Ieyasu shouted, pointing his sword at Kagaya indignantly. Do you think what you saw was the truth? Kagaya asked with a smile. The truth? Ieyasu paused, confused. What truth? Don't believe her, Seo shouted, biting her lip. You've killed so many people, and now you want to make excuses. If you want to know the truth, follow me. Kagaya turned and began to walk away. You're trying to escape. Ieyasu gritted his teeth and chased after her. Stop, or I'll shoot. Seo shouted, her bow aimed at Kagaya. Yet Kagaya seemed not to hear them, ignoring their warnings completely. Seo bit her lip, aimed at Kagaya, and pulled the bowstring taut. With a twang, the arrow shot toward Kagaya like a black streak of lightning, reaching her in the blink of an eye, about to pierce through her. At that moment, Kagaya moved. As if she had eyes on her back, her arm bent backward, and she caught the flying arrow between two pale fingers. What? Sayo was shocked. She knew Kagaya had defeated the villain's skilled fighters, suggesting she was powerful, but she hadn't expected her to be this formidable. Kagaya hadn't even used her katana, she had caught the arrow with her fingers. Ieyasu was equally stunned, staring at the silver-haired girl in disbelief. Though he didn't fully grasp Kagaya's strength, he knew Sayo's capabilities. While Sayo was weak in close combat, her long-range attacks were unmatched, and few could withstand her arrows head-on, not even himself. Who exactly is this Kagaya?